Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 654 to Chapter 669. So you walked toward the second room. It was an inkstone-shaped room. The first room, as he had guessed, contained some means to control a martial emperor. What would the second room be? King Wen had left behind a contingency plan that could only be obtained by the inheritors of the four great Daos. It couldn't be something that could only be used in the future, right? The inkstone is an outsider's Dao. It might be controlled by an outsider. The contingency plan left by King Wen might not be the deciding factor. Suyu continued to judge. Soon, he walked to the second room. It was the same door and the same lock. Suyu was in a good mood. This lock was enough for him to earn a fortune. Taking out the inkstone, Suyu was still worried. He had not comprehended the Tao of the inkstone. Would he be able to open it? However, the lock still opened with a click. This worldly inkstone was left in King Wen's old residence. King Wen probably knew that with the little white dog, the probability of this path falling into the hands of the enemy was not high. Unless the little white dog was killed. If it was killed, then the enemy was extremely powerful. They might be able to open the door with or without the inkstone. Therefore, it was not too troublesome. He even considered the possibility that humans who obtained the inkstone might not be able to comprehend the Tao that belonged to an ancient desolate beast. Not bad. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. Not bad. Suyu entered the room. The same decorations, a table, a chair, and a box, another box. When he opened the box and took a look, Suyu was a little stunned. There was a toy in the box. Yes, a toy, a little doll. It was vivid and lifelike. However, it was very small, like a dinosaur. At this moment, the little doll emitted a faint glow and stood quietly in the box. Suyu, a doll? King Wen was not that bored, he was joking. Then this thing, he scanned the box, and sure enough, he saw a piece of paper in the corner of the box. It was clear that King Wen had no intention of letting anyone guess. He had left behind all kinds of methods to verify it, so it would be meaningless to let people guess by themselves. Suyu took out the paper and glanced at it. Gradually, his eyes changed. Soon, Suyu looked at the doll. No, it wasn't a doll. According to King Wen's words, it was a desolate heavenly beast. Yes, the desolate heavenly beast that had made the inkstone. This desolate heavenly beast had existed since the primordial era. Later, when the human race unified the heavens, it attacked the human army several times, devouring countless humans. King Wen personally chased it into the endless void and killed it on the spot. He had stripped it of its Tao and skin to forge it into an inkstone. Apart from the leather armor and the grand Tao, King Wen had also sealed the desolate heavenly beast's flesh. That was the doll in front. Naturally, Xiao Chen's next move was not something ordinary. The first brush Tao controlled a martial monarch, and the second was not bad either. King Wen had left two choices for his successor on the paper. The first was to merge the heaven and earth inkstone into the doll, which was the great Tao and leather armor, and then return it to the desolate heavenly beast. The desolate heavenly beast had a high chance of reviving, so King Wen had left a chance of survival. However, desolate heavenly beasts were extremely powerful. They were at the master of the law's realm and possessed a ruthless nature. They were even more bloodthirsty than martial emperors. They were difficult to control, perhaps even impossible to control. This was a method of mutual destruction. At a critical moment, if humanity encountered a great crisis, they could throw out the desolate heavenly beast. In King Wen's eyes, if humanity was in danger, it would be the master of the laws who had taken action. Thus, his backup plan had reached this level. The second choice was to transform oneself or transform others. This doll was a complete desolate heavenly beast corpse. Its flesh and blood were all present, including its essence blood. Through transformation methods, one could transform oneself into a desolate heavenly beast. By slowly fusing with the desolate heavenly beast, one's strength would skyrocket. At that time, one could choose whether or not to fuse with the inkstone. If one fused with the inkstone, they would have a high chance of inheriting its Tao. This was a path to the heavens. King Wen had left behind an irresistible choice. If one chose to devour the desolate heavenly beast's body and transform themselves, they would have a 90% chance of fusing with the inkstone and stepping into the master of the law's realm. This was also a chance for those who came after him, a difficult choice. How would they choose, inherit the desolate heavenly beast's legacy, or even transform themselves into a primordial demonic beast, master of the laws? So you could guarantee that if he gave these treasures to those at the Tao integration realm, 99% of them would choose to devour them and fuse with the inkstone. The old turtle had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and still hadn't stepped into that realm. Since ancient times, no one knew whether it was because of the restrictions of the laws, or because the great Taos had been completely controlled by others. From the first tide flow until now, there hadn't been a single master of the laws. Not even the 100-battle king had been one. He had only gone very far on the path of the human body, and was so strong that he was comparable to some of the weaker masters of the laws. If King Wen had personally slain a desolate heavenly beast, then it was definitely stronger than an ordinary master of the laws. Become a master of the laws. Suyu looked at the doll in the box and gasped. Why do I get the feeling that this treasure is even more powerful than the one in the Tao of the Brush? Didn't you say that the Tao of the Brush was your strongest inheritance? What did that mean? In King Wen's opinion, martial emperors are more important than desolate heavenly beasts? Perhaps, martial emperors might really be stronger than desolate heavenly beasts, but why did King Wen's backup plan feel so uncontrollable? Martial emperors were like this, and desolate heavenly beasts were the same. If he resurrected a desolate heavenly beast, there was a high chance he would suffer a backlash, and perhaps even create an incomparably powerful enemy. The second plan only says that there's a high chance of becoming a master of the laws, but it's not 100% certain. Even so, the temptation is enormous. As for changing one's bloodline and race, at Suyu's level, it wasn't too important. Race wasn't something that looked at one's appearance, but rather one's heart. After all, Suyu was half a dead spirit. King Wen. Suyu murmured. The backup plan he had left behind wasn't simple at all. There were two masters of the laws in two places, Suyu felt that any one of them would be enough to sweep through the current heavens. Perhaps to King Wen, this didn't count for much. In his era, the number of masters of the laws he knew numbered 140, even if they were all masters of the laws, that would still leave humanity with 4 masters of the laws. But times had changed. In this era, there were no more masters of the laws. Transform, fuse, why did I think of Blue Sky first? Suyu murmured to himself. That's right, Blue Sky, this maniac of transformation, and he was the type that didn't even care about meat or vegetables. He could transform anything and everything, turning into this and then into that. In truth, Suyu was a bit disgusted by the idea of transforming himself into a desolate heavenly beast. But Blue Sky definitely wouldn't. Blue Sky, muttered Suyu. If Blue Sky saw this thing, Suyu didn't doubt that he'd transform himself into a desolate heavenly beast. Perhaps he'd even be a bit excited that he could transform a race that had gone extinct since ancient times. A supreme treasure. That was all Suyu could say. It really was a supreme treasure. The world inkstone and a completely sealed corpse contained all of its essence. If one walked this path that no one had ever walked before and had even been personally sealed by King Wen, their chances of becoming a master of the laws were simply too high. King Wen had truly put in a lot of effort. No wonder the world inkstone hadn't been passed around. Instead, it had been placed in his former residence and guarded by the white dog. The white dog had said that Suyu was a good person, so it had been given to him. A good person, the white dog was probably the greatest examiner. Only by passing the white dog's test would he have a chance of obtaining a desolate heavenly beast's corpse. Furthermore, he had to fuse with it. Otherwise, even if he forcefully broke through, without the world inkstone, he would only be able to strengthen his body a bit. Even if fusing with the great Daos takes time and controlling them, with the great Daos and the flesh and blood present, perhaps it won't be long before I become a master of the laws. Of course, if I'm unlucky, I might be stuck for the rest of my life. This also depended on one's comprehension ability and talent. Otherwise, success wouldn't be 100% certain. If one was stuck at the final step and couldn't control it, that would be normal. Moreover, desolate heavenly beasts are incomparably powerful. Perhaps ordinary eternal cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand this flesh and blood. Perhaps I'll have to find a Tao integration cultivator to transform myself. Suyu frowned. Tao integration, if a Dao integration cultivator came to transform himself but didn't reach the level of a master of the laws, then it wouldn't be of much help. Of course, if he smoothly comprehended the great Daos, then even if he didn't reach the level of a master of the laws, he could still step into the peak of Dao integration and reach the level of the Eastern Sky King and the others. I absolutely can't give this to anyone. I need 100% trust. Or perhaps I should do it myself, forget it. If he did it himself, he would have to give up many things. If his body wasn't human, then perhaps he wouldn't be able to walk the Dao of the brush. Not only that, but it might also lead to future limitations. If he could only fuse with one Dao, then he wouldn't have any other options. That's why there's a 90% chance that I'll have to give the World Inkstone and the World Inkstone to someone. If I do, then I have to guarantee 100% that this person won't betray me, won't turn against me just because I'm stronger, Suyu thought to himself. There were actually quite a few candidates. In truth, in Suyu's opinion, the Gui race was somewhat similar to the desolate heavenly beasts. If the Yen Emperor transformed himself, then perhaps he could quickly comprehend this Dao and become a master of the laws. But, forget it, the Yen Emperor had hesitated last time and they weren't familiar with each other. If he really gave it to the Yen Emperor, then Suyu would be the fool. If he trusted the Gui race too much, then he might just be courting death. Old Turtle, Sky Annihilation, and the others are all fine. As for the humans, the Great Qin King, Daxia of Goguryeo, and the others are all fine. The God-Eater clan, forget it, they walk their own Dao. The little white dog might not like them, but it has its own Dao. These were the candidates Suyu had chosen. Dao integration shouldn't be a problem. High-stage eternal realms might be able to withstand it, but any weaker than that might be impossible. Desolate heavenly beasts were masters of the laws. Even 8th or 9th stage eternal realms would find it hard to withstand their flesh. Although Lan Tian was suitable, he might not be able to withstand such a powerful force. Although he hadn't undone the seal, he knew the result. One had to know that even a drop of the little white dog's blood essence was difficult for Suyu to withstand. Right now, Suyu's body shouldn't be any weaker than the Great Qin King's. And even if the desolate heavenly beast died, its flesh would not be any weaker than the little white dog's. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but he wasn't in a hurry to make a decision. Moreover, there was still the first option. Suyu was actually thinking about a problem. If he could enter the higher realm and throw the desolate heavenly beast in to revive, would he start a massacre? Most importantly, he couldn't control it. Once the other side killed everyone in the higher realm and then came down, he would be done for. Or, if the martial monarch isn't obedient, I can just throw the desolate heavenly beast here and let them fight. Suyu suddenly had a strange idea. He was curious. If the two of them fought with all their strength, who would win? Would they perish together? At this moment, Suyu was in a good mood. Kingwen was quite impressive. Only a backup plan could be called a backup plan. If there was really no other way, then he would just perish together. First, he would release the martial monarch, then the desolate heavenly beast. Who cared about the consequences? He would just fight it out. If he died, he would die together. And this is only the second of the three. The other two might also involve the power of the master of the laws. In his excitement, Suyu also felt a bit helpless. I probably can't open it. He took a deep breath and put away the tables, chairs, and boxes. They were all very powerful and could be used as carriers. Right now, he lacked them. Kingwen wanted him to keep the mansion, and Suyu didn't object. Putting myself in someone else's shoes, I'm not happy that they destroyed my home. However, these 4 rooms are for future generations. You said it yourself that the items are for me, so it's normal for me to take the items in the rooms. You should keep your word, right? The 4 rooms were all for him. Suyu had already reserved the other 2 rooms. Yes, they were mine. The paper and the Heaven Hunters list. He would get them back sooner or later. M.O. Lu Hong might know a thing or two. That fellow had disappeared, most likely to go to the dead spirit's realm to find the mansion left behind by Kingwen. Or perhaps Mo's inheritance was in the dead spirit's realm and Lu Hong hadn't obtained the complete inheritance. Lu Hong, Suyu smiled. Mo Dao, could it be that he had to turn into a dead spirit? Lu Hong might not be able to enter this place, Suyu thought about Lu Hong as he packed up everything in the room. Soon, he walked out of the room and headed for the paper room. He wanted to give it a try. Even if he couldn't open it, since he was already here, he had to give it a try. In front of the third room, Suyu took out the fragments. He had 10,000 arts and record. There was also a diagram in the King of Great Zhou's room. Suyu didn't take it, in case the heaven supervisor did something. Right now, Suyu wasn't ready yet. Of course, that was before. Now that the heaven supervisor was here, Suyu would let him know why flowers were so red. He inserted the 2 fragments into the keyhole. The lock trembled slightly, but it didn't open. However, Suyu could feel that the key was right. What a pity, I only have a portion of the Heaven Hunter list. Suyu was regretful. I can't open the third room this time. Needless to say, the fourth room didn't have the Mo Dao inheritance. Even so, Suyu didn't give up and walked toward the fourth room. Maybe I've obtained the Mo Dao inheritance, but I don't know it. He came to the front of the fourth room and kept taking out treasures to open, including the Mortal Lord seal. Suyu took them all out. Maybe he could open it. He was the Mortal Lord, an ancient crown prince level character. He wanted to open the treasury of a prime minister, but he wouldn't open it. Well, the truth was that he really wouldn't open it, Suyu had no choice but to leave the 4 rooms. He walked along the 4 rooms and continued forward. This was the backyard. Were there any treasures in the front? Since King Wen said he wouldn't destroy his residence, Suyu naturally wouldn't. But I'm a trash collector, and there's a bit of trash in your house. I'll help you pick it up and clean it up. That's not bad, right? Whatever trash it is, I want it all. I don't mind. As Suyu spoke, he took out something that looked like a broom and swept the floor. He carried the broom and muttered, "Senior King Wen, I'm here to clean for you. The house is too dirty, and no one has lived here for many years. Maybe the things are broken, so I'll replace them for new ones. Old things aren't good." After walking for a while, Suyu saw a pond with water ripples. Suyu walked forward and saw that the water in the pond was, good stuff. This is the Sun Moon Mystic Light Elixir. This thing is very useful for strengthening the aperture points of the sun and moon. I am the sun and moon, Suyu quickly began to extract the mysterious yellow liquid. As he did so, he took out a large amount of heaven origin energy from his treasury. He smiled, "Senior, the pond in your house is too dirty. The water hasn't been changed for too long. I'll replace it for you so that you can live more comfortably. I'll replace the water for you. I'm a very particular person. I don't take things without asking. I'll replace it for you as a token of appreciation from your chief disciple." Yes, he had inherited the brush Dao and could be considered half a disciple of King Wen, even though he hadn't formally acknowledged him as his master. "As half a student, it's only right for me to replace your furniture. There's no need to thank me." Very quickly, Suyu extracted all the water in the pool, and the pool water was quickly replaced with heaven's origin energy. Suyu took a whiff and said in enjoyment, "The air is much fresher, and the heaven origin energy smells even better. I'll take the stinky water away and pour it out when I get back." After saying that, Suyu continued forward. King Wen's residence. Logically speaking, the nomological force was very powerful. If he barged in recklessly, he would be killed. However, he had the Master Seal, the Book of Time, and the Brush Dao. Here, he was unimpeded and felt that it was easier than going to the ordinary surplus general's residence. King Wen's residence was very big. Along the way, Suyu saw some rooms. They might be the place where he usually lived. Suyu didn't stand on ceremony. He knocked on the door and entered the room. He looked at the furnishings in the room. It was very simple, just some simple furniture. There were no other treasures. Suyu was very particular, looking at King Wen's bed. It might be a little old. He used a large number of treasures on the spot and personally built a new bed. He even covered it with a soft silk quilt and changed it into a new bed for King Wen. It was new, sturdy, and soft. Suyu had a lot of treasures. Of course, the new bed he built could barely be used as a Xian weapon. It was still not bad. Ling Yan had Xian weapons in the mountains and seas, so he could use them as weapons. It was enough to be used as a bed. As for King Wen's bed, Suyu felt that it could be used as 7 or 8 carriers if it was split open. Perhaps it could be used as a main weapon in the art of war. He couldn't waste it, so you quickly left the room and cleaned it up. The new house had a new atmosphere. At the same time, it would be best to get rid of some of the trash treasures in his storage. Perhaps they could be nurtured in King Wen's residence for another few 100,000 years and become another batch of carriers. One mustn't be too greedy, so you warned himself that he had to listen to King Wen if he wanted an equivalent exchange. He had to preserve his residence well and clean it up. The crown prince would personally clean the room and change the furniture. As a prime minister, he would probably be happy, right? When King Wen came back one day and saw that the house was as new as before, he would probably smile happily, so you could imagine King Wen's happy expression. Even after 100,000 years, the furniture was still so new and full of vitality. How comfortable. King Wen's happiness is my happiness. Suyu continued to carry the broom and clean along the way. He was very happy when he saw that some green plants were still alive. Soon, he uprooted a tree that hadn't withered yet. Then, he cut off a branch on the spot and used the wood character Shunwen to grow it. He watered it with heaven's origin energy. Soon, a tree as tall as before grew. In a few 100,000 years, it would probably be as strong as before. One had to finish what they started. After uprooting a tree, he had to plant another. He couldn't uproot it and leave a big hole. That would be too ugly. King Wen would be angry if he saw it. Some of the green plants had withered. Suyu didn't stand on ceremony. He uprooted the withered grass and rotten wood, and soon, new green plants were born. In the blink of an eye, the entire residence was brightened. There were many withered branches and rotten wood. However, after so many years, they hadn't completely rotted. There was no need to say what kind of wood they were made of, so you took them all away and personally planted a bunch of flowers and trees. In an instant, the entire King Wen's residence was filled with red flowers and green leaves. The environment instantly became beautiful. Before, it was a bit lifeless. Now, it was beautiful beyond compare. Suyu continued forward. Soon, he arrived at King Wen's office hall. Suyu guessed that King Wen might be receiving guests in this hall. There were many tables here. Apart from King Wen's chair, the rest were all praying mats. It seemed that ancient customs were a bit different from modern times. There are dozens of them again. Suyu's eyes lit up. Soon, he cupped his fists and said, "The tables and praying mats in the meeting hall are all dilapidated. Human King Suyu can't bear to see King Wen and the other guests suffer. I also don't want King Wan to laugh at us, the king of the human race, for being too shabby. I'll change the furnishings for everyone." Suyu quickly rummaged through his treasury. He took out a large number of treasures and began to forge on the spot. They were all made according to the original style. "I'm afraid you won't be used to the new style." He copied them on the spot and forged them according to the previous style. After a few years, when the light of the new flame dissipated, they wouldn't look much different from the original. Even if King Wen came back 100,000 years later, they probably wouldn't be able to tell the real from the fake. Forging a mystic weapon was too fast for Suyu. Not only did he forge it, but Shen Wen's incarnation also came out to forge it. In a short while, a new set of furniture was made. Suyu personally changed the clothes and took away all the old and tattered clothes. He even cleaned the dust for Xiaohuyo. This was the joy of being a human. Xiaohuyo liked to help people clean up. Most importantly, he even took money for it, unlike him, Suyu, who didn't take a single cent. It was all for King Wen, free replacement. After walking out of the hall, he walked out of the front yard. The gate was very tall. Once he opened it, he would be in the parliament headquarters. Suyu still wanted to open the gate and take a look at the parliament. He walked to the front gate and wanted to open it. However, at this moment, the Tribulation Shen Wen, which had been motionless all this time, started to beat violently. Suyu frowned. He took a few steps back. The Tribulation Shen Wen stopped beating. He took a few more steps forward, and Shen Wen started beating again. Danger! The gate can't be opened. Suyu came to this conclusion and immediately frowned. Was it very dangerous? If he opened the gate and faced the parliament, would it be very dangerous? And at this moment, Furball, who had been recovering, woke up in a daze. He suddenly appeared on top of Suyu's head and looked at the gate. His nose twitched. The next moment, he drunkenly said, "Smells so good. Smells so good." I smell so much good. So you asked, the power of the law? No, no, Furball jumped up and down on his head. After a while, his nose twitched. It's the power of the great Tao. Was there a difference between the power of the law and the power of the great Tao? So you looked at Furball. Furball was a little anxious. How should he put it? He quickly thought of something and said dizzily, it's a fruit tree. Usually, we eat fruits. The power of the law is the fruit borne by the great Tao. What I smell now is the smell of a tree. It's like a broken tree. It's so fragrant. Do you understand? So you raised his eyebrows. This little guy had taught him a lesson. Of course he understood. So you said, just say that there's a broken great Tao ahead. The great Tao is broken and some of the great Tao's source energy is scattered, right? Yes, yes, yes. So you took a deep breath. Someone died. At the level of the master of the laws. Now I understand why it's so dangerous. The great Tao is broken. I'm afraid the great Tao is in danger now. There should be a master of the laws who died here. It wasn't like what Marquis Skylink said, the peace that ended in ancient times. The great Tao was broken, it was broken in the great Tao. If such an existence died, the great Tao would collapse. If Suyu went over now, he might be killed by the scattered great Tao laws. Furball was a little impatient. I want to eat it, but I'll die if I eat it. It's too fragrant. I can't hold it in anymore. It was also a kind of incarnation of the great Tao. Usually, it ate the overflowing power of the great Tao. This time, it smelled the power of the great Tao's source energy. That thing was extremely nourishing to it, even more beneficial than the Book of Time. The Book of Time only collected a part of the great Tao's source energy. And in front of it, there might be a complete great Tao's source energy. This was far too enticing for Furball, but it didn't dare to go. It would die. Furball's current strength wasn't bad. It had absorbed a lot of the power of the laws, but it hadn't stepped into the eternal realm. It didn't know what Tao it was, and without knowing, it would be difficult to fuse with or open a Tao. It didn't need to open a Tao. It was a Tao, and it could be considered the eternal that Furball spoke of. But it didn't know what its true nature was. At this moment, Furball said impatiently, I think if I eat it, I'll know what I am. It's fragrant, so fragrant. Can I go out and have a bite? Suyu said, it's too dangerous. He didn't know if it was a broken great Tao or several, but it was too dangerous for Furball. It really smells good. Furball felt wronged and reluctant. Forget it, if you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Suyu thought about it and said, there's no rush. I can come here often. When I have time, I'll bring your big boss and the others. Suyu smiled faintly and said, your big boss and the others are powerful. Come together. If there's a broken great Tao, eat it together. But, that's mine. Furball felt even more wronged. Bang, Suyu slapped its forehead and said angrily, you're quite cunning. How is it yours? What you see is yours. You haven't seen it yet. Only by bringing your big boss and the others will you have a chance to eat it, understand? Furball blinked. But, what you see is also yours. I learned it from you. How wronged. After I became sensible, I learned it from you, okay? It came out from the god-devouring realm and was still very ignorant. Suyu's face darkened. Am I that kind of person? Ignoring it, Suyu quickly said, let's go, we've gained enough today. I've changed over 100 pieces of furniture in King Wen's residence. We can't stay in this second-level area anymore. Let's go to other places and gather 1,000 vessels. Then, we'll leave. He just needed to complete a small goal today. Both the first level and second level areas were dangerous. He didn't dare go to the other 3 residences. He didn't have any dealings with them and could easily get into trouble. Now, he had to be steady, because he had obtained too many good things. If something happened now, it would be like losing a watermelon and picking up a sesame seed. Whether it was the desolate heavenly beast or the sacred seal, they were both supreme treasures related to the master of the laws. In addition, he had taken over 100 pieces of furniture and countless drops of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid. If he were to lose his life for a few fragments of the great Tao, Suyu would die with regret. He had also succeeded in his cultivation method and would soon be able to merge with the heavenly gates. Perhaps he could officially begin merging with the great Tao. All of this was just the beginning. How could he court death now? It was time to be rash. If he died now, it would be a great loss. So you rapidly retreated, no longer approaching the front door of King Wen's residence. Instead, he walked toward the back door, saying, "Furball, sometimes you have to restrain your heart's desires, understand? What I see is mine, provided I can safely obtain it. If I can't, then what I see isn't yours." Oh. Furball was somewhat reluctant to leave, and he turned back to look behind him. "Then when are we coming back?" "Soon." Suyu smiled. "This place will be ours in the future. But not now, I'm a bit weak. I'll come back when I have the strength of a top-tier Dao integration stage cultivator. And you'd better comprehend your own Dao. What Dao are you? Once you comprehend it, merge with it, and then come back to devour the great Dao essence. Only then can you quickly strengthen yourself. Otherwise, no matter how much you devour, you won't be able to step into the eternal realm. It'll all be a waste." Furball was distressed. "But I don't know what Dao I am." "It's fine. When I have time, I'll read to you. I'll find a book spirit to read to you as well. You're too young and haven't gained intelligence for long. You know too little and don't have a deep understanding of your own Dao." Furball was indeed too young and inexperienced. It was normal that he didn't know what Dao he was. Reading was wise, this wasn't a bad choice. Suyu quickly retreated. The last time he came, he didn't even explore the 8th level. This time, he had already explored King Wen's mansion. He would come again. Next time, he would explore the other king's mansions or the parliament, or even the 9th level, one step at a time. There was no rush, he had reaped a huge harvest this time. He had to slowly digest this harvest. Soon, Suyu retreated from the back door. The back door opened automatically. When Suyu came out, it closed automatically. The two words "heaven gazing" continued to hang high in the air, no longer emitting light. Suyu cupped his hands and smiled. "Many thanks for King Wen's gift. This junior will take his leave." With these words, Suyu quickly left. He didn't go to the other king's mansions or emperor's mansions. He retreated to the 4th level area. There were many marquise mansions here. Suyu shouted, "Where are they?" With this shout, a few people emerged from several places and quickly flew toward him. Xianxia carried a large millstone and said excitedly, "You came out. How was your harvest?" "Not bad." Suyu looked at the large millstone he was carrying and smiled. "What are you carrying?" "Boss's shell." Suyu laughed. "You're really something." He couldn't be bothered to say more. Xinghang and the others also had harvests, but they weren't as high profile as Xianxia, so they hid them. Suyu didn't waste time and quickly said, "Follow me, I'll search some marquise mansions. I'll take some treasures and help everyone fuse their weapons." He quickly said, "You guys and the other guards have all improved in strength, but their weapons haven't been strengthened, so their strength will also be limited. There are still flaws in the weapon fusion technique." Xianxia nodded. Xinghang also sighed. "I didn't feel it before, but I feel it now. Although I've reached Dao integration, without my weapon, I'm actually not much different from a normal Dao integration cultivator. Even if I have my weapon, I'm now at Dao integration. The weapon I used before has only been upgraded to about the same level as before. It's powerful when combined with an 8th stage Eternal Realm weapon, but when combined with the current me, it's not strong enough. So before the weapon is strengthened, I'm not much different from a normal Dao integration cultivator. The weapon fusion technique was stronger than the 3 movement techniques, but its limitations were now reflected. He still had to upgrade his weapon, and the amount of resources needed was also terrifying. Xianxia also said helplessly, "My big stick was very powerful before, but now it can't, so I'm going to fuse Boss's body into it and see if it can be upgraded to Dao integration." Suyu smiled. "I'll think of a way to get these resources. There are so many marquise mansions here, so I won't go to the front area now. I'll mainly search other areas. Don't run around, follow me." Suyu opened the way with his manmaster seal. Soon, they arrived at a marquise mansion. This was the divine race's marquise mansion. Suyu couldn't be bothered to say more. His man-master seal erupted, instantly suppressing the void. He shouted, "Go in and search, leave nothing behind. You can only take the treasures you need from the human race's mansions. Take everything from the non-human race's mansions." The few of them were excited, and without another word, they rushed in. Suyu used his man-master seal to suppress the nomological power, which was very satisfying for them. Moreover, they weren't afraid of danger. They were all Dao integration cultivators, and the ancient marquis was only at Dao integration. Without nomological power, no matter how strong the trap was, it couldn't do anything to them. The group of people were like locusts passing through. In the non-human race's mansions, even the bowls were taken away. In the human race's mansions, most of the treasures were also taken away. The few that weren't too powerful were left behind by Xianxia and the others. As for Suyu, he sensed that the nomological power was getting stronger and stronger. He was breaking the rules of the 8th level, but now that there was a man-master seal suppressing it, he could barely resist the nomological power. However, if he destroyed some of the mansion's defenses, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on. This is the power of punishment. Then, my fusion cultivation technique, is it a punishment or a reward? If it was a reward, then he could neutralize it. He could have a good time, cancel out the nomological power, and do it again. If it was a punishment, then that would be troublesome. Double punishment, so you might be out of luck. After completing the great heavenly cycle technique, would he be punished? Suyu thought of the few treasures in his mind. With the holy seal, even if there was double punishment, it might not be a problem. The punishment of the great heavenly cycle technique shouldn't be too much. But there might be rewards. The punishment rules were created by the parliament, and those who knew the great heavenly cycle technique were all peerless experts of the human race. Would these fellows dare to punish the human sovereign and the others? The next moment, Suyu shouted, "Everyone, come out." Soon, a few people ran out excitedly. Xianxia said excitedly, "Where to next?" "Stay here." Suyu looked at the sky. At this moment, the human master seal couldn't suppress it anymore. Suyu quickly said, "I'm closing my orifices. If it's the power of punishment, we'll run immediately. Marquis Tong Tian, open the door and get ready to send us away. If it's the power of reward, I'll offset the power of punishment of the 8th level and continue opening more mansions." The few of them looked at each other and nodded. Suyu closing his orifices was the key. Marquis Tong Tian was also prepared to open the door and escape to the 7th level at any time. And at this moment, Suyu's 720th orifice was instantly lit up. In an instant, the world was turned upside down. Within Suyu's heaven gate, a powerful force erupted. The 720 orifices began to merge with the heaven gate, becoming one, opening unification. This was the true meaning of closing one orifice, combining the heaven gate orifice. At this moment, Suyu had, strictly speaking, achieved what human emperor, King Wen, and the others called the sun and moon unity aperture. Of course, it was only these few. Since the creation of the world, opening the heaven gate and closing one orifice, there had only been this many people. At this moment, in the void, a large amount of nomological power appeared out of nowhere. Sun and moon opening unification, the human race sends their blessings. Clouds appeared in the void one after another, and the next moment, blood clouds suddenly filled the air, and indistinct angry rebukes could be heard. Opening the heaven gate, the wand forbids it. Two powerful nomological powers suddenly collided in the void. As expected, the council still set some rules to not open the heaven gate again. It was not as simple as opening the heaven gate, but the heaven gate merging into one. As for the golden clouds from before, it was not mentioned that the human emperor sent his blessings. Then, perhaps it was done by the human emperor's subordinates. But today, Suyu felt that it was more likely that the human emperor personally set the rules. The human emperor could not call himself the human emperor. In the void, two powerful nomological powers collided continuously. Suyu took a look and saw that they were evenly matched. Even the previous 8 layers of nomological powers were somewhat shattered by the impact. Seeing this, Suyu's eyes lit up. Good news. It was good that it was not just a simple punishment, it was very powerful. At this moment, his aura was also strengthening, his physical body was strengthening, and the Sea of Will was also undergoing earth-shattering changes. In his body, two forces were merging, that was Yuan Qi and willpower, merging and intertwining, primordial spirit merging into one. After opening the heaven gate, all of Suyu's strength was merging into one. at this moment, the shadow of his talent appeared in his mind, as if it was turning into Shunwen. Suyu's Shunwen combat technique was also shaking. Suyu's face revealed a joyful expression. He saw hope, the hope of transforming his combat technique into Shunwen, but it was still lacking. He could feel that his understanding of some combat techniques was not deep enough, so he couldn't directly transform it into Shunwen. However, it wasn't like this. At this moment, Suyu's Shunwen appeared. That was the original Shunwen, a saber. He had this Shunwen. At this moment, a Suyu appeared in his mind. This Suyu was holding a saber, practicing martial arts, practicing heaven-splitting blade. This was also the combat technique that Suyu often used. At this moment, the word saber Shunwen instantly merged with this combat technique. Boom! The word saber Shunwen erupted with resplendent saber light. Because of the word saber, this combat technique merged with the Shunwen, making Suyu's saber Shunwen much stronger. Although it was still the Sun and Moon Shunwen, it felt much stronger than the ordinary Sun and Moon Shunwen. Suyu was ecstatic. It really worked. The heaven-splitting blade that he had the deepest understanding of had actually transformed into Shunwen, merging with the original Shunwen. This meant that he had some understanding of the Saber Dao's embryonic form. In that case, his other combat techniques might soon be able to transform into Shunwen. He had completed the construction of 99 Shunwen. Thus, he had officially stepped into the Dao fusion realm. Just as Suyu opened his Heaven Gate aperture. 7th level. A face appeared slightly. That face was the face of the martial emperor. He looked up with some confusion and surprise. Success! He succeeded so quickly. He could feel the power of the heavenly cycle. Suyu, that little worm, had actually stepped into this realm, the Heavenly Cycle 1 aperture. The Heavenly Cycle 1 aperture, the human lord of this generation, actually did it. The martial emperor thought of this and remained clear-headed. He was thinking of some people from his era, people from Mount Tai's era. He did not know how long it had been since the creation of the human race. However, if he included the 100,000 years, he had lived for close to 200,000 years. In the past 200,000 years, he knew that less than 10 people had achieved the Heavenly Cycle 1 aperture. Only one appeared every 10 or 20,000 years. Moreover, after the destruction of the primordial era, there might not have been a single one. Another peerless genius has appeared, the martial emperor murmured. This time, he did not mention the little worm. If he denied Suyu, he would be denying himself. He, King Wen, King Wu, and the human emperor, these people who had suppressed an era had all achieved the Heavenly Cycle 1 aperture. Now, there was an additional Suyu. The trendsetter of this era? The martial emperor murmured with some bleakness. Had the era that belonged to us really passed? 8th level. Suyu's strength was transforming. Sun and Moon unity, this was the true unity of the orifice. His physical body was being strengthened, and so was the sea of will. At this moment, his field of vision had changed. He looked at the void. The turbid nomological power from before had now vaguely appeared, one great Tao after another. Then, he saw another long river, the river of time. This time, Suyu saw it extremely clearly. At this moment, Suyu seemed to have seen the true meaning of heaven and earth. He allowed the nomological power of punishment and reward to bombard him. He stared blankly at the sky, at the other void, at the world, as if for the first time, he understood what nomological power was. What great Tao. What nomological power, what great Tao, what net. It turns out that they are all branches. Suyu murmured. Branch. Yes, when he opened the heaven gate, it was as if he had an extra eye. He saw it. He could see that the river of time seemed to have branched off into countless branches, like a huge tree that was spreading out in all directions. He knew why opening the river of time could prove one's Tao, because opening the river of time meant that one had come into contact with the great Tao. He knew why some people's river of time was thick and some people's was thin. It was because the branches you opened were different. At this moment, Suyu, who was one with the heaven gate, really saw it. He saw a new world. It turned out that the great Tao between heaven and earth spread out from the river of time. It turned out that opening one's own Tao was opening a new branch, and other people's Tao was the original branch. Is the river of time a Tao? Suyu murmured to himself. He was shocked. Before this, he had been thinking about where the source of these Taos was. Now he knew that the source was in the river of time. Before this, he was thinking that the river of time did not seem to be useful. Was it to hurry up, or what? Today, he was one with the heaven gate and instantly saw through it. It was a river that ran through heaven and earth. The river was surging, and on this river, countless branches spread out. That was the net that Suyu mentioned before, the great Tao net. I see. So this is the true meaning of nomological power. Everything came from the river of time. At the same time, he seemed to have understood what the great Tao of the Dead Spirit Galaxy was. It was similar to the main branch of the river of time, but the Dead Souls Galaxy did not have any branches. As such, countless dead souls had attached their Tao to the Dead Souls Galaxy, which was the so-called great Tao of the Dead Souls. The river of time, the celestial river of dead spirits. According to the martial monarch, the great Tao of dead spirits is incomplete. Doesn't that mean that someone who came after him tried to create a path similar to the river of time, but failed? Just how powerful is this person? Suyu was wondering how powerful the one who created the world of souls must be. There were countless paths in this world, and they all originated from a single main path. Some of the thicker branches should be some powerful Daos, such as the human clan's physical body Tao, the immortal clan's immortal emperor Tao, the devil clan's demon emperor Tao. First, open up the river of time, open up a path from the river of time, and create my own branch. The source is in the river of time. Then the upper realm and the infinite realms. Does the upper realm have this river? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Suyu allowed the power of laws to envelop him. His body would shatter and recover at times. He didn't care anymore. The punishment of laws, he was tracing the source. Suyu traced the laws that were punishing him to the very end. He seemed to see, he could see, above the river of time, there was a thick great Tao. That great Tao gave birth to strands of the power of laws that were coming to punish him. Suyu soon traced the source of the reward. His will spread out. He wanted to see what the human emperor's Tao was like. He continued to extend, but he couldn't see the end. He couldn't find the human emperor's Tao. It extended very, very far. The river of time seemed to run through heaven and earth. He couldn't see the end nor the sides. He didn't know where the human emperor's Tao was. But he knew that this was a single power, and the power of punishment seemed to be many powers. The human emperor's Tao should be stronger than these people. Is the river of time itself also a Tao? Did the Time Master forge the Book of Time for the sake of combining all laws into one, or to recreate the river of time? Just like the Dead Spirit Galaxy, imitating the river of time and recreating a Tao? Many thoughts appeared in his mind. Today, he had seen too many things. In the past, they were all guesses, but today, Suyu saw it with his own eyes. He didn't know if others could see it, but Suyu could. This might be the benefit of Heaven's Gate unification. He would know later when he asked the martial emperor. So, my Tao fusion is to open up the river of time, opening up a branch river. This is called opening my own Tao. Or I can choose to fuse a Tao. The next moment, he suddenly took out the inscribed tombstone. At this moment, Suyu saw something. He saw that on the inscribed tombstone, there seemed to be a thread connecting to the river of time. Somewhere in the river of time, there was a branch that had been sealed by someone. No one could step into that branch, Suyu understood, be it the inscribed tombstone or the Shinwen inside. They were all a map, a primer, an item to unlock the seal. At this moment, Suyu stepped into the river of time with the inscribed tombstone, searching for the Tao sealed by the Wind Monarch. Then, he chose to fuse with it. This was Tao fusion. Others couldn't find it, couldn't see it, and couldn't fuse with it. This was controlling a Tao alone. The length and thickness of these branches determined the strength of the Tao. The Tao of the brush should be thick and long. The 99 Shinwen pieces, forming the Shinwen battle technique, should be for me to smoothly find that Tao in the river of time. Or perhaps it's simply a key to open the seal. At this moment, Suyu was completely enlightened. At this moment, the cultivation of the great Tao was no secret in his eyes. When the Heaven's Gate opened, a sage would appear. There had been such a saying since ancient times. Once the Heavenly Gate opened, it was the arrival of an important person. Previously, Suyu thought that it was because the Starry Mansion's Heavenly Gate opened, and only important people could walk out of that gate. It turned out that it wasn't the case. It was because after opening the Heavenly Gate, you would understand the essence of cultivation in this world, Tao fusion, opening the Tao, Tao integration, and even the Tao of controlling the nomological laws. In your eyes, you understood it all, you know your own future very well, you were no longer confused, no longer knowing how but not why. At this moment, Suyu understood too much. At this moment, Suyu's Dao Shunwen rapidly transformed and became stronger. At this moment, Suyu's Dao Shunwen directly appeared. Vaguely, there seemed to be a thread that connected to the river of time. This was telling Suyu that he had understood some of the essence of cultivation. If he was willing, he could mainly cultivate the Dao Shunwen to open the Dao connected to the Dao Shunwen, or fuse with the Dao that already existed. So that's how it is. Shunwen has rules. No, Shunwen is the Dao. Whether it's opening the Dao or merging the Dao, Shunwen is a guide. Shunwen will tell you where you can open the Dao. Shunwen will tell you where there is a Dao, and you can fuse with this Dao. Thoughts rose in Suyu's mind one by one. In the next moment, Suyu suddenly grabbed the little fur ball. At this moment, his heavenly gate opened, like a third eye. He looked at the frightened little fur ball, and the little fur ball trembled. It felt like Xianxia had seen through everything. Suyu looked at it. Fur ball, in this world, might be the most blessed race. This race was the Tao, this race was the rules, this race might be a branch that extended downwards. It might not need to go through Tao integration, but directly climb. Or if there was a problem with its own Tao, it would repair this Tao. The Tao gave birth to a spirit. Perhaps it was born to repair this Tao. He looked at Furball. At this moment, above Furball's head, he saw a faintly discernible virtual line. It was very weak, but it was very tenacious. Suyu's willpower extended along this line. He saw something special. This line indeed extended towards the river of time, but there was a break in the middle. It needed to be repaired, and he also saw that Furball might have repaired it wrongly. This Tao was divided into several stages, which should correspond to the mountain sea sun moon realm. Furball seemed to have repaired it wrongly. It repaired to the side, to the fracture that Suyu saw, and it was about to branch out. Sure enough, this stupid Furball didn't know what Tao it was. It only knew how to eat. After eating, it didn't know where to repair and where to spread, resulting in a mistake in the repair. Now, it had devoured a large amount of rule power, and it was spreading towards other Daos. If it continued to eat like this, perhaps one day, Furball would walk onto other Daos and become a Dao fuser like others. However, it had missed its own Dao. If the other Daos had a master, Furball would spend its entire life at the Dao fusing realm, unable to step into the master of the law's realm. But if it repaired it correctly and walked its own Dao, it had a chance of grasping its own Dao and becoming a master of the laws. Bean Bun? Cue Ball? With King Wen's help, Bean Bun might have found its own Dao, but the Cue Ball might not. The Cue Ball only knew how to swallow, swallow, swallow. They were all influenced by Bean Bun, and Bean Bun might not know its own situation. Perhaps King Wen had guided it and helped it find its own Dao, but Bean Bun might have only followed King Wen's instructions and didn't know why. Otherwise, Bean Bun might have a chance of advancing to the master of the law's realm. He wouldn't have been stuck at Dao fusing after 100,000 years. Xianxia. I'm scared. Furball cried pitifully. It was so scared. The power of the laws nearby was exploding, threatening to blast it to death. Xianxia kept staring at it, causing it to panic. Suyu pinched it and chuckled. You've walked the wrong path. Understand it yourself and read more books in the future. This world still belongs to scholars. In the end, martial artists are still martial artists. As he spoke, he thought of King Wu and Emperor Wu. These two had opened the gate of heaven, so they should have been able to see it, right? They were martial artists, so how could they do it? One could only say, they had to rely on the heavens to make a living. Their talent was too great, forcing them to grow stronger. Their understanding of the great Tao was definitely lacking. Otherwise, why would they be inferior to King Wen? Emperor Wu was even more reckless. In the end, he wasn't even a match for King Wu. He had opened the gate of heaven in vain. The Tao of the brush must be somewhat special, so I can carve things on other great Daos to restrict or even imprison them. Where's the Tao of the brush? He looked at his inscribed tombstone, then at the Shunwen he had drawn. At this moment, the Shunwen battle technique had fused into the inscribed tombstone. Suyu casually tossed the inscribed tombstone, which flew into the sky and into the river of time. As for Suyu, he casually tore a crack in the river of time. It was extremely wide, the river surged. At this moment, Suyu stepped into the river of time, and the inscribed tombstone led Suyu all the way forward. It was unknown where he was going, whether it was the past or the future. Suyu followed, and with every step he took, the river of time stopped. As he flew, the Shinwen battle technique in the inscribed tombstone was somewhat exhausted. In front of Suyu, the inscribed tombstone seemed to be wandering, hesitating, as if it couldn't find its way. Suyu smiled. The power isn't strong enough, and the laws aren't perfect. It can't guide me to the true Tao of the brush. I understand. He instantly put away the inscribed tombstone and took out the heaven and earth ink stone. At this moment, the heaven and earth ink stone also trembled slightly, but it didn't move. Because Suyu didn't comprehend this Tao also didn't lead him to find the Tao that belonged to the desolate heavenly beast. These are all others, then what about mine? The next moment, Suyu took out the record of civilization. At this moment, the record of civilization was also flying randomly. After a while, it flew towards the side of the river and hit the side of the river, as if telling Suyu that there was a Tao here. Let's open it. Following that, it flew and hit again, as if saying that there was a Tao here. Let's open it. I understand. Suyu smiled bitterly. I understand. I retracted the record of civilization. This is the convergence of the myriad Taos, the record of civilization, the convergence of the myriad Taos, the book of time, the myriad techniques return to one. The master of time, King Wen's sister, was ambitious. Suyu could see that she was opening another river of time. She would open a smaller version of the river of time, and Suyu was also walking on this Tao. The record of civilization was actually telling Suyu that he didn't know which Tao to open, so he would just randomly open it. In the end, he would open a river of time. I see. After a while, Suyu took out another item, Human Master Seal. At this moment, the Human Master Seal was also carrying Suyu forward. After flying for a while, he stopped, no longer able to fly. Suyu sighed, the Tao of Human Sovereign, I understand. You probably want to bring me on the Tao of Human Sovereign, but it's too far, and you are too weak to bring me there, right? At this moment, the Human Master Seal was trembling, as if responding to Suyu. That was it. At this time, Suyu walked on the river of time, feeling the pressure increasing. And as he walked, he found another problem. Up until now, there seemed to be a tributary on one side. Suyu looked carefully, and after a long time, he murmured, I understand. The Tao of the fleshly body, the human race's Tao of the fleshly body. Because this Tao of the fleshly body is near the area where we entered the river of time, so now that we have entered, we don't have a deep understanding of the Tao, so we all directly entered this Tao of the fleshly body. Different races will open different nodes on the river of time. Every race will open a different part of the river of time, and walk the path closest to them. After all, they have no choice but to do so. The three agility arts are bridges. The so-called past and future are actually summoning the power of the left and right sides of the river of time, combining it with the power of the present, and using it as a vessel to step into the tributary. At this time, he understood the essence of the three agility arts. Dharmic formulations were actually secondary. But the punishment of the natural laws was that one had to walk the three agility arts. Suyu speculated that it was likely that some powerful expert had sealed off a portion of the river of time, and some of the tributaries had set up rules that made it impossible to use other methods to pass through the river of time. No wonder the little white dog said that King Wen's former residence was a place without rules, and yet it was able to step into the eternal realm and open a path. The so-called place without rules is just that there are no tributaries, but the river of time is still there. No, it's inside the river of time. Suyu understood, inside, the tributaries on the outside wouldn't be able to interfere with you. This was the so-called place without rules. King Wen must have cut off a section of the river of time to use as his base. Very powerful. By now, Suyu was increasingly aware of how powerful and terrifying King Wen was. Therefore, the little white dog and the others could open their own path, unaffected by the tributaries and the Tao of others. Amazing. Little white dog and the others are opening up a path by themselves, creating a new tributary. Does the river of time exist by itself, or was it created by someone? If someone had created it, he didn't dare to imagine how terrifying such an existence would be. The Tao of all worlds existed above the river of time. However, there were also a few people who wanted to walk a different path. The Master of Time was a supreme expert who had opened the world of dead spirits. At present, Suyu only knew of these two. As for King Wen and the others, Suyu wasn't sure. But from his current point of view, if King Wen and the others didn't plan on opening a new Dao, then the Master of Time was more talented than King Wen, and perhaps even more powerful. Of course, the Master of Time might not have succeeded, the Master of Time might be in the eternal realm, but she wasn't a master of the laws. Her laws might still be nurtured in the Book of Time, and hadn't truly transformed into the River of Time. Why do I feel like the Master of Time is even more amazing than King Wen? No matter how many Daos King Wen grasped, they were all founded on the foundation of the River of Time. But the Master of Time wanted to open a second great Dao similar to the River of Time. This kind of ambition was amazing. And at this moment, the Book of Time in his mind seemed to sense this thought, and seemed to be jumping with joy. It was trembling. Yes, the Master of Time was amazing, Suyu laughed. Within his sea of will, the will of civilization was also trembling, as if telling Suyu that they also had to walk their own Dao, and open another River of Time. It's too difficult. Only at this moment did Suyu understand exactly how difficult it was. He stood in the River of Time, looking at the surging waters. He felt a bit bitter. Open another River of Time, that was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Back in the day, I actually had such lofty ambitions. I wanted to create my own great Dao, and no longer rely on the River of Time. Was that even possible? I'll wait and see. He sighed. Right now, it was still too far away. King Wen, stripping away his great Dao. At this moment, he thought of King Wen. Could it be that King Wen also wanted to open his own great Dao, and so he had stripped away his own Dao in order to reopen it? If that was the case, then he was a terrifying existence. Boom, the waves came crashing down. Suyu chuckled and stepped out of the River of Time. He couldn't stay here for long. Right now, he hadn't reached the point where he could open a great Dao. But Suyu knew that. At this moment, if he wanted to, he could actually be like everyone else. He could walk down a side branch, the fleshly body Dao of the human race, and step into the eternal realm. He would become invincible in everyone's eyes, but too many people had fused with that great Dao, and the side branch was in tatters. Only an idiot would fuse with it, and it might even repel him. Only someone who doesn't understand the great Dao would walk this broken great Dao, right? Before leaving, Suyu glanced at the wide side branch. It was very wide, and he seemed to see the marks of countless people left behind. They might all be the predecessors of the human race. But that great Dao, if he walked any further, it would be broken. If more people fused with it, everyone would be fighting for the nomological power of this great Dao. It would be harder to cultivate, and the path ahead might be cut off. In the ninth tide, countless people died, and 100 Battle King occupied their great Dao nomological power. If 100 Battle King died, it might cause the path ahead to be cut off. If he lived, he might block the path of those who came later. Therefore, this great Dao had no future. Great Qin King and the others all walked this Dao. There is no future. Suyu stepped out of the River of Time. At this moment, the sky was clear. Everything had disappeared, be it punishment or rewards, they were all gone, and he himself could feel the difference. This world was clearer. Suyu walked down from the void step by step, and the others came over. Sky Destroyer said impatiently, "You've proven your Dao? I saw you walk into the River of Time. Did you capture the 3 incarnations?" "No." Suyu said with a smile, 3 movement arts is too weak. I've seen through the 3 movement arts. It's actually using 2 objects to build a small stepping board to help you walk on the Great Dao. The so-called 3 movement arts are the past and the future, 2 boards that carry you on the Great Dao. As for Art of War Fusion, 1 board is enough. But this board is a bit stronger, can carry more power, and can draw more power from the River of Time. The group was at a loss, not understanding. What are you talking about? It sounds impressive, but we don't really understand. It's right to think it's awesome. The conservative gate seemed to understand something, and hurriedly said, yes, 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 a stepping board. No, that's not it. I vaguely remember that King Wen once said that whether it's 3 movement arts, Art of War Fusion, or something else, they're all paving a bridge to help you walk on the Great Dao. And I'm special. I don't actually need a bridge to pave a road, because I'm a door. I just need to pave my door in the direction of the river, and I can walk on it. That's why Kingwen said I have a bright future. Suyu was taken aback, but he quickly smiled. You do have a bright future. It's more or less the same as what I said. Let's put it this way, we need to cross the river, and then step into the tributaries. Whether it's the art of war fusion weapon, or the spirit tribe itself, they're all paving the way with these things. Skirich Marquis' body is a door, and his body has a powerful carrying capacity, so you can draw more nomological power. At this point, Suyu glanced at him, frowning slightly. However, the Dao you fused with is a bit weak. Otherwise, with your powerful body, you should be stronger than you are now. You're a bit weak. The group looked at him. Was Skirich Marquis weak? Not at all. In the Dao integration realm, even if he wasn't at the top, he was at least in the middle. Suyu was very arrogant. He said that Marquis Tongtian was weak. Marquis Skirich nodded hastily. Yes. That's what Kingwen said as well. He said that I was a bit ignorant when it came to Dao assimilation, and that I assimilated as soon as I found one. Actually, that's not right. I should have found a stronger Dao to assimilate, or opened my own Dao. Lord Tongtian exclaimed in shock, Human Lord is the reincarnation of Kingwen? Why do you say it's about the same? Suyu chuckled, see through the essence. Everything is the same, so it's natural to say the same thing. If you ask the human emperor, he will give you the same answer. The Bar Spirit sect hurriedly said, an explanation is a cover-up, I understand now. Human Master is actually Kingwen who has been resurrected. Suyu's gaze was sharp, the argumentative sect instantly shut up, I was wrong. I won't say it. At this moment, he was a bit more cautious, vigilant, and a bit scared. Kingwen, is it really Kingwen? He looked at Suyu and carefully observed him, then transmitted his voice, he really is Kingwen. Look, there's a small gate on his forehead. He was even wearing a white robe. He even said the same thing as Kingwen. He even used a pen knife. Also, he just went to Kingwen's house. Also, he also said he is a scholar, and it was fine if he didn't say it, but the moment he did, everyone looked at him strangely. Suyu was really becoming more and more like Kingwen. Suyu looked at them and then at Lord Tongtian. This guy must be spreading rumors again. He was too lazy to say more. Whether it was Kingwen or Human Emperor, if they really saw through some things, their temperament would definitely be similar. As for speaking similar, nonsense, anyone who saw through the essence of the Great Tao would say this, you guys don't understand and only know how to talk. Nonsense. Soon, Sky Destroyer was no longer interested in whether Suyu was Kingwen or not. He hurriedly said, are we still going to plunder? At this moment, the power of law seemed to have calmed down. Suyu took a look, and the gate of heaven opened like three eyes, looking at the void. In the void, the power of rules was ready to be unleashed, as if preparing to strike at lightning speed. The density of the power of law in different areas was different. Suyu smiled when he saw this. Continue, I said retreat, and we will leave. All right. The group was excited and continued to plunder the property of those marquises. Soon, the power of law gathered again, becoming stronger and stronger. Vaguely, it even turned into a blade, wanting to kill everyone with one slash. Seeing this, Suyu shouted, stop. Let's go. Lord Tongtian quickly opened the door, and Suyu and the others stepped in. In an instant, all of them left, just as they left. Boom, a blade of law slashed down, but it slashed the air, the entire 8th floor. The power of law fluctuated, as if it didn't punish someone, it was somewhat unhappy and continued to fluctuate. 7th floor, Suyu and the others instantly appeared. In the void, Emperor Wu's will appeared again. In fact, the others couldn't see anything, including the conversation between Emperor Wu and Suyu. At this moment, Emperor Wu's face seemed to become clearer as he looked at Suyu. And Suyu also raised his head to look at the sky. Emperor Wu's cold voice came, you have some ability, you really opened the gate of heaven. There was no little worm in front. Suyu smiled, not bad, many thanks for Emperor Wu's gift. When the gate of heaven opened, I felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. May I ask, after Emperor Wu opened the gate of heaven, did you see the path of the river of time? Has this path existed since ancient times, or was it opened by someone? Emperor Wu said indifferently. After the sky was opened, this path appeared. As expected, Suyu said again, then may I ask again, was the Dead Spirit Galaxy created by a peerless powerhouse imitating the path of the River of Time? Emperor Wu said it was a half-finished product. Could it be that the creation failed? Of course. Emperor Wu's voice was still indifferent, but he was willing to discuss these things with Suyu. Birds of a feather flock together. In this world, perhaps only he and Suyu could understand some things, see through some things. If he told the others, they wouldn't understand at all. Suyu exclaimed, the expert who created the dead spirit world must be very strong. Terrifyingly strong. The Emperor Wu fell silent. Suyu asked again, is that person alive or dead? Dead. The Emperor Wu said in a calm tone, how could it be that simple? The dead spirit realm, creating another realm, the cycle of life and death, the living cultivating the river of time, the dead cultivating his path, such an ambition, even surpasses conquering the heavens. Killed? I don't know, I've only heard of it, I've never seen this person. In my era, the dead spirit realm already existed, but I've only heard of it in the legends, that such a person failed to create it, leaving behind an incomplete dead spirit realm. Suyu nodded with a hint of yearning. Even if such a person is dead, countless years later, as long as someone is able to comprehend the essence of the Tao, they will know of his existence. His legend will never be extinguished. Unless, in this world, there will no longer be people like us. As long as there is, his legend will never be extinguished. Even if tens of millions of years, billions of years. After saying so, Suyu smiled, there's really no one who can open the heavenly gate, no one can see it, no one can comprehend it. For such weaklings, it's useless even if they know of my legend. My legend only exists in the circle of peerless experts and geniuses. It's a different feeling, isn't it? The Emperor Wu fell silent. Suyu was right. Even if that person died, tens of millions of years, billions of years later, if someone else opened the heavenly gate, or if they themselves comprehended the essence of the Tao, they would know of the dead spirit realm, know of that person's existence, know of his legend and greatness. Suyu continued, the ancient human sovereign, the one from King Wen's era, does the Emperor Wu think he's powerful? Why is it that there are so few rumors about him, not even his inheritance? The Emperor Wu fell silent. Suyu smiled, can't you say it? After a long time, the Emperor Wu calmly said, it's not that I can't say it, it's just that it's hard to say. I rarely see that person in action, I only know that Mount Tai and the others listen to that person. That person only cares about ruling the world, leaving the civil and military matters to others. I've never had any dealings with that person before. Suyu raised his brows, how mysterious. He continued, then let's not talk about the human sovereign, does the Emperor Wu still want to kill me? Of course. The Emperor Wu disdained to deny it, saying indifferently, the hatred of Mount Tai humiliating me is greater than the hatred of killing me. He humiliated me for countless years, humiliated me, treated me like this hatred, I will never forget. Suyu solemnly said, that is the hatred between you and King Wu, I don't care about that, I only hope that the Emperor Wu doesn't implicate others. The Emperor Wu coldly said, the current human race is the inheritance of those people. Just a sentence of don't implicate others can appease the hatred of my 100,000 years of humiliation, 100,000 years, his head was broken, his body turned into a mansion, his butt planted flowers. Cough cough, in short, the Emperor Wu indeed couldn't let go of this hatred of humiliation, it was far greater than the hatred of Mount Tai killing him, ending all troubles, not killing him, but humiliating him like this, he couldn't accept it, resentment, the desire to destroy the world, that was inevitable. Suyu thought about it, then asked, that's true, it's hard to say, then let me ask, how long does the Emperor Wu think it will take to escape? The Emperor Wu coldly said, you want to stop me? No. Suyu smiled, I want to see how long it will take, after so long, can I suppress the Emperor Wu, in case something goes wrong? What a joke. Do you think that you can be on equal footing with me just because you opened the gate of heaven? No, there are countless accidents in the path of cultivation, maybe the Emperor Wu will escape, I will die, I just want to ask about the situation. Suyu smiled, Emperor Wu, if you don't mind, can you tell me? The Emperor Wu sneered, what an interesting guy, if I escape, you will naturally be able to feel it. This world is sealed by the rules. When the rules are no longer sealed, all the suppression on my body will weaken by more than half. When that time comes, it will be my chance to escape. In other words, when the upper realm opens, the Emperor Wu has hope of escaping? There is only hope. At this moment, the two of them were chatting like friends. The Emperor Wu said indifferently, however, if you kill more people, cut more great daos, the seal of the world will be weaker, and I will come out earlier. At that time, it will be very interesting. Suyu smiled and said, I understand. It is interesting. Why don't the Emperor Wu go find the King Wu and the others for revenge? I know they are not dead. I feel that the Emperor Wu can be found. If not, then go along the river of time. You have fought with the King Wu, you must know what his great Tao looks like. Just find his great Tao, and he will appear. If he is dead, there is no need to hate. If he is not dead, then kill along the great Tao and kill him. The Emperor Wu was silent. It made sense, but... Soon, the Emperor Wu said coldly, he is stronger than this emperor. Do you think I am an idiot, and will go find him for revenge now? No, if he is not dead, he has been fighting with people for 100,000 years, he would have become a candle in the wind a long time ago. Are you afraid? Then the Emperor Wu should give up. If it was me, he is already crippled, I can't even beat him. If I don't give up revenge, what else can I do? The Emperor Wu was silent once more. He didn't want to say anything more to Suyu. It was a bit heart-wrenching. Soon, he thought of something and sneered, this emperor will not leave immediately. I will first restore my strength, then kill their inheritances, extinguish their hopes, and then go find them. Suyu smiled, fine, do as you wish. It is still early anyways. The higher realms still need time to open. The master of the laws is strong, but... Emperor Wu, don't underestimate the people of this world. I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Arrogant. The Emperor Wu was a bit angry. When this emperor escapes, the first thing I will do is find you. Whatever. Suyu smiled, if you want to find me, then go find me. If I am not dead at that time, and the Emperor Wu comes looking for trouble, I will kill him to avoid trouble. Don't be angry. If you are angry, you will not be clear-headed, and you will miss the opportunity to break free. All these years, this is the first time you have sobered up. It is not easy. If you are angry, then it will be troublesome. The Emperor Wu didn't say anything. It made sense, he couldn't be easily angered, he had only recovered a little bit of his willpower. If this willpower was angry and fell into chaos, then it might fall asleep again. At that time, he would need Suyu to wake him up. Suyu wasn't an idiot. If the Emperor Wu really fell asleep again, there was a high chance he wouldn't call him again. Suyu didn't care about him. At this moment, he also saw through the Emperor Wu. In order to stay awake, even if he called Taishan again, he wouldn't cause trouble. Even if flowers were planted on his butt, he might not be angry. Emperor Wu, open a door for us, go through the Dead Spirit Passage, go through the first level, we still have to wait for a while before we can go out on our own. The Emperor Wu was incomparably cold, ignoring him. Suyu smiled, Emperor Wu, if you don't open the door, then I will go to the first level and pull out your hair. Fine, if you want to do this, then I will go. It just so happens that I am still lacking a lot of carriers, then I will thank the Emperor Wu. In the next moment, the Dead Spirit Passage seal was undone. Get lost. The Emperor Wu hated this guy, but now he had to maintain restraint. He couldn't let this guy anger him, causing him to fall into chaos again, missing the day when the higher realm opened and the rules dissipated. Otherwise, if he wanted to escape, even if he woke up again, he would have to wait for the next time the higher realm opened, another 10,000 years. Suyu revealed a smile. Now he was obedient. As for the first level, he just said it. If he really went to pull out his hair, the Emperor Wu would probably fight to the death with him the moment he escaped. Although it was almost the same now, however, there might still be room for negotiation. Forget him, I'll leave first. There was a great world waiting for me outside. There was no point in chatting with a madman here. I know what I should know. At this point, Suyu looked at the door. Marquis Tong Tian, can you leave this place? Marquis Tong Tian shook his head. I have to guard the door. This is also a part of the rules. Unless the 8th level is gone, then I can leave, but the 8th level is the council area. Even if the master of the law comes, it will be difficult to destroy the 8th level. Suyu understood. Looking at the sky, he smiled and said, Martial Monarch, the first thing you need to do after you escape is to destroy the 8th floor. Or maybe I'll come next time and bring the heaven-reaching marquee out. You won't have to make things difficult for a gatekeeper, right? The Emperor Wu couldn't be bothered to reply. Suyu smiled, then I won't say more. Marquis Tong Tian, continue to stay here. When I'm strong enough, I'll come back and destroy the 8th level, or the rules, and then I'll take you out to play. Thank you, human lord. Marquis Tong Tian didn't mind. If he didn't want to leave, then so be it. He was used to guarding the door, it was pretty good. As for Suyu, he glanced at the dead spirit passage, smiled, let's go, and capture some dead spirit monarchs. Capture all the dead spirit monarchs in the spirit suppression zone, lest they cause trouble for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu took a step forward and entered the tunnel. The others also entered one after another. They were all overjoyed, they were out, the harvest was huge. When they came, there was no Dao integration, but when they left, there was a bunch of Dao integration. Even Marquis Lanshan felt like a lifetime had passed since he entered the dead spirit world again. The dead spirit world, the East King region, had changed just like that. In the distance, a few dead spirit monarchs looked at them, extremely vigilant, trembling. Suyu looked over and smiled, Marquis Lanshan, go, capture them, and use the East King's seal to suppress them. Bring them back. I don't have enough people. Yes, sir. Marquis Lanshan quickly accepted the order and didn't say anything else. It was time to capture some dead spirit monarchs, otherwise, the East King region would be difficult to control. In the distance, the dead spirit called Ta Fa quickly turned around and ran. At the back, he too was trembling as he shouted, Ta Fa, don't run. Follow us and do great things. You'll be able to eat and drink well. We've killed so many death spirit lords and even a deity king. Are you blind? Still running, you'll only be eaten. A moment later, Marquis Lanshan and he too continued forward with the 6 dead spirit monarchs, the team growing stronger again. As for Suyu and the others, they moved forward at top speed. They had to return to the spirit suppression region first, in case the other 3 heavenly kings came looking for trouble. This time, after unifying the spirit suppression region and suppressing the unrest in the East King region, they could liberate the guards. Without the monarchs attacking, they could arrange any eternal guard, and the pressure wouldn't be too great. They had to replace the high-level guards, put in some less powerful eternal guards. Then, they could gather the dead spirits, and at the critical moment, they could open the dead spirit passage, and let the dead spirits help them kill. This was Suyu's plan. As for Suyu himself, his main mission was to transform the Shenwen battle technique. After that, he might have the true battle prowess of Dao integration, or even close to it. Dead Souls Realm. A group of living beings walked around, revealing their auras. They were very arrogant, so what if they were arrogant? The aura of living beings erupted, and soon, dead souls came to kill. Then, he too and the others caught even more. They didn't even need to look for them. Dead souls were very stupid. When they saw the aura of living beings, they couldn't help but come to kill. Moreover, the dead souls realm also had its rules. Living beings couldn't enter, or dead souls would come to kill. This area was inside the 4 King territory. Usually, only dead souls in the realm would come here. Unless the 4 King territory crossed boundaries, they were all low-level dead soul monarchs. High-level ones were rare. Soon, there were more than 20 dead soul monarchs suppressed by the giant seal behind He Tu and Marquis Lanshan. He too recognized some of them. At this moment, he was brainwashing them. You don't know the situation. Where did the ancient marquises go? They went to the 4 King territory. This time, we conquered the East King territory and are about to recruit. The aura of death there is stronger, and it's more enjoyable to cultivate. Also, the territory is bigger, and it's easier to gain wisdom. If you follow us to the East King territory, you can occupy more territory, and you won't be suppressed. Do you understand? This is the old turtle's territory. He suppresses us. Once we go to the East King territory, we'll be the bosses. There are billions of dead souls in the East King territory. Everyone can be an army commander and lead billions of dead souls. He too pointed at Tua Fa as he spoke. Do you know Tua Fa? Now, he has been conferred the title of Sky Battle General of the East King Mansion's 36 generals. His status is comparable to that of the ancient titled generals. Everyone, when you were alive, you could only be a surplus general. Now, you've all been promoted. Once you reach Dao integration, you can be conferred the title of Marquis. He too said excitedly, conferred the title of Marquis. Ancient Marquis, we didn't expect that the human sovereign has opened a new era. The life and death realms are about to be unified. If we don't surrender now, are we going to wait until the end? Do we still have a chance? Be obedient now. When the human sovereign unifies the two realms and sets the rules of life and death, then, TSK, we'll all be big shots. Once the rules of the human master are changed, the dead spirits can also step into the living domain. At that time, they can even go back and see their descendants and their families. I know that your undead nature has suppressed your true nature. You may not feel it now, but when you go to the East King Mansion, your strength will increase, and your true nature will be stabilized. When you think of the past, you will be glad that you made the choice you made today. The 20 Death Spirit Lords were all dumbfounded. Ta-Fa, who was called out, also had a dark face. I've been arrested, the Starry Mansion is no longer my territory. I will be brought to the East King Mansion to fight. The Hichi Jujube was given, and the stick followed. He pointed at Marquis Lan Shan and said, all of you, be obedient. Everyone saw Marquis Lan Shan's East King seal just now. It specialized in suppressing dead spirits. With Marquis Lan Shan in control, even Dao integration stage super mighty figures will be suppressed. The death spirit seal was still very strong. Previously, King Dong had almost suppressed Marquis Lan Shan. If it wasn't for Suyu's human lord seal, Marquis Lan Shan would have been suppressed. Now that the East King seal was in Marquis Lan Shan's hands, it naturally wasn't as strong as before. However, suppressing a few Eternals was still possible. The rules gave the East King seal some power, therefore, these undead spirits were all suppressed by the East King seal, so you didn't care about this and let Hichu speak. Soon, he flew in a direction. Beside him, Xianxia chuckled and said, Xianxi's territory. After saying that, he laughed and said, shall we go up this way? No. Suyu chuckled and said, take the Death Spirit Lords in the passage away. The 36 cities are like this. Disperse the Dead Spirit Army below and take all the captured Death Spirit Lords. Including the Dead Spirit Army, reduce the pressure on all the ancient cities. After saying that, Suyu said, Tianxia, you and Xinghong go together. Tianyu, you and Yunxiao go together. Capture the Death Spirit Lords below each city. When I pass by, I want to see you and your armies join in. Don't kill them. If you kill one, another will come. There is no need. Yes. The few of them were excited. They were already tired of staying by Suyu's side and left. Tianyu wasn't that interested, but since Suyu had given the order, he didn't say anything and quickly left with Yun Xiao. Capture the Death Spirit Lords and control the Dead Spirit Army to reduce the pressure from the impact of the death energy in each city. They would make the entire spirit suppression region a place free of dead spirits. Of course, that was impossible. Because dead spirits were constantly being born in the Dead Spirit Galaxy, there would be unaffiliated dead spirits entering. However, that wouldn't have much impact on the 36 cities. When the time came, the higher-ups could arrange for an Eternal Realm cultivator to oversee the region. As for Suyu, he had to make a trip to the East King Palace and open up a passageway there to enter the living realm. In that case, if another war broke out, he would have to beat them down. There were hundreds of millions of dead spirits here. Even if he were at the Dao integration stage, he would be half dead after slapping tens of thousands of dead spirits to death. The impact of the death energy would kill him, so you continued to lead the group forward. As he advanced, he observed all kinds of battle techniques. The heaven-splitting saber had been transformed into Shenwen, or rather, it had been transformed into Shenwen a long time ago. Previously, the God-expanding hammer had also been transformed into Shenwen by Suyu. The hammer Shenwen was Suyu's 33rd Shenwen. He was still missing 66 Shenwen, which meant that he had mastered or even mastered 66 battle techniques before he could transform into Shenwen. At least 66 cultivation methods. Furthermore, it would be best if they were from a large tribe with powerful battle techniques. A small tribe would be too useless. Even if he transformed into Shenwen, it would still be trash. Also, he had to transform into the human Shenwen. Suyu had converted to human cultivation methods to cultivate, so he probably wouldn't transform into Wan Shenwen. If he did, Suyu would reject him. Wan Shenwen represented Wan's Tao. Suyu's main focus was still on comprehending the Tao that was compatible with the human race. The innate abilities of the large tribes like gods, demons, immortals, and dragons can all transform into Shenwen. The 72 Forges of Iron Eating is actually a type of innate battle technique. Suyu was very proficient in this. In the past, he hadn't opened the heavenly gate, so he couldn't convert. Now, Suyu was silently comprehending. He activated the fire Shenwen and silently comprehended the Tao. He even opened the heavenly gate to comprehend it. That way, it would be more intuitive. In the dead soul's world, the effect was slightly weaker. If he went to the living soul's world, Suyu could even see the corresponding Tao, that way, the comprehension would be even better. If the conditions allowed, he could run around in the river of time and comprehend it. The effect would definitely be shocking, Suyu continued forward. Marquis Lan Shan and he too were both training the subdued dead spirits. Marquis Lan Shan would occasionally look at Suyu with admiration. This lord of this generation was too powerful. Soon, Xianxia excitedly grabbed a monarch and rushed over. He left the monarch behind and quickly disappeared without saying a word. He had fused the Tao. He had just gone to the bottom of Xianxi's ancient city and punched the dead spirit monarch until he was dizzy. Then, he poked Xianxi at the bottom of the passageway. Xianxi turned pale with fright. He thought that the dead spirits were attacking him. When Tianmia's head popped out, he realized that it was Tianmia. As for Tianmia, he revealed his Tao integration aura and quickly left with the unconscious dead spirit monarch, ignoring Xianxi's dazed expression. At this moment, he was in a hurry to go to the next city to show off. He was afraid that Yun Xiao and the others would get there first, so he didn't have time to pay attention to Suyu and the others. He was busy. There was also Xing Hong, who was also showing off. Tianmia was extremely anxious. There were only 36 cities. Apart from them, there were only 33 cities to show off. Boss couldn't show off, so there were only 32 cities. He had to show off at least 11 cities. Otherwise, he might get the least. Tianmia and the others were busy. Meanwhile, in Suyu's heavenly gate aperture, a Shenwen was slowly taking shape, the Shenwen formed by the 72 forging method. Defense. An incomparably powerful defense and an incomparably powerful physical body. The essence of the 72 forging method was to forge the most powerful defensive body. Attack power was actually secondary. The key was defense power. The Iron Eater tribe had unparalleled defense. This tribe mainly walked this path. The defense Shenwen was very powerful as soon as it took shape. Because this was a cultivation technique perfected by Suyu, it was extremely powerful in the first place. At this moment, it instantly broke through to the Sun-Moon tier, and even advanced to the Sun-Moon tier. These battle techniques of the Shenwen depended on one's level of comprehension. Suyu's comprehension of the 72 forging method was not proficient, but Grandmaster. This was the third divine character that his battle technique had transformed into. In the next moment, another Shenwen was successfully formed. Attack. It was formed by the mountain-breaking attack of the mountain-breaking bull tribe. Suyu was quite disappointed. This tribe's battle technique was ordinary, but he had used it often before, and his comprehension was not bad. He actually took the initiative to form the Shenwen. I'll definitely form a lot of Shenwen in the end. Maybe I can choose to shatter some of the previous Shenwen, or choose carefully and choose 99 Shenwen. Suyu thought. Or maybe he should just draw out some powerful Shenwen. The weak Shenwen would fuse battle techniques and walk the path of the brush, the powerful Shenwen would walk another path alone. For example, for Tribulation, Suyu really wanted to walk a path alone. In that case, he was sure that once he encountered danger, the great Tao would tremble, and he could quickly sense where the danger was. It could even really have the effect of divination and foresee in advance. I can fuse the Shenwen of the King of Great Zhou and the others, fuse them into the Shenwen battle technique, and finally extract their power and turn it into the path of the brush. The King of Great Zhou is also comprehending the Tranquility Shenwen. Perhaps he has already stepped into Tao integration, and if I comprehend it, I'll be stealing the path from him. Suyu had a judgment and plan in his mind. Some of the Shenwen that he had conflicts with could be fused into the battle technique. Some of the natural Shenwen could be left behind to open another path. In any case, Suyu was not willing to open only one path in the end. If that was the case, no matter how powerful he was, there would be a huge gap between him and those peerless ancient experts. 35 Shenwen. There were more and more Shenwen. Behind him, there were also more and more monarchs being captured. After the noblemen, there were a large number of dead spirits following them. Suyu concealed his anger so that he would not be targeted by these dead spirits. That would be meaningless. In the living realm. Ancient primordial mist city. The old turtle sighed with emotion. He felt that the spirit-suppressing region had undergone earth-shattering changes. A large number of dead spirits were gathering. I've guarded it for 100,000 years and I still haven't done it. At this moment, the old turtle sighed and felt a little helpless. Am I that bad? In the past 100,000 years, he had not been able to unify the spirit suppression region, mainly because the East King Mansion would cause trouble and not let him unify it. Now, the East King had been killed, so you had already solved the biggest problem. There were few changes in the spirit suppression region. As for the other 3 king mansions, they were still far from the dead spirits' passageways. The passageways of the 36 cities were all opened in the eastern region. The world is destined to be unified. The old turtle thought to himself. This was the last time. Either the human race would be unified, or the other races would be unified. Anyway, this time, he felt that it would be very difficult to end peacefully like before. As the old turtle was thinking, he suddenly frowned slightly. In the next moment, a white shadow appeared. The old turtle said indifferently, "The heaven supervisor still dares to walk around?" The heaven supervisor still looked like a scholar. He looked at the old turtle with a somewhat complicated expression. The last time I came to see Brother Primordial Chaos, I asked Brother Primordial Chaos if the world would be unified again, if there would be another human sovereign. I asked if Suyu would enter, Brother Primordial Chaos. Sigh. In fact, he had a hunch. Unfortunately, it was all too late now. Old Tortoise said calmly, "As I said last time, even if you refined the Heaven Hunter list, it doesn't belong to Suyu. He's not King Wen. He won't care about these things. If you were willing to help him that time, there wouldn't be this situation now." The Heaven Supervisor smiled. "Let's not talk about this. This time, I did not come to regret what I did that day. Once the 7th tide begins, I have no way out. The Heaven Hunter list that King Wen left behind. I have stolen it. I have no way out. What orders does Hou have?" The old turtle was indifferent. They were not the same kind of people. Although he and the Heaven Supervisor Marquis were the oldest in the world, they were still the strongest. "You flatter me." The Heaven Supervisor smiled. "I just want to ask, did Suyu go to King Wen's former residence?" "I don't know." "You don't even want to say that?" The Heaven Supervisor said bitterly, "I seem to see the shadow of a dog that King Wen raised in the past. Brother Primordial Chaos, do you think King Wen is dead? If not, why hasn't he returned? If he had returned earlier, things would not have turned out this way. And Suyu, is he King Wen?" There was fear in his voice. "Why is King Wen's things in his hands? The tombstone of Wen is like that, the dog is like that, and now even you are on his side. The iron-eating beast king is relying on him." He wanted an answer. Was Suyu King Wen? Old Tortoise frowned slightly at the sight of the frightened look on his face. At this moment, the old turtle knew that if he said that Suyu was King Wen, the Heaven Supervisor would be even more afraid. However, the old turtle said nothing. He said calmly, "Suyu is Suyu. King Wen is King Wen. The cycle of life and death does not exist. The world of dead souls is here. If one can really come back to life, or even reincarnate as in the legends, then King Wen will not be the only one to return." "Hou Yi, you are mistaken." The Heaven Supervisor was silent. After a moment, he sighed. "Perhaps. I once stayed by King Wen's side for a few years. I heard him say that in this world, there is a peerless expert who wants to open the cycle of life and death. Not the current world of dead souls. The current world of dead souls is incomplete. What Kingwen means is that after it is completed, the living will have a ruler of the living, and the dead will have a ruler of the dead. The ruler of the dead can allow the living to reincarnate after death and live another life, forever reincarnating. He smiled bitterly. I've heard these words before, that's why I'm afraid. Could Suyu be the reincarnation of Kingwen? Could Kingwen open the path of life and death? Reincarnation? The old turtle said calmly, you're worrying over nothing. Don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door if you don't do anything shameful. Ho Yi, if you change your stance now. The heaven supervisor was a bit bleak. After a long time, he chuckled. Forget it. You don't understand. I just want to go a little further. I am the spirit of heaven and earth, I also want to go a little further. I also want to become an existence that this world worships, an existence that everyone fears. I don't want to be ordered around by others. The old turtle was speechless. Perhaps everyone had their own choices. However, in his opinion, there was no hope for the heaven supervisor. The heaven supervisor was a bit bleak. He turned and disappeared on the spot. This time, he had come only to seek peace of mind. The old turtle had reassured him. The old turtle had said that Suyu wasn't Kingwen. In this world, the old turtle had lived the longest. If he said he wasn't, then he wasn't. He only wanted an answer. The heaven supervisor left. After a while, the passage shook. The heaven's annihilation said unhappily, Boss, why didn't you say that Suyu is Kingwen and scare this grandson to death? Also, I'm at Tao integration. Boss, be more polite to me. If you step on my head again, I'll fall out with you. The old turtle was speechless. So what if you're at Tao integration? Is Tao integration that amazing? I'll beat you up all the same. He ignored the heaven's annihilation and thought for a moment. Kingwen is Kingwen, Suyu is Suyu. Everyone has a different personality and personality. Don't bring this up too much, or else Suyu might beat you up. Suyu wouldn't say that he's Kingwen even if he was here. He would do that when he was weak, but now, he probably doesn't want to do that anymore. No one would want to live as someone else. Even if that person was unparalleled. That's true. The heaven's annihilation nodded. The old turtle said, don't run around. You have to keep a low profile this time. I don't think Suyu will make a move too soon. Be careful not to let others see through your disguise. The old turtle was moved. He won the bet. The heaven's annihilation bare one's teeth said, I thought I was going to lose, but I won. Boss, you don't know this, but at the last moment, I prepared to self-detonate. Everyone prepared to die together, but in the end, I won. Martial Emperor? No. The heaven's annihilation was excited. It's himself. He still has a drop of that puppy's blood. TSK, this guy is actually quite ruthless. He saw that we were about to be beaten to death and were about to self-detonate, but he didn't even warn us in advance. The old turtle quickly came to a realization. That's normal, he said with a smile. He's worried that too many idiots will expose his true identity. What's more realistic than not knowing that you're acting? King Dong is still very powerful. He can sense whether you're truly in despair or not. If you're not in despair, he won't be able to take the bait so easily. The heaven's annihilation nodded. Boss, then we're completely on his side? The old turtle pondered for a long time before asking softly, what do you think? Me? The heaven's annihilation replied casually, I'll listen to boss. No, you guys have your own ideas. The old turtle said softly, 100,000 years ago, you listened to me, which caused you to be imprisoned for 100,000 years. Now, it's another choice, at least we're still alive. The heaven's annihilation chuckled. But if you really want my opinion is. Let's do it. Boss, if this continues, when will it end? The way I see it, only Suyu has a chance of unifying the myriad worlds and setting the rules. The ninth tide. If the king of 100 battles came to me, he should have gone to the boss. I can tell from the look of that guy that he won't accomplish anything great. The heaven's annihilation curled his lips. In any case, I can't accomplish anything great on my own. The king of 100 battles is the same as me. He told me that if someone in the wand provoked him, he would go out and cut them down. He doesn't know how to be patient. The old turtle laughed. The same goes for Suyu. It's not the same. The Heaven's Annihilation argued. It really is. If Suyu had the strength of the King of 100 Battles, I would have thought that the King of 100 Battles also had the ability to suppress the dead spirit channel. So what do you think Suyu would do? The old turtle paused. The Heaven's Annihilation bare one's teeth said, if it were Suyu, I think he would say, Heaven's Annihilation, you go kill that guy and then go out for a spin. I'll watch the channel for you. That guy is really good at taking advantage of the situation. If I make a move, there's no need to talk about anything else. I'll just pick a side. With my temper, I might really beat him to death. The King of 100 Battles didn't do that. He even wanted to show off his strength to me. I think. Forget it, that guy isn't reliable. The old turtle couldn't help but laugh. You see things clearly. Of course, I have good eyes. The Heaven's Annihilation bare one's teeth grinned. You see, we're almost unsealed. The zone of spirit suppression will soon be our territory. That King of 100 Battles is finished. So. Boss, if you let me choose, I'll do it. The old turtle pondered for a moment, then said, actually, we don't have a way out. It's just a matter of whether we're firm or not. The old turtle nodded. I'm just afraid that once some of our brothers die, you won't be able to bear it and will withdraw. He looked at the old turtle. Boss, we all know you care about us. You always feel that you owe us because we've been prisoners here for 100,000 years. For us, you even killed King Gong's descendant. I'm afraid that once the war breaks out and some of our brothers die, you won't be able to bear it anymore. You'll choose to withdraw. He and the old turtle were too familiar, so familiar that he was worried that once the war started and some of the guardians died, the old turtle would regret it and lead the other guardians to withdraw. At that time, they would be in big trouble. The boss was a good boss, but he wasn't a good ally. Heaven's Annihilation knew this better than anyone else. However, how could there be no deaths in a war? Even he himself was prepared to die. The old turtle's eyes were complicated. Heaven's Annihilation, the Heaven's Annihilation didn't care. Don't I me? I know you think I'm reckless, but reckless isn't stupid. If I were stupid, I wouldn't have lived until today. This time, it's different. I came back early just to have a chat with you, boss. The Heaven's Annihilation mumbled, let's not talk about whether we have a way out this time. Boss, with Suyu's temperament, why don't we just tell him that we're not doing this and let him think of a way out himself? Considering our previous relationship, he probably won't say anything. But once we withdraw midway, think about it, boss. Will he attack one first or us first? In my opinion, he'll definitely come to beat you, boss. The Heaven's Annihilation said seriously, this kid is crazy. The first time I saw him, I knew he was crazy. Audacious to the extreme. Abhorring evil. He dared to hit me the first time. If we can't win, that's fine. But because we withdrew and caused his people to die, do you think he'll be willing to let us go? The Heaven's Annihilation said seriously, if you can't make up your mind, then tell Suyu now. We won't participate. What if he liberates us in the end and finds someone to replace us? If we say we're not doing this, then he'll immediately turn on us. If we withdraw now, we won't owe each other anything. We've helped him many times, and he helped us advance to Dao integration stage and take care of Dong. 1. We won't owe each other anything. A wry smile appeared on the old turtle's face. I've been telling you for so many years, but you won't listen to me. You've only been hanging out with Suyu for a few days, and now you're listening to him. That's not true. The Heaven's Annihilation chuckled. I'll listen to you, boss. I'll do whatever you say. Boss wants to be the emperor of all realms, and we'll support you. The old turtle was exasperated. Don't give me trouble. I don't have the strength to do that. You're right. If we withdraw midway, I'm afraid that guy will ignore Juan and come to kill us first. But. He sighed. If you guys really die in battle, that's fate. The Heaven's Annihilation grumbled. Even if we die in battle, it's better than now. "Boss, you don't understand what it's like to be a living dead." Just as he was speaking, someone spoke from below, "Boss, this Heaven's Annihilation guy is right." Xinghong's voice traveled over. "You don't have to worry about us. We'd rather die in battle during this tide than wait for another tide. We've had enough of 100,000 years." The old turtle had a complex expression on his face. After a long while, he sighed. "I know, and I understand what you mean. As long as you don't regret it, I won't withdraw." Boss is wise. The Heaven's Annihilation sucked up to him and quickly tossed out an item. "Boss, the battle is about to begin. Fuse this into my staff. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. It's very busy down below." With that, he disappeared. The old turtle didn't even have time to react before Xinghong also tossed out something. "Boss, help me fuse this as well. I'm leaving too." Soon after, they all left. The old turtle looked at the item that had been tossed out. It looked familiar and strange. After a long while, he gritted his teeth. "B** starred. That's my shell, that's the furniture in my house, that's the gate of my mansion, that's my bathtub, that's my table. These B** stards, they raided my house, F***ck." The old turtle cursed. It wasn't enough that they raided his house. These B** stards actually wanted him to use the treasures they raided to help them fuse weapons. This wasn't something a human could do. B** stards. The 8th floor was raided by Suyu? The old turtle cursed for a while and quickly thought of something. There were a lot of treasures on the 8th floor. He was considered poor and was only a titled general. Even so, he had a lot of treasures. There were also a large number of marquises, kings, and half-emperor mansions on the 8th floor. If Suyu raided the 8th floor, heaven, this guy would be rich. Thinking of this and what the Heaven's Annihilation said before, he smiled bitterly. As expected, he wasn't cut out for that. Even a brute like the Heaven's Annihilation could guess some of his thoughts. He was worried that he would leave midway, so he came to greet him before Suyu returned. In fact, the Heaven's Annihilation's attitude was very clear. They wanted to participate in the war. "Sigh, I can only hope that all of you will be safe." In the past 100,000 years, what he regretted the most was dragging his old brothers down with him, making them neither human nor ghost. At this moment, the old turtle no longer thought about anything else. Then, victory and defeat would be decided during this tide. He said the Heaven Overseer was overthinking things, but wasn't he the same? No wonder the Heaven Overseer and I, despite living for so long and being so strong, still haven't reached the level of the Masters of the Laws. Rend. In the Dead Souls world, Suyu drew out another Shunwen. Shaking his head, trash, this was the innate talent skill of the Ironwing race, Rend. This was a trashy Shunwen, but it was only at the 2nd rank. This meant that this Shunwen wasn't much to begin with. The great Dao of the Ironwing race was probably just a trashy Dao. Perhaps they didn't even have any hope of becoming a Master of the Laws. As expected, they were a trashy race. This was the 45th Shunwen that Suyu had drawn. It was still far from the 99th. Moreover, if this Shunwen was too trashy, he would have to strengthen it later. It looked like he would have to make a trip to the 5 Elements world to obtain more power of the laws to help him upgrade the Shunwen and step into the Great Dao. 5 Elements world, Great Dao of the 5 Elements. Suyu rubbed his chin. Was the Great Dao of the 5 Elements 1 or 5? Someone had made it so that it couldn't fuse with the Dao. Perhaps it was because its Great Dao had been torn apart. The attacker wasn't weak, he would know once he went to take a look. The 5 Elements ancestor had died. 5 Great Daos. Suyu felt that the possibility of the other party controlling all 5 Great Daos wasn't high, so there was only one. No matter what, he would go take a look first. If there were 5 Great Daos, perhaps he could think of a way to make it his own. In any case, he had the 5 Elements Shunwen. Just as he was thinking, Heavenly Annihilation and the others returned, capturing even more dead spirit monarchs, and at this moment, in the distance, a dead spirit monarch walked over. He hadn't been captured. Xingyu. At this moment, Xingyu glanced at Suyu, then at Marquis Lan Shan behind him, and then at the dead spirit monarchs. There were almost 50 of them now. After watching for a while, Xingyu suddenly turned around and left. Suyu was a little surprised. Why did she leave? Lord Xingyu. In the distance, Xingyu said without turning her head, you are already the ruler of this area. There is no need to call me Lord. In the future, you don't need me. I haven't reached the 7th stage. With some disappointment, Xingyu quickly disappeared. She had devoured a Marquis's dead spirit imprint, but she hadn't advanced. She was very disappointed. At this moment, she also knew that Suyu had killed the East King and conquered the entire East King region. He had become the overlord of the dead spirit's domain and was now gathering a large number of dead spirit monarchs. She felt very disappointed. The Suyu who had asked her for help no longer needed her. At this moment, she also felt that the death aura channel connecting her and Suyu had become extremely weak. Suyu didn't need to extract her death aura anymore because Suyu had merged with the heaven gate, and the death aura she transmitted to Suyu was now negligible. In fact, it was so easy for Suyu to overlook it and crush it with his immense strength, making it impossible for him to convert Suyu. Suyu watched her leave and shook his head with a smile. Marquis Lanshan took a look and said, Human Lord, do you want to capture him and bring him back? Suyu was speechless. He said with a smile, you have nothing better to do? If you have nothing better to do, hurry up and cultivate to the level of the East King. I will hand the East King region to you. Don't mess it up for me. This subordinate dares not. Suyu didn't say anything else. At this moment, he was almost at the Dead Souls Galaxy, which was close to the Old Tortoise's territory. It was time for him to go up. In the Dead Souls world, the other 3 heavenly kings didn't appear. It was unknown if they were digesting the great Tao energy after the East King's death or waiting to see what happened. I will go to the East King's mansion. Forget it, take my human lord seal and go to the East King's mansion. I will locate myself and open a channel there. Suyu instructed and quickly handed the seal over to Marquis Lanshan. He then said, also, send someone to recruit a human marquis. We have only taken a quarter of the Dead Souls realm. We don't know the situation of the rest. If you encounter danger, don't fight to the death. Retreat. Retreat to the spirit suppression region and seek help from Senior Primordial Chaos and the others. Don't kill all my soldiers. Suyu was really afraid that she would do that. He quickly said, he too, go assist Marquis Lanshan. You are smarter than her. In the back, he too chuckled and said, alright, but, there has to be a title, right? Suyu smiled and said, title? Then I will make you the chief commander of the East King's mansion. If you are not strong enough, I will make you a lord. If you can reach the level of your ancestor, I will make you a lord. He too smiled and said, are you serious? Of course. Suyu said calmly, if the heavens are unified again, I will divide the world again. But it is still too early for that. Unify the world, confer titles again. At this moment, even some of the dead spirits were slightly moved. This human lord whom they had just met, really wanted to unify the world. What a great ambition. Suyu did not say anything else. He waved his hand towards the sky, and countless traces of deathly chi gathered, forming a book. Suyu raised his brush, and the Wen tombstone turned into a brush as he wrote down a few words. The human lord seal descended from the sky, forming a seal. At this moment, he too's body emitted a dim light. Suyu smiled and said, that's enough. Can you rest assured now? He too took the book and read it. For a moment, he felt complicated. After a while, he knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, Chief Commander of the East King's mansion, he too, accepts the order. Dispense with the formalities. Suyu waved his hand and looked at the dead spirit army behind him and said, bring them back to the East King's mansion. When crossing the river, use the human lord seal to suppress them. The East King seal is not very useful in the dead spirit galaxy. After saying that, Suyu saw Hitu's country. That was the old turtle's territory. He was going to go out first, draw out enough Shunwen, then, strengthen Shunwen and step into the Dao fusion stage. Then, strengthen the Great Qin King and the others and liberate the garrison. After that, he would start the second war. A moment later, Suyu walked out of the Hongmeng City passage. He was alone. The others were still working below. This time, the old turtle looked at him with a complicated expression. After a while, he bowed slightly and said, this subject, King Gong's subordinate, spirit-suppressing General Hongmeng, greets the human lord. Senior, you're too polite. Suyu laughed and helped him up. The old turtle sighed and said, etiquette cannot be abolished. Now, the spirit-suppressing army has once again returned to human rule. You are young, and we are old. If I am disrespectful, the next time someone defers to us, they will also be disrespectful. Even I have to respect the human lord. No one else has the right to be disrespectful. The old turtle laughed and said, unless they are older and stronger than me. Although I am only a titled general, the spirit-suppressing army that I commanded was not weaker than some of the Marquis's troops. I am the #1 general under King Gong. Some of the Marquises are inferior to me. Even if some of the human Marquises appear, the ancient Marquises are not qualified to flaunt their seniority in front of me. Suyu smiled. At this moment, his smile was incomparably bright. Senior, thank you for your trouble. It is my duty. The old turtle also laughed and said, killing the East King this time is also a great relief for me. There are also the 3 heavenly kings. The North King and the West King are somewhat dissatisfied with the human rule, but the South King has contacted me. Now that the South King and I have joined forces, we can fight against the 2 sides. Don't worry about the Dead Souls realm. As long as I am alive, the South King and I are alive, we should be able to suppress it. As he spoke, he slightly frowned and said, I am just worried that outside the 4 kings' domain, the Dead Souls realm is too big and boundless. There are some unclaimed lands outside the 4 kings' domain that I have not explored yet. Also, I am worried that some experts will awaken in the Dead Souls galaxy and cause trouble. Suyu nodded and said, I will also pay attention to these. The most important thing now is to release the Guardians. I need 35 Eternals. As for Senior, I am afraid I cannot release them now. I do not have the authority to remove Senior from your position. The old turtle could do it himself. However, the old turtle was personally appointed by King Gong and even had the seal of the human sovereign. So you did not have the authority to release the old turtle. The old turtle smiled and said, I cannot leave yet. If I leave, the spirit suppression realm will not be suppressed, and that will be troublesome. Without my position, I am also no match for the 4 heavenly kings. Suyu nodded slightly and said with a smile, then I will return to the human realm first. Senior, please take care of the Dead Souls realm. Of course. Without saying more, Suyu stepped into the air and left. After he left, the old turtle felt a little emotional. The feeling that Suyu gave him was becoming more and more detached. It was not that he was so strong that he could not match him, but that kind of temperament. To be honest, when he first saw Suyu, he also had a kind of feeling. King Wen, no wonder the Heaven Supervisor was afraid. If Suyu's strength was at the same level as King Wen, he would really think that King Wen had returned. The old turtle suddenly felt a little excited. If Suyu and King Wen met, what would the scene be like? It must be very interesting. Suyu was not interested in thinking about all of that. At that moment, he tore through the void and observed the world. The river of time that spanned across the world gave Suyu an especially beautiful feeling. After opening the heaven gate, the scenery he saw was different. So beautiful. Suyu sighed and instantly entered the human realm passageway. Human realm. The king of Great Zhou was still reigning. It had not even been 10 days. At that moment, he suddenly looked in a direction and the next moment, his expression changed slightly. In the distance, a person in white robes walked over in the air. The king of Great Zhou was momentarily dazed. Suyu? He murmured, and the next moment, his expression changed again. It was Suyu. However, Suyu did not tear through the void and came over. He seemed to be stepping on something that had a faint glow. He was stepping on some kind of glow to move forward. The king of Great Zhou was stunned for a moment and was shocked. This is, going with the flow? Going with the river of time. At that moment, his eyes shone with divine light as he looked over. It was as if he saw a river and Suyu was stepping on it at an astonishing speed. With unparalleled speed, he appeared in front of him in an instant. King of Great Zhou. A low shout jolted the king of Great Zhou. The king of Great Zhou's expression changed. So fast. Su. Emperor Yu. The king of Great Zhou opened his mouth with difficulty. The heavenly gate on Suyu's forehead opened as he looked at him. At this moment, the king of Great Zhou felt a chill run down his spine. Suyu looked at him for a long time before slowly saying, "Not bad. The divine runes fused into the Tao, and you still walk the great Tao of endurance. It's good that you can endure and lie low. I thought you walked the Tao of silence." Suyu's expression was indifferent and very calm. As for the king of Great Zhou, his heart was in turmoil. He could see it, Suyu said indifferently, "The Tao of endurance is not bad. However, I think it will be difficult for you to control this Tao. There might still be a master of the law who is not dead. He's almost at the peak of Tao unification and is stronger than I imagined, but not to the extent that I didn't expect." With a light laugh, Suyu disappeared on the spot and continued to walk in the air along the river of time. Soon, he fell into a waterfall. As for Suyu, his voice traveled along the river of time. "Summon the mortal realm, eternal realm, and wait for me at Starfall Mountain." "Yes." The king of Great Zhou responded with some shock and helplessness. "Suyu. What happened to him?" In that instant, he felt that everything about him was seen through this Heaven Gate. Could it be the legendary Heaven Gate unification? Heaven Gate unification, nothing could be hidden. The king of Great Zhou watched for a long time. Suyu seemed to have really stepped on the river of time and disappeared. He wasn't like the others, who tore apart the river of time and opened up a tributary. Suyu didn't seem to tear apart the river of time. Instead, he simply flowed with it and disappeared. These two were not the same. The gate of heaven had opened. Since ancient times, not many people had opened the gate of heaven, but Suyu had really opened the gate of heaven. He had seen through everything. The king of Great Zhou did not know whether to be happy or sad. He sighed softly. Suyu had transformed too much in such a short time. Before this, he had made Suyu the ruler of the world. To be honest, neither he nor the great Qin king felt that Suyu would be able to do anything. It was just in name. In the king of Great Zhou's opinion, it was still very difficult for Suyu to control the human race. When Suyu really controls the human race, the upper realm might open. But now, the king of Great Zhou stopped thinking about it and looked up at the sky. After a long time, he flew into the distance. Go find the others. No one knew what Suyu was up to by asking everyone to gather at Starfall Mountain. The human realm. Some of the invincible ones who were still recuperating quickly received a notice from the king of the Great Zhou that Suyu had returned and summoned the invincible ones. "He's back." Well, a lot of people don't know that Suyu went out. What was there to talk about? Moreover, it had only been a few days since the previous battle. After all, the rain had not stopped. It had not even been 10 days. Suyu had gone out for a while and then returned. No one paid much attention to it. What could he do in less than 10 days? There was a high chance that they had gone to meet their allies. Everyone was still injured. Now, after the last battle, there were only 43 invincible realm experts who survived. More than half of them were single. In fact, everyone was injured. Everyone wanted to recuperate, but Suyu was now considered the leader of the human race, and King of the Great Zhou had personally informed him. Soon, a group of invincible realm experts dragged their injured bodies towards Mount Starfall. Even several invincible realm experts on the battlefield were summoned back. Anyway, the invincible doesn't participate in the battle now. No one knew what Suyu wanted to do. What did he want to do? Was it just to show off? Everyone was still a little uncomfortable with Suyu's actions. Earlier, Xiaochen had swiftly killed Heavenly King Jin before everyone's eyes. He had killed him worse than a dog. This caused some of the older generation unrivaled experts to feel uneasy and fearful. Starfall Mountain. Soon, the invincible realm experts arrived. One by one, the invincible experts landed on the ground. The king of Great Zhou was already waiting in the valley. At this moment, a few invincible realm experts arrived. The Han King's face was still a little pale. Seeing that many people had come, but Suyu was not there, he couldn't help but say, "Old Zhou, why is Suyu looking for us?" In private, everyone was still embarrassed to address him as Saint Master, Human Master, or Emperor Yu. Suyu was too young. Even Da Xiao of Goguryeo and the others who supported him were embarrassed to shout like that. When there were many people around, everyone would give him face. But in private, it was really embarrassing. The king of Great Zhou was silent as usual. After a while, he said slowly, "I don't know. Let's just wait." There are still many people who have not arrived. On the other side, the great gold king said impatiently, we are still injured. He was indeed a little impatient. Everyone's injuries weren't light, and it wasn't a big deal to gather all the invincible realm experts. He felt that Suyu just wanted to show off, but the king of Great Zhou didn't stop him. The great gold king said again, Old Zhou, you should stop him and persuade him. If there is no big matter, don't hold any meetings. After so many years, even when old Qin was in charge of the battlefield, he didn't hold many meetings. As he spoke, a cough sounded. The void trembled, and the king of Great Qin walked out accompanied by Qin Jin. At this moment, the king of Great Qin was slightly weak. His third body was seriously injured. He coughed and said, don't talk so much. Suyu has just taken over the position of Saint Master. He might have some things to say. Just listen. The great gold king said gloomily, Old Qin, I'm not against it. I know what you and Old Zhou are thinking, and I didn't say anything against it. In the previous battle, he did make great contributions. I don't deny that, but he should consider the consequences, okay? Look at you, you can barely stand up. Why are you here for a meeting? Are you free? The king of Great Qin frowned slightly and said, all right, don't talk so much. The great gold king didn't say anything else. The king of Great Qin looked at the king of Great Zhou and said, did he say when he will come out? No, he asked me to gather everyone here. He didn't say when he will come out. They knew that Suyu had entered the former residence of King Wen, but the king of Great Zhou didn't know when he would come out. The group of people could only wait in silence. Not long after, Da Xia of Goguryeo and the others who were guarding the battlefield returned one after another. There were 43 invincible realm experts in the human realm. After a while, a few non-invincible experts also arrived, such as Zhu Tiandao and Lord Xiaohou, who had been entangled with each other. The two of them arrived together, smiling and looking particularly friendly. They came here to talk about the construction of the Holy Land. King Wen's old residence. In the small courtyard. Suyu drank his tea and enjoyed it silently. He looked at the white dog lying on the ground and said with a smile, Senior Fat Ball, I see that your great path has already spread for a long time. How far must it spread before you can be considered to have grasped a great path? Opening a path out of the river of time would create branches. Some branches were long, some short, some thick, and some thin. But how long would it take to reach the level of the Master of the Law? Suyu couldn't tell yet because he hadn't seen the Master of the Law's Tao. However, he could vaguely see some of the Tao of the white dog from the old residence of King Wen. This place was a place without the laws, just without the laws of the outside world. In fact, there were still laws, so you could feel that this place was inside the river of time, but King Wen had used his great power to suppress a part of the river of time, treating it as his home. The white dog and the others were actually in this river, opening a branch of the great path outside. The white dog wagged its tail, in a good mood. This time, when Suyu returned, it also felt different. He had the demeanor of a master, it wasn't his strength, but his bearing and gaze. It was as if nothing in the world could hide from his master. The gap between Suyu and King Wen was too great. However, the white dog recognized that gaze. It looked at people differently. When it heard Suyu's question, the white dog slapped its tail on the ground and shook its head. I don't know. Master once said that the great path isn't fixed. It depends on your potential and ability. Every master of the law grasps different laws, and their potential is different. Some people may become masters of the law very quickly, but others won't be able to in their lifetime. The great path wasn't fixed, unless one had a fixed great path and opened their own path, who knew how long it would take before they could be considered a master of the law. Some people had already become masters of the law with a fixed great path. The great path was only so long. Once you reached the end and grasped the great path, you would become a master of the law. Thus, those who opened the great path had limitless possibilities. Those who fused the Tao had a fixed path. Suyu nodded slightly. He continued to drink his tea. The white dog looked up at him. Seeing Suyu looking at the sky from time to time, it asked curiously, Are you also looking at the sky? Looking at the sky? Suyu was slightly startled. He thought of the 2 words that King Wen had left on the back door, looking at the sky. Yes, Master likes to look at the sky often. The white dog wagged its tail and said happily, Master used to like it too. He would drink tea and read at the same time. When he was free, he would look at the sky. It seems like the sky he sees is different from what we see. You too? Now that you're back, I think you also like to look at the sky. Suyu was stunned for a moment. Soon, he nodded with a smile. It's different. The sky in my eyes is different from the sky in everyone else's eyes. In my eyes, there's a river, a beautiful river. It's also like a tree, with countless branches and leaves spreading in all directions. It's very beautiful. The white dog said enviously, so you can really see a different sky. It couldn't see this. Powerhouses like them could only see a bit of the shadow of the river of time. They could tear the river apart because it was everywhere. However, what they saw was completely different from what Suyu saw. The gate of heaven was too special, Suyu said with a smile, the more I look, the more I feel insignificant. I don't know what Senior Kingwen thinks. Maybe he's powerful and doesn't care. But when I look at this world, I only feel that the ancient times and primeval times were extremely glorious. Countless people were opening the path, but today, there are very few who are opening the path. The white dog wagged its tail. It's different. At that time, there was no path to walk. When people walked the path, you didn't walk the path that was already there. Instead, you had to open the path yourself. It's tiring and troublesome. You don't even know if you can open it successfully. So, most of the later generations walk the original path. It's normal. Suyu thought for a moment, nodded, and smiled. That's true. The seniors established the foundation, and the later generations can follow it step by step. There's no need to waste their energy. It makes sense. It's just that if the seniors are still alive, the later generations can't surpass them. One path, one master, Dao Master. Master of the laws. Great Dao Realm, Suyu was thinking about these three. Their meanings were the same. Maybe he could use them to distinguish the different strength of the Great Dao Realm. For example, the Master of a Dao of the Laws. That was called the Great Dao Realm, of course, it was just a thought. Suyu didn't think too deeply. He quickly said, I think I can bring people through the waterfall of time to enter this place and avoid some of the law's punishments. Then, he said, but it's difficult to change the path here. Because there might not be any other Dao here. If you want to change the path, you can do it outside. Before the law's punishment appears, you can bring them in and avoid the punishment. But there's one thing. I don't know if the power of punishment will still exist after we leave. The white dog wagged its tail and said, it probably won't exist anymore. The law's punishment has passed. Whether they die or not, it's already over. That's true. Suyu said with a smile, I see that in the river of time opened by the human race, the physical body Dao occupies more than half, or maybe 90% of the area. In other words, when humans step into the Dao integration realm, almost all of them will subconsciously choose this Dao. Those who can't see through the nature of the Great Dao will find it very difficult to choose other Dao. Or, like the Great Zhou King, they can use the Shunwen laws to fuse their Dao. He looked at the white dog and said, in ancient times, did most humans also walk the physical body Dao? The white dog nodded. But back then, it wasn't necessarily the three movement techniques. Other techniques could also walk the physical body Dao, but I don't know why it's not possible now. The physical body Dao is still very powerful. I remember that there are a few human monarchs who are experts in the physical body Dao. They are not weaker than some masters of the laws. A single Dao could produce a few human monarchs. One could imagine how powerful this Dao was. That made sense. It occupied 90% of the area in the river of time opened by the human race. This was the only Dao. The other Daos added together might only occupy 10% of the area. The strength of the physical body Dao was evident. If one wanted to walk a great Dao that was stronger than the physical body Dao, they could only continue forward along the river of time. They had to break through the area opened by the human race and go to other areas. Only then would they have a chance to encounter a stronger Dao. In the human race's area, it was almost impossible to open a great Dao that was stronger than the physical body Dao, Suyu thought for a moment and said, the physical body Tao is damaged. If this Tao can be repaired, I feel that it really is much more powerful than other great Taos. That way, the road ahead can continue. The white dog was surprised. You want to cultivate the physical body Tao? Suyu said with a smile, no, I just have some ideas. I have no interest in repairing an incomparably powerful great Tao. That is not something I can do. Oh. One man and one dog chatted. Suyu's expression was relatively calm. Here, he was still quite relaxed. It was not like outside, where he had to constantly be on guard against the outbreak of war. Here, drinking tea, listening to the distant reading, and chatting with the white dog, he was in a very good mood. If he could drink tea while petting the white dog's head, that would be even better. Forget it, the white dog was more powerful. In reality, Suyu felt that even if he petted the white dog, it would not object. It really treated him as a dog, so if he petted it, so be it. After chatting for a while, Suyu took out an item. The white dog glanced at it and blinked. That's a very powerful desolate heavenly beast? Suyu said with a smile, I found it in King Wen's mansion. Senior, take a look, is the physical body still alive? The white dog got up and circled around the doll. Suddenly, it barked. Then, Suyu saw a scene. A phantom roared deafeningly. That desolate heavenly beast doll actually let out a loud roar. Suyu, the white dog did not care. It sniffed the doll and quickly said, it still has vitality, just a little resentment. Even if it is dead, it is not dead. Do you want to resurrect it? Suyu shook his head. I want someone to absorb it and inherit the Tao of Inkstone. The white dog thought for a while and said, it is very difficult. This guy still has a little resentment. It needs a strong will, a strong physical body, and a guy who can suppress or even destroy its resentment to inherit it. But this kind of guy has his own path, his own Tao. Turning him into a desolate heavenly beast is not something he will do. Suyu said with a smile, that was in the past. Now, it is now. Suyu said softly, in this era, there are many geniuses, and there are also peerless monsters. However, the road ahead is boundless. No matter how strong their will, no matter how firm their faith, they cannot find the path ahead. It is not like in the past, when they could still walk the Tao of the physical body. Even if they did not walk the Tao of the physical body, they could still open a Tao or something. Now, if you open a Tao, it might be a Tao controlled by others. If you open a Tao, you will quickly merge with the Tao of others. Opening a Tao is also difficult, merging with the Tao is also difficult. The path is getting more and more difficult. Suyu said with emotion, in our era, opening a Tao is actually more difficult than before. He had to cross the river of time and find a place where there was no one around to open a new path. This is actually the beginning of an era. The glory of the primordial era and the primordial era has also led to today's decline. I have already sensed that it is not simply because the current cultivation technique is weak and there is little essence qi. That is not the key. Suyu sighed and said, the Eternals of this era are actually quite talented. Under such circumstances, they can step into the Tao integration realm. It is actually not bad. However, they cannot see through the essence of the great Tao. They do not know that the primordial era and the primordial era have already severed their path ahead. I have a teacher. He should have sensed something. I now know why his river of time is so wide and long. He might have walked out of the mortal realm region. He might have discovered something, but he does not understand it himself. The only thing he understands is that it is very difficult to find his own Tao in the original mortal realm region. He was talking about Wan Tianxing. Wan Tianxing might have had some enlightenment, but he could not say what it was. He should have gone deep into the river of time and found his corresponding Tao. He was not in the human region. However, it was also because of this that it was difficult for him to open a Tao or merge with it because they were too far apart. He could only accumulate it bit by bit. Every time he cultivated, he would probably have to walk through a large part of the river of time. Therefore, he could not open a Tao for a long time. In the past, Suyu did not understand. Now, he completely understood. The next time he met Wan Tianxing, Suyu could accompany him on a trip through the river of time to see the situation. The little white dog nodded and said, "Then do you want to find a human to merge with the desolate heavenly beasts Tao?" "Yes." Suyu thought for a moment and said, "Desolate heavenly beasts are obviously very strong. I want to find the Great Qin King and the Dasha of Goguryeo to try." "Let's go." The desolate heavenly beasts Tao is not weak. If one of them can step into the great Tao realm, the other can also smoothly enter the Tao integration realm. Of course, the one who has reached the Tao integration realm has no hope of becoming a great Tao cultivator unless he changes his Tao later. However, entering the Tao integration realm was much easier than now, because only the two of them were walking this Tao integration realm. Of course, Suyu had promised the Gui race that he could let the Heaven Devourer of the Gui race also walk this Tao integration realm. One more person was actually not a big deal. Which great Tao didn't have a large number of powerful cultivators merging with their Tao? Suyu felt that it would not affect the master of the great Tao much. In fact, it could even increase their strength, otherwise, the master of the great Tao would not let those people merge with their Tao. Merging with their Tao was also a manifestation of strengthening the great Tao. Countless people cultivated the same Tao. While sharing their strength, they were also strengthening the great Tao. At least, it was beneficial to the master of the law. When it came to a critical juncture, all the power would be extracted, and the others would not be able to get a single bit. The little white dog listened and said indifferently, "Then you can try. Then I might have to bring people in later. As long as they don't destroy this place." The little white dog did not object. After thinking for a moment, it pointed its paw at a call in the distance. "You can bring people over there. Don't come to Master's courtyard. I'm afraid they will mess up Master's place." Suyu smiled. "Yes, that won't happen." Then, he said, "Senior, there is one more thing, say it." Suyu took out Furball. Furball struggled for a moment, but Suyu pinched it in his hand. "Let Senior Book Spirit read some books to it. It went the wrong way, or rather, it doesn't know where it should go. It's like a child. Its IQ is not high enough." Furball felt wronged. "I'm a child. Xianxia, you've changed. You've become strong, but you despise us and abandon us one by one. You've embarrassed so many people, and now you're going to abandon me?" Suyu was stunned. At the side, the little white dog was also slightly startled, and it stopped wagging its tail. At this moment, it suddenly had an even deeper feeling and comprehension. It looked at Suyu for a long time, and then said with a slightly bleak tone, "You are becoming more and more like Master. Master is the same. As he grows stronger, he becomes more lonely day by day. He has also abandoned many people. Little Master has been chasing after him, afraid that he will leave you behind." At this moment, the little white dog thought of Qingwen. It was bleak and melancholy. That's right, these people became stronger and moved forward step by step. The things they saw were different. The sky they saw was different. They yearned for the unknown and the mystery. In fact, they had already walked further and further away from others. Qingwen abandoned his old home, abandoned his sister, abandoned the little white dog, abandoned Bean Bun. As he walked, he dispersed. The people around him became fewer and fewer, until one day, when he looked back, there was no one behind him. Suyu frowned slightly and quickly smiled. "That won't happen. I'm not Qingwen." And Qingwen went to find the Time Master in the end. Furball, be obedient. Study hard and become stronger. Only when you become strong will you not be left behind. Otherwise, I'll go find your big brother and the others. Furball was depressed. "I don't want to study, studying is so pitiful, I'm just a ball. Why do I need to study? I'll just eat, 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 eat." Won't that be enough? The little white dog also broke free from its previous emotions. It wagged its tail and bare one's teeth. "Okay, I'll let Book Spirit read to it. Big Blockhead has been listening to books recently. Let's go together." Suyu smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble Senior Book Spirit." In the distance, Book Spirit was holding a small class. Hearing this, it bowed slightly towards Suyu, smiled, and waved at Furball. Furball's face was full of despair. "It smells nice. How long do I have to listen to it?" "Study, it was too tragic," Suyu smiled. "Very soon. It's fine as long as you're on the right path. If you're on the wrong path, you'll never be able to step into the eternal realm. Strive to surpass your big brother. Your race is truly blessed by the heavens. In countless years, there have only been 3 incarnations of the Tao. This can be seen. Is that so? Furball didn't feel much. You're more powerful than me. You're the true incarnation of the Tao. Then I'll go out first. The people outside have been waiting for a while. So you looked at the little white dog and smiled. I still have to thank Senior for killing East King. However, I won't say any thanks. The only thing I can do is look for Master Time and Kingwen when I'm strong enough. Woof. The little white dog wagged its tail and squinted its eyes as if it was very happy. There was no need for thanks, so you promised to look for Master and the others in the future. That was enough. It was very happy, so you got up and was about to leave. The little white dog seemed to think of something and asked curiously, Suyu, I smell Master's scent. I almost thought you saw Master. Did you take something from Master? Suyu's footsteps paused slightly. After a while, he said without turning his head, I helped Senior Kingwen clean his office and replaced some broken furniture. Oh. The little white dog did not say anything else. After Suyu went out, the little white dog hurriedly brought all the things in the yard back to the house. Soon, it came to the stone table and hesitated for a moment. It struggled to decide whether to take it away or not. At the side, Furball said, take it in. Otherwise, it will be taken away sooner or later. Woof. Got it. Without another word, the little white dog picked up the stone table and chair and left. Soon, it rushed outside, dug a stone on the mountain outside, and quickly polished it. Soon, it returned with a new table and chair in its mouth. I'm so scared, the new master doesn't care about human affairs. The little white dog knew what he said. I'm so scared. I have to close the door. I don't want the new master to take away all the things in the master's house. Forget about the office, not his home. At this moment, Suyu naturally did not know about this. He also did not know that Furball had betrayed him. He walked out of the waterfall of time. Outside, those invincible cultivators were sitting cross-legged or chatting. When they saw Suyu coming out, someone wanted to greet him. Suyu revealed the heavenly gate and swept his gaze across. This gaze caused some people to feel a chill down their spines. Some of the invincible cultivators who were sitting cross-legged earlier could not help but stand up. The Great Zhou King and the Great Qin King did not say a word. The Great Qin King looked at Suyu in surprise. As for Suyu, the heavenly gate disappeared, but it seemed to appear in his eyes. His eyes were like torches as he swept his gaze across everyone again. Soon, he looked at the little Zhou King. The little Zhou King felt uncomfortable. He took a step forward and said softly, what instructions does the Holy Lord have? Suyu looked at him for a while and said calmly, you're not bad. You've walked his path. Although it's only a little, it's a different path. You have a higher chance of reaching Tao integration than others, or even surpassing Tao integration. The prerequisite is that there is no master at the end of that path. The little Zhou King was shocked. The others looked at Suyu and Zhou Tianyuan with shock. What did he mean? They did not really understand. Suyu said calmly, you don't need to change your path. Temporarily stop cultivating your physical body and focus on the Tao of time. Or, it's not time, but simply the Tao of speed. You have to understand the essence. What you have comprehended is not the power of time, but a kind of speed. Extreme speed. Acceleration is to let others follow your nomological power. In a certain domain, the speed will increase. This has little to do with time. The little Zhou King was shocked. Speed, he was known as the Time King and could accelerate time. Today, someone told him that he was wrong. What he comprehended was not the power of time, but speed. These two were completely different, so you continued, all right, you can step down. You have a better future than most people here. You might be able to reach Tao integration by yourself. It's better to rely on yourself. Thank you, Holy Lord. The little Zhou King was at a loss. He was deeply shocked by a simple sentence. In an instant, he felt that Suyu was omnipotent. Suyu looked at the few special invincible cultivators. Soon, he looked at the Great Light King and said, "Great Light King. Here." The Great Light King took a step forward. Suyu looked at him and said, "You have your own Tao as well. It's just that you don't have a deep understanding of it. The formation Tao is not bad, but you were disturbed by the physical body Tao. Your body is also quite strong. I'll bring you to the river of time later. It's best to walk on the Tao that you're good at. The physical body Tao can be a support." The Great Light King understood but also didn't understand. He could only nod. The formation Tao, am I not an expert in the formation Tao, just a physical body Tao expert? King of the state of Zhou, I don't need to say anything more. Suyu looked at the King of the state of Zhou. You have your own path, and you know a lot. You don't need me to remind you. The King of the state of Zhou looked at him. Suyu also looked at the King of the state of Zhou. The King of the state of Zhou was silent for a while and bowed slightly. Holy Lord is right. Suyu didn't let him off. Your great Tao power has been cultivated for many years and has never been punished by the rules. Maybe you didn't step on it during this period. I don't care about all this. I'm happy that you're strong. But remember, this era belongs to me. This was an era that belonged to him. The King of the state of Zhou was conflicted and bowed slightly again. Zhou Tianqi, I will remember this. Everyone else had strange expressions and different emotions. The King of the state of Zhou was no longer as composed as before. He was a little out of sorts and felt a little lost, as though he was being suppressed by Suyu. This was the first time they felt that the King of the state of Zhou was being completely suppressed by Suyu. The Suyu of today was completely different after appearing in front of them for a few days. Meanwhile, Suyu continued. I've already contacted over 10 Tao integration stage cultivators to prepare for my second battle of the heavens. However, they are all outsiders. There are too few human powerful beings, so few that there is only one Tao integration stage cultivator, the King of the state of Zhou. Suyu said in a low voice, the outsiders can choose to help or not. They can choose to beg or not. If they are too weak, then who will be responsible for conquering the infinite worlds? Mine? The human race? Or the outsiders? At this moment, everyone else didn't think so much. They were only thinking about the Tao integration stage cultivators. Even the King of the state of Qin couldn't hold it in anymore. More than 10 Tao integration stage cultivators? Suyu replied calmly, that's right. Tian Mia, Yun Xiao, and Xing Hong have all reached Tao integration. Furthermore, the Heaven Division leader of the Heaven Hunting Pavilion, Tian Yu, has already surrendered and reached Tao integration. Furthermore, I have some arrangements elsewhere and some Tao integration stage cultivators are on standby. The group of people was shocked to the extreme. Tao integration, a bunch of Tao integration stage cultivators, Suyu continued. I'm going to the Iron Eater realm to help Jiu Yue attain his Tao. He's about to reach Tao integration too. The Iron Eater Beast Emperor is preparing to abdicate and Jiu Yue is about to succeed him. The Iron Eater tribe will soon become our most loyal ally. I hope that everyone will remember this. Everyone was at a loss for words, their eyes widened. How many Tao integration stage cultivators were there? Jiu Yue was also about to reach Tao integration. My God, even the power of the Iron Eater tribe had been transferred to Jiu Yue. This was unbelievable. It had only been a few days. Suyu, was he lying? However, no one dared to doubt him. At this moment, they were truly astonished. The monarch of Great Zhou also vaguely understood something at this moment. His emotions were extremely complicated. I understand now. Not only did Suyu open the heavenly gate, but his subordinates were also so powerful that they didn't even need to rely on the human race to launch a second war of the heavens. Suyu was the ruler of the human race, and now, he was also taking steps toward becoming the ruler of the Wan continent. He was rapidly strengthening his own forces. Da Xia of Goguryeo and the others also widened their eyes and mouths. Previously, there wasn't a single Tao integration stage cultivator in the human race. Now, in the blink of an eye, my God, they really couldn't count the number of Tao integration stage cultivators on both hands. In the next instant, Suyu said indifferently, I don't want the foreign races to always be the most powerful force under my command. The great Qin king has worked hard and guarded the All Heavens battlefield for hundreds of years. Your contributions cannot go unnoticed. I've gathered everyone here this time to improve everyone's strength and also to reward you. Great Qing King, this time, I'll help you reach Dao integration stage. If you have enough opportunities, you'll reach the ancient human king realm very soon. The Great Qing King's jaw dropped, he could endure Dao integration stage. Ancient human king realm? Is this a joke? Is he trying to scare us? I can't believe it, even the monarch of Great Zhou was shocked. He couldn't help but say, ancient human king realm? So you said calmly, I think the Great Zhou King should know something about it. That's right, it's nothing more than grasping a great Dao. I have more than one of these things. Of course, if you succeed this time, it'll be very difficult for you to grasp a second great Dao in the future. It'll depend on your opportunities. Grasping a great Dao is merely an ordinary expert among the ancient human kings. You're inferior to the Great Light King's ancestor, the Wisdom King, and you're also inferior to the Traitor's ancestor, the Hell King. No one could hear the rest of what he said, all of them were shocked speechless. What was Suyu doing? Why did they suddenly feel that this young man before them was so mysterious and terrifying? He seemed to be omnipotent. Before this, everyone still felt that Suyu was strong and had roped in some people. However, they could still see through him. At this moment, they really couldn't see through him. Suyu wasn't done yet. He continued, also, I've already grasped a quarter of the dead soul's world. I've gathered the ancient human marquises to fight for me. Ancient Marquis Lan Shan, the first Tide River diagram. Many human experts are in the dead soul's world to help me unify the dead soul's world. Suyu's aura was extremely powerful at this moment. I want this entire world to be my territory. When I take down Wan and kill my way to the heavens, how many of you will fight with me? Silence. Shock, there was even some fear. At this moment, some people in the crowd exchanged glances. Some were excited and some instantly understood something. The next moment, someone shouted, we're willing to be the vanguard of the Holy Lord and fight for the heavens. Suyu was indifferent. In front, the king of the Great Zhou looked at Suyu with an extremely complicated expression. After a long time, he slowly knelt on one knee and lowered his head. We're willing to be the vanguard of Emperor Yu and unite the heavens. The invincible beings were at a loss and didn't know what to do. Surrender, yes, this wasn't recognition anymore. This was surrender. They really surrendered. The king of the Great Zhou, the only Dao integration stage cultivator of the human race, surrendered. The invincible beings were all very confused. At this moment, nearby, Xiao Long Wu, Silkworm Destruction King, Da Xiao of Goguryeo. These experts exchanged glances and all knelt on one knee. They shouted, we're willing to be the vanguard of Emperor Yu and unite the heavens. The invincible beings all knelt on one knee. Some didn't understand, while others completely understood. From now on, there would be no equality. Suyu had completely suppressed all the ultimate experts. Even after the previous battle ended, some people were still unconvinced and hid their dissatisfaction in their hearts. But at this moment, they couldn't even be unconvinced. Suyu's aura became more and more powerful. He waited until all the invincible beings had surrendered before lifting them up. Rise, generals! Everyone stood up. The complicated expression on the king of the Great Zhou's face disappeared. He looked at Suyu. At this moment, some of his thoughts completely vanished. This was the Lord of Creation. He wasn't the 100-battle king. He was Suyu. The 9th tide was officially over. This was the 10th tide, or rather, the changes of the tides in front had already ended. Suyu wanted to erase these imprints, as well as the human sovereigns and human sovereigns in front. He just wanted everyone to remember that this era was called Suyu. The humans were treacherous. This was something Suyu himself admitted. The humans were too scheming. The humans thought too much. From the start, the Divine Runic Department had been nothing more than chess pieces, nothing more than cannon fodder. Everything had been calculated by some people. And today, Suyu was going to tell everyone that he hated their schemes, whether they were good or bad. There was no need for them. I will rule this era. If you want to return, then so be it. If you don't want to, then so be it. I can lead the human race to rise. If even the human race could not be subdued, how could they suppress the Wan? If even the human realm didn't submit to him, why should Old Turtle and the others submit to him? If even the eternal realm could oppose him, then why couldn't the Dao integration realm, the Iron Eater Emperor had said that the 100 battle monarchs were not fair, so he was not willing to fight for them. Saying that Suyukid was both a compliment and a hint. The Yen Emperor had said that the hundreds of ancients who had followed the human race had all been destroyed. This was also a hint. As long as the human race is not exterminated, hundreds of other races have perished. Would they still dare to fight with you, because in the previous 9 times, the 9 human lords had not been fair. Therefore, the ancient race beings were all hesitating about this tide. They were worried that they would become the next ancients to disappear, they were worried that the human race would not be destroyed, and they would become cannon fodder. But today, Suyu was telling everyone that it was the same. Whether it was the alliance or the human race, they would do as they should. Even if they were biased, they would not use the lives of the alliance to favor the lives of the human race. In this era, he was the only one, only then would there be hope for victory. There were countless experts in the upper realm, and there were also a bunch of old antiques. If they did not resolve these problems now, they would not be able to deal with them in the future. The group of invincible realm experts all had complicated feelings. As for Suyu, he did not care whether they were complicated or not. The next moment, he looked at Xiao Longwu and said, "All of you walk the path of the physical body. Your understanding of the essence of the great Tao is too little. Xiaoji's saber. I don't know how much I know about the saber path. General Xia, accompany me on a journey through the river of time. Let's see if you can walk the path of the saber." Xiao Longwu stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "I'm willing to make this trip with Emperor Yu." Suyu tore through the river of spacetime with his bare hands. Xiao Longwu's heart trembled slightly as he quickly followed Suyu and stepped into the river of spacetime. When the two of them disappeared, many invincible experts heaved a sigh of relief. The atmosphere just now was too stifling, the pressure was too great, the older ones were panicking. Old Zhou? The Great Qin King looked at the Great Zhou King. The Great Zhou King was no longer as confident and mysterious as before. At this moment, he looked at the Great Qin King bitterly. After a long time, he said softly, "Don't ask me anything. I am the Tao protector of this generation's leader. Old Qin, don't blame me. My responsibility is to keep this primordial fire alive." However, I didn't expect him to be the leader of this generation. I also didn't expect him to grow up so quickly. Tao Protector, the Great Qin King looked at him coldly. Then that means, back then, you, the king of Great Zhou sighed. Yes, but if I had displayed the power of Tao integration back then, Old Qin, do you know that at that time, the immortals and fiend celestials would surround and kill us with all their might? I could only lie low. The Great Qin King became even colder as he looked at him. "So you've been waiting? Who are you waiting for?" "We await the human lord." "Which human master?" The Great Qin King said coldly, "Wait for a human ruler who can deal with one." Childish. This was the first time the king of Great Zhou was called childish by the king of Great Qin. In the past, it had always been him scolding the Great Qin King. At this moment, he smiled bitterly. "Perhaps you're right. However, I have my mission. The reason why the human race could survive until now and survive until the 10th tide is because of these arrangements. It's just that Suyu doesn't like it. If not for these arrangements, Old Qin, do you think Suyu would have waited for him? Just because Suyu didn't like it didn't mean that some arrangements were wrong. If there weren't some secret arrangements, the human race wouldn't have been able to wait until now." The Great Qin King thought about it and nodded slightly. "Perhaps? What about now? Who are you serving?" "Serving?" The king of Great Zhou thought about it and smiled, shaking his head. "No, I'm not serving anyone. I'm just passing down my legacy. Perhaps Suyu thinks that I'm serving someone, but that's not the case. You have to understand that the human king and human sovereign have disappeared. In this era, I actually don't need to serve anyone." The king of Great Zhou said softly, "I'm just doing my best to pass down my legacy, to protect the Tao, to wait for a human lord who can lead the human race to rise again. Perhaps it's him." The Great Qin King was silent. All around, some invincible experts were listening. Actually, everyone vaguely knew something. They were shocked but felt that it was natural. The king of Great Zhou was too mysterious and powerful. Only someone said in surprise, "Uncle Zhou, Does that mean that Zhou Padian might not be your son? What the heck, what's the relationship? It's so complicated. Everyone turned to look at Xianxia, all of them had weird expressions. Oh my god, at this moment, why is your perspective so unique? You're amazing. After he said that, everyone was curious. Is Zhou Padian still your son? Is Zhou Tianyuan still your brother? Complicated. The king of Great Zhou looked at him with a weird expression. Xianxia, is this son of the great Qin king an idiot or is he purposely finding fault? When he saw Zhou Padian looking at him, he couldn't help but feel a headache. I'm human. No matter how old I am, it's normal for me to marry and have children in this tide. I also need to ensure that my legacy isn't destroyed. Everyone nodded. Xianxia asked curiously, the Light King can't be your brother, right? It's normal for you to have a son, but it's not normal for you to have a brother. The king of Little Zhou looked at him. Xianxia said seriously, am I wrong? It makes sense, why is everyone looking at me like that? The king of Great Zhou felt a headache coming on. Seeing everyone looking at him, he could only say, it's about the same as Xianxia. Xianxia is the same. Don't talk about me alone. Xiachen is also an expert from the previous tide flow, and the Grand Xia Emperor is a descendant of this tide flow. That's why Xiachen infiltrated the Xia clan and became his cousin. Everyone was deep in thought. Xianxia said curiously, that means that the Time King is your descendant and Zhou Padian is your son. Then the king of Little Zhou might have to call Zhou Padian grandpa's grandpa while Zhou Polong has to call him a generation higher. Is that what you mean? The king of Great Zhou looked at him coldly, you're looking for trouble, right? Isn't that right? Are you sure you want to look for trouble with me? Xianxia was a little flustered by his stare. He muttered, I'm just asking. I'm really curious. What's with this attitude? I'm not spreading rumors. If I'm not curious, why am I asking this? The king of Great Zhou was tired. The king of Great Qin did not care about his son. So what if he asked? He looked at the king of Great Zhou and said calmly, why are you admitting defeat this time? The king of Great Zhou smiled bitterly and looked at the river of time. He could not see it clearly and could only vaguely feel their aura. He exhaled and said, do you believe that if I don't admit defeat, there might be experts coming from the other side of the waterfall of time to kill me? The king of Great Qin frowned, not to the extent. Not to the extent? The king of Great Zhou smiled bitterly, you think not to the extent? This person has been staring at me, guarding against me and being wary of me. No matter what he does, he has to suppress me first. I really don't have any ill intentions. Unfortunately, he is too suspicious. He is suspicious to begin with. On the other side, Dasha of Goguryeo said angrily, among us, you are the most sinister and mysterious. Who else would he suspect if not you? Shut up. The king of Great Zhou said angrily, do I want that? I don't. 500 years ago, I was observing all of you. I was observing all of you geniuses. At that time, I wanted to choose a good master to groom and stabilize the human race. But, what about all of you? All of you are disappointing. What choice do I have? I can only do that. Otherwise, what should I do? Wait to be exterminated by the fiend gods? He looked at Xianxia and the rest. Your father's generation can't do it. I thought that there might be talents in the next generation, but in the end, it's still the same. I'm disappointed. The group was speechless. The king of Great Qin sighed and asked, what is the good master in your eyes like? The king of Great Zhou wanted to speak but was stunned. After a while, he sighed. I don't know. I don't know what I want to find either. You are asking me. Perhaps, the good master in my heart might be like the king of 100 battles. But the king of 100 battles was defeated. He has flaws, many of them. However, he has many good points. He is courteous, he is brave and good at fighting, he protects the human race, he respects his seniors, he is extremely talented, he is domineering, but within his domineering, there is gentleness. The king of Great Zhou said softly, in the last tide, the king of 100 battles won everyone's support. Some of the marquises of the higher realms praised him. In order to make him stronger, some ancient marquises did not hesitate to give up their great daos to let him occupy more great daos, to make him stronger, they even sacrificed themselves. The King of 100 Battles was actually about to succeed. He suppressed one until the people from the higher realms came. He suppressed the higher realms until they could not lift their heads. The King of Great Qin said calmly, but he still lost. Right, he still lost, and Xia of Goguryeo said coldly, suppressed one until he could not lift his head? Unable to lift his head, Tiangu, Mou, Jiwu, these people are still alive and well. So, the reason you can't lift your head is because after the 9th tide, the master of the celestial race is still Tiangu. The master of the fiend gods is still Jiwu. 90,000 years, countless years of war, and not a single half-emperor was killed? The group instantly understood and looked at him. That's right, the King of Great Zhou was so strong, Tiangu and the others were still alive. The King of Great Zhou opened his mouth, and after a while, he said helplessly, no. At that time, the King of 100 Battles thought that because they were holed up in this world, to reduce their losses, they temporarily did not attack this world. To avoid too many casualties, he also pitted the disciples of the human race. At that time, the higher realms opened, and there were too many experts. The King of 100 Battles was strong, but he could not suppress all of them. His idea was to rebuild the ancient imperial court, restore the Yuan parliament, and rule the world together by the Yuan. At that time, his strength should be number one. He wanted to walk the path of human emperors, to suppress the Yuan with his own strength, to prevent the Yuan from fighting to the death and causing too many casualties. Once this was said, everyone understood. The King of 100 Battles felt that he could suppress all worlds, but if he really started a war, he would suffer heavy losses. Maybe it would be a life and death struggle, so he wanted to reopen the ancient imperial court. The humans would be the boss, and the other Yuan would become the Yuan parliament, ruling all worlds together. The King of Great Qin asked, then what happened in the end? Who killed him? The King of Great Zhou took a deep breath. I don't know. We didn't participate in the final battle. Or rather, we only participated in the peripheral battle. That battle was between the King of 100 Battles and some powerful beings from the higher realms, including Tiangu and the others. The King of 100 Battles was extremely powerful, and he took away over a dozen Dao integration stage super mighty figures, including many primordial marquises. In the end, the King of 100 Battles didn't come out. Everyone frowned. Dead? I don't know. The King of Great Zhou continued, we don't know if he's dead or not. At that time, the Great Dao shook quite a bit, and his physical Dao was probably also damaged. However, when Tiangu and the others came out, they didn't announce that they had killed the King of 100 Battles. They only said that the human race had lost. The King of Great Zhou sighed. And so, the human race lost. Many senior human marquises died in battle, and many senior Dao integration stage super mighty figures also died in battle. The power of the 9 tides was almost wiped out in one fell swoop. A small number of them escaped to the higher realms, and the rest were almost all killed in the lower realms. I was lucky enough to escape. In the end, when the All Heavens battlefield was sealed, I fell into a deep slumber until around 500 years ago, when I woke up, and the 10th tide arrived. The King of Great Light asked in a low voice, then, you don't know about the Heaven Restriction Rebellion? You don't know about his father? The King of Great Zhou replied with resignation, I'm not a god, so don't always think that I know everything. At that time I was still fighting in the All Heavens. Am I omnipotent? I only found out about his entanglement with Xianxia later on. By the time I found out, Xianxia had already killed him. Xianxia also died in battle. Who knew that he had descendants left behind? The King of Great Light's dark expression turned into a smile. Let me ask you something. Did you distribute the 2 ruins in secret? No. The King of Great Zhou explained casually, these ruins are actually not from the ancient era. They are just backups arranged by some experts from the 1st to the 9th tide. However, they were not activated before. Later, I activated a portion, and Xianxia also activated a portion. Maybe when we activated it, there were some overlaps. I felt that I did not get you, and Xianxia might also feel the same, so I divided you into 2. Oh. The King of Great Light understood. I was wondering, so I was lucky. So you're saying that we've long been under your observation? The King of Great Zhou nodded slightly. You can say so. On the other side, the king of Silkworm Destruction asked, then why didn't I get a share in the beginning? The king of Great Zhou was speechless. He frowned and said, you are still young, why are you getting a share? You are young, your whole family is young, the king of Silkworm Destruction complained in his heart. Serves you right for being suppressed by Suyu. You actually did not give me a share in the first batch of ruins. Then what is Emperor Yu doing with Xiao Longwu now? Someone was curious. The king of Great Zhou looked at the sky. I don't know, searching for the Tao. Searching for the Tao? Some people were deep in thought. Was that possible? As for the king of Great Zhou, they did not want to ask too much. After all, they were old comrades. Although they felt that he had lied to them, at this moment, Suyu was indeed searching for the Tao with Xiao Longwu. Not only was he helping Xiao Longwu to search for the Tao, but he was also searching for the Tao himself. His saber Shunwen was guiding him to search for the Tao of the human race, the saber Tao, Qin spear and Xia saber. Suyu's idea was to let Xia of Goguryeo and the king of Great Qin walk the Tao of the desolate heavenly beasts. However, Qin spear and Xia saber still had successors, Qin Zhen and Xiao Longwu could do it. He just did not know if there was anyone controlling this Tao. Was the controller a human? If it was he dead? These could not be considered for the time being, he had to fuse with other Taos first. There was hope for him to enter Tao integration. In any case, the Tao of the physical body was already crippled and he could not enter Tao integration. In the long river of time, the two sides of the surging river were endless darkness. Actually, Xiao Longwu could not see anything. However, he knew that Suyu seemed to be able to see it. At this moment, he felt a little uneasy. Su. Emperor Yu, Xiao Longwu shouted awkwardly and asked, are we going to keep going forward now? Yes. Suyu looked ahead and then at the saber Shunwen that was about to exhaust its strength. He said, augment yourself with saber qi. Feel it yourself. There must be a place in this river that you feel comfortable in. Feel that you can open up the Tao there and fuse with it. Don't walk the Tao of the physical body. That Tao is considered crippled. Xiao Longwu thought for a moment and closed his eyes. The next moment, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a saber. He resonated with the saber Shunwen in front of him. The saber Shunwen seemed to have been augmented and continued flying forward. As for Suyu, he observed the two sides. At this moment, he was in the range of the Tao of the physical body. Suyu was a little shocked. This Tao was truly wide. If other tributaries were small rivers, this Tao of the physical body was the ocean. In the long river of time, a very large branch had appeared. No wonder it could support countless people's Tao fusion. If the master of this Tao was still alive, it would be inconceivable. Suyu felt that King Wen and the others might not be a match for him, the master of the physical body Tao. According to Suyu's thinking, the river of time did not count. The master of the Dead Spirits Galaxy River might have been the strongest in the world. The Time Masters had not been able to open up a smaller version of the River of Time. He had not seen the human sovereign's Tao, and he did not know what King Wen was cultivating. For now, the master of the physical body Tao should be the second strongest. The human ancestor? Suyu thought of a person, a legendary existence. The physical body Tao was said to have existed for countless years. This great Tao had existed before King Wen and the others opened up the Tao. Could the master of the physical body Tao be the human ancestor from the creation of the world? That was still possible. This great Tao was in the human race's river of time. If that was the human ancestor, then it really was possible. In that case, the power of the great Tao could be understood. Behind him, Xiao Longwu could not hold on any longer. His body trembled. Stepping into the river of time consumed too much power of laws. Hold on. Suyu shouted, only by holding on will you have hope of finding your own Tao, a Tao that is compatible with you. Your talent in the saber Tao is extremely high, but it's a pity that you are like others, unable to see through the essence of the great Tao and casually fused the physical body Tao. This Tao was unparalleled in the primeval age, but in this era, it is a useless Tao. It cannot step into the Tao fusion realm. I know. Xiao Longwu said in a low voice, struggling to hold on. Suyu said with some disdain, Manor Lord Xia, I have always felt that you are stronger than Wanfu Prefect, but now it seems, you are much weaker. He was being looked down upon, Xiao Longwu said helplessly. It's normal, he is my teacher. Forget it, you are praising my teacher, I won't argue with you. Suyu thought for a moment and nodded, that's true. However, Wanfu Prefect is really powerful. I didn't understand in the past, but now I do. He has already explored some secrets of the essence of the great Tao. He might have been fusing his own Tao, but there might be some restrictions on the laws. He still lacks the heavenly gate, so I can't see through it. Otherwise, in this era, Wanfu Prefect might be the first expert not to walk the physical body Tao. Great Zhou Monarch, he shouldn't be from this era. Suyu said casually, I can see that he has been at Tao Fusion for some time. Normally, Tao Fusion wouldn't be so fast, he can't hide it from me. Xiao Longwu was speechless. You are powerful. In any case, he really couldn't see anything. At this moment, Suyu suppressed another wave. The saber word Shenwen suddenly trembled, and Suyu focused his gaze. The heavenly gate opened, and he instantly saw something. There seemed to be a tributary in front. It's already been opened. Suyu quickly relaxed. It's the same. Fusing the Tao is faster than opening the Tao. Although it's a bit troublesome for you to advance to Master of the Laws, you have a higher chance of advancing to Tao Fusion. It's faster. It's normal that you've already opened the saber Tao. There were definitely many experts who were skilled with the saber, so you wasn't surprised, at least he found it. Sure enough, Xiao Longwu's saber aura flourished. He couldn't contain his joy. Yes, I feel it too. There seems to be a very comfortable aura ahead, beckoning to me. If it weren't for Suyu, he wouldn't have made it here. He had already proven his Tao. There was no need to even mention those who hadn't proven their Tao. That was why humans didn't walk the physical body Tao, but other Taos. The physical body Tao was the great Tao that led to the heavens, but now it was hindering humans from pursuing other Taos. Suyu looked over and said, come on, you try fusing. Suyu continued forward, and soon arrived at the tributary. At this moment, he could see it even more clearly. Suddenly, he completely understood why a carrier was needed, why a weapon that was fused with the art of war was needed. It was because there was a gap between the tributary and the main river. Xiao Longwu wanted to fly over there, but he almost fell into that gap. It was Suyu who grabbed him, preventing him from falling. If he fell, Xiao Longwu might be in trouble. I see. At this moment, Suyu could see it clearly. At this moment, he needed to build a bridge for Xiao Longwu to cross. This was the role of a carrier, and this was the role of the three bodies. However, the three bodies. Suyu knew that the two bodies were actually two petals. They weren't sturdy, so it would be troublesome if the two bodies were broken. As for the art of war, it was more reliable. Actually, there were other ways. Seeing through the essence, Suyu understood more. He suddenly smiled. Your body isn't strong enough, and your willpower isn't strong enough. Otherwise, you could directly step over. Using the body as a bridge, there's no need for any carrier or weapon fusion. External objects still have some flaws after all. Using blood as an aperture, using Shenwen as a bridge, it's actually possible. At this moment, Suyu was also comprehending something by himself. He had already felt it. At this moment, his saber Shenwen seemed to fall into the gap, building a bridge for Suyu. This was the rule of Shenwen. This saber word was actually a part of this path. Therefore, it could fill this gap, allowing people to walk over. Therefore, Shenwen could be fused. This was the first time Suyu took someone on the Tao path. Suyu thought for a while and smiled. Let's go back first. If you take this path, I suggest using the art of war. However, you need a medium. For you, the medium is a matter of compatibility and absorption of the rule force. Origin returning saber. This is not bad. Use the origin returning saber to pave the way for you. Perhaps you can instantly fuse 50% to 60% of the Tao. Along the way, there's hope of stepping into Eternal Realm 5, 6, or even 7. Xiao Longwu wasn't weak to begin with. When he stepped into the Tao of the physical body, he had already taken a step. Xiao Longwu immediately said, no need, that's the weapon of the great Qin King. Suyu smiled and said, don't worry, I have arrangements for them. Qin family, Xianxia family, Zhu family, these families that supported me first, I won't mistreat them. Don't feel that it's unfair. How can there be absolute fairness in this world? You guys supported me first, so of course I have to strengthen you guys. Under the same conditions, I naturally have to make you guys stronger. If I don't make you guys stronger, am I supposed to make the great Zhou King stronger? There was no way to respond to this. The origin returning saber is a divine weapon. It's definitely not bad to use it as a medium for weapon fusion. With that said, Suyu quickly brought Xiao Longwu back. A moment later, Suyu returned and tore through the river, saying, "Great Qin King, give me the origin returning saber. I have a use for it." The Great Qin King was waiting and didn't say much. The origin returning saber was something that Suyu didn't want to give to him back then, so he didn't say anything. Furthermore, he actually didn't like using this saber. The long saber was thrown out, and Suyu caught it and quickly disappeared. Everyone was waiting silently. At that moment, Suyu quickly erased the aura within the long saber and threw it to Xiao Longwu, saying, "Hurry up and refine it." Weapon fusion is actually simple. You're also an eternal, so you have a combat skill for every orifice. Fuse all your heaven-splitting saber insights into the origin returning saber. Actually, in my eyes, it's a combat skill transformed into Shenwen. You can't transform into Shenwen, so you can only use the origin returning saber as a medium. Xiao Longwu actually didn't quite understand and had a lot of blind spots in his knowledge. However, he was also a genius and quickly understood something. He quickly fused the saber chi in his body, including some insights from heaven-splitting saber, into the origin returning saber. Divine weapons were very strong. The origin returning saber actually had some rejection because it was King Gong's saber in the past and didn't want to fuse with other people's Daos. However, Suyu's aura erupted and quickly suppressed it. The origin returning saber trembled for a while. After all, it was an ownerless object. Soon, a resplendent saber chi erupted. Xiao Longwu refined it. As for Suyu, he quickly brought him to the previous place. At this moment, Suyu was also a little strained. Walking through the river of time was really not something an ordinary person could do. Suyu's saber Shenwen revealed itself and floated above the gap. In fact, the current Suyu could step into this Dao. He had no choice. There was no need. If he stepped into the saber Dao now, it would be troublesome if he and the brush Dao rejected each other in the future. Suyu wanted to walk purely on this Dao first. Origin returning saber, spread it over here and build a bridge. Yes. Xiao Longwu didn't waste any words. He still couldn't understand it, but he vaguely knew that this was a good thing. Soon, he threw the origin returning saber out and it kept growing in the river of time. The next moment, a long saber bridge appeared. Step into it. All the way forward. Fuse with the saber Dao. Walk as far as you are strong. Yes. Xiao Longwu's saber chi erupted as he quickly stepped on the long saber and walked forward. He walked into the tributary, and at this moment, his saber chi instantly erupted and became stronger. In the tributary, saber chi rose. It wasn't river water, but long sabers that instantly merged into Xiao Longwu's body. Xiao Longwu let out a shrill roar as his saber chi boiled. He roared, "I feel it. Powerful saber chi. I said that when I used my saber previously, other than the power of blood and flesh being stronger, the saber wasn't sharp enough. So that was why, because previously, he didn't walk the Dao that he was good at, it was just that his body was strengthened." Behind him, the origin returning saber instantly fell into his hand. With the origin returning saber in hand, he walked all the way forward. The saber chi formed by the river water was actually the power of the rule force. It was a help and a restriction, fusing into him to strengthen him and also to attack him. As for Xiao Longwu, he held a long saber in his hand and walked all the way. Rumble, on the tributary, the sound of explosions was endless. Xiao Longwu roared and walked all the way. He walked in a direction that Suyu couldn't see. Suyu judged that Xiao Longwu was already strong. This time, he stepped into the saber Dao and even used the origin returning saber. Maybe he could step into the Eternal Realm's 7th stage. After going out, I'm afraid I'll be targeted by the power of the rule force. Suyu thought because it was said that if one didn't walk the 3-body Dao, they would be punished. That was probably the case. Who cares? After going out, I'll throw Xiao Longwu into King Wen's former residence. When the power of the rule force dissipates, everything will be fine. Maybe I can also take the opportunity to fish for some power of the rule force to strengthen my Shenwen. In the tributary, the roars were endless. Xiao Longwu's roars were also constantly coming. This seemed to be more difficult than proving the Tao with the physical body. Proving the Tao with the physical body, combining the three bodies into one, everyone inexplicably proved the Tao. In fact, they had stepped into the Tao of the body, but it was very difficult to move forward. So under normal circumstances, they would retreat after walking a little bit. Moreover, the three bodies were weak, and it was not enough for them to build the bridge for too long. The roars continued. After a while, in the tributary, a figure appeared. From afar, it looked like a saber. It was incomparably sharp. Xiao Longwu was covered in blood, but he was wild with joy and laughed loudly. Today, I know that I am me. Xiaojia's saber should walk this path. Thank you, Sovereign Yu. At this moment, he shouted without hesitation, because when he heard the Tao in the morning, he could die in the evening. At this moment, he only felt like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. There was no longer that uncomfortable feeling from before. He only felt refreshed and comfortable, so comfortable that he went crazy. He knew that he had walked the right path. Practicing the saber could strengthen himself. It was no longer like before. No matter how he practiced the saber, the effects were not great. He could only continuously strengthen his body because he walked the Tao of the body. Boom. He stepped out of the tributary and returned to the main river. At this moment, Suyu also could not hold on anymore. He reminded, when you go out, there will be punishment from the power of the rule force. Be careful. I will bring you into King Wen's former residence. Don't resist, lest you get into trouble. Yes. Xiao Longwu's voice was loud. He could not help but say, I think I might really have stepped into the 7th stage. It's a pity. If my grandfather cultivated the Tao of the blade, I think he had hope of stepping into the Tao integration. Sovereign Yu, my grandfather, he. As Suyu retreated, he said, you can feel it yourself. Is the power of the rule force still strong enough? Is there anyone else fighting for the power of the rule force? I think so. Then it might be because some of the ancient fellows are still alive and fighting with you in the higher realm for the power of the rule force. It's not good to integrate too many people. On one hand, we can't be sure if the Blade Dao powerhouses of the higher realm are our foes. On the other hand, it's difficult to fight for the Dao integration, weakening each other's strength. Let Dasha of Goguryeo walk another Dao first. No one is fighting for that Dao. Otherwise, when the time comes, Xiaojiao will have to fight for it, Suyu said, you can leave. If the powerhouses of the Blade Dao are enemies, just kill them. If the master of the rule is still here, they are also enemies. Just kill them. That way, you have hope of mastering this Dao. With that, Suyu said coldly, don't fight among yourselves. Kill your enemies first. Sovereign Yu, if he walks this Dao, will he be a human? Who knows? Xiao Longwu didn't say anything else. He had already seen through Suyu's plan. Regardless of whether they were human or not, if they didn't listen to Suyu or opposed him, he would kill them all. Wouldn't it be better to leave the Dao to his own people? At this moment, Xiao Longwu didn't say anything else. He had killed many people. If Suyu wanted to dominate the world, it was normal for him to kill all who opposed him. His harvest this time was not small. In the next moment, the two stepped out of the river of time. Just as they stepped out, a blood-colored lightning tribulation appeared in the void. As expected, if one didn't use the 3 movement techniques, they would be punished. The others were shocked, however, Xiao Longwu couldn't help it. He gripped his long saber and looked at Suyu, his killing intent awe-inspiring. Suyu smiled and said, I'll cut it for fun. Understood. Under the shocked gazes of the others, Xiao Longwu, wielding his divine saber, slashed through the void. This saber was extremely sharp. Below, Dasha of Goguryeo was taken aback. F*CK, why does it feel even sharper than my saber aura? Not only that, but in just a short while, Xiao Longwu seemed to have stepped into the eternal stage 7. In addition, he walked the saber Dao and used a divine weapon. At this moment, the feeling he gave people was that he was not weaker than Dasha of Goguryeo. His physical body was weaker, and his vitality was also weaker, but the sharpness of the saber aura felt far better than Dasha of Goguryeo. Dasha of Goguryeo's eyes almost popped out. F*CK, am I still the number 1 saber Dao powerhouse in the Myriad worlds? Why, do I feel that a saber wielder is better than me? Although this was his grandson, at this moment, Xiao of Goguryeo also wanted to curse. What the hell, could it be that in the river of time, 10,000 years passed in an instant, his grandson had cultivated for countless years, otherwise, there was no way to explain how the saber was so sharp that it surpassed him, impossible, boom, just as Xiao of Goguryeo was in shock, the sky tore apart. A saber slashed out, and the void split open. The blood clouds were split apart by this saber, but in the next moment, they gathered again. However, even so, it was still shocking. Too strong. In the crowd, Xiaoyi also opened his mouth wide. In the next moment, he suddenly looked at Zhu Tiandao and suddenly laughed silently. It seemed to be saying, "You grandson, look, who is the biggest investor of Suyu? I am Xianxia. Did you see that? Xiaojia's harvest was here." His eldest nephew disappeared for a while and came out. He was actually a Eternal Stage 7. Not only that, but with this saber slash, it gave Xiaoyi the feeling that there were no more than 5 people in the human race who could beat his eldest nephew. Did you see that? Zhu Tiandao also opened his mouth. F***ck, what about my family, Suyu? My family also has powerhouses. How did Xiao Longwu suddenly become so powerful? You can't be biased. My family has always supported you. In the next moment, Zhu Tiandao shouted, Yu Huang is wise and wise, for thousands of generations, unify the heavens, and unite all realms. This was a reminder to Suyu, and my family. Just now, Suyu seemed to have said that the great Qin King and Xiao of Goguryeo could do this and that, but he didn't say anything about his father. He only said that the Tao of array formations was not bad. This wouldn't do, this was too tragic. In this way, wasn't my family being suppressed by Xiaojia? They were thinking and shouting. As for everyone else, their eyes widened again, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. This was even more shocking than Suyu killing a Dao integration stage cultivator. Xiao Longwu had only left for a short while and followed Suyu to the river of time. All of a sudden, he went from a weakling with 3 crippled bodies to a top powerhouse whose saber intent even surpassed that of Xiao of Goguryeo. What was going on? Suyu was powerful, but that was just Suyu. His external help was powerful, but that was just external help. When Suyu said that this group of people was powerful, to be honest, they didn't believe it. Including September's Dao integration stage, no one believed it. But now, they were all shocked. It was true, at this moment, everyone was excited and envious. Then would we have such an opportunity? From a weakling with 3 crippled bodies to a top powerhouse who could fight a 9th stage Eternal Realm powerhouse, would we have such an opportunity? They were a little nervous, a little uneasy, but also a little expectant. The great Shan King, the great Jin King, and the others were a little uneasy. So you didn't seem to be very broad-minded. We didn't have a very good relationship with him before. Now that Xiao Longwu and the others had suddenly become powerful, their role in the human race would greatly decline. Right at this moment, the blood cloud gathered again. And Suyu stepped forward, and a river appeared again. He instantly flew into the distance. The waterfall of time appeared. Suyu stepped on the river and grabbed Xiao Longwu. The book of time trembled and instantly concealed Xiao Longwu. He disappeared. Without Xiao Longwu, in the void, the blood cloud seemed to be unable to find its target. The other party had entered a place without rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape punishment anywhere in the universe, but now, he couldn't be found. Had he been destroyed? The rules could only make such a judgment. After a moment, the blood cloud began to dissipate, and Suyu didn't appear. After a while, Suyu appeared, appearing in the canyon with Xiao Longwu. The blood cloud didn't appear again. Xiao Longwu was a little dazed. He seemed to have seen something just now. But before he could see the legendary former residence of Qingwen, he was dragged out by Suyu. When he came out again, the blood cloud was gone. Only then did Xiao Longwu wake up. Suddenly, his face was no longer dazed. It was full of smiles. I have become a powerhouse of the saber. I seem to be even more proficient in saber arts than my grandfather. He couldn't help but look at Xiao of Goguryeo. As for Xiao of Goguryeo, his smile was stiff. What are you looking at? I'm the #1 saber in the world. The name of Xia saber was earned by me. I'm pissed. My grandson's saber is actually sharper than mine. This is simply intolerable. And in the crowd, the king of Great Zhou looked around, then looked at Xiao Longwu, then looked at Suyu. At this moment, he completely calmed his emotions. The human race had been pacified, when Suyu easily created Xiao Longwu who wasn't any weaker than Daxia of Goguryeo. These Eternals should see themselves clearly. In this world, without you, I, Suyu, can still run amok, and without me, you might die soon. Enlightened Emperor Yu. The King of Great Zhou's loud shout shocked everyone. In the next moment, a group of old people, regardless of whether they were manor heads or not, all lowered their heads and shouted in unison, Enlightened Emperor Yu. Their voices shook heaven and earth. In the next moment, this sound rang out in all directions of the human realm. Enlightened Emperor Yu. Even though they didn't know what happened, when those invincible experts shouted in unison, the manor heads in the human realm also followed suit. Emperor, you must have done something amazing again. Suyu also revealed a smile and said quickly, everyone has a chance. Whether the human race can stand up in this tide depends on everyone. Suyu said loudly, seniors, you have protected the human race and your merits are unparalleled. If this world is unified, the position of Marquis will not be stingy. Announce to the heavens, the rules will bear witness, and the human race will not forget. This was much more valuable than the current king. Even a marquis was more valuable than the current king. In the next moment, loud shouts sounded again, thank you, Emperor. Providence skyrocketed. At this moment, the mortal lord seal that Suyu had placed in the East King Manor instantly strengthened. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a divine weapon with 145 golden patterns. At this moment, the heavens trembled slightly. In the sky above the human realm, a phantom appeared. It was Suyu, wearing a crown on his head, long robes fluttering in the wind, holding a document in his hand. The phantom blotted out the sky and covered the human realm, his aura attacking in all directions. At this moment, phantoms appeared in the sky above the myriad worlds. In the immortal realm, ancient sky had an ugly expression. In the immortal realm, solitary nothingness no longer smiled. In the demon realm, Mog had a grave expression. Suyu had subdued the human race. The hearts of the human race were unified, and they recognized Suyu as the lord of this tide. Too fast, this was too unbelievable. In just a few days, Suyu had only fought one battle, and although his merits were great, it wasn't enough to completely suppress the great Qin King and the others. However, in the blink of an eye, Suyu was recognized by the human race. This was the shadow of the great Tao, the hearts of the people. At the same time, some ancient worlds were also shaken. The world in the sky was the life realm. The figure of the Fate Emperor appeared, with some disbelief and shock. Suyu, completed the unification just like that. This was too fast. I haven't even thought about it yet. How many days has it been? Are the old fellows of the human race all so cowardly? Seeing that Suyu was a little stronger, they immediately surrendered. The Fate Emperor opened his mouth, and for a moment, he was speechless. On the other side, the heaven supervisor sighed softly. The world of the human realm had changed. Perhaps, the second battle of the heavens is about to erupt. The heaven supervisor murmured. Suyu was too fast, too domineering. The human realm had been unified. At this moment, in this scene, everyone knew that the human race had been unified. Unification in the truest sense. There were no seniors making irresponsible remarks, no restraints behind the scenes. The invincible submitted and the Tao integration bowed to him. Compared to the previous 9 human lords, Suyu was special. He was different. He was not chosen by anyone. He had fought his way up until the King of Great Zhou and the King of Great Qin felt that they had no choice but to rope in Suyu and return to the human realm. He did not have old antiques guidance. He relied on opportunities and courage to occupy the position of human lord from the outside. He constantly intimidated the invincible who thought that they were older and had higher statuses. He intimidated them until they had no choice but to lower their heads. This was because the power that Suyu controlled was much stronger than the entire human race. He slew one, destroyed dead spirits, and dominated both the life and death realms. He nurtured his henchmen and strengthened the power that supported him. All of these made Suyu so powerful that no one could oppose him. In the huge canyon, Suyu looked up at the sky. At this moment, Shenwen appeared in his mind. Emperor. Emperor Tao. In the void, the light from Providence surged like a dragon's roar. The moment the Shenwen appeared, the aura of an emperor emitted and was incomparably domineering. Vaguely, the river of space-time stirred and Shenwen appeared. Suyu seemed to see a path to the heavens waiting for him in the distance. The Emperor Tao. Perhaps, at the end of the river of space-time, perhaps the human emperor had opened up a path to the heavens. Perhaps Suyu had already found some traces. When the Emperor Dao Shunwen became powerful, it could lead him to explore this path. However, it was clearly not enough. The Shunwen was not strong enough to lead Suyu. And Suyu himself might not be able to cross the river of spacetime and head to the region where the Great Dao was. This was Suyu's 46th Shunwen. Suyu was not in a hurry. He was constantly sketching the Shunwen. In just a few days, he had already sketched more than 10 Shunwen. As soon as the Imperial Dao was revealed, the others felt even more pressure. As for Suyu, he did not say much. In the next moment, countless bearers flew out, and Suyu shouted, "Heavenly Forging King, order you to forge a set of Array Foundation, and give it to Deming Wang. A set of Divine Forging Talismans, gift to Lord Niu. An abacus is a gift to Xiaoyi. Forge a long whip and gift it to Manor Lord Zhu. Forge a pair of gauntlets and gift them to Nanwu Jiang. Forge a short sword for Yun Chen." Cast, Heavenly Forging King's teeth cracked open as he laughed. "I can forge so many weapons, so many carriers for me?" In the next moment, he stopped laughing. Suyu said coldly, "Within 3 months, complete all the forging. All the weapons must be at least mid-grade Heavenly Soldier. It's best if you're at the highest level, but you'll be rewarded if you're at the highest level." 3 months, Suyu said more than 10 weapons in one go, his face turning purple. "My lord, this was a Heavenly Soldier, not an Earth Soldier. In 3 months, there were more than 10 Heavenly Soldier S, and they had to be at least mid-grade Heavenly Soldier S. On average, he had to forge a set of Heavenly Soldier in 5 days. Are you kidding me? I will die." As for Suyu, he quickly said, "Gather all the weapon forging masters of the human clan. Whether it's doing odd jobs or refining, the human clan's weapon forging masters will be under your command for 3 months. All the prefectures will cooperate, and all the weapon forging masters will be recruited into the army. No one is allowed to refuse. Violators. Kill. Set up the weapon forging department. Heavenly Forging will be the director, Zhao Tianbing will be the deputy, and Zhao Li will be the inspector of the weapon forging department. Within 3 months, I want to see everything that I have said. Other than that, for the other Eternals, think of what you are good at and register it. If you have merit, you will be rewarded. If you have no merit, you will not be rewarded. Heavenly Forging, do you have any doubts?" How could the Heavenly Forging King have any doubts? Suyu had said that if he did not obey, he would be killed. Recruiting all the weapon forging masters of the human clan, with the help of countless weapon forging masters, was not a big problem. The key was that there were all the main materials. With so many carriers, he was going crazy. At least close to 1,000, Suyu continued, "Miakan, Xiao Long Wu, quickly start the war. I want to see the sun and moon appear. The 36 prefectures masters are all at the sun-moon tier, and they can be called to battle at any time. Strive to step into the Dao fusion tier as soon as possible. Under the human clan's Eternals, a few battle generals can be deployed at any time. No great prefectures are allowed to obstruct us." Suyu gave orders one after another. 43 Eternals, he only arranged for less than 20 Eternals to use the weapon fusion technique to step into his path. As for the others, Suyu did not make any arrangements, so he did not say much. Meritorious service, no meritorious service, naturally no reward. However, very soon, Suyu looked at those people, and solemnly said, "Now, there is something that needs to be done by the Eternals. The meritorious service is great, and after completing this mission, whether it is to change paths or recover 3 bodies, I will satisfy all of you." As soon as he said this, the eyes of many lit up. What was it? As for the Eternals that Suyu rewarded, although everyone was jealous, there was nothing they could do. They were all people who had previously supported Suyu, or simply people who were on his side in Shinwen. "You can't be jealous. Guard the Dead Spirits Tunnel," Suyu said calmly. "I have already taken over the Dead Spirits realm, and all the Dead Spirit monarchs have been recruited by me. The Dead Spirit army has already withdrawn. However, I need some people to stand guard to prevent new dead spirits from charging into the tunnel. The requirements are not high, and I should be able to complete the mission. The only thing to worry about is that I do not know the petrification technique. The invasion of the Death Chi is much more difficult to bear than the guards. Low-tier Eternals might not be able to withstand it in about 10 years, and middle-tier Eternals might not be able to withstand it for 30 to 50 years, however, I will strive to suppress the heavens within 10 years. At that time, if you are still alive, then you will be rewarded according to your merits. At the very least, you can be conferred the title of Conferred General. On normal days, you will also receive a salary, and all of you will receive the treatment of the Eternals who participated in the war. The group of people looked at each other, and their expressions became solemn. Suppress the tunnel, this was not a small matter. 10 years, if after 10 years, Suyu was gone, then, they were still thinking. In the distance, Zhou Polong sighed softly and said, "This general is willing to go." Suyu did not like him, this, he himself knew. Obviously, Suyu remembered the suppression of Shunwen all these years. Even if he was a member of the Zhou family, Suyu would not pay the price. So what if he was a member of the Zhou family? At this moment, the king of Great Zhou was suppressed by him. Zhou Polong knew that. Everyone might not be too willing to guard, because the risk was too high, but he also knew that at this moment, Suyu needed someone to stand up and help him replace the guard. He knew Suyu's intention, to release those high-level combat strength. On the side, Zhou Padian glanced at this nominal cousin, was silent for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "This general, Zhou Padian, is also willing to go to the sacred city to suppress the dead spirit tunnel." Zhou family, 2 invincible masters are willing to go. He had replaced the 2 upper stage guardians with their combat strength. Suyu was still calm, looking at the crowd. Anyone else? Great Liang is willing to go. Big Han Lu Wushan is willing to go. One invincible master after another still stood up. Replace the high-level combat strength. There were a few elders who thought their strength was average and chose to be a guard. There were also a few new invincible masters who felt that their combat strength was too weak, so it was better to be a guard and fight for some opportunities for their mansion. Not long after, 14 invincible masters received the order, and Suyu needed 35 invincible masters. Obviously, 14 people were not enough. However, Suyu was already very satisfied, smiled, and said, "Then I'll have to trouble everyone." Although suppressing the dead spirit tunnel is difficult, there are also benefits. You will naturally know in the future. After saying that, Suyu said again, "This time, the 14 eternal emperors will be rewarded with a main weapon of fusion. Forge the ancient city weapon again, suppress the tunnel." The original ancient city was formed by the fusion of the other guards. Speaking of this, Suyu quickly said, "I'm afraid it is difficult for heavenly forging one person to quickly forge multiple weapons." Thinking of this, Suyu said again, "The other guards have experience in fusion. I will gather the guards of the sacred city and work together to forge new weapons for you. To suppress the dead spirit." "Thank you, Emperor Yu." 14 people, it was also a happy thing. In this way, they first obtained a powerful heavenly weapon, and since it was the main weapon of fusion, it was very likely that Suyu would first lead them on the path of fusion. Not a bad result. At the side, the heavenly forging king also heaved a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I didn't do it, there were too many. Even if he and the human realm weapon refiner worked together, they would not be able to complete such a mission," Suyu quickly said. "As for the others, I will recruit some One Alliance Eternal Emperors to gather 35 guards to suppress the dead spirit tunnel. I hope that everyone will do their best." Yes. Everyone accepted the order. As a result, most of the invincible human race had a mission. Suyu did not say any more. "Great Qin King, Dasha of Goguryeo, follow me." He wanted to bring them to fuse with the desolate heavenly beast's corpse first, and then fuse with the desolate heavenly beast's great Tao. This would take time. After he was done here, he would bring a few eternal emperors to the River of Time, and then he would have to go to the 5 Elements realm. On one hand, going to the 5 Elements realm was to subdue them, and on the other hand, it was to gather 35 guards. Right now, there were still 21 people missing. There weren't many invincible warriors in the Gue clan, and the Iron Eater clan was fine, but if there were too many of them, it would be easy for others to discover them. For the Iron Eater clan and the Gue clan, Suyu planned to transfer 10 eternal emperors. As for the remaining 11, the 5 Elements tribe was his target. The 5 Elements tribe did not have many high-stage battle prowess, but there were some mid-stage and low-stage eternal emperors. This tribe did not have Dao integration stage cultivators, but there were still some eternal emperors. There were more than a dozen of them, and each tribe had 2 or 3. Perhaps he could gather 20 eternal emperors, use low-stage battle prowess to replace high-stage battle prowess. Moreover, it did not matter even if they were unreliable. If you left, you would be punished by the rules. This was actually better than participating in the battle. He could let some untrustworthy people guard the dead spirit tunnel. They would be bound by the rules. This was Suyu's plan. He would take this opportunity to take some invincible warriors to the River of Time, and he would also be able to comprehend some battle techniques and Shenwen. Soon, Suyu led the great Qin king and Daxia of Goguryeo into the former residence of King Wen. The little white dog did not come. It only squatted at the entrance and watched from afar. Meanwhile, Daxia of Goguryeo and the great Qin king also drew a sharp intake of breath when they saw the little white dog in the distance. A powerful being, a top-tier being. The sound of reading from the courtyard also shocked the two of them. The two Dao integration stage cultivators who had participated in the previous battle were both here. The great Qin king looked at Suyu, and Suyu smiled. That's Fat Ball, King Wen's dog. It doesn't like other people going to King Wen's residence, so we can stay here. You don't mind this place being too shabby, do you? Would I mind, shabby? This is just a mountain valley, and there's nothing here. What's there to mind? The great Qin king did not care about this. Do you want to pay a visit? No need. Suyu smiled. Both of you are powerful cultivators of the physical Dao. Daxia of Goguryeo was a little unwilling to accept this. I am a powerful cultivator of the Saber Dao. The name of Summer Saber is known throughout the world. You are a powerful cultivator of the physical Dao. I am not. The great Qin king actually wanted to say that he was a powerful cultivator of the Spear Dao. However, he thought about it and decided not to mention it. Suyu smiled. There are many benefits to having a powerful cultivator of the physical Dao. In fact, the physical Dao is also a Dao that leads to the heavens. As far as I know, this Dao is number 2 in the myriad of worlds. Number 2? Yes, number 1 is the Dao of dead spirits. Of course, you can forget about that. Suyu smiled. However, this Dao has been severely damaged. Moreover, I suspect that the 100 Battle King might not have died. Instead, he might have been suppressed, sealed, or betrayed and escaped. As a result, he has occupied the remaining portion of this Dao, making it impossible for anyone to reach the Dao integration stage. Betrayed? Daxia of Goguryeo frowned. That can't be. Although we don't know much about him, we know that he is unparalleled in his bravery. If you say he was sealed, we will believe you. If you say he died in battle, we will believe you. But if you say he betrayed Emperor Yu, that's unlikely. The ruler of the 9th tide would betray. Daxia of Goguryeo didn't quite believe it. The great Qin king also said in a low voice, let's not speculate too much. Old Zhou should be quite familiar with the 100 Battle King. If we say this, it might cause some negative reactions. I'm also inclined to believe that he either died in battle or was sealed. Suyu smiled. Alright, I won't speculate too much. I'm also inclined to believe that he died in battle or was sealed. Let's not talk about him. The physical Dao has no future now, unless someone fixes it. This time, I want the two of you to change your Dao, the physical Dao. However, it shouldn't be the Dao of the human race. Suyu took a deep breath. I want the two of you to change your Dao, your bodies of primordial demonic beasts. He looked at the two of them and said sincerely, I don't want ordinary people to comprehend this Dao. If they are too talented, they can easily become the master of the laws, which is the ancient human king realm. If they are disadvantageous to the human race or to me, they will be a huge threat. Hearing this, the great Qin king immediately laughed and said, change bodies? Yes. No problem. Suyu looked at him. The great Qin king didn't care. Beside him, Daxia of Goguryeo also didn't care. He said, change bodies. It's not a big deal. To be honest, some of the people who cultivated in Shenwen said that they should just abandon the physical body. We've actually considered changing bloodlines because the human race has never been able to reach the Dao integration stage. Daxia of Goguryeo explained, actually, we've even discussed whether we should steal the bloodlines of the immortals, demons, and gods to carry out a secret bloodline swap. It's just that we're not interested in ordinary bloodlines. You know about the Great Xia Civilization University's transformation faculty, Suyu, cough cough, you know about Emperor Yu. Blue Sky was so obsessed with switching that he ended up with a split personality. He continued, if you're sure that we have a chance of reaching the Dao integration stage, and if we're more powerful than we are now, changing bodies shouldn't be a problem. After saying this, he continued, there's just one thing. If you really unify the world, you have to make it clear that we are not mixed bloods. We are not mixed bloods with other races. We are humans, and we only chose to change our bloodlines for the sake of the human race. This must be recorded in the history of the human race. Da Xia of Goguryeo smiled. Otherwise, we're afraid that one day, with the passage of time, Da Xia of Goguryeo and the Great Qin King are both mixed bloods, or even outsiders. That wouldn't be good. So you didn't expect the two of them to be so forthright. To be honest, so you actually couldn't accept changing bodies and bloodlines of primordial demonic beasts. He was still thinking about how to convince the two of them. In the end, the two of them had no objections. Suyu instantly smiled. Then, the two of you will have to pay too much. I promise that if I can rewrite the rules, I will record this in the rules. If there are mixed bloods among the descendants of the Xia and Qin families, I will use the rules to explain this. The Great Qin King said softly, there's no need for that. It's not like we don't have any descendants. We are all pure-blooded humans. Will old Xia and I give birth to more? Forget about that, just leave a clean name for yourself, Suyu smiled. It's hard to say. The two of you have lived for a long time. Maybe after a few hundred or a few thousand years, you will meet someone you like. Then, it's hard to say. The Great Qin King was speechless. It's possible for old Xia. Forget about me. Da Xia of Goguryeo sneered. You make it sound like it's impossible. Impossible. Did your two sons pop out of the ground? I gave birth to them for you? Say that again? What's wrong with that? Are the two of them going to fight? Suyu was speechless. Very quickly, Suyu interrupted them and said, since the two of you have no objections, we will talk about this in the future. After saying that, he took out the desolate heavenly beast's corpse. In the next moment, he unsealed the small corpse. In an instant, a powerful force shook the void, a huge corpse floated in the air. Da Xia of Goguryeo and the Great Qin King, including Suyu, couldn't help but take a few steps back in shock. So powerful, it's already dead, and only a remnant consciousness is left. Just its aura alone is so powerful. In the distance, the little white dog faced the sky and barked a few times. Its aura spread out of the valley, but before it could reach the flowers and plants outside the courtyard, it was dispersed. The little white dog's voice rang out, and there was a hint of complaint in it. Suyu, don't let it out without warning. You almost ruined my flowers. Da Xia of Goguryeo and the Great Qin King were resisting the powerful pressure. Seeing the little white dog being suppressed after barking a few times, they were both shocked. This dog is really strong. As for Suyu, he was also a bit depressed. The pressure was too strong. When he heard this, he smiled. Got it. I didn't expect the corpse's pressure to be so powerful. After saying that, Suyu looked at the huge corpse above him and took a deep breath. This is the master of the laws. Amazing. Even though he's dead, just his corpse can suppress a 9th-stage eternal cultivator. Suyu was also shocked. The master of the laws was stronger than he had imagined. In other words, even in ancient times, desolate heavenly beasts weren't weak. Otherwise, King Wen wouldn't have personally killed them. There were many human kings in ancient times, and King Wen was ranked first. If he personally killed them, it meant that other human kings might not be able to match him, and the martial monarch had said that 30 to 50 Daomerge experts had a chance. No, they might not even have a chance. If the desolate heavenly beast was alive, it might not be any weaker. 30 to 50 Daomerge experts. So you could imagine how terrifying that was. And they might not even have a chance. Even Suyu felt that the Eastern Sky King was ridiculously strong. Even 5 to 6 Daomerge experts would have a hard time beating him. The Great Qin King sucked in a deep breath. This is a dead master of the laws? How strong is the living one? If he's alive, wouldn't it be extremely easy for him to beat us? That ancient is too terrifying. Such a terrifying ancient existence was destroyed? This was the first time he had witnessed the power of a master of the laws. It was just a corpse, just this alone was enough to make him somewhat breathless. The great Qin king was shocked. Then the 100-battle king is rumored to be comparable to enemy human kings. Doesn't that mean he's also at this level? Suyu laughed. He shouldn't be that strong. The 100-battle king walks the physical Tao. If he can't become a master of the laws, then he's probably comparable to the 4 heavenly kings of the dead spirit zone, no, maybe even stronger. I heard he can fight a dozen Daomerge experts. The Eastern Sky King has a hard time fighting 5. In the distance, the little white dog heard this and interjected, the physical Tao is comparable to the human kings of the Great Era. That's probably the weakest human kings. That's not a true master of the laws. If Suyu says it's the undead heavenly king, then that's more like it. However, being able to fight a dozen Daomerge experts is already very powerful. He should be stronger than the undead heavenly king. Suyu laughed. How many Daomerge experts can Kingwen fight? The little white dog was surprised. It's useless no matter how many Daomerge experts there are. He can kill a whole bunch at once. Why use Daomerge as a measure? Fine, pretend I didn't ask. The little white dog continued, Master is also the most powerful among human kings. He can even beat many human kings by himself. Master can beat the celestial realm, the demon realm, and their emperors. Their emperors are stronger than ordinary human kings, and ordinary human kings are stronger than fleshly Taoist kings. Fleshly Taoist kings can also beat many Daomerge experts. So, Daomerge experts can't beat Master. The great Qin king and Daxia of Goguryeo felt like they were listening to a heavenly book. Such a powerful ancient existence was actually destroyed, what a pity. At this moment, Daxia of Goguryeo couldn't help but ask, Senior, is my ancestor Battle Monarch powerful? Battle Monarch? The little white dog said, quite powerful. Below the 4 extreme heavenly kings, Battle Monarch should be the most powerful group of people. Among the 4 extreme heavenly kings, my master is the strongest, Martial Monarch is second, and the other 2 are also quite powerful. They are stronger than ordinary half-emperors. Battle Monarch and the others are more powerful than ordinary representatives. Daxia of Goguryeo nodded. Not bad, looks like my ancestor still had some prestige in the ancient times. Unexpectedly, the little white dog suddenly said, Battle Monarch. Battle Monarch, I know a secret of his. Little Master has mentioned that Battle Monarch is ugly several times. Master has also told Battle Monarch about it. Later on, Battle Monarch married many beautiful Tao companions, saying that he wanted the next generation to be beautiful. Which Tao companion are you the descendant of? Daxia of Goguryeo said nothing. What nonsense. I don't want to hear it, the little white dog continued, you also look ordinary. You are definitely not the later Tao companion. The later ones, Battle Monarch married more and more beautiful. Then are they the first 10 Tao companions? Suyu and the great Qin king looked at Daxia of Goguryeo strangely. Daxia of Goguryeo's expression was ugly. The great Qin king also wanted to laugh. He couldn't hold it in. Alright, hold it in, here, he didn't do anything else but listen to this gossip first. What a joke. Suyu was also speechless. Martial Monarch married a bunch of people, Battle Monarch also married a bunch. I heard that the Star Sea was floating in the air by Wisdom King for the sake of romance. Ancient times. Heh, as expected, those who have Tao companions are weaker. The 2 looked at Suyu. Your words seem to have implicated us, forget it, I won't argue with you. What does a young man know? Suyu didn't say much. Things like gossip, it was enough to record it. He knew a lot of gossip. Blue Sky, Silkworm Destruction King, Battle Monarch is very ugly, Daxia of Goguryeo claims to be the most handsome man in the world, Martial Monarch married a bunch of wives, Wisdom King is a bootlicker, Jail King is a traitor, When King has a murderous sister. Did he say any of this? Of course not. Also, Martial Monarch planted flowers, this is also gossip. I keep my mouth shut and rarely tell others. Oh right, there is also gossip about the Qin family, but Qin Zhen has a big mouth. I said that he likes to kill little fairy, one by one, so you felt that one day, he might be able to write a record. Record the gossip of the experts of each era. Some things were better passed down. In the future, when writing history, it would be best to write the kind of hidden gossip that only peerless experts could see, so that the future generations could remember. Thinking of this, Suyu took out his knife and started to work. He stabbed the knife toward the desolate heavenly beast in the void. This stab caused Suyu to take a step back, but only a small wound was left on his body, and it quickly healed. He couldn't help but suck in a breath. Didn't he just strip off his armor? Even after being stripped of his armor and killed, his body was still so powerful. Then when he was alive, he couldn't even break through the desolate heavenly beast's defense. The gap was quite big, even though the current Suyu wasn't as powerful as a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. Ordinary 9th stage eternal realm cultivators were definitely not as powerful as Suyu. The Great Qin King was one of the most powerful 9th stage eternal realm cultivators. Suyu felt that he could fight the Great Qin King without relying on any external items. After opening the heavenly gate, his physical strength had already exceeded 100 million. The Great Qin King was at most the same as him. After his 3 bodies were destroyed, without the essence returning saber, it shouldn't be difficult for Suyu to beat him. The Great Qin King was also shocked, and he didn't think about what Suyu was thinking. He sucked in another breath and said, "This is not easy to deal with." Not only that, but there are also some remnant thoughts. Suyu said solemnly, "I'm afraid the 2 of you won't be able to handle it." It was best for Dao integration stage cultivators to deal with this thing. Anything that wasn't Dao integration stage would be dangerous. The Great Qin King wasn't completely clueless. He glanced at Daxia of Goguryeo and said solemnly, "Remnant thoughts, that's fine too. Remnant thoughts are also a way to temper one's willpower. You and I may not have the chance to meet such a powerful being in our entire lives. Old Xia, why don't you and I go into its stomach, dissolve our bodies, and devour this desolate heavenly beast?" Daxia of Goguryeo bare one's teeth. "Are you sure? You don't dare?" "Nonsense. If you dare, I dare. I have one more body than you, and I'm more powerful than you right now." "Then cut the crap. Suyu, stop cutting. I, Old Xia, will go in and devour this beast." The Great Qin King was also a ruthless person. If he cut it open, blood would leak out, so he might as well go in and devour it. Suyu frowned. In the distance, the little white dog said, "You can go in too." In fact, the greatest difficulty is the existence of the remnant consciousness. It's fine if your physical body fuses, but I'm afraid that the remnant consciousness will explode your sea of consciousness. If you can't block it, you might die inside. But if you succeed, the 2 of you will most likely become Dao integration stage cultivators. This desolate heavenly beast is a cultivator of the Dao of the physical body, a Dao unique to its race. Its Dao is pretty powerful. When Master killed it, he said that it was pretty powerful. When Master killed ordinary lords of the laws, he never specifically mentioned that he would simply destroy their great Daos. Very few people would leave behind a great Dao legacy. In other words, anything left behind by King Wen was definitely the best. That's even better. The Great Qin King smiled and looked at Suyu. "Don't worry. We also crawled out from a pile of corpses. To be honest, these past few years, we've been living in fear that the human race will be wiped out. Now, you've roped in a group of powerful cultivators, but there's something that's not wrong. Those who aren't of the same race. I won't say the rest, but those who aren't of the same race will still have some estrangement. If the human race is the leader, then the leader is weak and the subordinates are strong. This isn't a good thing. The human race still needs a few Dao integration stage cultivators. Old Zhou alone won't do. Relying on you alone might not be a good thing either." The Great Qin King smiled. "At least, we can restrain them a bit. Otherwise, if we rely on you alone, once something happens to you or you leave, that will be the most troublesome time." The Great Qin King took a deep breath. "You've even prepared the Dao, so all you need to do is let us endure it. If you can't even handle such a small matter, then you've wasted your efforts. Old Xia and I aren't that useless. Qin Spear and Xia Dao have killed so many people that they tremble in fear. They live up to their reputation." After saying this, he flew directly into the desolate heavenly beast's open mouth. Daxia of Goguryeo also smiled. "You sure run fast. Wait for me." In the next moment, the two of them entered the desolate heavenly beast's mouth. At this moment, a violent glint suddenly appeared in the desolate heavenly beast's lifeless eyes. Its mouth instantly closed. Suyu was startled and was just about to make a move when the little white dog ran over. After looking for a while, it said, "Don't move. This is their battle. The remnant will is still there. The desolate heavenly beast won't be happy if those two want to take its body. They have to fight. If they win, it's a good thing. If they lose, even if it swallows its flesh and blood, it will be rejected by the desolate heavenly beast's Tao. It won't be easy to fuse with it." Suyu said solemnly, "Will they be alright? If the great Qin King and Daxia of Goguryeo were killed by him, then it would be troublesome. Not only would it be hard to explain, but he would also feel guilty." The little white dog shook its head. "I don't know. Let's wait and see. The Tao left by Master isn't that easy to inherit. If it was easy, you would have fused with it long ago. Why would you wait until now?" King Wen wasn't the kind of person who would help you get everything done and let you inherit his legacy. Suyu's Tao required 99 Shenwen fused as one. The desolate heavenly beast's Tao was also extremely difficult. The heaven supervisor still hadn't obtained the Tao on the heaven hunter list. Mo Dao, Lu Hong, and even went to the dead soul realm for a long time. Which one wasn't dangerous? Suyu nodded and said no more. He took a deep breath. He didn't stay idle. Under the pressure of the corpse, he began to practice some battle techniques. This kind of pressure was suitable for him to practice battle techniques, Shenwen battle technique transformation. If he wasn't worried about not being able to withstand it, he would have swallowed a drop of the desolate heavenly beast's blood essence to try out this race's innate talent. However, Suyu gave up after thinking about it. Right now, he might be able to withstand the power of the blood essence. However, once he unleashed the power of the Master of the Laws, he would definitely be done for. The great Qin King and Daxia of Goguryeo's goal was to fuse, not devour. They wanted to exchange their bodies. If they were of the same race, they would be able to withstand it more. If the two of them digested it separately, perhaps they would both reach the Tao integration stage. Inside King Wen's former residence, Suyu was practicing battle techniques. He constantly transformed Shenwen battle techniques into Shenwen. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. In 3 days, Suyu transformed 14 battle techniques into Shenwen battle techniques. Including the previous ones, he had 60 Shenwen battle techniques. During these 3 days, neither the Daxia of Goguryeo nor the great Qin King came out. The desolate heavenly beast's corpse didn't change at all. However, one could vaguely hear mournful roars. Some were from the great Qin King, some were from the Daxia of Goguryeo, and some were from the desolate heavenly beast. They were fighting the remnant consciousness. It must be very painful. Suyu knew that even a ruthless person like the great Qin King was screaming in agony. Clearly, the pain was not ordinary. The great Qin King had almost been killed several times before, but he hadn't even screamed. Suyu recorded it with a wicked sense of humor. He firmly believed that these two wouldn't die, absolutely not. If they were really in danger, he would rather not let them fuse and split open the corpse to save them. Since that was the case, of course he had to record it for future gossip. Year 352 of the Anping calendar. The great Qin King and Daxia of Goguryeo were beaten until they screamed in agony. Their screams were recorded. It would definitely be remembered in the future. This time, it lasted for a long time. 10 days passed in a row. On the 11th day, there was a huge commotion coming from the corpse. The might of the corpse also dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the corpse seemed to be devoured. The huge corpse started to shrink. Accompanied by a huge roar, the abdomen of the corpse exploded. The great Qin King and Daxia of Goguryeo flew out. Their auras were incomparably powerful, bringing with them the ferocious aura of a primordial beast. I came out alive. The great Qin King was like a primordial beast. His killing intent shook the heavens. He was incomparably ferocious. Daxia of Goguryeo was not inferior either. At this moment, their eyes were incomparably ferocious as they looked at Suyu. But soon, they were stunned, and their ferocious auras dissipated. At this moment, Suyu was holding a jade talisman, crazily recording the two of them. He was still explaining, the future generations can see that this is the great Qin King and Xianxia of Goguryeo. This is their contribution to the human race. They devoured the corpse of a primordial desolate heavenly beast. They fought with the desolate heavenly beast for 11 days and paid an extremely painful price. The future generations will remember the efforts of the two seniors. The great Qin King and Xianxia of Goguryeo heaved a sigh of relief. So it was to record this good news. The next moment, they heard Suyu say softly, they just came out. Their bodies were corroded previously, so it's normal for them to be naked. Everything has been corroded. Heroes don't care about clothes. Even without clothes, they are still heroes. The next moment, the expressions of the two experts changed drastically. F*****ku. It was too painful, too exciting, and I forgot about this. In an instant, Yuan Qi gathered and turned into clothes. The next moment, the two experts that were like primordial beasts charged at Suyu. If they did not destroy the recording talisman today, they would not live. Even if the junior succeeds the senior, they would beat Suyu to death. Hand it over, otherwise, they would not be finished today. Rumble. The next moment, the three experts that were like giant beasts started fighting in the canyon. Suyu also wanted to see how strong they were after devouring the body and had yet to merge with the Tao. Yes, they had yet to merge with the Tao. The Tao was still with Suyu. Rumble. The three experts did not use the power of laws. Instead, they relied on their physical bodies to fight in the canyon. The fight was earth-shattering. Little White Dog was helpless. It hurriedly called for Book Spirit and the others to set up a defensive barrier nearby. Don't damage my flowers and trees. If they are damaged, they can't afford to pay for it. The three fellows who had yet to merge with the Tao were currently fighting crazily with the power of their physical bodies. Suyu's countless combat techniques appeared. The great Qin King and Xianxia of Goguryeo were familiarizing themselves with their new bodies. Powerful, the two of them joined forces and were actually able to suppress Suyu. And Suyu's physical body was comparable to a 9th-stage Eternal Realm cultivator. These two did not use the power of laws. Logically speaking, they could only count as suns and moons. 3 suns and moons were fighting a battle comparable to that of Tao integration. This was the true primordial suns and moons, of course, the top-tier ones. The great Qin King and Xianxia of Goguryeo did not lack combat experience. It was just that they had just merged with their bodies and were not familiar with it. Both sides were getting used to it. Suyu was familiar with combat techniques, and the two of them were familiar with their physical bodies. The battle lasted for a long time. In the end, Suyu's endurance was better. After all, the two of them had yet to merge with the Tao. Although their physical bodies were strong, they were still slightly inferior to the current Suyu. After the rumbling sound ended, the two of them fell to the ground. Suyu was panting, but he laughed. I'll keep the recording talisman. It looks good. The great Xia King laughed coldly, and the great Qin King harumphed coldly as well. In the next moment, a wisp of saber chi and a wisp of spear chi appeared on the recording talisman in Suyu's hand, and then they exploded. The three of them looked at each other and laughed. Success. Next, they only needed to merge with the Tao. When Suyu threw the heaven and earth ink stone, Xianxia of Goguryeo and the great Qin King's eyes lit up. They could feel it. They could feel a sense of intimacy, Tao integration. They would definitely succeed. As for whether or not they could grasp the great Tao and become the master of the laws, that would depend on luck. Moreover, both of them felt that after Tao integration, they would be much more powerful than ordinary Tao integration cultivators. This Tao wasn't weak, and it would only be shared between the two of them. In the next moment, the three of them dove into the river of time. This was the river of time. The heaven and earth ink stone led the three of them to the backyard of King Wen's former residence. That was a place that led to other regions of the river of time. Soon, the three of them saw the surging river. The heaven and earth ink stone was in high spirits as it brought the three of them along the way. Soon, they flew into the depths of the river of time. As for Suyu, this was the first time he saw what a sealed great Tao was like. It was much more advanced than Hell King's. He saw a tributary, and above the tributary, the power of the laws appeared. It seemed to have been left behind by King Wen, and it directly sealed off this tributary. No matter who came, no matter who comprehended it, they wouldn't be able to merge with the Tao. Only the heaven and earth ink stone could. As for the heaven and earth ink stone, it smashed through the power of the laws without any obstruction. The great Qin King and Xianxia of Goguryeo exchanged glances. They were also incomparably excited as they instantly rushed in. Dao integration. So you waited outside for a while and also observed for a while, comprehending this great Dao. It was very thick, it was weaker than the human race's physical body Dao, but among the Daos he saw, it ranked third. Currently, it was third. First was the necromancy Dao, second was the human race's physical body Dao, and third was this desolate heaven beast's Dao. After an unknown amount of time, two even more powerful existences flew out from the tributary. Their auras became more and more powerful, and they had already surpassed Suyu. The great Qin King laughed loudly. I think I can go fight ancient heaven now. Suyu felt that he had overestimated himself. However, Suyu felt that with the great Qin King's current aura, he might really have a chance of beating Ji Wuha demonic halberd, very strong. Xianxia of Goguryeo was slightly weaker, but he could probably beat the Ape Emperor. Who cares? In any case, the two of them had really reached Dao integration. Suyu was also extremely happy. Very good, success. Although he hadn't fused with the Dao yet, he would soon. In these 11 days, his Shunwen Dao had already reached 90. He might be able to completely comprehend it on his way to the Five Elements realm, and he could also go and witness the Dao of the brush, hope, stronger than the desolate heaven beast's Dao. Suyu felt that there should be a lot of hope. After all, this was the Dao that made King Wen famous. The human race has risen. The great Qin King and Xianxia of Goguryeo both laughed heartily. This time, they had all succeeded. They were too excited. The rise of the human race? The great Qin King and Xianxia of Goguryeo were excited, while Suyu murmured to himself. Had they risen, including Tianyue, the human race only had 4 Dao integration cultivators. Had they risen just like that, in the primordial era, there were 40 human kings and 2 human sovereigns, all masters of the laws. Even such a force had been defeated by one rise. Suyu didn't think so. The 100 Battle King was also a powerful cultivator close to becoming a master of the laws, but he was still done for. The waters of the Myriad worlds ran deep. According to Suyu's speculations, there might be powerful cultivators on the grid. Did the human sovereign really take away all the representatives, who were King Wen and the others fighting? In any case, the situation was complicated. The human sovereign was even more powerful than everyone imagined. He took away dozens of human kings and Senator Wan, who was 3 times stronger than him. What a terrifying existence! Such a terrifying existence hadn't returned in 100,000 years. If they weren't dead, then they were in the same situation as King Wen and the others, fighting somewhere. Of course, Suyu could understand their excitement. They hadn't reached Dao integration for many years. Now that they had, it was only natural for them to be excited. Moreover, once they reached Dao integration, they wouldn't be weak, so they should be even more excited. At the same time, Suyu reminded, don't get too excited. You too might be suppressed in the immortal, demon, and divine realms. The two of them were stunned. Suyu explained, I don't understand why we weren't suppressed before. It's because the human race's Dao is too powerful. The immortal, demon, and divine realms Daos can't suppress the human race's physical Dao. That's not right. Xianxia of Goguryeo was confused. The primordial humans might not have all cultivated the physical Dao. Suyu nodded. Either the human race's Dao was suppressed by the human race, or the rules were changed. I'm not sure about the specifics. Go back and find a small realm. Small realms aren't reliable. I don't think a small realm can suppress a desolate heavenly beast's Dao. I'm worried that the immortal, demon, and divine realms Daos aren't weak and can suppress you. If they were suppressed, then the great Qin King and the Xianxia of Goguryeo, 2 top-tier Dao integration stage super mighty figures, would be under their control. So you didn't say much. He continued, I think the two of you should focus more on comprehending the Grand Dao and not rush into anything. If you can become a master of the laws, that's your true trump card. A master of the laws is equivalent to dozens of Dao integration cultivators. At this point, he added, that's not right either. If you become a master of the laws at this time, I suspect you'll be rejected by the realm. Forget it, you won't be able to become a master of the laws anytime soon anyway. Who are you looking down on? The two of them thought to themselves. However, the great Qin King quickly nodded and said seriously, becoming a master of the laws and grasping the Grand Dao will be quite difficult. I, sure lie, had some enlightenment just now. I'm afraid I didn't merge much with him. This desolate heavenly beast's Tao is indeed powerful. An inkstone appeared in his hand. This inkstone is made from the armor of a desolate heavenly beast. It's extremely sturdy, and it's most likely a divine weapon as well. Take it. You can transform it into a suit of armor that most Tao integration stage cultivators would find difficult to break. It's a life-saving treasure. This was the armor of a master of the laws. It was extraordinarily powerful, Suyu chuckled. Take it. This thing is more suitable for you two now. In other words, it's one body, so it can unleash greater power. After all, it can be considered your own armor. The two of them were speechless. They felt like he was insulting them, but they had no proof. Because Suyu was right. They had merged with a desolate heavenly beast, so the desolate heavenly beast's armor was theirs. The two of them were no longer part of the human race, Suyu chuckled. Its defense shouldn't be weak. If the two of you work together to control this armor, there's a high chance you'll be able to block several extremely powerful Tao integration stage cultivators. The two of them nodded. In their hands, this thing would indeed be of great use. Daxia of Goguryeo said faintly, don't keep saying you two, we're two people. Speaking of which, who's going to use this inkstone? Old Qin and I can't always be together, can we? Inseparable? It's not like he's a beautiful female cultivator. The great Qin king snorted coldly and casually threw the item at him. Daxia of Goguryeo slapped it back. He wanted it, but he didn't want it. Seeing this, the great Qin king was speechless. Didn't you want it? I said I wanted it, I didn't ask you to give it to me. Daxia of Goguryeo said coldly, it doesn't matter now. What I mean is, whoever controls the great Tao first will have this thing. What a boring fellow, the great Qin king couldn't be bothered with him. It was still too early to control the great Tao. Suyu smiled and said, you two can do as you see fit. This is a small matter, so I won't get involved. Quite a few days have passed, and there's a high chance that the Heavenly Forging King has forged some main weapons. When I go out, I still have to bring people to walk the river of time and comprehend other great Taos. Next, I have to go out for a while. There are many things to do. At this point, Suyu thought of something and said solemnly, the two of you go out and keep an eye on the great Zhou King. The great Qin king felt a toothache. I don't think old Zhou will do that. Aren't you being too vigilant? Suyu smiled and said, I'm not worried that the great Zhou King will betray the human race. I think it's impossible. I believe that the great Zhou King won't do that. If he really did, the human race would have been finished long ago. He cares more about the human race than I do. I admit that. Suyu said faintly, I'm worried that the human lord he cares about is not me. Who knows? Were the previous 9 mortal lords all dead? If there is a so-called benevolent lord who did not die, the great Zhou King might feel that I, a tyrant, am not suitable. I also don't want to be ruthless to a hero of the human race. To be honest, if it's just in case, an unstable factor like the great Zhou King should be. Gotcha. The expressions of the great Qin king and Daxia of Goguryeo changed slightly. Suyu quickly smiled and said, don't worry, I haven't reached that stage yet. Let me say something else bluntly. If I didn't become the human lord for the so-called authority, it would be a joke. Suyu said proudly, is the human lord very powerful? Very awesome? No, I feel that being an unrestrained peerless expert exploring the secrets of the world is even more carefree. Why do I want the title of human lord? To suppress everything? To boast, I'm saving the human race. At this time, the human race doesn't need many voices. Unless one day, the human race wins and I give up this position. At that time, the human race can fight and balance themselves. The great Qin king pondered for a while and nodded, you're right. Right now, the human race actually needs a human lord like you. Benevolence, kindness, wisdom, sincerity, these are not needed. What we want is a sinister, cunning, powerful, domineering, vicious human lord. Yo, the great Qin king knows how to scold people by innuendo, who are you talking about? So it's me at the back, and I don't have any of the advantages at the front, so you didn't bother to explain and looked at the small courtyard in the distance. Fat Ball was watering the flowers. Suyu smiled and said, Senior Fat Ball, will be going out first. Go out. The little white dog replied while watering the flowers, Big Wood spirit is about to take shape. When you come next time, Big Wood can go out and fight. Big Wood is still very powerful. It has always been growing in Master's courtyard. It listens when Master reads and watches when little Master cultivates. Big Wood is even older than me. When I was here, it already existed. First there was a courtyard, then there were trees, then there were dogs, then there were dogs, then there were books, then there were books, then there were tea. This was the situation of the spirits in King Wen's former residence. If the little white dog said it was powerful, then it should be quite powerful. Suyu smiled and said, All right then. Senior, continue watering the flowers and come back for tea when you have time. Hum. The little white dog nodded and continued watering its own flowers. This was its main job, and fighting was its secondary job. When Suyu was about to leave, it asked again, Do you still want my blood essence? No need. Suyu refused. The time was too short. In less than a month, he had used 5 drops of the little white dog's blood essence. No matter how strong the little white dog was and how fast it could recover in this place, 5 drops of blood essence would still hurt its vitality. Suyu still had a drop of great golden-winged bird blood essence and a drop of dragon emperor blood essence. 2 drops of blood essence were enough for him to unleash his Dao integration stage combat prowess for a while. Without blood, his power was only second to a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. As for the desolate heavenly beast carcass, it had been sucked dry by the 2 of them, so it wasn't very useful. Moments later, the 3 of them walked out of King Wen's former residence. There were still some invincible beings in the canyon. Everyone else had their own missions, so they left to do their own things. The monarch of Great Zhou didn't go to do anything. He was still waiting here. When he saw the monarch of Great Qin and Daxia of Goguryeo, his expression changed slightly. At this moment, these 2 were like primordial ferocious beasts in his eyes, and a ferocious aura surged out of them. The monarch of Great Zhou's eyes stung with pain. The other invincible beings who were sizing them up all grunted. The monarch of Great Light's willpower was shaken, and he couldn't help but ask, What's wrong with you 2? You don't even look human. Too powerful, that ferocious aura made him feel as if he was in the mouth of a ferocious beast. It was extremely terrifying. Daxia of Goguryeo laughed sinisterly and walked toward him. In the ranking of the human race, Old Qin is number 1, Old Zhou is number 2, I'm number 3, and you're number 4. You weren't convinced before, and now you're going to say it again? There seemed to be a phantom of a giant beast floating above Daxia of Goguryeo's head. It opened its mouth as if it wanted to swallow the monarch of Great Light in one bite. Not only that, Daxia of Goguryeo looked at the monarch of Great Zhou and said coldly, This number 2, even number 1, I want to fight for it. Old Zhou, do you want to play? The monarch of Great Zhou's face darkened, and he ignored him. As for the monarch of Great Light, his face was full of anger. This was too much. However, how did this bastard become so much stronger? Was he fusing Dao? Suyu led them and disappeared for more than 10 days. Previously, Xiao Longwu entered the 7th stage of the Eternal Realm, and it was just a matter of moments. They knew that Daxia of Goguryeo and the monarch of Great Qin must have gained something. But now it seemed too powerful. The monarch of Great Zhou also looked for a while and said in a deep voice, Emperor Yu, their bloodline, Suyu said calmly, changed to the bloodline of the master of the primordial law. However, bloodline isn't important. What's important is that they are still humans. If their hearts are for the human race, they are humans. If their hearts are not for the human race, they are not human. The monarch of Great Zhou said in a deep voice, This I can understand. I'm just afraid that some people can't understand. You're talking about the humans of the higher realms? Suyu looked at him. The monarch of Great Zhou was silent for a while and nodded. Yes, because of the ancient glory, some of the elders of the higher realms value bloodline very highly. In their eyes, mixed blood and other races' bloodlines are all a kind of blasphemy and stain. He was afraid that Suyu would be angry and explained, Emperor Yu, some things can actually be understood. The higher realms even had some ancient marquises. In that era, the human race was the only one. Incomparably noble. Perhaps Emperor, you felt that they were too old-fashioned, but their hearts were all on the side of the human race. Therefore, they fought for 100,000 years and never compromised. It is precisely because of their persistence that we have 100,000 years. These years, for the sake of war, dozens of marquises died. They also witnessed some non-human allies betraying the human race. In the first 9 tides, there were human allies who betrayed the human race. Emperor Yu doesn't know much about this and doesn't feel much about it, but we experienced it. The monarch of Great Zhou sighed lightly. Disregarding everything else, at the beginning of the 9th tide, before the 100 Battle King rose, there was a race that had an extremely good relationship with our race. It was also a powerful race called the Soul Race. They were like specters and were the top assassin race in the Myriad worlds. They were hundreds, thousands of times stronger than the current Shadow race. In the end, they betrayed us and dealt us a heavy blow, almost causing the human race to be destroyed at the beginning. Later, the 100 Battle King rose, and the other races were not dealt with, but the Soul Race was destroyed. This is also an intolerable betrayal by the human race. He still explained a little. Those people from the higher realms were not familiar with the monarch of Great Qin and did not know their contributions. Seeing that they did not have human bloodlines, there might be some resistance. Suyu smiled and said indifferently, then tell them, and let them listen. If they can accept it, then accept it. If they can't, then go and play on their own. I know they are loyal to the human race. That's fine, I won't stop anyone who wants to join them. But if you take what's mine, return it to me, or don't take it at all. The human race, does it have to be just one human? If they are loyal to us, then the Yu race is fine too, it doesn't matter. I, Suyu, will only say one thing. I will only protect those who I think should be protected. If anyone else wants to rebel, feel free to do so. Suyu looked around at the people around him. If you think that I, Suyu, am suppressing you, then go join the old antiques of the higher realms. There should still be some people alive in the higher realms. After 100,000 years, they've grown weaker and weaker. I won't say how strong they are, some of their ideas are too old and inflexible. Do they think this is the primordial era? Suyu said bluntly, in the primordial era, there were 41 masters of the laws, 360 marquises, and many titled generals. There were probably no less than 500 Dao integration. Back then, the human race had the right to be arrogant, but now? What right do they have? Suyu said coldly, I read books, but everyone should also read more books. When a dynasty rises and falls, there will always be a group of old fogies like this. They don't have much ability, but they have a lot of rules. They have good intentions, and they wholeheartedly want to restore the primordial era. This is not wrong. After all, their hearts belong to that dynasty, and that era belongs to them. However, remember, history has proven that this is impossible. Restoring the primordial era is almost an extravagant hope. The only way is to rebuild the world. Suyu said coldly, if I rebuild the world, it won't be the primordial era, and I won't become a puppet. If I establish a new era of glory, it will also be a new era. Today, I will make this clear, and I will make it clear. No more hinting. I will tell you directly, whether it's the ancient marquises or the other tide rulers, in this era, listen to me. Listen to me, I see that you have done meritorious service, and you will naturally be rewarded in the future. If you don't listen to me and want to order me around, then go play somewhere else. I've said it clearly, and straightforwardly. Don't make any more guesses. Don't force me to turn against you. Suyu was incomparably fierce, turning against me is something I don't want. As the great Zhou monarch said, those who have fought for the human race for 100,000 years are heroes. However, just because you are a hero, it doesn't mean that you can override me. You can only take what I give you, and you can't force me to give what I don't give you. I thought you understood some things before, but now it seems that you still don't understand. Today, I have made it so clear. I think that if you still have brains, you should completely understand. The group was silent. After a long time, the great Zhou monarch took a deep breath and said, I understand. Don't worry, Sovereign Yu, we all understand. If there are people from the higher domain who come, I will also make it clear to them. That's for the best. Suyu said calmly, say it openly, and be more straightforward. If you can accept it, then so be it. If you can't, then forget it. If you don't accept it at the beginning, I don't care. I like you to be straightforward. If you accept it at the beginning, but if you secretly play tricks with me, if I find out, I will kill all of you. Yes. Everyone answered. Suyu quickly smiled and said, all right, don't be unhappy about these things that haven't happened yet. The Great Qin Monarch and Daxia of Goguryeo have already Dao integration. The Great Zhou Monarch is also Dao integration, and so is Tianyu. In this way, the human race has 4 Dao integration powerhouses. Congratulations. Great Zhou Monarch, continue to rain vital energy to congratulate the world. The Great Zhou Monarch was dumbfounded, F***ck, we have just finished a few days ago. Sovereign Yu, the vital energy in the human realm is not concentrated enough. Suyu said with a smile, it's fine, continue. Not enough vital energy, right? In the next moment, a large amount of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid appeared. Use vital energy to neutralize this. When the vital energy rain falls, it can also strengthen the acupoint's power. Not bad. Continue, wait for Xiao Long Wu and the others to conquer some small realms and use them to nourish the human race. What is there to be afraid of? At most, we will fight this battle after we empty the realms. After the battle, the realms will have no vital energy, and we will be destroyed in glory. Suyu's face was indifferent, the Great Zhou Monarch had no choice but to say, yes, sir. Fine, it's going to rain again, Suyu is pissed. He is finding trouble with me again. The Great Zhou Monarch is very tired, am I, a Dao integration cultivator, only fit to reign, how sad, I am just giving you a few reminders. I am not targeting you. My Zhou family's 2 invincible cultivators have already gone to guard, and you still won't let me off. How petty, soon, Suyu looked at the Great Light Monarch and said with a smile, Great Light Monarch, is the foundation for the array formation done? The Great Light Monarch said excitedly, yes, Heavenly Forging wants to help me last. Why doesn't he think about how important it is for me to improve my strength? I asked him to help me first. Suyu also smiled. When I was in trouble, I had to thank the Great Light Constabulary for taking me in. They gave me a period of peaceful cultivation. When I was trapped in the ancient city, I have to thank the Great Light Constabulary for standing up for me and personally going to the ancient city to fight for me. Now, the Daxia of Goguryeo and the Great Qin Monarch have both reached Dao integration. As for the Great Light Constabulary, I don't know much about the Dao of formations. But it's fine. I will learn this Dao first. If there is a chance in the future, I will send the Great Light Constabulary to the Great Light Constabulary. Thank you, Emperor Yu. The Great Light Constabulary was in a good mood. Great Light Constabulary, this was his ancestors' constabulary, there should be benefits, right? It was also good that he could learn the Dao of formations today. He was good at setting up formations. Unfortunately, he had always been on the Dao of the body. The Dao of formations could only be used as a support. Suyu did not say anything else and tore through the river of spacetime. This time, he really could not help the Great Light Constabulary. It would depend on the Great Light Constabulary himself. The only benefit of Suyu was that he could see the tributaries and the Great Dao. He would not let the Great Light Constabulary get lost in the river of spacetime. This was the benefit of the Elysium. Suyu seriously suspected that the reason there were so many ancient masters was related to the few human masters who had opened the gate of heaven. If the heavenly gates were not opened, one would not be able to see the essence of the Great Dao. It would not be that easy to open a Dao, and it would not be that easy to control a Dao. The fact that so many masters of the laws had appeared in the human race was definitely related to the heavenly gates. Why hadn't the other races produced so many experts? Because observing the Dao was even more difficult. Soon, Suyu stepped into the river of spacetime with Great Light King. Searching for the Dao of array formations, at the same time in the Dead Soul Realm. East Prince Mansion. Suyu's Mortal Lord Seal was still here. At this moment, the Mortal Lord Seal's power of providence was incomparably strong. It even had the tendency to cover the East King region and suppress all disobedience. The East Prince Mansion underwent a drastic change. Now, almost all the experts in the world of dead souls knew about it. Marquis Lanshan was in charge of the East Prince Mansion. Marquis Lanshan even sent an order to the four kings' regions for all the undead spirits of the human race to return, rule the East King region together. Over the past few days, many human undead spirits had come to join them. And on this day, suddenly, a monstrous aura covered the sky and earth. In the void, a giant claw covered the entire East Prince Mansion. At this moment, Marquis Lanshan was receiving a human death spirit lord from the North Prince Mansion. Sensing the movement, he was instantly shocked. In the next moment, Marquis Lanshan soared into the sky, an East King seal appearing in his hand, and he smashed it towards the sky. He roared, "How dare you? Who dares invade the human race's territory?" The human race's territory? A cold voice came from the void. Lanshan, this is the dead soul realm. When did it become your human race's territory? The ancient times have already been destroyed. Lanshan, you offended your superiors and murdered the East Heaven King. You should be beheaded. The monstrous power grew even stronger, and the giant claw swiped at Marquis Lanshan. Not only that, but Marquis Lanshan's East King seal kept trembling. The cold voice came again. Not just anyone can control a death spirit seal. In the end, it still depends on strength, not the seal. This seal is useless to me. The pressure on Marquis Lanshan skyrocketed. The East King seal was suppressed to the point where it couldn't move. Her eyes sharpened, and she roared, "Summon the Master Seal." Boom, a loud sound rang out. In the void, a huge seal covered the sky and covered the sun. Suyu seal instantly appeared. Above the seal, a projection of Suyu appeared, just like the projection in the sky above the human realm. He wore a crown, wore a long robe, and held a document in his hand. He shouted coldly, "How dare you? You offended your superiors, you should be executed." Boom, the powerful providence of the human race erupted. In just a short period of time, the providence of the human race skyrocketed, and the human race gained many Dao integration stage super mighty figures. At this moment, the power of law surged above the seal, and in an instant, it pierced through heaven and earth. The dark clouds dissipated. In the void, another powerful being wearing a crown was reaching down. At this moment, a large amount of laws suddenly appeared on his arm. Laws clashed. The powerful being with the crown said softly, "I didn't expect this generation's leader of the human race to increase the providence of the human race so much in such a short period of time. He's almost at the 9th tide." Marquis Lanshan looked into the void and frowned. Very powerful, he was a king, but she wasn't familiar with him. However, the human marquis behind her furrowed his brows slightly, and he quickly transmitted his voice, "It looks like the West King." West King? Marquis Lanshan's heart jolted, and he shouted, "West King, you want to declare war? Invade the human race's territory? Declare war?" The West King said softly, "You're too weak, and you're not worthy. Even if you have 2 seals, I can still kill you easily. Not to mention, I have over 10 death spirit lords under my command. Lanshan, you're the leader of the human race, why don't you come and have a chat with me?" Right at this moment, a series of powerful auras appeared near the East King region. Those were the auras of death spirit lords. The powerful beings of the West King region seemed to have arrived. Right at this moment, a projection appeared over at the Dead Spirit Galaxy. It was like an ancient general, an ancient general. It was the Spirit Suppression General, Hong Meng. At this moment, Hong Meng's figure was incomparably tall, and he shouted coldly, "West King, if you want to declare war, I'll gladly oblige." The West King looked over and smiled faintly, "I won't enter your Spirit Suppression region, so what if you come here? Even if you and Lanshan join forces, you're nothing more than this." Nothing more than this? Hong Meng snorted coldly, and the next moment, he shouted, "Spirit Suppression General Hong Meng, please expand the realm I guard." Boom, the world changed drastically. Right at this moment, the projection on the human lord seal held the seal and imprinted it on the seal above Hong Meng's head. Boom, a beam of golden light shot out from the direction of the Dead Spirits Galaxy towards the East King region. The old tortoise with the seal above his head walked over step by step, and with each step he took, the golden light spread further. He said coldly, "West King, don't forget that this world still belongs to the human race. These rules are the rules of the human race. Everything in the eyes of the king is my land. The Spirit Suppression region can be expanded at any time." He walked over step by step, as the golden light spread, his aura was incomparably powerful, and he wasn't suppressed at all. The West King watched for a while, and said calmly, "But the human lord of this era can't represent the ancient times. How long can you last? How long can this human lord seal last? In the end, it can't change the rules." Yes, it was only temporary. His eyesight was extremely powerful, and he could see through it at a glance. However, the old tortoise didn't care, and said coldly, "Then you can try. If you dare to invade the spirit suppression region, let's see if you can return alive." He walked over step by step, walking in the air. The golden light spread, and it even began to expel the East King's aura. At the same time, many experts appeared behind him. Sky Destroyer, Yun Xiao, Xing Hong, and the other guardians all walked in the air with powerful auras. The old tortoise said coldly, "Go back to the West King region. This is the territory of the human race. Do you want to start a war today?" The West King looked at him coldly, and the golden light had even spread to his feet. He stomped down, and the spreading speed of the golden light was suppressed by him, and some death aura slowly emerged from his feet. It was the death aura that dissipated after being restrained by the golden light. Behind the West King, many marquises of death spirits appeared one after another. The West King looked at the old tortoise and suddenly laughed. "Hong Meng, you always talk about the human race, but you are not a human. Have you forgotten?" The old tortoise said coldly, "I am valued by the human sovereign and King Gong to guard the dead soul's domain. This generation, I am valued by the new sovereign and continue to guard the dead soul's domain. As long as the human race is not destroyed, I will naturally be the general of the human race. West King, you are a traitor. What right do you have to mock me?" The West King looked at him coldly, while the old tortoise stepped on the golden light, walked in the air, and approached him. He said in a deep voice, "Marquis Lan Shan, use the East King's seal to suppress his death aura. I will kill him today." "Kill me?" The West King laughed. Yes, this was not his territory, and he would be suppressed here. However, the old tortoise said that he would kill him. "That was a joke," the old tortoise said coldly, "you are as stupid as the East King." Before this, the East King also thought so. The West King raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes, the East King was dead. This was what he was worried about. How did the East King die? It was said that he died in the Starry Universe mansion. The West King did not say anything, but silently sensed something. In fact, he knew that the old tortoise was not easy to kill or deal with, but his concubine had already left the domain. If he attacked from both inside and outside, it would be much easier to kill the old tortoise. He could not let the East King mansion's power grow. If he did not destroy them while they were weak, when they were strong, it would be difficult to destroy them. Marquis Lan Shan had recently recruited human experts to return. 3 human marquises had come from the North King Mansion and the South King Mansion. If he waited any longer, who knew if there would be other human marquises in hiding coming again? At that time, the East King region would be difficult to fight. The human sovereign, the West King, was still somewhat afraid. After all, the human sovereign was the ancient overlord, and this generation's human sovereign had actually turned his attention to the dead soul's domain and killed the East King. This was even more frightening. In the first 9 tide flows, none of the 4 heavenly kings had fallen. The West King did not say anything. He was communicating. But after all, it was quite difficult to communicate across realms. It would take a lot of effort to communicate smoothly between the life and death realms. If they fought on different peaks, it would not be good. It would be best if he and the West King concubine attacked at the same time to deal with the old tortoise, suppress the old tortoise, or even kill him at the same time. A black-robed expert appeared on the starry sea. He was faintly discernible, and the small sea demons could not sense his existence. The black-robed expert only revealed her eyes. Her gaze was cold as she looked into the sea. She had already seen the ancient primordial mist city, and in the ancient primordial mist city, the old tortoise's main body was still there. In the dead soul's domain, he was only a Tao body. It was not time to fight yet. The old tortoise did not want to fight. He only wanted to force the West King to retreat. But at this moment, the old tortoise was somewhat uneasy. The main body looked up at the sky with some wariness and doubt. He felt a strong sense of danger, and at this moment. So you had just left the human realm. He had just brought a few invincible experts and walked through the river of time. He was in a hurry because he felt the disturbance of the human sovereign seal. He seemed to have encountered a strong enemy. Just as he was leaving the human realm, a token on his body trembled. Primordial token, that was the city lord token. I feel a sense of danger. The old tortoise sent a message. Suyu's expression changed slightly. The old tortoise actually felt a sense of danger. This person was currently the strongest existence on Suyu's side. Of course, Little White was also powerful, but Little White couldn't come out to fight all the time. Danger. Behind Suyu, the great Qing king and Daxia of Goguryeo also came out. They did not come out to fight, but to find a small world to test if there was any suppression force. And Suyu's expression changed slightly. He quickly turned to look at the two. Go to the ancient primordial mist city immediately. The two were shocked. What happened? Let's go. Suyu directly stepped onto the river of time. The two instantly followed. In the blink of an eye, Suyu traveled thousands of miles along the river of time. His speed was astonishing. Ancient primordial mist city. The old tortoise was a little uneasy. Danger. Would the West King and North King attack together, or could it be that the South King would not fight this time and could not help them stop the powerful enemy? Or perhaps, the South King had betrayed them. If that was the case, then it would be troublesome. Of course, there was still another big problem. That was, if another supreme being appeared in the Dead Spirit Galaxy, and they were not from the human race, that would be troublesome. Right now, his thoughts were still on the Dead Spirit's realm. Because the other Dao integration stage beings did not dare to come out to fight in the living spirit realm. Even if they dared to, apart from Heavenly Ancient, the Heaven Supervisor, and a few others, the old tortoise was not afraid at all. He was not afraid even without his Dao body. The other party might be able to suppress him, but it would be very difficult for them to kill him. Just as the old tortoise was feeling uneasy, the little demoness at the city gate suddenly cried out anxiously. Danger. The old tortoise knew there was danger, but he did not know where it was coming from. The little demoness did not know what danger it was, but she instinctively felt that it was very, very dangerous. She could only cry out, but she did not know where the danger was coming from. This time, the old tortoise's heart shook violently. The dead spirit's crisis did not spread to the living spirit realm, but the little demoness was extremely uneasy. Her eyes suddenly lit up, but she could not see anything. The old tortoise's heart shook violently, and he shouted, I see you. The West King is attacking me from both inside and outside. Silence. At this moment, a faint barrier appeared around Hongmeng City. It was very weak. The West King concubine was here, however, she was not in a hurry to attack. In order to prevent the old tortoise from escaping and teleporting away, and also to prevent the battle from getting too intense and attracting the human race's help, she was secretly setting up the heaven and earth confinement array, but the old tortoise did not notice it. Yes, the West King concubine also knew a confinement Dao, and it was extremely powerful. At this moment, the entire Hongmeng city seemed to be isolated from the world. The West King did not contact the others. She felt that something was wrong the moment she came out. It seemed that there were powerful human cultivators outside the realms of the powerful races secretly monitoring them. It was easy to alert the enemy. Since that was the case, she would come alone and work with the West King to kill the old tortoise first. That was the best choice. Only after destroying the forces in the East King domain, killing the old tortoise, and occupying the spirit-suppressing domain could the internal and external forces smoothly unite. Otherwise, opening the passage with the dead energy was too dangerous and uncertain. She was very decisive. If she succeeded in killing Hongmeng first, it would inevitably cause a disturbance in the entire human race, and even cause problems for the 36 guardians. In the void, the West King concubine looked at the old tortoise, but the old tortoise still did not see her. Under the black robe, the West King concubine's face showed a smile and disdain. This old tortoise had lived for a long time, but his understanding of the great Tao was too shallow. He had lived for countless years, and his strength was not weak. Among the living beings, there were not many who were not masters of the laws who could match him. However, he could not even see through some Tao laws, and let her set up the heaven and earth confinement array. It could only be said that he only knew brute force. He knew nothing about the great Tao. Such an existence was strong for others, but for the West King concubine, he could be killed. Stupid guy, don't even think about becoming a master of the laws. The West King concubine thought silently. She secretly communicated with the West King. Through the life and death realm lol, let's kill this old tortoise together. At that moment, Old Tortoise felt more and more danger. Indeed, Old Tortoise did not know much about the Great Path. He could not even see through his own Great Path. He only knew a little about it after asking Suyu. He was very strong, but he had relied on the accumulation of time. In the primordial turtle race, there was a powerhouse who had opened up a great Tao. He could be considered a Tao fused. However, the person who had opened up the great Tao had died. Yes, died. He had died a long time ago. The old turtle could be considered one of those powerhouses who had always cultivated this great Tao. He had slowly walked up the path of cultivation with the passage of time. Therefore, he had won for himself. Apart from him, no one else had taken this path. His strength lay in the passage of time. But at this moment, the other party was not using strength to deal with him, but using the rules to set up a great array. The old tortoise indeed could not see through it, but there were benefits to living a long life. Although he did not feel it, the sense of crisis was not fake. In the next moment, the ancient city shook, a powerful aura rippled out, sweeping in all directions. Old Tortoise couldn't wait any longer. Let's test it out. Rumble, the shockwave vibrated, and a powerful force shook the surroundings. However, when these energies came into contact with the Grand Confinement Formation, they were locked within and did not explode out. At this moment, Old Tortoise finally saw the barrier formations floating in the air. Old Tortoise's expression changed. Lock him down. There were not many experts who could seal him, and even fewer who could stop his power from leaking. The old turtle's expression changed, and he instantly revealed his true self. It was an incomparably huge turtle. At this moment, Guqing transformed into armor and covered his body. The tortoise shell had already returned to its original position. Not only that, but the old turtle had lived for so many years that it knew how to deal with this crisis. It wasn't like it wasn't prepared. In the blink of an eye, the old turtle lay down in the depths of the sea, motionless, all power, all defense. Yes, defense. He had already informed Suyu that he couldn't fight. Once the battle started, his true body would die or his Taoist body would be destroyed, and he would be finished. Both sides would be defeated. At this moment, the old tortoise sensed the turbulence in the undead realm. This was a premeditated ambush. The arrival of the West King was not an accident. She had been prepared for it. He was blocked from the inside and the outside. Heh, interesting. A flirtatious laughter could be heard as a black-robed cultivator appeared. The West Duchess had a playful look on her face. She had to say that this old turtle was beyond her expectations. He didn't run, there was no battle, he didn't directly enter the dead soul's domain and merge with his Taoist body. Instead, he defended himself. Were they trying to stop him? Were they afraid that he would kill his way into the dead soul's domain and attack them from both inside and outside? Even if he killed them, no one would know. That's right. Once the old tortoise entered the dead soul's domain, she wouldn't even need to seal it. She could just charge in through the passageway and surround them from the inside out. Not only would the old tortoise die, but Marquis Lan Shan and the others wouldn't be able to live either. Two heavenly king stage powerhouses, these people would not be able to stop them. Now, if the old turtle's side was able to defend itself, Marquis Lan Shan, the old turtle's Dao body, several Dao integration stage cultivators, and the eruption of the human master seal, they might not be defeated so quickly in the East King domain. By time, this was the first choice that the old tortoise made. Even though he knew that his chances of survival would be higher if he merged his Dao and body, the old tortoise still chose to do so. Because he too and his old brothers were still down there. Marquis Lan Shan and his Dao body, together with the human Lord Seal and the East King Seal, even if they couldn't defeat the West King, they wouldn't be defeated so quickly. How long can you resist? With a chuckle, the next moment, the great path appeared, and countless chains danced in the wind. Not only that, but at this moment, there was also a rising flame, which covered the sky and burned the void. At the same time, there was a great path above the old turtle's head. The reason why it was called a great path was that the great path was like a mountain, suppressing the void. It was as immovable as a mountain. The old turtle didn't even ask who the other party was, nor did he care who she was. At this moment, layers of defense shields rose up, and he only focused on defense. He used all his strength to defend against this top powerhouse. Boom, the flames rose and burned toward him. In the blink of an eye, the flames of the Great Path burned the old turtle's Great Path, and the chains were trying to lock the old turtle's Tao. The West Princess frowned slightly, she would rather the old turtle fight with her. Now that the old turtle had become a coward, it would be difficult to deal with him. Although she had sealed this place, it would be troublesome if she was discovered. Heaven lock. Tao lock. Burning the void. The West Princess shouted in a low voice. In an instant, the star sea seemed to have been burned into a dry river. The seabed cracked, and the entrance to a small realm appeared in the distance. At the entrance of the small realm, a sun-moon powerhouse was just about to enter the small realm when he was instantly turned into ashes. A burst of crazy roars came from the small realm, and a wisp of flames burned along the passage and directly into the small realm. The West Princess didn't even look at it, however, this was a lethal threat to the small realms, and it could even lead to the annihilation of an entire race. A powerful being comparable to a heavenly monarch was not something that the small realms could suppress. Even if they could suppress such a powerful being, they would still be as destructive as the average Tao integration stage super mighty figure. How could a small realm that didn't even have an invincible power resist? In the blink of an eye, countless miserable screams came from the small realm. The flames spread into the small realm, and for the small realm, it was nothing more than a disaster, and the old turtle's defense was quickly broken through. The flames burned on the turtle shell, and the sound of cracking continued to rise. The Great Path above his head was also burned by the flames, and it was surrounded by the chains. The old turtle didn't say a word. The huge tortoise lay quietly on the ground, allowing her to burn. The West Princess walked out of the void step by step. At this moment, the entire blocked area had been burned up. The West Princess said coldly, "You are courting death. How long can you last? You can enter the realm of dead souls now, or your Tao body can return. You can still survive if you merge with it." The old turtle didn't say anything. He couldn't, both sides needed him. Without either side, it would lead to a rout. The West Princess said with a faint smile, "You have a backbone. Let me kill you. Hong Meng, I'm going to refine you into a turtle shell. If I refine you into a turtle shell, I'm afraid its defense power will surpass that of some divine weapons. I also want to see which one will last longer, the world of dead souls or the world of living souls." The West Princess smiled, but there was no joy in her eyes. Annoying guy, the old turtle didn't say a word. He just defended and didn't even fight back, which made her very annoyed. The flames burned wildly. Crack, the cracking sound was heard again. The strong turtle shell couldn't stop the flames at this moment. The old turtle groaned, and the Great Path above his head shook violently. The great Tao that was like a mountain struggled frantically, shaking and shattering those chains. "You are really powerful. Although you are a little stupid, you are not weak." The West Princess sneered. "How long can you last, stupid guy?" The old turtle didn't say anything. He didn't have the strength to say anything. After all, this was not the merging of the Tao body. He was just using his strong defense power to stop this crazy woman. He seemed to recognize her. She was a little familiar. "Suyu. You have to come quickly." The old turtle silently thought to himself. Beneath him, he was still protecting an insignificant little demoness. The old turtle's blood continued to drip. Beneath him, the demoness cried and screamed, not in human language, but in the unique language of the Fey race. The old turtle watched silently. He didn't think that such a powerful being would suddenly appear. All of the joy he had felt from the heavenly annihilation and the Tao integration stage was completely wiped out. He didn't even have time to check on the Tao body, but the Great Path shook. He knew that the Tao body was also fighting. "I can't hold on for long. Once my true body dies, the Tao body will collapse, and the realms of life and death will collapse. He too and Xianxia will die, and so will Lan Shan." The old turtle had never been so anxious and uneasy. Not even during the destruction of the ancient times, because at that time, no one would care about them. "Am I going to die? I have lived long enough, but Xianxia and the others have only just seen hope." The old turtle's blood kept flowing, and his shell cracked. In the dead soul's world, A great battle had broken out. Marquis Lan Shan and the old turtle Dao body joined forces, one with the East King's seal and the other with the Mortal Master's seal. They fought fiercely against the West Princess, but were at a disadvantage. Tian Mia and the others joined forces with 3 other human marquis to fight against more than 10 Death Spirit Lords. Outside, he too was roaring, commanding a large number of Death Spirit Lords to attack. This was the East King region after all. In the past few days, they had subdued many Death Spirit Lords. These Death Spirit Lords weren't very strong individually, but when they joined forces, they entangled 3 or 4 Death Spirit Lords. However, he too knew that they were in big trouble. The Dao bodies were fighting, but the old turtle's true body didn't come. What a joke! Without his true body, how could he fight against the West Princess? After all, Marquis Lan Shan wasn't a king. Although she was strong and had devoured the East Princess, she was stronger than the West Princess. Marquis Lan Shan and the old turtle Dao body were losing ground. The West Princess's death spirit Great Dao covered heaven and earth, and she said coldly, "It seems that you have no hope." No one said anything. A group of Death Spirit Lords wasn't interested in talking, and the living didn't have time to talk either. The battle was extremely fierce. The entire East King region had turned into a battlefield. In the distance, there seemed to be a rising aura. However, on the other side, there was also a powerful aura rising. The North King's voice reverberated, "South King, just watch the battle. The human race wants to unify the world, but if they can't even deal with the West Princess, how can they unify the world? That kind of human is not worthy of you, South King. North King, you will regret this. This tide. I can feel it. Everything will be settled." The South King said coldly, "Everything will be settled. I can feel it. I can feel the fluctuation of the dead spirits galaxy. It's the excitement of welcoming death, welcoming the new generation. Countless people will die. North King, you will regret this." The North King didn't say anything. The dead spirits galaxy is excited, maybe, however, I don't want to be a dog anymore. I just want to be an overlord. Why, do you have to force me? The sounds of the intense battle had covered everything. The dead spirits galaxy was indeed shaking. At the bottom of the heavenly river, where no one could see, countless death spirits floated. Some death spirits opened their eyes slightly, looking confused. Some death spirits opened their eyes, and heaven and earth rotated. That was the resurrection of a peerless expert. These death spirits all moved, but they didn't walk out of the dead spirits galaxy. They were hibernating, waiting, consolidating, and recovering. Over the course of countless years, this heavenly river had received far, far too many powerful beings. Ever since the dead spirits realm was established, almost all of the fallen powerful beings in this heavenly river would be received. It was just that not many of them had recovered. At a certain place in the dead spirits realm, within a certain manner, Lu Hong looked out and saw a few gargantuan figures battling in the distance. He drew a sharp intake of breath. The battle outside was already so intense. Was that Dao integration stage? No, that was even more powerful than Dao integration stage beings. Was this a battle between heavenly kings? My God, I've only been here for a short while. Wasn't it just a battle between Dao integration stage beings? How did the dead spirits realm end up like this? I'm sorry, but I don't have the strength to participate. Let's talk about this after I become stronger, Lu Hong muttered to himself as the aura of the sun and moon erupted from his body. Sun and moon, to others, they were powerful beings, but in this era, under these circumstances, they were even weaker than cannon fodder. They were far too weak. Lu Hong looked at it for a while and then stopped. There was no point, he had to take care of what he needed to take care of first. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to cause a ripple in the upcoming battle. In the outside world, the Great Qin King and the Dasha of Goguryeo had solemn expressions, but they didn't see anything. The Dasha of Goguryeo said in a low voice, "A battle really broke out?" So you ignored him and looked at the river of time in the distance. He saw it. He saw a massive great Dao that was shaking like a mountain. It was a very powerful great Dao, at least stronger than the saber Dao that Suyu saw. Was this the old turtle's Dao? It wasn't weak, however. At this moment, there were chains circling around this great Dao. Even further away, there seemed to be another Dao attacking this great Dao. Not only that, but there were also monstrous flames appearing. outsiders couldn't see it, even the great Qin king and the Daxia of Goguryeo couldn't see it. It could be seen that this great Dao battle was sometimes too secretive. Unless it was someone like Suyu, ordinary people really couldn't see anything. The battle had broken out. Not only had it broken out, but the old turtle was also at a disadvantage. Who could suppress the old turtle in the living spirits realm? Tiangu and the heaven supervisor were both very strong, but they were still a bit weaker than the old turtle. The old turtle was extremely strong. Now that the great Dao was trembling, he was almost instantly suppressed. Unless the master of the law intervened, or the old turtle's clone was fighting. Something's happening in the dead spirits realm as well. The mortal master seal is rioting. So you already knew everything. A pincer attack from inside and outside, there must be two peerless powerhouses attacking them. Very strong, otherwise, the old turtle wouldn't have been able to beat the two Dao integration powerhouses to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. Maybe, it's another heavenly king. He glanced at the Daxia of Goguryeo and the great Qin king. These two weren't weak, but it was impossible for them to take down a heavenly king powerhouse if they joined forces. Suyu narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "You two, hurry to the ancient primordial mist city and rescue Hongmeng. Remember, don't fight with your life on the line if you can't beat him. Even if you can beat him, if you aren't sure you can kill him. Keep a low profile and hide your strength." Hide his strength? The two of them were stunned. Suyu said in a low voice, "I know it's very difficult to kill such a powerhouse. Once he wants to run, it's also very difficult to stay. The living spirits realm isn't a dangerous place. Hold him back and keep quiet. I'll go find reinforcements." The two of them took a deep breath. What kind of powerhouse was this? Suyu felt that it wasn't enough even with the old turtle, and he still wanted to find reinforcements. Suyu didn't say much. At this moment, he had already led them into the Star Sea. He quickly turned around and said, "Quickly go and rescue him. The Guardian General can't hold on any longer." "Yes, sir." The two of them quickly flew toward the ancient primordial mist city. The great Qin King's voice sounded, "Do you need help from the Guardians?" "No, they aren't qualified to participate in the battle." Yes, they weren't qualified. Moreover, the commotion would easily attract the attention of other realms and attract Tiangu and the others. Suyu wasn't afraid, however, he wasn't ready. If a second battle broke out now, it would lead to greater losses. It wasn't worth it. On Suyu's side, there were still many people who were madly improving, such as September. West Duchess didn't want to cause a big commotion and attract the attention of the human race. Suyu had the same thought. It was best not to make it too intense. This battle was best carried out only between them. Juan didn't know. The powerhouse who attacked was definitely not Tiangu and the others, it was the great Dao chain. Suyu guessed that perhaps it was related to Hell King. Flame, chain, Suyu didn't think about it anymore. He wanted to continue leading people to participate in the battle in secret. The myriad worlds were sealed by him. When powerhouses came out, Suyu would more or less know something. If the other party assassinated the old turtle, there might not be much commotion. Tiangu and the others might not know. For example, Suyu wanted to assassinate the Eastern Sky King, but he didn't tell his allies. It was easy to ruin things. The other guardians might have sensed it. The next moment, Suyu quickly transmitted through the city lord tokens, "All guardians, continue to suppress the ancient city. Don't make any movements." A moment later, a message came, "Boss is in danger. Listen up. I've already sent people to help. The great Qin King and Daxia of Goguryeo have advanced to the Dao integration stage and have already gone to participate in the battle. Don't ruin my plan. I'm the one who doesn't want anything to happen to Senior Hongmeng the most." Following Suyu's words, some of the guardians who wanted to participate in the battle could only restrain themselves. That's right, the one who didn't want anything to happen to the old turtle the most was Suyu. If something happened to the old turtle, it might cause a chain reaction. Suyu didn't waste any time and quickly stepped onto the river of time. Too slow, still too slow. Even though his current speed was astonishing, it was still too slow for Suyu. He was so slow that every minute and second made him extremely anxious. Damn it, as expected, no matter how good a plan was, it couldn't withstand variables. There was still the heaven supervisor who hadn't appeared. Damn it, I mustn't let him sense any changes in advance. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble. Even if he could win, so you hope to win steadily and not fight a bloody battle again. It was not worth it to kill other Dao integration cultivators at the cost of a Dao integration cultivator's death. He still needed the power to fight his way to the heavens, right at this moment, so you seem to have sensed something. The next moment, his voice shook the heavens as he roared, "Kings of the Great Zhou, listen up. Come out of the human realm and intercept the Heaven Supervisor Marquis. Seize the Heaven Hunting List." At this moment, Suyu roared angrily, "How dare the Heaven Supervisor Marquis tamper with my map? Kill him quickly." In the boundless void, the Heaven Supervisor Marquis had indeed sensed something amiss. He was about to fly the Heaven Hunting Pavilion toward the battlefield when he heard Suyu's roar. Then, he heard a sentence that shook his heart. Tampered with, Suyu discovered it. Right at this moment, a phantom appeared in the skies above some of the realms. On the battlefield, Suyu suddenly raised a fragment and roared, "Be *****, how dare you? Hand over the Heaven Hunting List or I'll kill you. Is the King of the Great Zhou dead? Come out." The next moment, the King of the Great Zhou appeared in the sky above the human realm with a blank expression. "****, what are you doing now? Also, didn't you say that you wanted to use the fragment to plot against the Heaven Supervisor Marquis? Why, does it seem like I don't know? A scheme?" The King of the Great Zhou was also a smart person. Actually, he did not know what Suyu wanted to do. However, Suyu suddenly took out a secret that he knew long ago and was now the target of his anger. Without any nonsense, he tore through the air and roared, "Zhou Tianqi accepts the order." With that said, he rapidly charged toward the boundless void. As for Suyu, he tossed out the record fragment and said coldly, "Follow the fragment's power to lock onto him and kill him." "How dare you? You're courting death." In his rage, Suyu punched the void, causing the world to tremble as he roared, "A bunch of traitors. How dare you treat me like this? Once I reach Dao integration, I'll definitely kill all of you." Heaven and earth trembled. In his rage, even his essence chi was fluctuating. Some of the experts of the realms were speechless. This guy was way too arrogant. The Heaven Supervisor used the fragment to plot against him. Damn, he ordered the King of the Great Zhou to kill him the moment he discovered it. Was he sure that the King of the Great Zhou was his match? The next moment, Suyu roared, "King of the Great Zhou, take him down. If you dare to hide your strength again, I'll kill you. Release your full strength and teleport over." Far away, the King of the Great Zhou was stunned. Teleport with full strength, he seemed to have understood something. Old Qin and Old Xia were gone. The next moment, the King of the Great Zhou's aura burst forth with boundless might. The void was torn apart and he teleported over. The King of the Great Zhou shouted, "Yes, sir." At this moment, the phantoms of Tiangu and the others appeared. They looked in that direction, at Suyu and the King of the Great Zhou. Tiangu frowned slightly. The talisman monarch sucked in a breath and said, This isn't Dao integration." Tiangu said gloomily, "Of course not, I knew it wasn't when I fought him previously. But now it seems, he's slightly stronger than before. This guy's strength isn't weaker than Ji Wu." Suyu shouted again, "Seniors of the God-Eater race, please wake up for a moment and keep an eye on all the realms. If any of them dares to protect the Heaven Supervisor, kill them without mercy and start the Wan War again." "Hee, fighting again?" Bean Bun's laughter came and he shouted, "Who are you fighting?" "My wife and I will fight Tiangu. Let's fight together, we can't beat him alone. Just lock down all the realms. Today, I'm going to kill the Heaven Supervisor." "Alright." The void was torn apart, the two balls went to the celestial world again. Celestial world. Tiangu frowned and the talisman monarch also frowned. He's preparing to fight again? This madman, it's only been a few days. Was the leader of this generation completely crazy? He didn't even want to rest. It had been 25 days since the last war. Yes, 25 days, not even a month had passed. There wasn't enough time for everyone to recuperate. "You must be crazy," Tiangu said solemnly. "It's a deterrent, not a war. Otherwise, he would have brought the book spirit and tea spirit. It's just that, he's not right this time. His temper is too fiery. Does he want to take the chance to kill the Heaven Supervisor? Then, he said solemnly, keep an eye on the Heaven Supervisor and the King of the Great Zhou. Once the Heaven Supervisor is in danger, attack. As long as the Heaven Supervisor was in danger, he would attack, even if it was not a good opportunity and the upper worlds had not opened. He could not sit back and watch something happen to the Heaven Supervisor. That would be very troublesome. Once something happened to the Heaven Supervisor, the humans would not be able to suppress it, in the endless void. The Heaven Supervisor frowned and wanted to curse, F***CKU, I didn't do anything. If you found out, then so be it. You, Suyu, can deceive people. I only wanted to merge with the Heaven hunting list. Now that you found out, you want to find fault? This lunatic, what was he trying to do? With some grievance, he quickly controlled the Heaven hunting pavilion and flew into the depths of the endless void. What a lunatic, the King of the Great Zhou was also crazy. If Suyu told you to kill him, then do it. Not only did he come, but that guy's aura erupted and teleported over. He ignored the pressure on his body and was extremely fast. He chased after the record fragment and was rapidly approaching him. Across the void, the King of the Great Zhou had already sensed his existence and location. Boom, the Great Tao erupted and the commotion was incomparably huge as he attacked the Heaven Supervisor. The Heaven Supervisor could not hold it in and said angrily, Suyu, do you have to force me now? You can't kill me, and Tiangu and the others won't let you kill me. Do you want to start a war of the heavens again? F***CK, crazy, provoking this guy was really a headache, and Suyu had long disappeared. Who had the time to care about you? The two of you should have a good fight first. Make a big commotion. The heavens were too calm. It was so calm that on the old turtle's side, many great Daos had appeared in the battle of the Great Tao, which meant that the king of the Great Qin dynasty and the others had joined the battle. Although the commotion was not too big, it was still easily sensed by the powerhouses. The guy who plotted against the old turtle wanted to assassinate the old turtle, and Suyu wanted to kill him secretly. Suyu quickly returned to the human realm and disappeared in a flash. In the human realm, his speed was even faster. Soon, he broke into the former residence of King Wen. The little white dog was still watering the flowers, and the book spirit was still reading. Suyu quickly shouted, request for help. Book spirit, senior tea tree, join the battle. Senior fat ball, you'd better help me join the battle. Fat ball was surprised. Fight who? West Sky King. Yes, West Sky King. Suyu wanted to send these three to the Dead Soul's domain. He did not intend to let these three fight in the living domain. He would destroy the guy in the Dead Soul's domain first. The reason why he determined that it was the West Sky King was because the North Heaven King, according to some information about Suyu, was extremely low-key and opposed the unification of the human race. However, she rarely cared about the spirit domain. There were still marquises of the human race under the North Heaven King's command, but there was no one under the West Sky King. The little white dog was a little hesitant, but soon said, well, then I have to come back immediately, no more than 3 days, no problem. The next moment, the three powerhouses quickly gathered. Suyu reached out his hand and quickly disappeared with them. And the little furball also wanted to go, but it was caught by the branches and leaves of the bigwood that was about to become a spirit. The bigwood said foolishly, don't go, you have to read. The book spirit said, anyway, it only knew that the book spirit said it wanted to read, which made the little furball go crazy. Why don't you go? I'm so angry, I'm much smarter than this big wood, okay. But Suyu, on the other hand, didn't care. The danger was not big, the bigwood was about to become completely intelligent, and it could not kill the little furball. Suyu quickly went out of the domain and did not go to the Star Sea. Instead, he circled around and quickly disappeared near the human domain. He was locating the position of his mortal master seal, finding a place to open the Dead Soul's channel, and directly shoving these people in. Kill the West Sky King. If he killed them, the movement would not be big, and no one in the living domain would know. If he didn't kill them, they would think he was a coward, right? The movement in the living domain should not be too big. If the movement was too big, it would easily cause other Dao integration stage cultivators to participate in the battle. Now Suyu did not want a full-scale war to break out so soon. Suyu found a place where there was no one around. Suyu quickly opened a channel. He did not look at the situation on the other side. No matter how dangerous it was, the fat ball should have a chance to escape. Go in first. Senior fat ball, after you go in, you must kill that guy. He is very strong. Got it. Don't forget, you must take me back within 3 days, or my home will be gone, and I will bite you. Of course, Suyu remembered it. If the former residence of King Wen was really gone, the fat ball would really bite him to death. Suyu closed the channel and quickly left. He breathed a sigh of relief. With the 3 great masters inside, plus Sky Destroyer, Xing Hong, Yun Xiao, Tianyue, Marquis Lan Shan, and the recruited masters, it should be enough to deal with the West Sky King, right? He was afraid that the South King would not fight, and the North King would fight, or the South King would betray them. That would be big trouble, however. Until now, the Mortal Master Seal was still in battle, so Suyu was a little relieved. If the 3 Heavenly Kings really joined forces to attack, they would probably be finished, so you did not lead people to kill the one who attacked the old turtle as he had imagined. Instead, he sent people to the Dead Soul's domain first. It was still a bit difficult to communicate between the 2 realms of life and death. Even Suyu found it difficult to communicate. If the Dead Soul's domain was pacified, the one in the Living Soul's domain would have a hard time escaping. The Iron-Eating Beast King and the others can't be touched. If I do, Ancient Heaven and the others will definitely move. Suyu continued to think, these allies couldn't be touched. If they did, it would cause trouble, and it would cause Ancient Heaven and the others to attack in advance. The only human Dao integration cultivator, the Great Zhou King, was looking for the Heaven Supervisor. Everyone could wait and see. Once Luiwei and the others moved, they couldn't help it. Are there any Dao integration cultivators who can participate in the battle? Suyu quickly calculated. September couldn't do it, he hadn't completed the Dao integration yet. Otherwise, it would be a good choice. Heaven-reaching Marquis couldn't come out. After thinking about it, if the Great Qin King and the others couldn't take down the other party, it really wasn't good to use others. I'm afraid that if something happens to the West Sky King, the other party will run. He was not stupid. If he knew something happened to the West Sky King, he would definitely run. Lock the old turtle's path, don't let the old turtle escape, then I'll lock you up. Suyu no longer looked for help. He had a lot of trump cards. First, the Holy Transformation Seal. Suyu was actually reluctant to use it. According to King Wen, he could only use it a few times. Second, the locks that sealed the 4 rooms. Suyu obtained 2 of them. This could lock the other party and seal off the Hongmeng City area. Third, he absorbed the blood essence and also had Dao integration battle prowess, but he didn't have much blood essence left. The 2 balls were running around now. Those guys wouldn't come out unless they had no other choice. Suyu quickly rushed over there with these thoughts in mind. I'll kill them myself. That guy's great Dao power was very powerful. Suyu could already sense it. The old turtle's great Dao was constantly on the defense. This wasn't a good thing. Sooner or later, it would be obliterated. Even if it didn't die, it would be troublesome. The old turtle didn't seem to be very proficient in the battle of the great Dao, Suyu quickly flew over there. At this moment, the experts of all realms were watching the battle. They weren't watching the old turtle and the others, but the King of Great Zhou and the Heaven Supervisor in the Endless Void. At this moment, the King of Great Zhou was going all out. He had already caught up to the Heaven Supervisor, causing the Endless Void to explode with sparks. As for the Heaven Supervisor, he was also an expert. At this moment, he was infuriated. Am I unlucky? Am I extremely unlucky? This bastard really chased me all the way here. He couldn't help but say angrily, Zhou Qianxi, are you crazy? Must you continue fighting with me? You must be crazy. At this moment, in the sky above the Iron-Eating Realm, the Nightmare Realm, and the Spatial Ancient Beast Realm, there were projections of experts. Clearly, this was not a battle that had been planned for a long time. Instead, it really erupted suddenly. Otherwise, there was no reason for these human allies to be stunned and not know if they should participate in the battle. This situation also fell into the eyes of others. They were somewhat speechless. This was a sudden war, none of the human allies knew about it. Even the Book Spirit and Tea Tree, who participated in the previous battle, didn't appear. The human race probably didn't expect a war to suddenly erupt. What's going on? At this moment, the Fate Emperor in the Life Realm was also extremely strange. Was he really going to kill the Heaven Supervisor for such a small matter? Why don't I believe it? Moreover, the king of Great Zhou couldn't kill the heaven supervisor, so there was no point in fighting. Acting on impulse? Feeling humiliated? Why is Suyu so angry? Thoughts rose one after another. The Fate Emperor frowned. The situation of the Myriad realms became more and more confused. If one were to say that Suyu was calm, he wasn't calm at all. If one were to say that he wasn't calm, he was rather reliable. What exactly is going on? He didn't dare to leave the realm rashly in case it caused a misunderstanding. Without leaving the realm, some things were difficult to see through. The Fate Emperor felt a little helpless. I really don't understand it. The life realm couldn't understand the situation. As for the dead soul's domain, everyone understood it. Not long after the battle erupted, the sky suddenly split open. In the next moment, 3 powerful existences with dense life auras appeared. They weren't far away from the battlefield. The little white dog saw the powerful Death Spirit King at first glance, and immediately roared anxiously, "Quickly kill him, and then go home." I forgot to say, I haven't finished watering them yet. The little white dog was anxious. It's over, I only remembered that I have to go back in 3 days and forgot that I'm still watering them. Half of the flowers haven't been watered yet. The book spirit and the tea tree were also anxious. You haven't finished watering them? I was grabbed by Suyu, so I forgot about it. Damn it, the flowers are dying. The 3 experts were anxious. Hurry up and end the battle. Woof woof woof. The little white dog was extremely anxious. It couldn't wait for too long. It had to go home and water the flowers immediately. This was the second most important task after guarding the house. While Marquis Lan Shan and the others were rejoicing and the West Heavenly King's expression changed, a dog appeared in the void. In reality, the little white dog was also biting him personally. Bite you to death, hurry up and die. If you don't die, my flowers will die. The little white dog was about to cry, hurry up and die. Awoo. The barking stopped. It wanted to bite this heavenly king to death. It's so annoying. The flowers I've raised for more than 100,000 years are going to wither. I'm anxious, too anxious. Boom, the great paths collided. The little white dog's main body was much stronger than Suyu's. With a single bite, even the great Tao of undead spirits trembled slightly. The great Tao of heavenly kings that was entwined around it was crunched. Bah, it stinks. The little white dog's saliva was so stinky. Awoo, awoo. It didn't care anymore. It went back to brush its teeth with the water from the river of time. The West Heavenly King was just vigilant at first, but when the great paths collided, he groaned. In an instant, he knew that he was in trouble. Damn it, where did such a powerful dog come from? This didn't exist in the intelligence. He didn't know about the existence of this dog. The old turtle Taoist body was overjoyed. He knew about it. King Wen's dog was here. Kill. The old turtle shouted, my original body is still alive. There should be experts coming to help. Hurry up, kill the West Heavenly King and unify the dead spirit world today. Boom, the 3 experts quickly besieged the West Heavenly King. The book spirit and the tea tree didn't participate in the battle. Instead, they quickly attacked the other dead spirit marquises, kill them and go home to water the flowers. Unifying the dead soul domain was not their concern. They only had one thought, and that was to fight faster. If they were too impatient, those flowers were very delicate. If they were not watered for 3 days, they would die. Fat. Ball would go crazy, rumble, a huge roar shook the entire dead spirit world. The West Heavenly King roared. He was calm before, but at this moment, he suddenly became anxious. Damn it, this dog is very strong. He didn't even feel that it was weaker than him. Damn it, where did such a powerful dog come from? At this moment, the North King wanted to move, but the cold voice of the South King came. Don't worry, watch the battle. North King, I'll tell you what you said just now. You may die today. The South King was actually shocked. The South King had a vague impression of this dog. This dog, maybe King Wen's dog. At this moment, in the northern area, the North King's expression changed. The living spirit world actually let this dog in. What was going on in the living spirit world? He wondered if the dead spirit world would be in big trouble if this continued. It was really big trouble. Dead Soul's domain. The West King was losing ground. At this moment, the West King was already nervous. This dog was too strong. The next moment, he shouted, "North King, if I die today, you will be next. You should know the consequences." The South King had stopped him, however, the North King still had a lot of marquises under him. He had slightly more than the South King. The South King sided with the humans, so he had fewer marquises under him. If the North King joined the battle, even if he was stopped by the South King, he still had a chance with 3 to 5 marquises under him, otherwise, there would be no chance. In the north, the North King was struggling. The next moment, he didn't hesitate anymore. The West King was right. If he didn't join the battle now, he wouldn't have a good life if the West King died. He was afraid of the West King and the West Queen, but he didn't want them to die just like that. How could he have a good life after breaking the balance? The next moment, the North King shouted, "Fight the enemy with me." In an instant, the North King crossed the void and charged toward the East King region with a total of 15 marquises. In the south, the South King's face was cold. The North King still chose to join the battle. The South King region had fewer marquises, and 2 human marquises had already gone to join the battle. At this moment, there were only 10 marquises in the South King region, 5 less than the North King region. Once 5 marquises joined the battle, the impact would be great. Of course, they might not lose. On King Lanshan's side, if the little white dog could stop the West King, Marquis Lanshan and the old turtle Dao body could kill. The South King didn't waste any time. He shouted, tore the void, and flew toward the East King region. Behind him, the 10 marquises were a little hesitant. Yes, hesitant, because they weren't marquises of the human race. At this moment, the human race wanted to unify the dead soul's domain, but not all of them were willing. Of course, there were also human allies. The South King had been in charge of the southern region for many years and had trusted aides. However, the South King, who was flying in front, was still slightly shocked. He was afraid that, when the battle started, some of the marquises would betray him. After all, they weren't marquises of the human race, but at this moment, there was no time to care. The South King took the lead and shouted, "I will fight the North King. All of you, go and help me." The other marquises of death spirits flew towards the East King region. The South King quickly met up with the North King. They were definitely going to fight one-on-one. From far away, the 2 heavenly kings struck across the air, and the great Tao trembled. The great Tao of necromancy appeared at the same time, and the 2 great Taos that were wrapped around it instantly collided with each other. The North King was very powerful. Vaguely, he could even suppress King Nan. But at this time, it would take a long time to determine the winner. The decisive point was not on their side, but on the side of the West Prince. Outside the bounded area, on the side of the West Princess, no matter which side gained the upper hand, it would affect the overall situation. Hell. At this moment, the little white dog was also annoyed, anxious, and furious. "How annoying, I have to go back and water the plants," it roared, and at this moment, an incomparably huge white dog appeared in the void. Its body instantly grew 1,000,000 times larger. Not only that, but the little white dog suddenly spat out hundreds of divine runes from its mouth. These god talismans were different from ordinary god talismans. Each god talisman seemed to be connected to a great Tao. Void lock. The little white dog let out a roar, and hundreds of divine talismans instantly sealed off the West King's surroundings. The West King's face was filled with horror. "What is this?" He was instantly locked in a small void, and the little white dog roared, "Old Tortoise, who is that? Go and help Book Spirit and the others to kill them. After killing all of them, go and kill those over there." The old tortoise and Marquis Lanshan were both stunned, and then they were shocked. "This dog is strange." "It's not strange, but it has too many treasures." The 2 of them had no time to talk. While the North King's people had not arrived, they quickly killed the West King's subordinates. Kill one is counted, kill one is counted. As for the West King, he struggled violently and bombarded the surrounding god talismans, but he couldn't destroy them for a while. The little white dog was also exasperated. The next moment, it spat out something from its mouth again. It was a ring. A scene appeared in the little white dog's mind. In the past, when its little master threw out the ring, it would shout excitedly, "Fat ball, go and pick it up." So, it ran happily to pick up the ring, At this moment, the ring instantly turned into a huge circle, covering the West King. In the eyes of the West King, that was not a ring, but a chain to take his life. His expression changed drastically. Damn it, who can tell me what's going on with this dog? At this moment, the ring was like a small river of time, turning into a ring and covering him. Before the West King could break the god talisman, that thing covered his head. The West King roared, and his great Dao shook, but his great Dao was continuously broken by the dog's bite. He roared, and the death chi shook the sky. He forcefully attacked the ring. He knew that he couldn't let this thing fall, or he would be in big trouble. Not bad. The little white dog was also exasperated. Even this didn't trap you? You're good. Again. At this moment, when the North King and the others had almost forgotten to fight, the little white dog spat out something from its mouth again. It was a chain. Yes, another chain. It was used to walk dogs. The little master often wanted to walk the dog, but it ended up swallowing the chain. The little master searched for a long time, but to no avail. He was so angry that he wanted to kill the dog to retrieve the chain. Now, the disappeared chain appeared again. Not only did it appear, but it also turned into a chain and wrapped around the great Dao above the West King's head. The West King was in despair. No, what is this? What is this? His strength was earth-shattering. Apart from the time when King Wu and the others came to kill him, he had never felt such despair before. The little white dog threw out the chain. Seeing that the West King was still struggling and attacking crazily, it became even angrier. Do you know that you're wasting my time? Stinking brat, you're dead. The little white dog was exasperated. It spat out something again. It was a round ball, like the little flower balls that little girls like to use. At this moment, the little white dog spat out the ball, and it smashed toward the West King. The West King was in despair. He roared, "Who are you?" Boom, the rope and the little white dog's great Dao were suppressing his great Dao. The steel ring was locking him down, and now the round ball was smashing toward him. No matter how strong the West King was, he couldn't fight against so many, and the little white dog was actually panting. It was also tired. It was very tiring to control so many treasures. However, it wanted to end the battle quickly and return home as soon as possible. Seeing that the West King was still talking, the little white dog was going crazy. You still have the strength to talk? Wouldn't it take a long time to kill you? Woof, 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 you're so annoying. The little white dog was furious, as if it was the one who was at a disadvantage. I'm in a hurry. It didn't say anything else. This time, its stomach seemed to be moving. After a while, under everyone's shocked gazes, the little white dog panted and spat out something. It was something that felt like it was about to rot. That was a shoe. Yes, a shoe. He couldn't remember when King Wen was about to leave, but the little master couldn't bear to let him go. After a long fuss, King Wen still insisted on leaving. The little white dog was still young at that time, so it secretly swallowed one of King Wen's shoes that he had left outside the house. It made it impossible for its master to find the shoes, so that he couldn't leave. What a childish idea, King Wen's shoes. Nothing on a powerhouse would be weak. If it was too weak, it wouldn't be able to support that powerful foot. Otherwise, if the shoe was kicked out, it would be a disgrace. King Wen still cared about being cultured. The shoes were still very strong, as strong as his white robe. Without the shoes, King Wen couldn't be bothered to look for them because he knew who had stolen them, so he directly ran away. The remaining shoe was taken away by King Wen. It was unknown whether he had made a similar shoe. Of course, the little white dog didn't care about that at the moment. It had eaten this shoe for many years and hadn't digested it. Moreover, it didn't dare to spit it out, afraid that its master would find out. It just stayed in its stomach like this. Now that its master was gone, it didn't care. The next moment, as if someone was wearing the shoe, a foot suddenly appeared in the void and stomped down on the West King. This foot seemed to be more powerful than any weapon. The West King was in despair, shock, fear. No. What is this? It was a shoe, but he seemed to see a person who horrified and terrified him. The great Dao was locked, and his body was locked by the divine talisman. He couldn't escape. The West King roared in anger and despair. Impossible. King Wen is dead. He roared, and the entire Dead Souls realm shook. He didn't believe that this was King Wen, but that foot seemed to be King Wen's, even though countless years had passed. He couldn't forget that day when King Wen came to the Dead Soul's realm and came to the West King's mansion. He lowered his head, and he could only see that pair of feet. He couldn't even remember what King Wen looked like, but he remembered that his feet were so terrifying. He knelt in front of King Wen, lowered his head, and didn't even dare to say a word. No, no. The West King was in complete despair. This dog was related to King Wen. Now my ass. The little white dog panted violently. I'll trample you to death. Boom, the foot stomped down. There was no way to avoid it. Boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. It seemed that the entire Dead Soul's realm could only see this foot. With this stomp, the West King's death chi surged out, and he attacked with all his strength, with despair, unwillingness, and regret. I didn't know that you were King Wen's man. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fought with you. No way, I regret it. King Wen, you're dead. The West King held on the verge of breaking down. You're dead. You're dead. Are you still going to step on my face? Bang, the West King's face was torn into pieces, and his entire Dead Soul body was collapsing. It was too powerful. The South King and the North King were stunned by the scene. They widened their eyes in shock. King Wen, that was King Wen's foot. The West King, the powerful West King, one of the 4 Dead Soul Kings, was torn into pieces by this stomp. His Dao body appeared, and the black golden Dao body was also torn into pieces by this stomp. In the sky, the Heavenly King's great path that surrounded the great path was broken by the little white dog's bite. The rope also wrapped around the great path and tightened the broken fused path. The little white dog's Vajra ring smashed down, smashing the dead spirit mark into pieces. The little flower ball completely shattered the remaining death chi in an instant. The entire Dead Soul void was instantly blown up. The little white dog lay in the void, panting violently, and said angrily, "You won't die until I hit you with all my strength." They were stunned. The battle in all areas instantly stopped. Old Tortoise and Marquis Lan Shan looked at the dog in the void with blank expressions. Holy crap, what is this? A crazy dog? Is King Wen's dog that great? Yes, it's great. Not only is it King Wen's dog, but it's also the dog of the Time Master. One of its 2 masters was known as the second strongest person in all heavens, and the first was the human sovereign. This was based on their status. The other was known as one of the top 5 experts in all heavens. Yes, he was the Time Master. The Time Master had never fought with these people before, and no one would know even if he did. However, the experts knew that the Time Master was very powerful, and he could kill anyone he wanted. He was regarded by the top experts as being on the same level as the 4 Dead Soul Kings. With these 2 masters living together, the little white dog's foundation was much stronger than the current undead spirit Heavenly Kings. Even a dog of the Emperor's family could eat better than you. The little white dog ate dragons and phoenixes and drank immortal wine. At this moment, the Dead Soul's realm shook violently. The West King was dead. Yes, the incomparably powerful West King had died just like that. He was stronger than the East King, but he died a much more miserable death than the East King. He didn't even get a chance to show his power. He didn't even kill a Dao integration stage expert. At least the East King had a chance of winning. At least he had crippled many Dao integration stage experts under Suyu. However, the West King, the overlord who initiated the war and thought that he would definitely win, was smashed to death by a dog with a shoe not long after the war began. Too powerful. It wasn't the little white dog that was powerful. It was also powerful, but it was slightly weaker than the West King. With such a gap, it might be difficult to determine the victor, but it was still very difficult for the little white dog to kill the West King. It was normal for the little white dog to fight for a long time. The best outcome would be for both sides to be wounded. However, the little white dog smashed the West King to death with its foundation. The West King wouldn't be satisfied even if he died. In the void, the little white dog continued to pant. It was very tired. It was also very tiring for it to control these things, but the effect was good. It smashed the stinky guy to death. Right at this moment, the battlefield collapsed. Yes, it collapsed. The North King's subordinates, a total of 15 Marquises of the Death Souls, instantly flew in all directions and escaped. They hadn't reached the place yet. They had no choice but to escape. They were all frightened. A powerful being like the West King was actually smashed to death with a single foot. Were they courting death? Not only them, but among the powerful beings under the West King's command who were fighting with the Heavenly Destroyer, a Death Spirit Lord roared, "Run! Run! Return to the West King Palace. And wait for the Queen's return." Boom, the aura of death burned, they couldn't fight anymore. The West King had been killed before he could show his power. How could they fight anymore? Run, the group of Death Spirit Lords fled frantically, wanting to withdraw from the war. However, at this time, how could Marquis Lan Shan and the others give them a chance? In the void, the East King seal pressed down, the human master seal pressed down, the old turtle's Dao body was like a mountain. With a rumble, it covered the void and pressed down, the book spirit transformed into a book that was like a huge net. Countless words covered the sky, covering the entire East King region. The thousands of leaves of the tea tree spread, a group of powerful beings was sealing off the entire East King region. The North King's people had yet to arrive. They had already escaped. You guys are right here, and you still want to run, without the West King to resist the nomological power and the suppression of the human master seal and the East King seal. These guys were courting death by crossing realms, at this moment. In the distance. Without saying a word, the North King quickly retreated and flew toward the North King region. He shouted, "Everyone, return to the North King region and activate the Northern Restriction. Hurry!" There was still a chance of survival if he returned to the North King region. He was the North King. In his domain, he had the support, and the other party would be weakened. This was his only chance of survival. As long as the 15 Death Spirit Lords returned and resisted with him, even if the others attacked, they might not be able to take him down. The North King made a prompt decision. He would not fight anymore. Run, return to his territory. Behind him, the South King roared and slashed out with his sword. He roared, that senior, please come and help us. Stop him. The South King shouted for Little White Dog. As for Little White Dog, it rolled its eyes and panted. It couldn't move anymore. Did it really think that controlling these things was effortless? So you had even extracted 5 drops of blood essence. I can't move anymore. Little White Dog replied. The North King had no intention of taking the opportunity to fight. Stop fooling around. I can't move anymore, and I don't dare to fight anymore. I can't fight anymore. He only cared about escaping. Not only him, but the Death Spirit Lords under him were all silent. They all ran toward the North King region with all their might. Little White Dog said that he was out of strength. Would you believe it? I don't believe it. I wouldn't dare to go to the East King region even if I believed it. The South King wanted to chase after it, but there was nothing he could do. He was a little depressed. If the North King escaped, it would be difficult to deal with him. Forget it, the South King's figure flashed and instantly charged toward a Death Spirit Lord. That was a Death Spirit Lord from the North King region. At this moment, the North King roared, "Everyone, get close to me, quick." As for the one who was blocked, he had no choice. He could not fight in the middle region. Otherwise, if he was entangled, it was very likely that he would not be able to bring a single Death Spirit Lord back. In the blink of an eye, the other necromancers all flew toward him. The North King also extended his great Dao to receive the Marquis of Death. King Nan coldly snorted and slashed out with his sword. The Death Spirit Marquis that was intercepted roared crazily, but it was useless. East King had defeated heavenly monarchs who had reached the Dao integration stage. 1 against 5, he could still win. 1 against 1, that was a one-sided slaughter, unless the other party was as strong as Old Tortoise and the others, but it was obvious that this venerable Marquis did not have such strength. Rumble, in the Dead Soul's domain, the difference in levels was even more obvious. Everyone was on the same path. When encountering the suppression of levels and the suppression of the Great Dao, there was almost no way to turn the tables. When the North King received the 14 Marquises, he quickly tore through the void and fled. A mournful roar rang out as the Marquis that was intercepted was killed on the spot by the South King. As for the 10 Marquises of the Southern King region, they no longer had any other thoughts at this moment. All of them looked at the little white dog in the void with trepidation as it charged towards the Marquises of the Western King region. Don't talk nonsense, boss is on the right path. No matter what everyone thought before, don't think about it now, just kill them. This was the proof of allegiance. Old Tortoise and the others were suppressing the 10 Marquises. The battle strength of the 10 marquises was almost 2-1. Not long after, a marquis of the Western King region roared and was quickly killed on the spot. 1, 2. In the blink of an eye, the 13 marquises that the Western King brought were all killed on the spot. Some of the marquises wanted to surrender, but Marquis Lan Shan didn't stop at all and didn't spare any of them. Marquis Lan Shan knew what Suyu was thinking. Those who didn't submit, he would kill them all. Although he didn't have much contact with them, he knew that this human lord's character was unparalleled. If the marquises of the Western King Palace dared to attack, none of them would survive. The entire Dead Souls domain kept shaking as if doomsday had arrived. The dim sky kept bursting with light. That was when the experts were killed, and the death aura exploded, shattering heaven and earth. The Eastern King region instantly quietened down. They were all killed. Yes, they were all killed. If the little white dog killed the Western King in an instant in the battle to determine the cauldron, then this battle would be over. Old Tortoise's Dao body didn't waste any time and said quickly, "I'm going back." "Do you want to go with me?" "Going back?" The little white dog was a little excited. "Of course, I'm going back too." At this moment, the Southern King flew over with an extremely powerful aura and said hurriedly, "No, we must stabilize our advantage now and take the opportunity to attack the Northern King Palace. Otherwise, once the Northern King activates the Northern King seal and joins forces with the other marquises to stabilize the Northern King region, it will be difficult to attack again." The little white dog looked back and blinked. "But I haven't finished watering my flowers." "How about next time?" "I'll let him escape this time. The next time I come, so you will come too. We will definitely kill him." Then, he added, "Also, I have to go. If I don't go, something bad is going to happen." The Southern King's heart shook. Yes, something bad is going to happen. Right at this moment, the Necro Galaxy in the distance suddenly trembled, and then a powerful aura emerged. In the next moment, the figure of a powerful Necro noble appeared, and he shot a glance in the direction of the Necro Galaxy before vanishing into the Necro Galaxy. However, before he left, his eyes were bloodshot. He had been stimulated by the aura of living beings. He had only sensed the powerful aura of the little white dog and did not dare to get close. Now that he had dived into the Dead Souls Galaxy, his aura disappeared, and even the Southern King could not detect him. Seeing this, the Southern King's expression changed slightly. "You are too powerful, and your blood chi is too strong. Then next time I will think of a way to surround the Northern King Palace with Mist Mountain and the others. If the conditions are right, we will attack the Northern King Palace. Up to you, it has nothing to do with me. You can ask Suyu." The little white dog did not want to get involved in this. He was really busy. Moreover, he was indeed powerful. If he did not leave now, he might stimulate the awakening of the peerless experts in the Dead Souls Galaxy, and that would not be fun. The little white dog grabbed the book spirit and the tea tree with his paw and quickly flew toward the spirit-suppressing region. As for the old tortoise, he was also worried about his main body. He quickly said, "Xianxia, come with me." The sleeping existences in the Dead Souls Galaxy that Brother White Dog stimulated are awakening. If we leave this place, all living beings will be in danger. It was fine before, but not now. The little white dog had almost driven these powerful existences crazy. It was not a good thing for Xianxia and the others to stay. Xianxia and the others did not waste any time and quickly retreated. The old tortoise's voice sounded, "Marquis Mist Mountain, Southern King, stay here for now and wait for the human sovereign's arrangements." Human sovereign, the Southern King looked at them with a strange expression. Marquis Mist Mountain said loudly, "Yes. Spirit Suppressing General, please go back and inform the human sovereign that everything is fine." As soon as she finished speaking, she threw out a seal. "The human sovereign's seal is still here. The human sovereign might need it. Please bring it back and give it to the human sovereign." "All right." The old tortoise did not say anything else and quickly left with his people. In the distance, the little white dog also said, "Yes, yes, yes, Suyu is still fighting up there. Let's go back first." In the blink of an eye, the group of people ran away. The guardians were usually fine here, but now that the Dead Souls Galaxy was shaking, it was better to leave as soon as possible. After they left, the Southern King said in a deep voice, "Marquis Mist Mountain, have you met the current human sovereign?" Yes. How is his character? Amazing. Amazing? What kind of evaluation was that? The Southern King said in a deep voice. This king took a look at the human sovereign's seal. The owner of this seal is probably not that strong. Marquis Mist Mountain frowned. The human sovereign is still young, but he has already improved rapidly. His strength will naturally increase soon. How does he compare to the previous 100-battle monarch? His strength is naturally inferior, Marquis Mist Mountain said in a deep voice. Southern King, it is best not to think too much. You just saw that senior white dog, book spirit, T-Tree, spirit suppressing general, and the other guardians have all submitted to the human sovereign. This generation's human sovereign is the first ever since the fall of the ancient times. He is the only overlord that has hope of unifying the 10,000 worlds. The Southern King was shocked. Such a high evaluation. At this moment, in the distance, he too led the Death Monarchs to collect all the seals left behind by the Death Monarchs, blood of death, and a few things left behind by the Western King. Seeing the Southern King looking at him, he too laughed dryly. Lord Southern King, don't look, these spoils of war can only be distributed when the human sovereign arrives. The Southern King's contribution in the region will be rewarded by the human sovereign. We have no right to distribute the spoils of war for him. The Southern King frowned slightly. My people killed them. He too's bare one's teeth showed his black teeth. Yes, but they have to be returned to the public. These are the spoils of war, they need to be distributed by the human sovereign. Southern King, don't make things difficult for these small matters. When the human sovereign comes, he will definitely not be stingy with the rewards. But if it is distributed privately, neither you nor I can afford it. Can't afford it? The Southern King looked at him, but he too was calm. Can't afford it. The Eastern King is dead, the Western King is dead, those fellows in the 10,000 worlds will be killed sooner or later, and the people above the heavens will be doomed sooner or later. Since the Southern King has chosen a side, don't make mistakes on these small matters, it is easy to ruin yourself. The Southern King was speechless. This human sovereign, whom he had not met yet, instantly attracted the Southern King's interest. It was as if the Southern King had returned to the ancient times, when the human sovereign's words were the command of heaven and earth, and Marquis Mist Mountain quickly said, Lord Southern King, don't worry about this, the human sovereign will not be stingy. I understand. The Southern King said. After a moment of silence, he quickly said, then I will bring people to the border of the North King region, seal the North King region, and prevent them from escaping. Thank you, Southern King. It is my duty. The Southern King waved his hand, and quickly disappeared with the 10 Death Marquis under his command, and on Marquis Mist Mountain's side, there were only 3 human Marquis. 2 of them had previously served under the Southern King. At first, when they sought refuge with Marquis Mist Mountain, they only thought that the human race was in a difficult situation, and as a fellow human, they came to help. In the end, at this moment, one of the human Marquis could not help but say, Mist Mountain, is this generation's human sovereign really that powerful? You saw it. Marquis Mist Mountain knew what they were thinking, and quickly said, remember, the next time you see the human sovereign, everyone, have a sense of propriety. Previously, you all saw the situation, the Eastern King was personally killed by the human sovereign, the Western King was killed by Lord White Dog, and these people are all under the human sovereign's command. At this moment, the 3 Death Marquis were deep in thought. It seemed this new human sovereign was not to be trifled with. Marquis Mist Mountain's words were filled with admiration. The Eternal Realm Death Marquis, who had been appointed as the chief of the army, had dared to refuse the Southern King's request to divide the spoils, and the Southern King had chosen to give up. This was rare in the Dead Souls realm. But then they remembered that the Guardian General and the White Dog were both under the human sovereign's command, and they all understood. Too powerful. The human race, didn't they say that this tide was very weak? The 3 Death Marquis couldn't help but have doubts. Weak? Nonsense, the 4 heavenly kings had lived for countless years, and in the previous 9 tides, no one had been able to do anything to them. But this time, in just a few days, 2 of them had been killed, the Northern King had retreated, and the Southern King had directly raised the flag. They all suspected that the previous information was wrong, the human race was not weak, and in fact, very strong. One, who was currently being beaten by the heavens, could not raise his head. The battle of the Dead Souls realm ended so quickly, which was something Suyu did not expect. He had just arrived near Primordial Mist City, and he was stunned. My human sovereign seal seems to be approaching. What the hell, is the battle over, or has it reached the spirit suppression region? Suyu raised an eyebrow. The fluctuation of the human sovereign seal was not strong, as if it was not in a state of suppression. What's going on? He didn't understand, and the others naturally didn't. Even the old turtle didn't know. He was almost isolated from the outside world. In the void near Primordial Mist City, 3 powerful beings were fighting fiercely. The old turtle had been defending and did not participate in the battle. His main body was seriously injured, and his turtle shell was broken. It was not good for him to participate in the battle now. If he was careless and was killed by this mysterious woman, it would be a great loss. At this moment, the old turtle was also shocked and surprised. How did the Great Qin King and the Daxia of Goguryeo turn into ancient beasts? Are those desolate heavenly beasts? Their battle prowess was stronger than that of an ordinary Dao integration cultivator. This was also the reason why the two of them could fight with the Heaven and Earth Ink Stone. These two were also extremely powerful Dao integration cultivators. The Heaven and Earth Ink Stone was made from the armor of a desolate heavenly beast, and its defense was also extremely powerful. At this moment, the West Duchess frowned. Damn it, when did the human race have these two fellows? She could tell that they were humans, and she even knew them. Although she had never seen them before, she had her own sources of information. The Great Qin King and the Daxia of Goguryeo. These two had actually Dao integration cultivators, and they seemed to have turned into Dao integration cultivators with the bloodline of an ancient beast. The West Duchess vaguely felt that something was wrong. The human race had come to help, and she also vaguely heard Suyu's movements. It seemed that there was also a battle outside. What was the human race going to do? That Suyu actually didn't call for help with great fanfare. Instead, he only sent these two people. Although the two of them were powerful, it would be difficult for them to defeat her. Just as she was thinking about this, 2 locks suddenly appeared in the void. Yes, 2 locks from King Wen's lock. The 2 locks instantly locked the void. At this moment, in the void, Suyu stood on the river of time and looked down at the West Duchess. He frowned slightly, and after a while, he smiled. Interesting. You are the mother of Heavenly King Jin? The West Duchess looked at him coldly and stepped back immediately. Suyu, it was Suyu. Even though she had never seen him in person, she knew that he was the current leader of the human race. She looked at the void and the expression in her eyes changed. Do you think you can kill me? You're courting death. How dare you seal this place with the great Dao? She couldn't go in or out, it had merged with her confinement array. At this moment, Suyu couldn't go out, and neither could she. That was an extremely powerful sealing power. The West Duchess was a bit frightened. Whose power was that? King Wen, probably. She might need a lot of time to break through the sealing power of King Wen. After all, King Wen was not here anymore. But, where did Suyu get this thing? Besides, even with Suyu, it would be extremely difficult for the 3 of them to kill her. As for the old turtle, he couldn't move at all. Once the West Duchess killed his Taoist body, the old turtle could only wait for death. She and the West Duchess had broken through the inside and outside and killed the old turtle. Even if they entered the spirit-suppressing realm, the other guards couldn't suppress them anymore. They didn't enter the spirit-suppressing realm to kill the old turtle because the old turtle could exert the combat strength of the Heavenly King realm here. Suyu smiled. I can't kill you? You surprised me. I didn't expect that you would be involved with the Dead Souls realm. So, you really entered the Dead Souls realm and hooked up with the West Heaven King? Interesting. By the way, I killed your son, Heavenly King Jin. Do you know that? The West Duchess said coldly, my son? No, he was the son of a good-for-nothing. He should call me aunt. His father was my younger brother, who was also a good-for-nothing. So I killed him. My bloodline doesn't need good-for-nothings like him. Suyu was stunned and then smiled. Your nephew? He called you mother. How come he suddenly became your nephew? You. Damn. You jail kings are really good at playing. I see. You and your younger brother. TSK. I didn't expect that. The West Duchess looked at him coldly and didn't deny it. Suyu took in a deep breath. Impressive. I was just saying it casually. No wonder. I knew something was wrong. I remembered that Heavenly King Jin's father knew the Tao of confinement of the jail kings. You know it too. I was wondering if this Tao didn't rely on bloodline? Cultivation methods? So, to ensure the purity of your mixed blood, you played this trick. TSK. Impressive. The jail king's bloodline is really impressive. Suyu laughed. Interesting. Very interesting. Your bloodline is really a bunch of bastards. You can do anything. The West Duchess looked at him coldly. By time, when Suyu appeared, the great Qin king and the Dasha of Goguryeo only guarded in front of Suyu warily to prevent her from killing Suyu. They were actually not as fierce as before. This guy wasn't strong, but he really subdued these powerhouses. This tide was beyond her expectation. Was it good for him to buy time, or did Suyu not know the situation in the world of souls? But he had said that she was colluding with the West Duchess. Why? The West Duchess felt uneasy. The Sea of Will was stirred. She wanted to contact the West Heaven King to ask about the situation. She could certainly contact the West Heaven King, but it was a bit difficult. At this moment, Suyu saw this scene. He saw a small dead soul's vortex appearing beneath her feet. Interesting, this guy could actually use this method to contact the world of souls. This guy seemed to be a bit half-dead, just like him. But not as strong as him. It seemed that only a small part of her had turned into dead souls, and most of her was still a living creature. What kind of special cultivation method is this, or is it a special state? With these thoughts in mind, Suyu laughed. The next moment, the small opening that the West Duchess had just made was instantly healed, the dead air overflowed from Suyu's body and he chuckled. What are you playing at? Opening a dead soul channel in front of me? Then, Suyu quickly said, kill. Boom, the great Qin king and the Dasha of Goguryeo attacked in an instant. But the West Duchess was faster than them. In the void, a chain swept towards Suyu without them noticing. That was the power of the Great Path Rules, Suyu smiled. The power of the Great Path Rules was not too strong. After all, he had to deal with two experts and guard against the old turtle. It was enough to deal with ordinary Eternal Realm experts. But was Suyu an ordinary Eternal Realm expert? What's more, he could see it, this invisible power of the great Qin king, and the others couldn't see it. They could only sense it. But Suyu could see it directly. Suyu did not dodge or evade, allowing the chain to bind him. Suyu waited for the chain to approach him, and suddenly, he punched out. Boom, he directly hit the center of the chain, and with a grab, he caught the broken chain. In the next moment, dozens of Shunwen appeared and crazily devoured the power of the Great Path Rules. Suyu felt something while devouring it. He sighed, what a rich power of the Great Path Rules. I like it. My Shunwen is too hungry. Thank you, and thank you for sending this Tao of confinement to me for me to comprehend. Suyu silently comprehended. A moment later, a small Shunwen jumped out. It was the word confinement. Suyu was overjoyed. 91. Thank you. Come, burn me with fire again. I want to see what's the difference between it and the 5 elemental fire. You stupid woman, you dare to play with the Great Path Rules in front of me. Didn't your old ancestor Jail King tell you that when the heavenly gate opens, your so-called sneak attack is a joke? The West Duchess' expression changed. This was the first time her expression had changed. Her sneak attack on Suyu hadn't even been discovered by the 3 peak experts, but it had been discovered by Suyu. Moreover, Suyu had instantly broken the law chains. Damn it, he even took the opportunity to comprehend a Shunwen. This, even the West Duchess couldn't understand. In the sky, Suyu chuckled and said, stupid woman, you're a bastard. It's normal. You're not very smart. The sky in my eyes is different from the sky in yours. Suyu smiled faintly. At this moment, he really looked like an evil tyrant that dominated the market. The great Qin king and the Dasha of Goguryeo were all hired thugs. The West Duchess was like a woman who was humiliated. Suyu smiled. He didn't participate in the battle. He was not in a hurry. He sensed that his human master seal seemed to be under the old tortoise, and the old tortoise suddenly trembled slightly. Suyu seemed to know something. The Dead Soul Realm 1. in that case, a gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. With so many hired thugs, why should he interfere? To fight a bloody battle, what kind of ruler would do such a thing? I have plenty of generals under me, it's enough. At this moment, Suyu smiled leisurely and said, the great Qin king, a little to the left. She wants to lock you up. Boom, the great Qin king swept out with his spear. He didn't see anything, but the spear made the West Duchess' great path tremble. Emperor Xia, there's fire on the right, Qin, above, Xia, behind, rumble. The two unification Daos, who were suppressed before, suddenly burst out a powerful force and hit the great path. The West Duchess spat out a mouthful of blood as her great path trembled. She looked at Suyu with shock and anger. Why, the gate of heaven, the legendary gate of heaven, damn it, he opened the gate of heaven. Suyu had opened the heavenly gate, so the battle between the great Daos was no secret to him. The attack that the West Duchess thought was a secret was seen clearly by Suyu. How the great Dao fluctuated, where were they going to attack, who were they going to attack, was it a feint, or were they going to attack secretly? It was actually very difficult for the great Qin king and the Daxia of Goguryeo to sense these attacks. The great Daos were entangled, and their auras were exploding everywhere. He couldn't see the great Dao clearly, so how could he resist? But now, he didn't need to think about it. Suyu knew it like the back of his hand. Yes, he couldn't go up himself. Just because you could see it didn't mean you could react. For example, when he punched a sun and a moon, his opponent knew that he was punching him. Suyu even told him that he was going to punch him, but his opponent still couldn't block it. However, the great Qin king and the Daxia of Goguryeo were also top-level Dao integration cultivators. They had monopolized the great Dao of the desolate heavenly beasts, so they were already very powerful. If one couldn't gain the upper hand in the battle between Dao integration cultivators, they could only rely on their physical bodies. Physical bodies. These two cultivated the Dao of the body, whether it was in the human race or in the desolate heavenly beasts, they all cultivated the Dao of the body. In terms of physical strength, the West Duchess might not be as strong as them. The West Duchess was strong in the laws, the chains imprisoned her, and the flames burned her. One to control and one to attack, she had walked on two Daos. Perhaps she was a powerful cultivator from the primordial era. After all, it was very difficult to walk on two Daos in the later period. However, these advantages were useless against Suyu today. Bastard, you deserve to die. The West Duchess was pushed back. She was going crazy, she was extremely powerful. The great Qin king and the Daxia of Goguryeo were also powerful, but their understanding of the laws wasn't as profound as hers. Before this, she had been suppressing them, including the old turtle himself. In the blink of an eye, she was pushed back. Kill Suyu, yes, kill Suyu. If she didn't kill Suyu, all her attacks wouldn't escape Suyu, so she might lose. The next moment, the void split open, and countless chains shot towards Suyu. The flames of the burning heavens rose, burned that bastard Suyu to death. As for Suyu, he had swallowed a drop of the golden-winged rock's blood. At this moment, he could also see the Dao of the golden-winged rock. That Dao was like a bird spreading its wings. The Dao above Suyu's head was somewhat illusory. He was mainly borrowing the Book of Time. There was still a gap between truly borrowing the great Dao. Even so, Suyu had gained a lot of insights at this moment. His arms turned into wings and instantly wandered among the countless chains. He said faintly, Qin's was San, Xia Shangliu. The two experts didn't think too much about it. Qin's spear and Xia Dao, all of them attacked. At this moment, they only paid attention to Suyu's words. As for the West Princess, she didn't exist. Just listen to Suyu and kill her. Suyu had the battle prowess of the Dao integration stage at this moment. It was not that easy for the West Princess to kill Suyu instantly. Even the Heavenly Kings couldn't kill a cultivator of the Dao integration stage instantly. It would take some time, not to mention that an existence like Suyu could see through the great Dao, so it would be even more difficult to kill him. Moreover, Suyu had many tricks up his sleeves. Qin and Xia listened to Suyu's words and kept attacking with all their might. They didn't defend. Because of the Heaven and Earth Ink Stone, the two of them cooperated tacitly. The Heaven and Earth Ink Stone defended and attacked fiercely. Boom, the great Dao shook, and the number of chains decreased. Suyu quietly tore a few, and the flames were also swallowed by Suyu bit by bit. The West Princess was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. at this moment, the West Princess was a little anxious. She couldn't retreat or fight. Retreat. Not to mention whether she could leave or not. If she retreated, what if the West Princess died while the West Princess was still anxious? After all, the people here could go to rescue her. If she didn't retreat, she wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation. In particular, Suyu, the B***starred, was not strong, but he had created a lot of trouble for her. Such a battle was too humiliating for the West Princess. With 2 Daos, she was a top figure even in the ancient times. She was at the same level as the 4 heavenly kings. She was second only to some human kings who practiced the body Tao in the ancient times. However, at this moment, she was forced to this point by 2 guys who were weaker than her. The West Princess's face was gloomy, and she was thinking while fighting. She had to contact the West Princess before she could decide whether to retreat or fight. As for Suyu's blockade, she could still break it at the cost of something. At this time, the old turtle behind her slowly opened his eyes. He had merged his Taoist body into one. Strictly speaking, the old turtle was stronger than the king of the Great Qing dynasty and a little weaker than the West Princess, but the gap was not too big. He had suffered a big loss before. At this moment, he, who had merged his Taoist body and Taoist body, was ready to take action. While the West Princess was not paying attention to him, he wanted to secretly give her a blow. The little white dog was also coming. After his attack, the little white dog would attack again. This woman was dead for sure. All the people here today were top level. Cultivators, the Heavenly King stage was extremely powerful, but it depended on the opponent. 1 against 5 Dao integration stage cultivators, and the old turtle could fight 4, who couldn't fight 2 king of the Great Qing dynasty, the Daxia of Goguryeo. At this moment, Suyu also smiled. It was done. It was much faster than he had expected. The little white dog was really powerful. He didn't need to ask to know that it was the little white dog who had finished the battle. Good. The West Princess couldn't leave. The key now was how to kill her quietly. There was actually a problem in killing the West Princess. She was a living creature, yes, an extremely powerful living creature, even the most powerful living creature in the world. If he killed her, there would definitely be a strange phenomenon in the heavens. Once the West Princess died, the ancient heavens and the others would definitely know about the situation. At that time, these guys would open the passage to the upper realm at all costs, or they would simply die together with the human race. There are about 10 years left before the passage to the upper realm opens, but if the power of the natural order is consumed, the passage will open earlier. If the major races really want to die together, there are ways to open it earlier. As far as Suyu knew, there were actually many ways. First, all the races had accumulated death chi. If they opened the passage to the dead spirits and let the dead spirits attack the living world, they would be punished by the natural order. Of course, many people would die, and one wouldn't do it unless he had no other choice. Second, he could force some of the sun and moon cultivators to use other methods to prove their Tao. After all, the primordial era hadn't been completely destroyed. Third, he could kill people on the battlefield in the heavens, kill his own race, kill other races, and obtain the natural order reward. These methods all consumed a lot of the natural order's power. But now, all the races felt that 10 years was not a long time, and they could wait and see, so they didn't choose this path. However, if the West Princess died, such a peerless powerhouse would die, and ancient heavens and the others would probably give up everything and open the passage by force to bring the powerhouses from the upper realm back. The West Princess is not easy to kill. I can't even kill her. Suyu narrowed his eyes and made a judgment. Yes, although the West Princess deserved to die, it was not easy to kill her now. If he wanted to kill her, he would have to wait until Suyu had accumulated enough power to kill ancient heavens and the others. When he was ready to fight against the upper realm, that would be the best time to kill her. Thinking of this, Suyu sent a voice transmission to the old turtle. He knew that the old turtle was about to recover, so he quickly sent a voice transmission to the old turtle. He knew that the old turtle was about to recover, so he quickly sent a voice transmission to the old turtle. Find a way to drag her into the dead spirit's domain, besiege her, destroy her physical body, destroy her Taoist body, make her drop in cultivation level, and keep her alive. So you didn't want to kill the West Princess at the moment. It would feel good to kill her now, but it would cause big trouble for Suyu's plan. He was determined to kill the West Princess. Yes, he was determined to kill her. Under such circumstances, the West Princess could turn the world upside down. So you didn't even need the top forces on his side. The old turtle was actually a bit frustrated. Don't kill her, he had wanted to kill her as soon as possible. Revenge, he had never been in such a miserable state for so many years. He didn't participate in the previous 9 tides. As the leader of the ancient town, few people would bother him if he didn't participate in the battles. But today, if Suyu didn't have a way to deal with the West Spirit's domain, he would have almost died. Despite his frustration, the old turtle thought for a while and understood Suyu's intention. Killing the West Princess would be very troublesome. Drag the West Princess into the dead spirit's domain. The old turtle had lived for a long time and wasn't stupid. The next moment, the old turtle suddenly opened his eyes and slapped the West Princess with his claws. He even soared toward the West Princess as if he were suppressing the heavens. His strength was about the same as that of a Taoist body. Open the way for the West Princess. The West Princess had failed to kill him today. So, she could only retreat. Which way should she retreat? Should she spend a lot of energy to break the defense and escape from the living realm, or find a way to join the West Princess in the dead spirit's domain? The old turtle knew that the West Princess had no other choice. The best way was to kill her way into the dead spirit's domain now. Then, she might have a chance to turn the situation around with the West Princess. In the living realm, Suyu had many allies. Many Dao integration stage cultivators hadn't participated in the battle yet. As expected, as the old turtle pounced on her, the West Princess was also struggling. Damn it, her plan to kill Hong Meng had failed. She could only give up. She didn't expect that Xia of Goguryeo and the king of the Great Qin dynasty would appear, nor did she expect that Suyu would see through her Dao. At this moment, it was useless for her to continue fighting. The 2 locks were vaguely visible as they floated in the air. If the West Princess wanted to break the locks, she would have to consume at least a few drops of her blood essence. Once she broke the locks and escaped, she would be in danger. On the other hand, even if the West Princess couldn't defeat the old turtle in the dead spirit's domain, she could still protect herself. She could only go back to the dead spirit's domain. The West Princess glanced at Suyu with resentment. Suddenly, she roared and a powerful chain appeared. It was a weapon, even a divine weapon. She ignored the old turtle and suddenly struck at Suyu. As expected, her strike was extremely powerful. The old turtle and Xia of Goguryeo all changed their expressions. They all flew to the front of Suyu to block the strike. They wouldn't die in the next attack. They were afraid that something would happen to Suyu. Under the full attack of the West Princess, the 3 powerful figures had to go to Suyu's rescue. The West Princess breathed heavily and said coldly, "Suyu, I will come back for you." With hatred, the West Princess jumped into the dead spirit's channel. She was leaving. As for the other side, even if the king of the dead spirits was in her way, she would still kill them. She didn't care. Rumble, a loud noise came from the old turtle and the other 2. The chain was blocked. The next moment, the old turtle quickly returned to where he was and pressed down with a boom. The king of the Great Qin dynasty and Xia of Goguryeo still wanted to chase after them, but Suyu shouted, "Block the channel and block the entrance. Don't let anyone come up." Although the king of the Great Qin dynasty and Xia of Goguryeo didn't know what Suyu meant, they didn't hesitate and quickly carried out the order. Soon, the channel was blocked by the power. Suyu shouted again, "Blast the power into the channel, the stronger, the better. Don't worry about anything else. Attack." Boom, the 3 powerful figures didn't say anything else and quickly bombarded the channel, in the dead spirit's channel. The West Princess was resentful and angry. "Damn it, I failed, bastard. Not only did I fail to kill the old turtle, but I also exposed myself. Let's go find the West Princess and see what's going on over there." She quickly flew out of the channel, feeling very depressed. There was no king of the dead spirits in the channel, but the West Princess didn't care. It was normal that there was no king of the dead spirits here since he too was gone. She had already seen the light on the other side of the channel. At this moment, outside the passageway, the little white dog, Book Spirit, Ti Tree, Tian Mia, Tian Yu, Yun Xiao, and Xing Hong were all there. Just now, the old turtle's voice was heard, "Stop an expert. Very powerful, everyone must stop the other party." Be careful. Very powerful? How powerful? The 7 powerful figures were all curious. The old turtle had said that his main body was almost killed, so they were still a bit cautious. Be careful, even the little white dog didn't take out the shoe, but he had prepared a lot of things, such as flower balls, dog collars, and dog leashes. Very powerful. On the book spirit's side, there were also countless words, which formed a huge net, blocking the entrance of the channel. Be careful, very powerful. Xianxia and the others were all ready to attack with all their strength. 7 Dao integration stage cultivators and a white dog. Could they win? At this moment, there was already a powerful aura approaching from the channel. The West Princess was escaping, but she didn't have time to hide her aura. She was coming out. Suyu. As the West Princess was escaping, she turned around again and gave them a venomous look. She roared angrily, I will definitely come back and kill you, B*****. In the next moment, she flew out of the channel. She was going to find the West Princess. Just as she flew out, she was shocked. At this moment, 7 or 8 weapons with extremely powerful auras shot toward her. Not only that, but there was also a huge net flying toward her. No, the West Princess turned pale with fright. What's going on? Why, are there so many Dao integration stage cultivators outside? Not just 1 or 2, but many. Didn't the West Princess attack the East King realm with a group of dead spirit lords? Why is this happening? Rumble, a huge explosion resounded throughout the dead spirit realm. With a loud bang, the West Princess's body was torn into pieces, and a golden Dao body appeared. The little white dog looked at the others with curiosity and confusion. Very powerful? The old turtle said very powerful, so no one held back. They all attacked with all their strength. But, they felt that the other party was very stupid. She rushed out directly. Not only did she rush out, but her body was also destroyed by their attacks. Blood splattered everywhere. The Dao body appeared, but it was also smashed by the little white dog's flower ball. Golden blood flowed out continuously, and the power of the law spread out. This doesn't look very powerful. It was already surprising that the 7 Dao integration stage cultivators didn't kill her. I thought it was the master of the law. The little white dog muttered. You scared me. I really thought it was the master of the law. The old turtle is not weak either. Why didn't he say it clearly? I was scared to death. He even said he was powerful and told everyone to be careful. How boring. At the entrance of the channel, the West Princess's Dao body was broken. Her Dao body looked like a real person. She instantly opened her eyes with confusion, despair, and unwillingness. Why are there so many powerful cultivators here? Impossible. Where's the West Princess? She screamed. Where did the West Princess go? Why is this happening? However, at this moment, countless chi of broadsword and spear rushed toward her from behind. Boom! Boom! Her Taoist body cracked again. Instantly, the West Duchess's aura weakened greatly. Her Taoist body kept dripping blood. She was in despair. A pincer attack. This was the goal of the West Princess and the West Princess. Their target was the old turtle. In their imagination, the old turtle was surrounded by powerful enemies from both inside and outside the channel and would be killed, but now, the target was the West Princess. With some despair, the West Princess screamed again, where is the West Princess? Dead. In front of them, Xianxia replied with a smile, all of them are dead. No one in the West King region is alive. They are all here to die. Are you the West Princess they were talking about? You're amazing. The 7 of us attacked you, but we didn't kill you in one blow. Was it a compliment? Yes. You're really amazing. The 7 of us were waiting for you to die. With the little white dog, we didn't kill you in one blow. You're really amazing. I've never won a fight before. I guess I've won this time. It's so cool. It's rare to see a top powerhouse being surrounded and beaten by them. In the previous battles with Suyu, they were always the weaker ones fighting the stronger ones. But today, the situation was reversed. They were the stronger ones fighting the weaker ones. In the past, they were surrounded and killed by others. But today, they were surrounded and killed by others. It felt so good. Xianxia felt so good. It felt so good. At this moment, Suyu's voice came from the passage. Capture her, but don't kill her. I'm going to use her to force the Hell King bloodline to show up and exchange her for the Hell King bloodline's great Dao inheritance treasure. Yes, so you did it on purpose. He was worried that the West Princess would self-destruct in despair. Don't self-destruct. It's very difficult to stop such a powerful powerhouse from self-destructing. I'm only using you to exchange for treasures. You can still live if you find the Hell King bloodline. It's not easy for you to cultivate to this point. Don't die. I can't bear to see you die. What will I do if you die? If you die, the heavenly phenomena will be extremely shocking. It'll be very difficult for me to deal with the death of a peerless powerhouse. When the West Princess heard that the West Princess had been killed, she indeed had the thought of self-destructing. It's over, I've lost, the West Princess had died. There were a total of 10 Dao integration stage cultivators, including many top powerhouses. Her body had exploded, and her Dao body had been destroyed. There was no hope for her to survive. She was going to self-destruct. Even if she couldn't injure these people or kill them, she was going to make them suffer. However, just as she was about to self-destruct, Suyu's voice traveled into her ears. The West Princess' heart jolted. He's not going to kill me. No one wanted to die, especially at her cultivation base. If she advanced any further, she would become the master of the laws. If she didn't die, there would be a chance for her to turn the tables. At this moment, she even wanted to laugh maniacally in her heart. So you won't kill me. He actually wants to use me to exchange for treasures and find the Hell King bloodline. Doesn't this idiot know that if a powerful powerhouse like me doesn't die, there are countless possibilities for me to turn the tables? Suyu's voice traveled into her ears again. You be *starred, if you cooperate with me, perhaps? I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. As the human master, I have the heart to accept all. You're not weak. If your ancestor dies, perhaps there's still a chance for you to control the great Dao. If I kill you, your bloodline might become much more powerful if there are still Dao integration stage cultivators left. There's no need to be *starred, submit to me, and I'll spare your life. Suyu's voice traveled into her ears, carrying with it an insufferably domineering tone. However, the West Princess only felt that she was stupid. He won't kill me, but he actually wants to subdue me. How ridiculous. At this moment, the West Princess only felt that there was no justice in this world for an idiot like him to be able to open the heavenly gate. She was destined to die. The next moment, the West Princess laughed. You want me to submit? It's not that simple. Sue. You haven't reached the point where I'll submit yet. It was as if he was saying that it was possible for her to submit. However, it wasn't enough yet. He wanted to resist, but he wanted to welcome. The West Princess knew these people's minds too well. You want me to submit? If I say that I surrender now, not only will Suyu not believe me, but I'll also feel a sense of subjugation. Yes, a sense of subjugation. Countless thoughts flashed through the West Princess' mind. Perhaps I can subdue Suyu, the West Princess quickly said coldly. I'm the direct descendant of the Hell King and the Demon Emperor. My bloodline is within 5 generations, and I have a high status. I have the strength of a heavenly king and control 2 great ways. I rule the Western King region of the Dead Souls world. I'm above millions of people. Do you deserve it? She was introducing herself to tell Suyu how high her status was. Didn't men like this kind of thing? I'm high and mighty, and my bloodline is noble. What mixed blood? On one side, I'm the king of the 4 extremities, and on the other side, I'm the emperor of the demon clan. Isn't such a status high enough? I rule a quarter of the world in the Dead Souls world. I'm also a monarch. Do you, Suyu, want to subdue me? Yes, then I'll be able to control you in the future. The West Princess didn't want to die. In just a few words, she didn't say that she would submit to Suyu or surrender to Suyu. In fact, she was trying to survive. While she was still talking, the little white dog said anxiously, Suyu, do you want to kill her or not? If you want to kill her, be quick. I have to go back. I have something urgent to do, and I'm in big trouble. When I left, half of the flowers were not watered, and you took me away. I'm so anxious. Hearing this, the West Princess wanted to die. And Suyu also seemed to be very anxious. There are still half of the flowers not watered? Then be quick, bastard, be quick. Explode your golden body and leave some Sea of Will and Book Spirit seal. Senior Fat Ball, also add some seals to seal her connection with the great ways. Finish it quickly. Don't let such a beautiful flower die. The little white dog enjoyed it very much at this moment. So you understands me, this woman is so annoying and talkative. It doesn't want to listen to her nonsense. It just wants to go home immediately. Fortunately, Suyu understands it. Suyu understands me, so cute, just a little worse than Master and Little Master. The West Princess wanted to die. At the next moment, Suyu shouted, "Hurry up! Don't delay Senior Fat Ball from watering the flowers. If she doesn't explode her golden body in 10 seconds, Senior Fat Ball will kill her." 1, 3, 9, boom. The Taoist body exploded. The West Princess almost went crazy. She didn't have time to think. Suyu is a lunatic. Yes, at this moment, she felt that these people seemed to be lunatics. They seem to be really anxious. It's not a joke, they really want to go back to watering the flowers. If I don't explode my Taoist body, I will definitely die. Lunatics, I'm subduing a heavenly king powerhouse, but you don't give me any promises or benefits. You just want to go back to watering the flowers? The West Princess would rather die than be reconciled, if she was killed because she stopped someone from watering the plants. She would not be willing to die and become a dead spirit. As for the book spirit, it quickly formed countless words and sealed the remaining will of the other party. He exploded his Taoist body. In fact, the West Princess didn't completely explode her Taoist body, but some of it remained. However, the connection of the Great Path was not so obvious. If he exploded his Taoist body, the Great Path would be broken. His cultivation level would drop. The West Princess didn't. In this case, she would have a chance to turn the situation around. Once she recovered, she could quickly regain her peak combat capability. At this moment, Suyu walked out of the dead spirit channel. He glanced at the Sea of Will, which was blocked by countless words, and laughed. "Idiot, you want to turn this situation around? I will kill you when the second war in the mortal world starts. You want to turn this situation around?" He looked at the white dog. The white dog didn't say much. He quickly took out the ring and wrapped it around the Sea of Will. He said hurriedly, "This is my toy. My little master gave it to me. Don't lose it. I'm leaving." After saying that, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. He went home. He was too anxious. The book spirit and the tea tree hurried to catch up. The white dog shouted, "You go back with Suyu. I'm going home first. I can't take you in. I can only go in by myself." The tea tree and the book spirit had to stop. Yes, the white dog could only take them out. If he wanted to go back, he could only go back by himself. As for Suyu, he glanced at the West Princess's Sea of Will. Even so, Suyu still didn't feel at ease. He grinned. The next moment, he took out a big seal. It wasn't the Master Seal, but the Holy Seal. This was King Wen's item. If this thing can't suppress you, then you're the master of the laws. The Holy Seal suppressed the ring. After suppressing the circle, Suyu stored it in the record of civilization. The first layer, the book spirit seal. The second layer, the white dog ring. The third layer, the Holy Seal. The fourth layer, the Holy Seal. The fourth layer was the weakest. It didn't matter. If she could break through the first 3 layers, then the West Princess was probably the master of the laws, and not just any ordinary one. At this moment, Suyu heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. In the distance, the dead spirit galaxy shook again. Suyu frowned slightly and said quickly, "Go up." With so many living people, it was easy for trouble to arise. As for himself, he quickly collected the West Princess's remains, including her flesh and Dao body fragments. They were all good stuff. This time, he had killed the West Heaven King and suppressed the West Princess. The 2 worlds of life and death had been separated, and 2 big problems had been solved. The key was, no one knew, the West Princess wasn't dead. No one in the living world knew that such a peerless expert had died just like that. Suyu chuckled. Those idiots dared to ambush old Tortoise. Fortunately, it was now. If it had been earlier, he wouldn't have opened the heavenly gate, and the Daxia of Goguryeo didn't have the strength to do so. Even if he could win this time, it would be a big problem. "Let's go back first." Suyu said no more. He glanced at the dead spirit galaxy in the distance and frowned slightly. He could sense some powerful auras rising. There were too many living beings that had entered this time, and all of them were powerful experts. They might have stimulated some of the sleeping dead spirits. After a while, a group of people returned. Little White Dog left. In the ancient Grand Mist City, there were a total of 9 Dao Integration Realm experts. The one with the heaviest injuries was Old Tortoise. His main body had almost exploded. The tortoise shell was broken, and the ancient city was in ruins. However, now that his Dao body had returned, his injuries were no longer worsening. Seeing that Suyu and the others had returned, Old Tortoise sighed and said, "I've embarrassed the human lord." He was very powerful, but he had almost died this time. Suyu smiled and said, "Senior Grand Mist must be joking. If it weren't for Senior fighting on 2 fronts, it would have been very difficult for these guys to deal with Senior. I'm the one who implicated Senior." After saying that, he added, "As long as the result is good." Beside him, Xianxia couldn't help but say, "Why didn't you kill that woman? Do you really expect her to submit? Let me tell you, it's very dangerous." Suyu narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Xianxia was embarrassed. "I didn't say anything." "Su." You smiled faintly and said, "I can't kill her now. I won't tell you why. Think about it yourself." Soon, he looked at Tianyu, who hadn't spoken much, and said with a smile, "The Heaven Supervisor is fighting over there. Do you want to go and take a look?" Tianyu revealed a look of struggle. He was nurtured by the Heaven Supervisor. Of course, he was also a human of the first tide. At that time, the human race was still considered powerful. At that time, everyone treated the Heaven Supervisor as an ally. Although the Heaven Supervisor didn't participate in the war, he secretly provided some help to the human race. Therefore, Tianyu didn't forget the glory of the human race like some of the humans who joined later. However, the Heaven Supervisor was still his teacher. At this moment, he also knew how powerful Suyu's foundation was. There were many experts on his side. His teacher was probably finished. "Lord," Tianyu struggled and said, maybe I can persuade him." Suyu said calmly, "No need. He was disloyal once and refused to repent. Do you think I will be at ease? I won't kill you this time. You can persuade him to surrender, but what about next time? Do you think I will give him another chance? He is different from Wan. Wan was conquered by us. Wan rebelled. From Wan's point of view, they are not in the wrong. Do you understand? As for Ling Yun, he was nurtured by King Wen. They are different, these two were not the same. If Wan rebelled, if Suyu wasn't a human, he would feel that it was only right. Why should I be your lackey? You've already declined, so why should I be your lackey? Am I stupid? Rebelling was the right way. As for Ling Yun, he was different. Bean Bun, Ling Yun, and the white dog were all nurtured by King Wen. They were like family. King Wen had even given the Heaven Supervisor Pavilion to Ling Yun, the only retainer who had been made a marquis. In the end, Ling Yun betrayed him. This was an intolerable betrayal. Tianyu sighed and said softly, then, "Human Lord, please let me not participate in the battle with my master. I'm afraid. I will hesitate." Suyu nodded. "Sure. Many thanks, Human Lord." Tianyu didn't speak anymore. He didn't want to say anything. Suyu didn't continue. He smiled and said, "Then let's pretend that nothing happened. Let's suppress this matter and pretend that nothing happened. Don't let Wan discover anything." Then he looked at Book Spirit and Tea Tree. "I disappeared for a while. Wan is probably curious about where I went. You two come with me. We'll sneak attack the Heaven Supervisor Marquis and make Wan think that I went to ask for your help." "Okay." The two nodded. Suyu looked at the Great Qin King and the others. "Rest here first. Senior Primordial Chaos is injured. You two help heal him. I'll come back after I'm done." "Yes." The two experts of the human clan were also very excited. This time, they killed to their heart's content. It was a very satisfying fight. An extremely powerful Dao integration stage super mighty figure had been suppressed by them. They were very excited. Suyu looked at the old turtle. The old turtle was a little feeble. Suyu was also quite exasperated. Senior's Dao is not weak. However, I'll show you the great Tao when I have time. The old turtle was very powerful, but he couldn't use much of his power of the great Tao. He didn't feel it before because he had only encountered weaklings. The old turtle was extremely ashamed. He had lived for so long, but he really hadn't cared much about the great Tao. Suyu continued, there seems to be some movement in the Dead Spirit Galaxy. You guys should keep an eye on it. Xianxia, return to the ancient city quietly. Don't show off. Especially Xianxia. Suyu reminded, don't expose yourself now. Don't make trouble for me. It's best if you can take care of one Dao integration stage super mighty figures without paying any price. Don't make it so that a few Dao integration stage super mighty figures die in the end. This is the last general to die before the dynasty is established. That general won't be satisfied even after his death. Be careful, he might turn into a dead spirit and come back to you. Xianxia bare one's teeth. What did he say? Why did he have to remind me? Xinghong knows how to show off better than me, so you didn't say anything else. He looked around and quickly said, seal the formation and try to retract it. Let the Great Light Monarch have a look later. This formation is very intricate. Even after being sealed, the auras of several Dao integration stage super mighty figures didn't leak out. Very powerful. The West Duchess had some tricks up her sleeve. What if this formation enveloped an entire realm? Even if an entire realm was destroyed, no one would know, the Great Light Monarch. If the Great Light Monarch could control this formation, he could enter the realm and assassinate Dao integration stage super mighty figures. That would be the best choice. At this moment, there was a small hole in the formation. It was the little white dog's doing. It was really panicking now. So you didn't say anything else. Actually, it didn't take long. I'll go out and show my face first, lest everyone thinks that I'm up to no good. I'm not that kind of person. I'm just going back to call for reinforcements, soon. Suyu flew out along the river of spacetime. He concealed his aura and flew toward the Heaven Supervisor with the Book Spirit and Tea Tree. At this moment, the Myriad realms were still paying attention to the battle in the endless void. The two peerless experts fought to the point where heaven and earth shattered. Suyu had appeared for a while previously, but now that he was gone, no one knew where he went. They were all very cautious. The Heaven Supervisor Marquis was also very observant and alert. In the next moment, the Heaven Supervisor's expression changed. Without a word, he attacked the Great Zhou Monarch frantically, forcing him to retreat. Then, he quickly fled into the void and roared, "Don't force me to die with you." Right at this moment, Suyu suddenly appeared not far away with two Dao integration cultivators beside him. Suyu roared angrily, "Great Zhou Monarch, you piece of trash, what are you doing? Chase. Hold him back. Trash. I told you to hold him back and kill him, but you let him escape? Damn it." He was furious. As for the spectating experts of the Myriad realms, they heaved a sigh of relief. They guessed it. They knew that this grandson of theirs wasn't the kind of person to swallow his anger. As expected, he went back to call for reinforcements and wanted to launch a sneak attack. Unfortunately, the Heaven Supervisor was not weak either and had been guarding against him. The Great Zhou Monarch did not say anything and continued to chase. As for Suyu, he was furious and yelled, "Book Spirit, Tea Tree, chase after him. Kill this guy. Even if you can't kill him, you have to obtain the Heaven Hunter list." Heaven Supervisor. Suyu's voice shook heaven and earth. "If you don't hand over the Heaven Hunter list, I'll make you beg for death." "You can try. Hand over the Heaven Hunter list and I'll leave your corpse intact." Domineering, he would kill him even if he handed it over. The Heaven Supervisor would be stupid to hand it over. As for the Heaven Supervisor, he did not reply at all and fled rapidly, disappearing into the endless void. The Great Zhou Monarch continued to chase after him. The Book Spirit and Tea Tree quickly followed. Suyu gritted his teeth and shouted, "If he really disappeared, then I won't chase him anymore." Don't chase a desperate enemy, be careful that he doesn't harm you. Find that bastard Duobao in the entire world. If you find him, kill him. He's easier to kill than the Heaven Supervisor. As soon as he said that, in the void far away, Duobao exploded. He was not killing, but fleeing. "I'm just taking a look." With a buzz, the void was torn apart and he fled. Suyu, this madman, wanted to kill anyone in the All Heavens battlefield. Forget it, I'll just find a place to hide and leave the All Heavens battlefield to Suyu. At this moment, all the major realms heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they were fine, the Heaven Supervisor and Duo Bao had escaped, and Suyu had woken up. The plan to kill the Heaven Supervisor had failed, so he probably would not chase after them anymore. That was good too. Otherwise, if a war really broke out and everyone went out to fight, the losses would not be small. Now, everyone was waiting for the upper realm to open. If the upper realm did not open, these people were not interested in being the vanguard. Their lives were their own. Immortal world. While Tiangu heaved a sigh of relief, he also frowned slightly. Suyu had erupted quickly and restrained quickly. He was a little crazy, but he did not obtain any substantial benefits. Why bother? He thought about it and looked at the Talisman King, asking, "Do you feel that something is wrong?" The Talisman King thought about it and hesitated. Wrong. My lord, you mean? Suyu killing the Heaven Supervisor is a trap? Or did the Heaven Supervisor betray us? His expression changed. My lord, you mean that they are acting for us to see. Once we go out to fight, we might be surrounded and killed. But after so long, they saw that we did not attack, so they chose to give up. Tiangu did not think that way before, but now he was led astray. Previously, he only felt that something was wrong, but now that he heard it, he was stunned. This couldn't be right, but it was not impossible. Could the Heaven Supervisor be acting with the Prince of Great Zhou? They wanted to bait them into attacking. Unfortunately, everyone held back and did not attack. They wanted to wait until the Heaven Supervisor could not hold on before attacking. If that really happened, the Heaven Supervisor and the Prince of Great Zhou would have to fight to the death. Tiangu's expression changed slightly. Needless to say, there was really such a possibility, acting. If that was the case, it could explain why Suyu suddenly erupted and restrained himself, and why the battle was so sudden. He looked at the Talisman King and nodded, saying solemnly, "There is such a possibility. Inform the Eternal Land to communicate with the other worlds. Tell them to be careful of the Heaven Supervisor." The Talisman King nodded hurriedly. "I guessed correctly, my lord has the same thoughts as me. The Heaven Supervisor was Monarch Wen's subordinate after all. Perhaps he had really betrayed us. If that was the case, then we have to be careful of the Heaven Supervisor." At the same time, similar voices could be heard from the other realms. Demon World. Mou frowned. "Father, it can't be an act, right? The Heaven Supervisor, will there be a problem?" Mog said solemnly, "It's hard to say, be on guard. Remind the other worlds that this time, Suyu did not obtain any benefits. It is meaningless. There is no need for such a battle to erupt, and he even lost a fragment." Understood. The demon world also started to be on guard. There might be a problem with the Heaven Supervisor, Divine World. Jiwu fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said, "Be careful of the Heaven Supervisor. There were some problems with Heaven Abyss's death last time. Now we know a little. He wants to collect all the fragments. Maybe it has something to do with him. This time, maybe it's an act again." According to everyone's thoughts, although Suyu was rash, he was also shrewd. In which battle did he not gain an advantage? This time, not only did he not gain an advantage, he even lost the record fragment, which was taken back by the Heaven Supervisor. Suyu actually suffered a loss. What a joke. He actually suffered a loss? Tell us, can we believe it? Heaven Supervisor, this bastard, maybe he really secretly defected. Not just them. At this moment, the Heaven Supervisor, who escaped to the endless void, holding the record fragment, could not help but frown. What the hell? Although I did not gain a big advantage in the battle, I did not suffer a loss either. Although my plan was seen through, I got a fragment back. That's not bad. Something's not right. The Heaven Supervisor thought for a moment, and his expression suddenly changed. Something was wrong. He suddenly thought of himself. Was he the first existence to gain an advantage from Suyu? Then, what would one think of him? In the next moment, someone verified his guess. In the distance, General Myriad Treasure watched from afar and said faintly, "If you've defected to the human race, tell me. Don't do it alone. This puts me in a very passive position. Heaven Supervisor, I'm leaving first." You and I should stay a little further away. With that said, Duobao instantly disappeared. Danger, the Heaven Supervisor might have defected to the human race. He and the Heaven Supervisor were working together, but now he was worried. This bastard might have abandoned him and communicated with the human race alone. Trouble, what should I do? As for the Heaven Supervisor, his expression changed. As expected, Duobao began to suspect him, so this was Suyu's goal. Suyu. The Heaven Supervisor gritted his teeth, a little annoyed, sowing discord. No wonder, it turned out that Suyu had done all this to scheme against him, to drive a wedge between him and Wan. What a good scheme. The Heaven Supervisor was helpless. This matter was a little difficult to explain. He did not suffer a loss at all, but instead picked up an advantage. No matter how he explained, would Wan believe him, who had picked up an advantage from Suyu? What a good scheme. The Heaven Supervisor sighed. Forget it, let's wait and see. Sooner or later, everyone will know that this was a scheme. That bastard Suyu deliberately tricked me. All Heaven's battlefield. Above the starry sea, Suyu was expressionless. The King of Great Zhou returned quickly, and so did the Book Spirit and Tea Tree. They stood beside Suyu. Tea Tree transformed into a little girl and looked at the King of Great Zhou curiously. Of course, he still had to be on guard. Just now, the Book Spirit's voice transmission said to be careful of this attacking human lord. At this moment, Tea Tree sized up the King of Great Zhou curiously. Was he a bad person? The monarch of the Great Zhou didn't care about the two of them. He returned to Suyu and said softly, I couldn't take down the Heaven Supervisor. Sovereign Yu, please forgive me. Suyu said coolly, if you didn't capture him, then so be it. But why did you lose the record fragment? King of Great Zhou said softly, the other party tampered with that fragment and did not discover it all this time. Let's take this opportunity to throw it to the other party, and let the experts of Wan see it and become more suspicious. Sovereign Yu rarely makes a losing deal, and even the Heaven Supervisor Marquis himself will feel a little guilty. Suyu looked at him and laughed after a while. That's true. But, remember to tell me in advance next time. Yes, sir. The King of Great Zhou didn't say much. It was already not bad for this overbearing person to let it go just like that. In actuality, he was quite curious as to what the Great Qin King and the others were doing. Suddenly attacking the Heaven Supervisor Marquis was clearly just a cover and not Suyu's true goal. Otherwise, with the Great Qin Emperor and Daxia of Goguryeo present, they would have been able to kill the Heaven Overseer Marquis. Wan didn't know that those two had already advanced. In the end, there was none. The Great Qin Emperor and the others had disappeared and never appeared again. As for Suyu, he glanced at the boundless void. Outside the All Heavens battlefield, there was a tear in the void. If it wasn't the various worlds, it was the endless void. Many experts liked to go there to collect the profound light of heaven and earth, including the sun-moon mystic yellow liquid. The endless void was another part of the myriad worlds apart from the battlefields and the various great worlds. It was an empty area of nothingness, and battles liked to erupt here. The place was huge, and it was a good place to hide and hide. However, there were also boundaries. Suyu had never been there before, but he knew that if they continued forward, they would see a border. It was said that it wasn't open during the creation of the world. Of course, it was very far away from them. The Heaven Overseer and Myriad treasures usually chose to hide in the endless void if they didn't have their own minor realms, or if their realms were destroyed. The headquarters of the Sky Hunter Pavilion was also hidden in the endless void. After watching for a while, he said quickly, Monarch of Great Zhou, return to the human realm and pass down my orders. Get the Great Light Monarch to head to the ancient Chaos City and get him to think of a way to suppress the abnormalities in the Dead Souls world. King of Great Zhou fell into deep thought. Ancient Grand Mist City. That's right, the old tortoise hadn't appeared before. At the thought of this, King of Great Zhou quickly said, all right, I'll return immediately. As he spoke, he was just about to leave when Suyu suddenly said faintly, let me ask you something, do you know Heavenly King Jin's father? The King of Great Zhou was slightly stunned as he turned back to look at Suyu. After some thought, he said, I might know him, but I'm not sure if it's the one I guessed. There should be more than one person in this lineage. I didn't meet that person previously, Xiachen had already killed him. So you did not say much and directly revealed the other party's appearance. He had seen all of them in Heavenly King Jin's memories. The king of Great Zhou took a closer look and frowned slightly. So you said calmly, the Hell King's lineage is all traitors. However, he only said that now. In the previous 9 tides, did the Hell King's lineage make a move? Or did they help the human race? The king of Great Zhou was silent for a while before saying, I've seen this person before. In the past. I think he showed his face, but he's not from the Hell King's lineage. Of the 4 extremities sovereign kings, other than the Wisdom King's lineage, which has a clear inheritance, the other 3 lineages have not been clear since ancient times. So you said, then, what identity did he use when he appeared? From the upper world. The king of Great Zhou said in a low voice, he came down from the upper world with an emissary of the 9th tide. Not everyone in the upper world is at Tao integration. There are some eternal realm cultivators and even weaker ones, because the upper world is also spreading its branches. At that time I did not pay much attention to this person. He seemed to have died not long after he descended. At that time, the death of an eternal realm was nothing. So you frowned. No, you're not from the upper world? No. The king of Great Zhou smiled bitterly. Sovereign you've wronged me. I'm really not from the upper world. Those who descended from the upper world must leave when the tides end, or else they will be punished. I've always been in the various worlds. Of course, I'm familiar with those fellows. After all, I've interacted with them many times. He's not from the upper world, however, so you frowned. That can't be right. You said that this person came down from the upper world, but you also said that he can't stay or else he will be punished. How did he avoid the punishment? The king of Great Zhou explained, that can only mean that the other party hasn't reached the Tao integration realm and found a place to hide. Or, when the upper realm is sealed, he simply hid in another place. Anyway, people from the upper realm have to leave when the All Heavens battlefield is sealed. So you fell into deep thought. This meant that Heavenly King Jin's father and the West Duchess were both from the upper world. However, they might have hidden in the Dead Souls realm during the seal. The West Duchess was powerful and had been hiding there. Heavenly King Jin's father hid in a ruin and avoided the punishment. The king of Great Zhou was not from the upper world. Instead, he had always been in the upper world. Tiangu and the others don't know you? The king of Great Zhou explained, every generation, there will be 1 or 2 powerful beings left behind to hide. Even if there is the threat of extinction, as long as it is not the last moment, they will not make a move. When the 9th tide was destroyed, I did not make a move. You did not make a move? You're really good at enduring. No wonder you're a ninja cultivator. So you nodded. No wonder. He was really good at enduring. The 9th tide was defeated, but he, a Tao integration stage cultivator, actually did not make a move. To be honest, if it was Su Yu would not have been able to endure it. Not only Su Yu, but the king of Great Qin and the Dasha of Goguryeo would also not have been able to endure it. So you asked again, then, are you from the 9th tide or a bit earlier? The king of Great Zhou was silent for a while. A bit earlier. You're really good at enduring. So you laughed, don't tell me you've been enduring since the ancient times. If that's the case, I'll be impressed. 100,000 years. Are you an ancient marquis? The king of Great Zhou shook his head. But he did not go into details about himself. So you laughed, let me ask you another question. Are you the only one like you, or are there a few? You said yourself that there will be a few in every generation. Then, are you the only one from the 9th tide? The king of Great Zhou explained, I'm the only one in the upper world. Xiachen was an accident. But in the upper world, there should be 1 or 2 like me. The lower world is the spark, and the upper world will also preserve the spark. We don't know each other's identities. We're all hiding in the dark, waiting for the right time. Then who arranged for you to hide? So you asked again. The king of Great Zhou was silent for a while, but still chose to speak, I can't say. Can't say? The king of Great Zhou nodded, I can only say what I can. We are called flame relayers. In the beginning, there should be many of us. But every tide, someone will appear and choose the mortal lord they believe in. They will stand up and push the mortal lord to the top. For example, in the ninth tide, if I feel that the 100 Battle King is a good lord, I will reveal my identity to him. I am a flame relayer. But at that time a few flame relayers came out and supported the 100 Battle King. After that, I didn't need to reveal my identity. I stayed in the ninth tide as an ordinary eternal. So you laughed, not bad. Flame relayer, interesting. There's no need to ask. If it's not the human emperor, then it's the other 3 human kings. King Wen probably doesn't have the time to do this, King Wu doesn't have the brains, and Hell King is a traitor. If it's not the human emperor, then it's the wise king. If it's the wise king, then it's possible. But if the human emperor decided to destroy the ancient era, he might not even know about it. So there's no need to leave behind any flame relayers. I get the gist of it. Human emperor? So you laughed. The human emperor who has never shown his strength. Every generation of mortal lords has the support of flame relayers. They're all backups left behind by the human emperor. Then I find it strange that there aren't any masters of the laws. The human emperor shouldn't be so petty, leaving behind only a few fusing Daos, right? The king of Great Zhou glanced at Suyu. After a moment, he said, the masters of the laws are predetermined. Fusing Daos are easier to hide. He didn't acknowledge Suyu's words, but he also didn't deny them. All he said was that there were only so many masters of the laws, there were only so many humans. As for the backups left behind by King Wen, the martial emperor wasn't created by King Wen, and the desolate heavenly beast was killed. As for the Tao of ink and the Tao of calligraphy, they weren't necessarily masters of the laws. Even if they were, they couldn't be alive. The human emperor's backups were the key. They had allowed humanity to maintain 9 tide flows. This was the power of a foundation. Flame relayers passed down their legacy generation after generation. One tide flow after another appeared, allowing humanity to survive. This was what Wan Qing meant by living off one's past achievements. Humanity had always been living off their past achievements. They had eaten 9 tide flows for more than 90,000 years and still hadn't finished. At this moment, Suyu's interest in the human emperor grew. The human emperor didn't reveal himself, but in terms of arrangements, he was more thorough than King Wen. Without the human emperor's arrangements, humanity would probably have been wiped out. As for flame relayers like the king of Great Zhou, they guaranteed countless years of inheritance. No one knew each other's identities or who was the flame relayer. If you felt you could support someone else to become the human emperor, you would step forward. You didn't know how many others were hiding in the shadows. So you looked at the king of Great Zhou and grinned. Is the king of Great Zhou the flame relayer's disciple, descendant, or the first flame relayer? First flame relayer? That was interesting. The king of Great Zhou didn't say. He only said, first flame relayer, that's a good name. First flame relayers are the most trustworthy people. They are also elites. They might not have been bestowed marquises or even titles. The myriad worlds might not even know of their existence. In the present, they should be called Deathsworn. Hidden guards. He gave Suyu a disguised explanation. Flame relayers and first flame relayers were likely the human emperor's hidden guards. Everyone knew about the masters of the laws. But if they weren't masters of the laws, no one knew about them. There were countless great Daos. Just find a Dao that no one cared about and let them fuse together. Who would know who was who? 100,000 years, living off one's past achievements, Suyu laughed. Then I find it strange. 9 tide flows, 9 human emperors, and even a backup plan. You didn't win even once? You didn't destroy Wan Qing? Is Wan Qing that powerful? The king of Great Zhou sighed. That's normal. Wan Qing is Wan Qing, after all. In the end, the human race was just a race. Humans are strong at the peak, but the middle and lower ranks aren't necessarily strong. Even at the peak, humans can only be said to be slightly suppressed. If an all-out war really broke out, you saw it even in the ancient times. This is the result now. Humans and those council members all disappeared together. The ancient humans were incomparably powerful, but they were only the power of one race. Being able to suppress them didn't mean they could kill them all. The result of a great war was that everyone disappeared, perhaps they died, or were sealed, or simply fought somewhere for 100,000 years. They couldn't do anything to each other. On the King of Great Zhou's side, Suyu roughly understood the situation. Or rather, the King of Great Zhou himself didn't hide it anymore. The human emperor's hidden guards, death-sworn, as for whether or not they were first flame relayers, Suyu didn't ask. The King of Great Zhou didn't say it directly because he had misgivings. Then you're saying that these flame relayers are all dead? The King of Great Zhou sighed and nodded. Yes, too many came out of the ninth tide. The news of the flame relayers was completely exposed. Some people told the King of 100 Battles. In reality, they shouldn't have said it. According to the original agreement, even if the flame relayers appeared, they all had identities and couldn't say that they were flame relayers. After that, the King of 100 Battles felt that this ninth tide could win, so he wanted to increase his strength. He sent those flame relayers to find other flame relayers, but they were all killed. Suyu said bare one's teeth. Why do I feel that the King of 100 Battles is a useless teammate? The King of Great Zhou didn't speak. Suyu smiled. I can understand finding flame relayers. After all, if it was me, I would also think that I can win. Stop hiding, come out. He didn't do anything wrong. I support him. He supported the King of 100 Battles in finding those flame relayers to increase his strength. But Suyu quickly sneered. The problem is, this bastard got them out. How many 10,000 world's experts did he kill? I want to know why there are still so many. The King of Great Zhou was a bit embarrassed. After a while, he said, I killed quite a few. There are many Dao integration cultivators in the ninth tide. In the end, Wan lost at least 50. What about the humans? Suyu asked. The King of Great Zhou was silent for a while. Almost 100. Pig. Suyu cursed. He's a pig. He killed 50 Dao integration cultivators in Wan's territory when he was close to the Master of the Law's strength. His own side lost over 100 Dao integration cultivators. No wonder the human race declined so quickly. He's a pig. I don't get it. This pig has countless people supporting him. Over 100 F*ck. I worked so hard to get to this point. The human race, the other races, the dead, and we don't even have that many Dao integration cultivators. Pig, so you wanted to curse. He wanted to curse F*ck. If it weren't for this pig, the human race would be in a much better position. 2 for 1, and this guy was close to the Master of the Law. No wonder Wan said the human race would be wiped out in this tide. The King of Great Zhou was a bit embarrassed. No, if it weren't for the last battle, which resulted in the deaths of so many Dao integration cultivators, the human race would still be extremely strong. We always had the upper hand. Humph. Suyu snorted. This guy better die. If he's not dead, he'll be a good fighter for me. If he wants to seize power from me, I'll kill him myself. He was speechless. The King of Great Zhou didn't reply. The King of 100 Battles. Actually, the King of Great Zhou felt that Suyu's cursing was a bit too much. The King of Great Zhou had been watching the entire time. The human race did well in the beginning, including the last battle. However, they suffered a setback in the end. This setback was a bit too big. It was so big that the human race's advantage was instantly ruined. The King of 100 Battles' plan was to kill a bunch of Dao integration cultivators in the last battle, then negotiate peace. Fine, that was his plan. He wanted the Wan to rule the world together. Suyu was angry for a while. What about the first 8 times? The King of Great Zhou said, the first 8 times, other than the first tide, which resulted in the deaths of a large number of primordial era cultivators, the scale of the last few times wasn't too big. It was mainly because of the Myriad realm's struggle. There were 2 times when no one from the higher realm came down. Everyone was accumulating strength, or rather, waiting for a powerful leader to appear. Suyu understood. The first and 9th tide were the fiercest. In between, everyone was accumulating strength and recovering their strength. The first tide resulted in a large number of primordial era cultivators dying. The 9th tide resulted in the destruction of many years of accumulation. Suyu had some understanding of this. Suyu said, then, who was the leader of the first tide? The first human leader after the primordial era was probably not simple, he too was just a person who stirred the tides of that era. The king of Great Zhou said, it was King Wu's son. He was also a powerful leader, but he inherited King Wu's recklessness. Not long after the First Tide War, he led 7 or 8 ancient marquises and fought against some ancient marquises in the Yuan. In the end, over a dozen ancient marquises died in the Yuan, and that person also died in that battle. Later on, the human race didn't have any more human leaders, until the end of the First Tide War. He added, later on, he too became a half-dead spirit and started a war that swept across the heavens. At that time, someone suggested to nurture he too, but he too was killed by Hong Meng before he could reach Dao integration. He too was most likely schemed against and lost control of his spirit. Emperor Yu needs to pay more attention to this. The dead soul's realm is more complicated than you think. He sighed. The dead soul's realm has 4 heavenly kings. The human race isn't strong in the dead soul's realm and has always been suppressed. If it wasn't for the guardian spirit general, the situation might be even more perilous. Suyu looked at him with narrowed eyes. The Eastern Heavenly King is dead. He had said it last time. The King of Great Zhou nodded. I know that, but the other 3 Heavenly Kings, and a large number of marquises of death spirits, it will still be difficult for the humans. Therefore, it's better for Sovereign Yu to think thrice before opening the dead spirit passageway to avoid following in the footsteps of the river diagram. They would be schemed against, so you took a deep look at him and suddenly smiled. It's not a big problem. I'm not that stupid 100-battle king. He's a pig, but I'm not. Over 100 Dao integration stage humans had been defeated. I have to hand it to him. He hadn't killed many Dao integration stage cultivators, so he was even more of a pig. I've killed almost as many Dao integration stage cultivators as he did during the last tide. King of Great Zhou was stunned. What does that mean? Suyu said gloomily, the East King Mansion, 11 marquises of death spirits, and the East Sky King. Western Prince Mansion, 13 Marquis of Death Souls, and 2 Heavenly King stage powerhouses. The Northern Duke Mansion, 15 Marquis of Death Spirits, and a Heavenly King stage powerhouse. He didn't even include the Necromancer Marquis of the human race. A total of 39 Death Spirits Marquis and 4 Heavenly King stage powerhouses. The Southern Duke Mansion, 10 Marquis and 1 Heavenly King stage powerhouse. 49 Inhuman Marquis and 5 Heavenly King stage powerhouses. Isn't that more than the 100-battle king? King of Great Zhou was stunned. Suyu said gloomily, so, if we take down the dead soul's realm, it's equivalent to taking care of all the Dao integration stage powerhouses of the 100-battle king. Is there a problem? No. Suyu said indifferently, not to mention, the Myriad realms also killed some Dao integration stage powerhouses. As for my side, if I remember correctly, no Dao integration stage powerhouses died, right? No. King of Great Zhou thought of something and looked at Suyu in shock. Suyu chuckled lightly. What are you looking at? King of Great Zhou, do you think what I said is inappropriate? No. King of Great Zhou gulped. Emperor you mean you can go back now. I told you to pass on the order, and you will fly with me. You want to monitor me? King of Great Zhou was stunned. Who wants to monitor you? To be honest, he could be considered a scheming person, but he was helpless against Suyu every time. One moment, he was easy to talk to, and the next, he would turn hostile. Capricious, people like Suyu were really difficult to deal with. He quickly said, then, I'll return to the human race first. Suyu said indifferently, you said that the flame relayer will only reveal his identity when he meets someone who he feels can be the human lord. Why did he tell me? King of Great Zhou paused in his steps. After a long time, he sighed. Emperor you don't need us flame relayers to feel that you've already done it. If what Emperor you said is true, then you've already surpassed those human lords. You're even stronger than them. King of Great Zhou was actually still shocked and uncertain. What did Suyu mean? Could it be that the dead soul's realm had really been conquered? That's impossible. According to Suyu, there were 2 more heavenly kings in the West Duke residence. How could Suyu take down dozens of death spirit marquises? He didn't even bring people to kill into the dead soul's realm, including himself. He didn't even go once. Those allies didn't seem to have gone either. Was Suyu trying to scare him? Was he trying to scare him? For a moment, King of Great Zhou had a lot on his mind. He felt a little melancholic. This person was really difficult to deal with. Why didn't he realize it before? Meanwhile, Suyu had already flown away. His voice echoed, the bloodline of the Hell King might have infiltrated the survivors in the higher realm. Or rather, they were among them from the beginning. King of Hundred's failure might be related to their bloodline. If I speculate a little more, it might be related to women. The women of this bloodline are not to be trifled with. If King of Hundred is a pervert or a soft-hearted person, then his defeat isn't unjust. Think about it. Did King of Hundred have a relationship with any woman? Also, if the higher realm opens and the survivors come, keep an eye on all the women. Seductive, pure, and popular, they're all suspicious. Suyu's voice became more and more ethereal. You're familiar with the higher realm. Maybe you know who fits the description. I hope you can compile a list and file for me. I want to know all the information in advance. You can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me, Suyu. Including you, King of Great Zhou. If anything happens, everything will be under my control. Don't use your Tao of tolerance on me. I scolded King of Hundred, and your Tao fluctuated a few times. King of Great Zhou, control your emotions. You can't master the Tao of tolerance. Learn from it. King of Great Zhou's heart trembled. When Suyu completely disappeared, he was momentarily speechless. F*CK, this guy, is really strange and scary. He was a powerful being at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. In front of Suyu, it was as if he had no secrets. Suyu could see through everything. How could he continue living like this? Suyu disappeared. Book Spirit and Tea-Tree were still following him. Tea-Tree asked curiously, was he angry just now? Because you scolded that King of Hundred? Will he betray us? Should we call Fat Ball and kill him together? Suyu smiled. No need. He's a smart person. After enduring for so many years, he knows what's right. The Flame Bearer. This is probably a backup plan arranged by the Human Emperor. To be honest, I do admire this Human Emperor. One is tempted and decided to stop playing. He took away all the masters of the laws and left behind a large number of trump cards. He hoped that the human race would produce another mighty ruler and dominate the world. If the later generations had put in a little more effort, they wouldn't have fallen to this state. Perhaps even the Human Emperor didn't expect an idiot to appear in the ninth tide and ruin all his arrangements. Suyu shook his head. The ninth tide, the terrifying human race, the Lily Tao, was ruined just like that. He really wanted to curse. In fact, he did. If the Human Emperor hadn't died, he would probably explode with rage. He left behind so many trump cards and took away all the masters of the laws and won. With over 30 masters of the laws and that traitor Hell King, he took care of all the powerful beings in won. Almost all the obstacles in his way were flattened, but he couldn't even deal with won. What a piece of trash. Suyu felt that if he were the Human Emperor, he would probably come back to life, drag 100 Battle King out, and beat him to death. The later generations were useless and unfilial, ruining the old ancestor's family business. His family had fallen and he was bullied. This was the current state of the human race. Just thinking about it made him feel sorry for the old ancestor. Tea-Tree nodded. Yes, yes. They were all so stupid. They didn't win. You're the best, you won. Suyu smiled. I'm not good. I just borrowed strength. Luckily, I ran into Fat Ball and you guys. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fared much better. The main problem is that I'm not strong enough. So, the most important thing right now is to improve myself. My own strength is the key. Otherwise, if I die and everyone can't contact each other, whether it's you, Hongmeng, Marquis Lanshan, or the other races, everyone will lose faith. He was the core. If the core was gone, the people would lose faith. Even if he had the upper hand, it wouldn't work. Tea-Tree nodded again. Yes, yes, yes. If you die, Fat Ball probably won't want to come out and wait for Master to come back. Only you can find Master and Little Master. If you're not here, Book Spirit and I won't come out either. We can't go back. In any case, if Suyu died, the others in his old residence would most likely not come out to help. Suyu smiled and said, "Thank you for thinking highly of me." Tea Tree shook his head. "No. Our goal is to find Master and Little Master. We shouldn't do anything else. Fat Ball is the same. It's only in charge of looking after the house. It won't care about anything else." Suyu smiled. Without another word, he ran around the battlefield. Soon, he appeared in the sky above the iron-eating domain. "No need to watch. I'm not fighting anymore. I'll call you when there's a fight." In the void, Yu Yu's figure appeared. She nodded slightly and asked strangely, "Heaven's Supervisor, is he with us?" Suyu was speechless. After a while, he said, "No, the next time we meet him, kill him." "Okay." Yu Yu didn't ask more. Actually, it was a little strange. Was he not? "Fine, whatever you say. Even if he is, we'll take it as you say." Suyu roared, "The Heaven Overseer Marquis isn't one of us. Emperor Yan, if you run into him, you have to kill him. Don't be misled by Wan and make us lose our vigilance." No matter what Emperor Yan and the others thought, this roar seemed more like a cover-up to Wan. Of course, they weren't sure, so they didn't say anything. Maybe Suyu was scheming against them, but no matter what, it was right to be more vigilant. It was necessary to be careful of Heaven's Supervisor. Suyu wandered around for a while. Soon, he quietly disappeared from the battlefield, hiding his tracks. He was not in a hurry to see the Dead Soul's domain. There was some turbulence and the aura of life was too strong. He would wait until things calmed down. As for the North King region, he would let the South King take care of it first. Moreover, it was difficult for Suyu to bring a large number of experts to intimidate the South King. He couldn't go. If he went again, it was easy for something to happen. Once the South King had a conflict with him, Suyu would be in trouble. Also, if the West King died, the South King and the North King's strength would increase. He didn't know if the South King would have other thoughts. It was necessary to be more vigilant. If he went to take risks and was killed by the South King, there would be no one to blame. He had 91 divine characters now, and was almost at 99. But some Shenwen was not strong enough. He should go to the Five Elements realm. The Five Elements realm didn't even have a Dao integration cultivator, so there was no danger. The Book Spirit and the Tea Tree escaped into the Sea of Will. Although they would be suppressed, once they entered the Five Elements realm, they would have top-level eternal battle prowess. He would not be restricted. Even if the 5 old ancestors of the Five Elements realm came, Suyu was not afraid of them. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu soon appeared in the vicinity of a domain. It was a realm that looked like a big ball. The distribution of colors was very clear: khaki, aqua blue, fiery red, golden yellow, and wood green. Five Elements realm. As soon as he saw this realm, Suyu knew that there was a problem with the origin of this realm. The division of the 5 elements was too obvious. This kind of distribution couldn't give birth to the spirit of the 5 elements. It could only give birth to the spirit of a single element. He opened the gate of heaven and observed carefully. He couldn't see anything from the outside, but he might be able to see something from the inside. The river of time penetrated into the 5 elements realm. At this moment, Suyu also knew how time masters could enter other realms silently. They could travel directly through the river of time without using the realm gate. Of course, this was not something that ordinary people could do. Those who had opened the gate of heaven could generally do it. Those who had not opened the gate of heaven could not see clearly. If they were not careful, they could easily go the wrong way. If they went the wrong way, they could easily get lost in the river of time. Suyu touched his chin. Should I go directly through the passage, or take a risk and go through the river of time? He was not strong enough, so it was still a little dangerous to go through the river of time. If he went through the passage, the news would easily leak. Spies might even find out. Usually, it was fine. With a disguise, there was not a single shadow at the passage of the 5 elements realm. Recently, with Suyu's big movements, Wan had withdrawn and didn't dare to come out. The 5 elements realm was no exception. now that he was pretending to be from the Five Elements race, even a fool would know that there was a problem. It's just passing through the realm wall. The distance isn't too far, and the danger isn't too great. In this realm, the Five Elements Tao has been broken, and the suppression isn't strong. The Tao laws don't affect the river of time much, so I should be able to travel. At the same time, he could also intimidate the Five Elements race. If I want to kill, you can't stop me. If I want to enter, I can enter. You can't even discover my existence. With such thoughts, Suyu stepped into the river of time. In his eyes, the river of time was different from others. The river of time of others was just a tributary of his. A tributary of the great Tao, and Suyu had always taken the main path. The main path was something that no one could see. Suyu could see it, and he could also see that this main path passed through the myriad realms. This was the true powerful Tao, a Tao that could pass through the myriad realms. Whoever controlled this Tao could enter and leave the myriad realms freely. Not only that, but they could also suppress any realm they wanted. This was the true overlord. The river of time. This is the true Tao. Impressive. With endless emotions, Suyu tore open the opening of the river, entered, and flew towards the Five Elements race. No one could see his existence. If there was a Tao integration cultivator around, they would be able to sense some Tao fluctuations. Unfortunately, there wasn't even a Tao integration cultivator in the Five Elements race. At the same time, Five Elements Palace. This was the palace left behind by the Five Elements Patriarch in the past. Later on, it was broken. As the Five Elements race split, this palace would only open in times of life and death. All the powerful cultivators of the Five Elements race would gather here. At this moment, there were only 6 people in the palace. The 5 patriarchs of the Five Elements race and the floating earth spirit. The patriarch of the fire element race had a fiery temper. At this moment, he grinned and said, Suyu is causing trouble again. This guy can't stay idle. This guy is so domineering and arrogant. The All Heavens battlefield is almost his. I think he won't have a good ending. Even the 100 Battle King was defeated. How can he have a good ending? As he spoke, he sighed. Once the upper realm opens, Suyu will be done for. Floating earth, I think we should forget about it. My race has no backing in the upper realm. I'd rather pretend to be a coward and not participate. I also want to be a hero, but I don't have the capital to play with him. There were no Tao integration cultivators. The 5 patriarchs could fight Tao integration cultivators together, but only against some weak Tao integration cultivators. Would that work? Forget it. In any case, the Five Elements race had been on the sidelines for a long time in the Wan War. The Earth Patriarch also said, Floating Earth, I think we should keep a low profile and wait for you to grow. You've only just reached the Sun-Moon stage. It's still too early for you to reach the level of our ancestors. The other patriarchs tried to persuade him. They could not agree to the alliance with the human race. It was too dangerous. They could be destroyed at any time. Once the upper realm opens, Suyu's so-called advantage would instantly become a joke. Did Suyu know how many Tao integration stage 1 there were in the upper realm? If he didn't, then he dared to come here. The floating earth spirit furrowed its brows. Patriarchs, you can't say that. The opening of the upper realm was something that would only happen a few years later. In these few years, don't forget, Suyu had only risen to power for less than 3 years. Who knows what will happen in a few more years? The floating earth spirit continued. Furthermore, it's exactly because our tribe has no Tao integration stage super mighty figures that we need to provide him with timely assistance. Otherwise, it would only be icing on the cake. If Suyu can win, our tribe's shattered essence might be able to recover. Our Five Elements race was a race that was on par with the other powerful tribes in the past. Now, we can't even produce a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. All of the patriarchs instantly fell into grief. The Five Elements race was a powerful ancient tribe. Now, they had fallen to this state. The upper realm had yet to open. Once it did, the Five Elements race would be nothing. In the past, they had relied on pretending to be weak to survive until now. But what about this tide? Was he still pretending to be weak? They all looked toward the floating earth spirit. This was the Five Elements race's hope. This was the only prodigy who could use all 5 elements at once. This was the hope born from the essence of the Five Elements patriarch. He could be considered the Five Elements patriarch's son, even a daughter would do. The Five Elements race really had no gender. Of course, the floating earth spirit did not think that way. It had no interest in becoming someone's daughter. The floating earth spirit continued, also, during the past few days, aside from what Suyu did today, he seems to have entered the starry space mansion. Perhaps he has reaped some rewards. I feel like what he's doing now is a sign. Sign? What sign? The patriarchs asked. The floating earth spirit thought for a moment. The sign of the Second War of 10,000 Realms. In any case, this guy is very strange. I don't think he will wait for a few years. When the upper realm opens, when those Tao integration stage beings come to kill him. If he continues to wait, then he's an idiot. With his personality, I suspect he will take the initiative to attack. And it won't be too long. Can he do it? The Great Zhou Monarch is the only Tao integration stage being in the human race. Tiangu and the others have sealed off the realm and are stronger in this realm. The Great Zhou Monarch is strong, but if he really goes to the immortal realm, there's a high chance he will be killed. That's right. Under these circumstances, Suyu can only worry. He can't kill or not kill. As long as everyone doesn't come out, the allies of the Iron Eater tribe won't be of much use. Even if the Iron Eater Beast Emperor enters the immortal realm, it will only be a slightly stronger eternal realm being. Tiangu will be able to easily kill it. The patriarchs didn't have much hope in Suyu, but they didn't have much hope in him. Even if he had the advantage now, it would be useless. The upper realm was the key to victory. However, the human race couldn't do it in the upper realm. The floating earth spirit frowned. You can't say that. In any case, I have a feeling that if we don't make a decision now, it will be too late. If the second battle really ends and Suyu wins, then he won't need us anymore. We will be in a very difficult situation. It has been a few days since the last battle. Patriarchs, you'd better make a decision now. The patriarchs all frowned. It was really difficult to make a decision. This was a matter that concerned the survival of the entire race. It would be better if there was a Tao integration stage being, but the problem was that there wasn't one, and at this moment, the five patriarchs' expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, the patriarch of the Metal Spirit tribe was about to attack when he heard a chuckle. What? You don't welcome me, and you still want to attack? Floating Earth Spirit, didn't you say that you would welcome me at any time? Stop. The Floating Earth Spirit shouted softly with a hint of shock in its eyes. Suyu actually entered the Five Elements Palace. Holy sh*t, this guy is too terrifying. There's no movement outside at all. In the next moment, under the shocked gazes of the five patriarchs, the void split open, and a terrifying being stepped down from the river of time and space. His white robe and long hair fluttered in the wind. Suyu walked forward with a smile on his face. The five Elements patriarchs were intimidated by his aura, and they all took a small step back to make way for him in the middle. As for Suyu, he landed directly on the Five Elements Patriarch's throne and sat down with a calm expression. The five patriarchs' expressions all changed. Arrogant, this is the seat of the Five Elements Patriarch. Does he really think the Five Elements realm is a pushover? However, in the next moment, the furious patriarchs instantly stopped in their tracks. This was because Suyu had spoken. Suyu smiled. I'm tired. I just killed a few dozen Death Spirit Lords with some Tao integration stage beings, so I'm a little tired. I'm going to rest for a while. Do you mind? The smile on Suyu's face instantly sent chills down everyone's spines. Death Spirit Lords. As expected, dead people are very weak. Compared to normal marquises, they're much easier to kill. I killed a few dozen of them, but I didn't feel much at all. Dead people are worthless. He's bragging, that was their first thought. However, in the next moment, none of them dared to move. Was he really bragging? It was hard to say. If it was true, then it was too terrifying. So he wasn't fighting the Heaven Supervisor just then. As for the Floating Earth Spirit, its first thought was that Suyu was bragging. However, in the next moment, its heart trembled slightly when it saw the look in Suyu's eyes. It might be true. Terrifying. He had been reorganizing the realm of dead souls recently. Had he won? If he won, then that would be too Terrifying. Greetings, Sovereign You. Sovereign You, you've worked hard. Please take a rest. The floating earth spirit immediately spoke with a smile. Sovereign You, it's rare for you to come here. Let me introduce you. It wanted to change the topic and introduce the patriarchs. As for Suyu, he said with a faint smile, 5 eternal realm patriarchs, can't you even bow when you see me? Or has the imperial might of the human race completely dissipated? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the 5 experts changed. How domineering. This was no longer the ancient times. The human race was no longer the ruler of the heavens. Suyu leaned back in his seat and looked at them with a smile, his expression calm and composed. The floating earth spirit's thoughts were complicated. For a moment, it was difficult to understand. Submit? Yes, not cooperation. The moment Suyu arrived, he had been extremely domineering. He wanted submission, not cooperation. This was simpler, more domineering, and more savage than expected. The floating earth spirit had a bitter expression. How should it choose? Was Suyu so confident because he really had the confidence, or was he just bluffing? Above, Suyu just sat there. Turning from guest to host, he looked at the people below with a mysterious smile on his face. The smile made the floating earth spirit feel a little cold. The moment that would decide the survival of the race had arrived. He didn't know if this choice would change the history of the 5 elements race, but he knew that he had to choose. Killed dozens of death spirit marquises. Was it true? Was it false? Countless thoughts appeared in the floating earth spirit's mind. If it was false, then it would be Suyu's boasting. There was nothing to say. If it was true. First, Suyu's side was already powerful enough to shake the heavens. Second, the myriad realms don't know about my tribe's prophecy. This was danger, fear. Beads of sweat rolled down the floating earth spirit's face as he realized that this was a dangerous situation. If what Suyu had said was true, then they would have been able to easily reveal a great secret to them. If the 5 elementals refused to submit, what would happen to them? Would they be exterminated? The floating earth spirit's heart was restless, and impatient. It looked up at Suyu. Suyu was leaning lazily on the chair. The floating earth spirit glanced at him and said in a low voice, Emperor Yu, the 5 elements race and the human race were considered iron alliances in the ancient times. Suyu yawned. It has nothing to do with me. I am not an ancient emperor. Don't ask about the past, don't look at the future, just talk about the present. Brother Floating Earth, you are a smart person. In the entire 5 elements race, only you are worthy of my attention. As for these Eternals, I will use them as chess pieces. They are not very useful. You are the floating earth spirit, so I can talk to you. Arrogant, fire elemental progenitor had a fiery temper. He was enraged when he heard that, chess pieces, useless, you, Suyu, are strong, but are you as strong as the upper realms? Suyu looked at him calmly. I will say a few words. Listen up. However, you can stop me at any time. Sometimes, knowing too much will bring trouble. I have lived for so long, so I have to know my limits. Don't play dumb with me. The 5 elements race has not fused with Daos, and they have been playing dumb for a long time. Don't show your bravery and foolishness in front of me. I like people who are smart, or really naive, but I don't like people who pretend to be naive. First, the Great Qin King and the Daxia of Goguryeo fused with Daos. Second, Sky Destroyer, Heavenly Cloud, and Starry Glory fused with Daos. Third, the Heaven Supervisor's disciple, Heaven Minister Tian Yu fused with Daos. Fourth, the Dead Soul's realm has been pacified. Stop. Cold sweat broke out on the floating earth spirit's face, and he was trembling. Suddenly, he looked back at the 5 patriarchs. The 5 progenitors were astounded too. Really? Fake? They looked at the floating earth spirit. You decide, you're closest to Suyu. If you say it's true, then it's true. If you say it's false, then it's false. Suyu smiled. The next moment, Tea Tree appeared. She was still in the form of a little girl. As soon as she appeared, she knew what she was going to do. She was going to make tea for Suyu. So the little girl plucked a strand of hair and began to make tea for Suyu. Just get used to it. It was easy to go bald. Recently, he had consumed a lot of tea leaves. Tea Tree was thinking if he should find time to take a bath. If he didn't, he would go bald, and baldness would be ugly. The progenitors were startled, but they remained silent. As for the floating earth spirit, its expression fluctuated for a moment. In the next moment, it lowered its head and said solemnly, "The Five Elements race is willing to respect the human race as the leader of the alliance, playing tricks." So you looked at Tea Tree and did not look at the floating earth spirit. He smiled at Tea Tree and said, "It's not good to play tricks. I'm not the human race, not the leader of the alliance. I am me. If I'm the leader, then I'm the leader. If I'm not, then I'm not. There's no need to add the leader of the alliance. I have no intention of exterminating your race, so don't be too afraid. Just keep this a little secret. I don't want you to send news out of your world. The possibility of you sending a message is not high. So, don't worry about your race being exterminated." So you smiled lightly and said, "The neutral races, just don't interfere with everything I do. When I take down the heavens, the first-class races that are close to me, the second-class races that are not hostile to the human race, the neutral third-class races, and the hostile fourth-class races. Of course, all that can be exterminated will be exterminated. That's all. What do you think, floating earth?" The floating earth spirit's sweat dripped down. He did not want the alliance, he could not even submit to the alliance, he wanted to respect him, Suyu, as the leader. There was no such thing as an alliance, neutral third-class races. What did third-class races mean? He did not know, nor did he want to know. The floating earth spirit took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. He said again, "The Five Elements race pays respect to Sovereign You." As soon as he finished speaking, he knelt on one knee. Behind him, the five patriarchs frowned. There was no discussion of the pros and cons, and no request. Just like that, he submitted. 9 tide flows had never happened before. Suyu looked at the floating earth spirit silently, then at the patriarchs. He said calmly, "Floating earth, do you have the final say in the Five Elements realm? If not, you can come under my command. I'll make you a surplus general. A wise man submits to the circumstances." The floating earth spirit turned around and looked at the patriarchs. He said in a low voice, "Patriarchs, trust me this once. I was born from the origin of the Five Elements patriarchs. I am the only hope of the Five Elements race infusing the Tao. I won't let my race fall into a dead end." The patriarchs had complicated expressions. After a long time, the patriarchs slowly knelt on one knee. There was some reluctance, some helplessness, and some heaviness in their expressions. Did the floating earth spirit trust Suyu too much? None of. This was verified. The fate of the Five Elements race is in the hands of a few words from Suyu. They were really struggling. They were too careless, there was no guarantee, Suyu didn't even mention these things, but yes, the floating earth spirit was their only hope. When this only hope chose to surrender and submit, they chose to trust the floating earth spirit in the end because he was the descendant of the Five Elements patriarchs. The Five Elements race pays respect to Sovereign You. The five patriarchs lowered their heads and knelt on the ground, looking lost about the future. Just a moment ago, they were still discussing whether or not to form an alliance. In the next moment, they were kneeling on the ground. They didn't even have the right to form an alliance. They were completely submitting. On the throne, Suyu smiled. "I think you will thank the floating earth spirit. I came this time because of the floating earth spirit. The others are just incidental. If not for the fact that I believe he is a smart person, I wouldn't have come personally today." Below, the floating earth spirit raised its head. At this moment, it wasn't as solemn as before. It laughed dryly. "I'm flattered that Sovereign You thinks so highly of me. Rise." Suyu smiled. A cup of tea flew out of thin air toward the floating earth spirit. "Sit down and talk." "Thank you, Sovereign You, for the gift." The floating earth spirit smelled the tea and was a little shaken. "Tao integration tea," he sat down with a smile. The other five patriarchs were just about to sit when Suyu said calmly, "Seniors, please stand for a while and bear with the burden. It's enough for a race to have one person in charge. It's not good to have too many mouths. If you think what I said is inappropriate, you can refute me, but try to keep it in your hearts. I hate it when there are so many different voices in a race. This is a war between the heavens. If we can't even unite internally, how can we fight outside? The five elements race, if it's not the floating earth spirit, why don't we get someone else to take this position? The patriarchs looked at each other. After a long time, the wood spirit patriarch spoke in a softer voice. Sovereign Yu is right. In our race, the floating earth spirit represents the five elements. No one else is qualified to represent the five elements. Suyu said with a smile, I knew it. The five elements race has survived until now without reaching Tao integration. There are idiots, but there must be more shrewd people. With that, Suyu asked, how many eternal lives does the five elements race have? The floating earth spirit hesitated for a moment before replying. 19. Apart from the five patriarchs, there are 14 eternal lives. 6 of them are known to the outside world, and the other 8 are still in hibernation. Suyu smiled. That's right. In that case, your race's 11 eternal lives are widely known, and the remaining 8 are unknown. Yes, but someone might have guessed it. The floating earth spirit quickly said, our race has been cautious, neutral, and showing weakness since ancient times. We have never participated in the All Heavens contest. The patriarchs only intervened a few times because of me. Other than that, we keep a very low profile. Suyu smiled. I need to mobilize 11 eternal lives. Can you do that? 11. The floating earth spirit's heart jolted. The patriarch's expressions also shifted. 19 eternal lives. Apart from the 5 of them, there were only 14 eternal lives. Mobilizing 11 at once meant that all those in hibernation had to be woken up. This was going to ruin their entire family fortune, Suyu smiled. Yes, 11 from your race, 14 from the human race, and 10 from the Iron Eater tribe and the Gui tribe. Can you gather all of them? 35, the floating earth spirit's eyes lit up. Guard the ancient city? That's right. Suyu smiled as he sipped his tea. It's easier to talk to smart people. The Dead Souls realm is fine, but the Dead Souls galaxy keeps giving birth to dead spirits. Troublesome. Unless the Dead Souls galaxy is cleared, they will keep coming. I need to replace 35 guardians. The Gui tribe is small, and the Iron Eater tribe isn't that big. Many of them are high-level eternal lives. Can your race gather 11 mid and low-level ones? Suyu smiled and said, how many of the remaining 14 are in the advanced stage? The floating earth spirit quickly said, 6. Suyu raised an eyebrow. That's a lot. That's beyond my expectations. Doesn't that mean there are 11 high-level eternal lives? And these 5 were all at the 8th or 9th stage. The floating earth spirit said gravely, it's a lot, but it's the accumulation of 10 tides. In order to reduce the number of eternal realms we have, so that the other races don't have to fear us, some of our eternal realms will voluntarily scatter their Daos and perish to help some of our experts. The other races will think that our experts will die in order to fuse the 5 elements into one, so they know that we have many eternal realms, but not too many. Suyu was surprised. That's a lot of courage. The floating earth spirit shook its head. It's not courage. There's no other way. No one wants to die, but our race has no Tao integration stage powerhouses. If we accumulate more than 100 eternal lives, even Emperor Yu knows what will happen to us. Suyu nodded. That's right. Even the celestial race only has about 100 eternal lives. Your race doesn't even have a Tao integration stage powerhouse. Do you want to be wiped out with so many eternal lives? The floating earth spirit said bitterly, that's right. That's why some of the ancestors knew this would happen. Even if they hid, the realm wouldn't move. Everyone knows that they can only move and die. This is also the way for our race to survive. How daring, this was also the way of survival for the 5 elements race. It was cruel, but it was very useful. The 5 elements race hovered around the top 10. They weren't strong, but they weren't weak. They didn't have a Tao integration stage powerhouse, so they weren't a threat. There were only so many eternal lives, and everyone knew that they would all die from the clash of the 5 elements. There was no need to worry about this race, the upper realm had no foundation, so it didn't matter if they were wiped out or not. Smart choice, although it was cruel, it was better than accumulating more than 100 eternal lives and being wiped out. Choice, the five elements race had a good grasp of what to give and what not to give. In other words, 8 of them are early or middle eternal lives. That's right. Suyu stroked his chin. This meant that the high-stage exchange might not be worth it. If that was the case, there were still 3 people missing. The ancient space beast race, Suyu of the ancient giant race didn't go, but perhaps the ancient space beast race could. I can also test if this race is willing to submit to me, Suyu smiled. Alright, 8 it is. Is there a problem? The floating earth spirit was conflicted. Then will they be corroded to death? Suyu smiled. They'll be fine within 10 years. After 10 years, there are 2 outcomes. 1, I win, so it'll be fine. 2, I lose. There's no difference between being corroded to death or being killed by one. The floating earth spirit smiled bitterly. That made sense. There was no need to worry about being corroded to death in 10 years. At this moment, the fire element patriarch couldn't hold it in any longer. Suyu smiled. Senior fire element, do you have something to say? The fire element patriarch couldn't hold it in any longer. Emperor Yu, the upper realm will open in 10 years. There were at least 50 Dao integration stage super mighty figures among the immortal demons, divine dragons, and divine dragons. Definitely. Maybe even more. We all saw the final battle of the 9th tide. The human race gathered over 70 Dao integration stage beings, while one had close to 100. They were evenly matched at the start, and the 100 battle monarch took away some top-tier powerful beings. After that, the 100 battle monarch fell, and over a dozen top-tier powerful beings attacked. About 30 Dao integration stage beings died in one, and the human race was almost completely wiped out. There are probably over 70 Dao integration stage beings left in one. I said 50 because the upper realm is also at war. In the final battle, the human race lost close to 70 Dao integration stage beings. This meant that at least 30 of them died before the final battle. And one lost 30 of them in this battle, and over 20 of them died before, so you wanted to complain, so it was already 1-to-1 from the start. F***ck, what the hell was the 100 battle monarch doing? So you thought of a question. So many Dao integration stage beings died because of the human race? No, some of our human allies. The fire element patriarch explained, many ancient tribes participated in the battle. They were all wiped out. I remember clearly that during the last tide flow, the emerald spirit bird, the mountain-carrying alligator, and the constellation cow were all wiped out. Suyu nodded. These ancient tribes were unlucky to have encountered the 100 battle monarch. According to the information I received, the 100 battle monarch led the human race to war, and the Dao integration stage beings on both sides were almost 1-to-1 before the final battle? The fire element patriarch thought for a while and nodded. Almost. Because the human race was powerful, it was the exact opposite of now. All the races retreated to their own realms, and the human race dominated the void. Just like a few hundred years ago, when all the races ran amok, and the human race retreated. In the 9th tide, the Wan was in a defensive position. The 100 battle monarch didn't want to fight in realms, so he mainly fought outside realms. As a result, the 100 battle monarch's power was greatly weakened. Because he didn't want to fight in realms, he was of limited use. This was the 100 battle monarch's perspective. Suyu smiled. What do you think of the 100 battle monarch? The fire element patriarch glanced at Suyu. Suyu smiled. Just say it. Extremely talented. The fire element patriarch said. What else? The fire element patriarch hesitated for a moment before saying gloomily, in the past 10 tides, apart from Emperor Yu, I think his talent might be number 1. Apart from talent? Suyu asked. The fire element patriarch was embarrassed. Apart from talent, kindness? Suyu glared at him. The fire element patriarch said awkwardly, he's quite kind and good to the human race. In any case, we lost close to 30 Dao integration stage cultivators in the beginning, and most of them were from other races. The 100 battle monarch has a good plan. The other races will fight a war of attrition with the other races first. Ahem, I'm not scolding him, but it's quite good for the human race. In any case, those who died in the beginning were all from other races. If we win the final battle, then the human race will be rich. Preserve their strongest power, and 80% of them will be from the human race. This way, they can avoid being left behind. Perhaps they learned their lesson from the ancient times. Suyu was slightly taken aback. Those who died in the beginning were almost all from other races. If they won the final battle, the human race would preserve more power and have an absolute advantage in the future alliance. This was a good idea. At this moment, Suyu nodded slightly. From the perspective of the human race, this was not bad. On the other hand, Suyu didn't think that he was a pig like before. After all, he was smarter than a pig. He completely understood the 100 Battle Monarchs plan. Good idea, let the subordinate races fight first, and the human race won't exhaust their power anyway. The human race would preserve a large number of Dao integration stage cultivators, and with him around, there was a very high chance that they could restore their ancient rule. But, King lost. Most importantly, the foreign races were too exhausted at the beginning, which made them unwilling to participate in the later stages. The Iron Eater tribe was one of them. So, the human race reigns supreme, right? Suyu said. The Fire Element Patriarch nodded sheepishly. That's right. Hence, the human race is very supportive of this 100 Battle Monarch. Suyu thought for a moment before nodding with a smile. He could understand why the human race was so supportive of him. From the perspective of the human race, this was very satisfying. 50 to 60 Dao integration stage cultivators had died, and none of them were from the human race. Under such circumstances, how could they not support the 100 Battle Monarch? Would they be letting down the 100 Battle Monarch? Warriors would die for their bosom friends. If he won, then the 100 Battle Monarch would be a legend. If he lost, then he would be nothing. Thinking about it this way, he wasn't a complete piece of trash. At least he knew what his foundation was. The human race was his foundation, Suyu chuckled. Forget it, let's not talk about him. The King of Great Zhou was talking about him just now, and you guys are also talking about him. Recently, the 100 Battle Monarch has appeared in my ears many times. This is a sign. He's either not dead and has been sealed, or he's betrayed the human race. He'll come out sooner or later. Everyone is talking about him at the same time. This is a sign that a powerful being is about to appear. The birth of a powerful being was more or less a sign. So you didn't say much about this. The 8 Eternal Realm cultivators of your race, gather in secret and wait for my notice. Once the weapon fusion main weapon is forged, all of them will change to the weapon fusion mystic art to redeem their Dao. Patriarch Golden Spirit was slightly shocked. Change mystic arts? That's right. So you said calmly, if we don't change, it's not strong enough. The 3 movement techniques are too weak. With that said, Suyu looked up into the sky as if he could see through the palace. I understand your race's Dao. The 5 elements great Dao, your race's patriarch 5 elements was a genius, a peerless powerful being. Such boldness, a 5 elements Dao. Suyu said softly, I originally thought it was 5 great Daos. No, it was 1 5 elements Dao. 5 Daos merged into one. Patriarch 5 elements battle prowess probably surpassed most masters of the law. Unfortunately, he still died. Suyu shook his head. There aren't many who can kill an existence like him. If it wasn't a human, then it was the patriarchs of the immortal, demon, and god races. The floating earth spirit said awkwardly, did you say it was an immortal emperor? Suyu said casually, I was just making wild guesses. Who knows who did it? How would I know about ancient matters? However, the probability of it being the immortal race is higher. The 5 elements race supported the human race in ancient times, so the human race had no reason to kill him. Let's not talk about this. It's all in the past, there's no point in bringing it up. No one in your race can reach Dao integration now. I do know something, Suyu smiled and said, this path has been artificially split. Impressive. What a ruthless character. When one Dao is split into 5, at the Dao integration stage, the 5 elements will merge into one. The key is, if you split the first 5 elements, do you still want to merge them into one? What a joke. The Great Tao was split into 5 forks. At the Tao integration stage, one had to merge them into one again in order to continue. The key was that these 5 elements race were all individual spirits, so how could they merge into one again? In that case, no one could leave. Meanwhile, Suyu looked at the floating earth spirit and suddenly smiled. Your race has good foresight. All hope is on him. He is the origin of Patriarch 5 elements, so he should have been born with the Tao integration and the 5 elements as one. However, when this guy was born, all of Patriarch 5 elements' power should have dissipated, so this guy could only start off as a weakling. However, his great Tao is universal. In essence, he is at the Tao integration stage. The floating earth spirit was surprised. Tao integration stage? I'm talking about essence, not strength. In essence, the God-Eater tribe is still a master of the law, but are they? Suyu thought for a moment. To put it simply, your race's Tao is split into 5, and no one else can merge them. You can. When you're strong enough to reach the Tao integration stage, or even the master of the law, then you can merge the 5 separate Taos. Suyu looked at the other ancestors. As for the power of your realm's essence, it's also being interfered with by the Great Tao. I can't fix that. Only the floating earth spirit can control the Great Tao and have hope of merging them into one. No more 5 elements race will be born. Of course, if I'm stronger than the one who split my Tao, then there won't be a problem. Suyu tapped the table lightly. The 5 of you are all separated. If you combine your powers, you'll be much stronger than the average Tao integration cultivator. Suyu stroked his chin. Yes, only you can walk the Tao integration stage. This is actually a fortuitous opportunity. Fortuitous opportunity? Everyone was dazed. This was the first time they realized that not reaching Tao integration was a fortuitous opportunity. Suyu smiled. Yes, fortuitous opportunity. You just don't understand. Let me put it this way. Your Tao is powerful, but no Tao integration cultivator has appeared yet. If the 5 of you combine your powers, you can form a bridge to the other side of the fork and occupy one of the paths. If the 5 of you combine your powers, you can even fight a top-level Tao integration cultivator. But, there's a flaw that can't be separated. Once separated, you'll be eternally weak. If you combine your powers, you can probably fight a weak Tao integration cultivator, such as trash Tao integration cultivator like MOU. Everyone was bewildered. Trash Tao integration cultivator, you're too arrogant. But if you do as I say and succeed, the 5 of you can at least fight a Tao integration cultivator like Jiwu. Everyone was astonished. Is this for real? Jiwu is not weak. There's hope for Jiwu to fight 2 MOU, right? There should be. It's hard for us to fight even 1 MOU, Suyu chuckled. You don't believe me? Not only that, but once the floating earth spirit succeeds in its Tao integration, the 5 of you will also be able to successfully reach Tao integration. The floating earth spirit couldn't help but ask hurriedly, is this for real? Su. Emperor you can't talk nonsense. If we take it seriously, and the 5 patriarchs also take it seriously, and they really go to find a top-notch Tao integration cultivator to fight, then, someone will die. This wasn't a joke. He didn't even want to doubt Suyu. However, if the 5 patriarchs took it seriously, they would be interested in fighting someone at the level of Heavenly Ancient and Heaven Supervisor. After all, according to what Suyu said, top-notch existences weren't much weaker than them, and they would be very difficult to kill. In that case, they would be throwing their lives away. Suyu said indifferently, are you doubting me? The floating earth spirit was helpless. You don't speak the truth, so isn't it normal for me to be afraid? Suyu couldn't be bothered to say more. If you don't believe me, then forget it. By the way, your clan still has 6 high-level Eternal Realm cultivators. Can they gather all 5 elements? The floating earth spirit thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes. As for the remaining 6 high-level Eternal Realm cultivators, 1 from each of the 5 elements, and 1 from the Water Spirit tribe. The Water Spirit tribe has a longer lifespan. 1 from each of the 5 elements. Very good. Suyu said with a smile, according to my plan, these 5 can also join forces, and they might be able to defeat a slightly weaker Tao integration cultivator. A sharp intake of breath was heard. The floating earth spirit couldn't help but say, they're all 7th stage. 5 7th stage, it'll be very difficult to defeat a Dao integration cultivator. 5 9th stage is still possible. Back when the great Qin King, the great Zhou King, the Dashia of Goguryeo, and the great Light Monarch joined forces, they could only defeat a Dao integration cultivator. These people are quite powerful, and to put it bluntly, they're stronger than my clan's 5 patriarchs. They're only at Dao integration, and you're sending 5 7th stage Eternal Realm cultivators to Dao integration? Sending them to their deaths? Don't talk nonsense, they'll really die. Suyu narrowed his eyes. Floating Earth Spirit, this is the second time you're doubting me. Don't say too much, don't do things more than 3 times, if you doubt me again, you'll be in big trouble. The Floating Earth Spirit was embarrassed. I'm not doubting you, I'm just worried. After all, I have to be responsible for the 5 Elements tribe. I know what Emperor you means. You want to form 2 teams to fight against 2 Dao integration cultivators. But, if that fails, our tribe will be in big trouble. 8 to defend, 10 to form teams to fight against Dao integration, and the remaining 1, to stay behind? That's a good plan. If we fail, we're done for, all dead, Suyu said with a smile. You can give it a try first. I'm not asking you to fight them directly. Who do you want to try? He looked at Suyu suspiciously, but he didn't question anything. But he seemed to be saying, you won't ask a human Dao integration cultivator to go easy on us, right? That's not good. Suyu said with a smile, Heavenly Annihilation. He won't go easy on us. He wants nothing more than to beat you to death. What do you think? The Floating Earth Spirit thought about it and nodded. There's no problem with that, the others might go easy, but the Heavenly Annihilation was unlikely. We can go to the ancient primordial city. There's a spell formation there that can prevent our auras from leaking. Suyu said with a smile, of course, the prerequisite is that I'm the one coordinating it. You guys can't do that yet. You can't see the essence of the great Dao. The fusion of powers is too crude. It's best to open 180 divine orifices and cultivate the 5-element divine art. The 5 elemental powers will be easier to fuse without conflict. Suyu said with a smile, once you learn the 5-element divine art, fusing them will be twice the result with half the effort. The 5 seniors can crush the Heavenly Annihilation. The other 5 can block the Heavenly Annihilation even if they can't. The Heavenly Annihilation was not weak, but he had just reached Dao integration not long ago. If he didn't use his weapon, there was a high chance that he would be crushed by the other 5. Because the great Dao of the 5 elements race was really not weak. Suyu knew at a glance that the ancestor of this race was a peerless powerful being in the past. At this moment, the patriarchs were also tempted. Could it really be done? If they succeeded, it would be equivalent to having 2 more Dao integration stage cultivators, and one of them was not an ordinary Dao integration stage cultivator. Could this be done? Previously, when the 5 patriarchs of the 5 elements race joined forces, it was just a literal alliance. They could still fight a Dao integration stage cultivator. But now, when Suyu said they would join forces, it was more about fusing the great Dao. These 2 were completely different. The Earth Spirit Patriarch, who had been silent all this while, said solemnly, Emperor Yu, can we directly raise the Floating Earth Spirit to Dao integration? Even if we have to pay a huge price, or even die. Suyu was slightly taken aback, but he quickly smiled. Him? He's too weak. He's not weak in terms of intrinsic quality, but in terms of resources. In fact, he can successfully reach Dao integration stage, but he will need 5 times the resources of your Dao integration stage cultivators. No, it's not as simple as multiplying by 5. It might be 10 times, 20 times. Hearing this, the Floating Earth Spirit felt aggrieved and nodded. My consumption is indeed huge. That's normal. Your Dao is stronger. They're walking on the branch, and you're walking on the main Dao. How can your consumption not be huge? Their branches are similar to normal great Dao. You're still walking on the main Dao, so your consumption will be huge. I see that you've also reached the Sun-Moon realm, so your consumption is probably not much less than mine. As Suyu spoke, he took a deep breath. Not bad. The resources I've consumed are enough to nurture a Dao integration stage cultivator. You've also consumed so much? The Floating Earth Spirit was embarrassed. I'm the hope, after all. Your 5 elements race is really generous. A Sun-Moon realm cultivator's battle prowess is comparable to the 8th or 9th Sun-Moon realm at most. Even quasi-invincible cultivators would be difficult, and you're actually willing to let him consume so much? The other patriarchs were also embarrassed. The floating earth spirit had just reached the Sun-Moon realm. Wasn't it very powerful to fight the 8th or 9th Sun-Moon realm? Suyu smiled. Then it'll be difficult for you to upgrade normal treasures now. You need a large number of 5 elements treasures. And they must be of high grade. You'll just have to eat it. The prerequisite is that you have more great Tao and 5 elements comprehension. You're not stupid, so it shouldn't be a problem. The key is resources. The floating earth spirit nodded. Suyu thought for a moment and said, as long as you're brave enough to go to the Starry Universe Mansion and break into the 5 Elements race's Half-Emperor's mansion, then there'll be hope. I think I've seen his mansion before. It's still there. He died back then, and it probably wasn't taken away. It's still managed by your 5 Elements race. The floating earth spirit nodded. I think so. After the patriarch died, there seemed to be 1 or 2 marquises in my race who were still alive. They only died after that, Suyu smiled. Normal people can't afford to raise you, and neither can I. Don't look at me. Only by going to your patriarch's mansion will you have hope of finding the 5 elements supreme treasures so that you can quickly fuse with the Tao. It's much easier for you than me because you're a rich second-generation heir who inherited your ancestors' legacy. You don't need to take too many detours. After saying that, he continued, the only flaw is that you probably won't be able to take any other Tao after walking this path. It'll completely fuse with you. That's right. Once you've walked this path and mastered it, you'll reach your patriarch's level. There's no need for you to walk this path anymore. You might not be able to walk this path anyway. Your future is limited. The second 5 elements patriarch. Not enough, the floating earth spirit wanted to cry. I think it's enough, although I think I'm a peerless genius. If I can really reach the patriarch's level, I think it's already unimaginable. My race's patriarch is very powerful. Hard to say, Suyu said again, if I really reach that level, I'm not sure how to improve. Perhaps there's a possibility of becoming stronger. Otherwise, if the 5 elements patriarch can be killed, so can you. This is a digression. The floating earth spirit smiled bitterly. No need, no need. As long as I reach the level of my race's patriarch, I'll be invincible in the heavens. Stop fooling around, you speak as if it's true, as if I can really reach the level of my patriarch. Suyu smiled. Alright, let's not talk about the future. You might not be able to live until then. After saying that, Suyu quickly said, I'm going to impart the 5 elements divine arts to you. The floating earth spirit said that you've opened many divine apertures but are still lacking some. I'll fill them up for you. Once you learn it, there will be punishment. Just nice, I'll impart it. Punish me with the rules, because I'm here. I'll accept all the punishments. The moment he said that, the patriarchs looked at each other. The water spirit patriarch smiled. There's no need to trouble Sovereign Yu. Sovereign Yu's identity is different. If something happens to him here, my race can't bear the responsibility. Emperor Yu has put in a lot of effort. Our clan appreciates your kind intentions. Suyu raised an eyebrow. Who asked you to appreciate my kindness? Did I do it to let you appreciate my kindness? It was the floating earth spirit who quickly said, let Sovereign Yu do it. He likes to eat the power of rules to strengthen Shenwen. Patriarchs, stop fighting. What? He had already seen through Suyu's thoughts. If not for the power of punishment, he might not have come to help the 5 elements race. If you don't accept it for him, he'll be unhappy. Suyu smiled and looked at the floating earth spirit. He nodded slightly. This kid is worth teaching. The floating earth spirit is understanding. Not bad, each race should have a floating earth spirit. Stupid race, it's hard to have someone who can satisfy me like this. The Iron Eater race is fine, but the Gui race has more idiots. The Heaven Devourer that I have high hopes for is also stupid, so you couldn't be bothered to say more. He quickly said, show me your divine apertures. Let me see how they match your race's divine aperture cultivation technique. The few of them were stunned. You didn't figure it out, so you was speechless. Why are you looking at me? It's so simple. Can't you figure it out just by looking? I even derived the Great Heavenly Cycle technique and the Heavenly Cycle Origin Aperture technique by myself. I only need to compare the effects of a few divine apertures and instantly derive them for you. Do I even need to prepare in advance? If I prepare in advance and your race doesn't submit, wouldn't my efforts be in vain? Of course, there's no need to say that. Hurry up, let me see the situation. All 5 of you show your divine apertures so I can compare how to successfully open 180 divine apertures and how to circulate the cultivation technique. It's a small matter. Don't worry. I've completed all 720 aperture cultivation techniques. 180. I can't be bothered to look at this kind of cultivation technique. The 5 patriarchs were panicking. They suddenly felt that this person wasn't very reliable. How could this be? We thought you were done. Study it on the spot. If you don't come out in a few hundred years, no, 10 years, wouldn't the upper realm be opened? The ancestral patriarchs were anxious as they revealed their divine apertures. Forget it, we've boarded a pirate ship. As for Suyu, he glanced at it and compared it with the human race's divine aperture technique. He quickly said, each divine aperture, release your power. I'll compare the differences. The patriarchs erupted in despair. They felt that it was getting more and more unreliable. Suyu, on the other hand, waited for them to erupt and sense the different powers. Soon, he drew a diagram of 180 divine orifices in the void, as if he was scribbling scribbles. Then, he thought for a moment and quickly linked the divine apertures. No matter how many changes there were, it was still the same. Finding a few divine apertures as an analogy, this thing was just copying them. It was too simple. The patriarchs were still in despair. In the next moment, Suyu linked the 180 divine aperture diagram. Boom, thunder from the void, calamity had descended. The 5 elements realm did not allow the 5 elements God technique to appear. The patriarchs instantly widened their eyes and their mouths. F***ck, how could this work? Did it even take a minute? F***ck, impossible. In an instant, the patriarchs were stunned. Don't mess around. This is our race's signature technique. You came up with it in a minute. No, you must have had it long ago, right? It must be. It must be. Suyu was so prideful that he deliberately pretended to have just deduced it. Anyway, we don't believe that you just deduced it. You must have obtained our race's signature technique long ago. This new emperor is a bit shameless. The few of them thought silently. Even the floating earth spirit looked at Suyu suspiciously. It must be fake. You must have obtained it in the starry mansion. Otherwise, you finished it in a minute? Do you think I'm stupid? Suyu suddenly felt a little annoyed when they looked at him. F***ck, a bunch of bastards. I really just deduced it. This person is too much of a genius. How could he be suspected of faking it? Forget it, forget it. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. What do they know? At the next moment, the few powerhouses couldn't be bothered anymore. Their eyes were brimming with tears of excitement. It really is the 5 elements divine technique, the clan's signature technique. After more than 100,000 years, the 5 elements realm has reappeared. Is the patriarch spirit in heaven going to help our race rise? The 5 patriarchs were excited. Suyu reminded them, quickly open the remaining acupoints and circulate the technique. I have a lot of things to do. I'm very busy. I don't have time to waste with you. Seal the 5 elements realm. The more the better. Hurry up and summon the lightning tribulation while I need it now. 5 elements lightning tribulation, I like it. My 5 elements Shenwen will definitely have a good time eating it. I hope I can take the opportunity to comprehend a few more Shenwen and gather 99. I also want to take a look at the Tao of Writing. Suyu is also envious of how strong the Tao of Writing is. Is it thick? Is it long? Is it big? It must be very thick and long. Otherwise, how could Qingwen be so powerful? Suyu was a little expectant. The trip to the 5 elements realm was very smooth. If there were no problems, they would have 2 more Tao integration stage cultivators. Their foundation would be even stronger than the Gui tribe. As expected of an ancient great tribe. No matter what, once the 5-element god technique was revealed, the 5-element race powerhouses were overjoyed. As for the punishment, Suyu himself said that he would take it. In this way, they could avoid casualties. Although they weren't sure if Suyu could take it. the punishment wouldn't be too weak. Sealed realm, this was Suyu's request and the thoughts of the few patriarchs. From now on, the five-element world would be sealed and the five-element god technique would be imparted to everyone. Next, the geniuses of the five-element race and some elders might be able to complete the cultivation of the five-element god technique. The few patriarchs of the five-element race quickly went to make arrangements. As for Suyu, he was still in the five-element palace. He didn't let anyone accompany him. He just lay in the courtyard of the five-element palace and observed the five-element race's great Tao. Five-element great Tao, five elements as one. Ever since he opened the gate of heaven, Suyu could see too many things, including the five-element great Tao. He could see it very clearly in the five-element world. After all, everyone in this world walked on this great Tao. From the start of the tributaries, this great Tao was split into five. But in reality, there were still some connections. Suyu was observing the connection between the tributaries of the great Tao. How to let the five-element race's powerhouses smoothly fuse with each other and form groups to fight. This still required some thought. As for Suyu himself, he was also comprehending this great Tao. The five-element great Tao was quite broad. It was one of the top great Taos that he had seen so far. At this time, Suyu had actually comprehended many great Taos. Five-element Shenwen, the five-element Shenwen that I comprehended is actually a separate five-element great Tao. As for the five-element race, it's different. There are still some differences. Suyu thought silently. The five-element race also had talents and all five races had them. From the looks of it, they were all separate five-element great Tao. If this continued for a few years, they might be able to split the five-element great Tao and turn it into a pure five-element great Tao. At that time, the potential of the five-element race would decrease. What's interesting is that the expert who split the great Tao couldn't break it, or did he do it on purpose? It was normal that it couldn't be broken. The power of the great Tao was strong, but it was not necessary to break the great Tao in order to kill you. Destroying everything attached to the great Tao would naturally be able to kill you. Wood breeds fire, fire breeds earth, earth breeds metal, Suyu kept thinking. In the next moment, he suddenly tore through the river of space-time and vanished. He wanted to head to the five-element great Tao source to observe and see the situation. Recently, some of his familiar innate skills had been transformed into Shenwen. Currently, he was still lacking 8 Shenwen. Suyu felt that his comprehension was insufficient. He looked at these great Taos and deepened his comprehension. In the long river of time, Suyu was like a lone boat, bobbing up and down beside the tributaries of the five elements great Tao. After a long time, Suyu sat down cross-legged in the river and started comprehending. At this moment, if a supreme expert were to wander the river of time, they might be able to see Suyu. Those from the past might be able to see the future Suyu. Of course, that would mean that the person in question had also passed through countless years into the future. As for Suyu, he pondered a question as he comprehended. If I were to follow the river of time and flow downstream, would I appear in the future? It wasn't a time travel, but that he had spent countless years in the river. Interesting. Suyu murmured. He was thinking about where the human emperor was, where was Kingwen, could they be fighting in the river of time? It would be normal if they were fighting in the river of time. They didn't fight for 100,000 years, but they were fighting downstream. This way, when they come out again, they will be in the future. In the river of time, if one kept flowing downstream, they would actually be chasing after time. You might feel that a day had passed, but a year might have passed in the outside world. You might feel that a day had passed, but only an hour had passed in the outside world. However, time was definitely passing. This was irreversible. The more he thought about it, the more moved Suyu became. He opened his eyes and looked at the incomparably huge river. Let's make a conjecture. If 100,000 years ago, the human emperor and the others led countless experts into the river of time, then they would have been fighting in the river of time. Perhaps they felt that only a few hundred years had passed, but in fact, they were chasing after time. 100,000 years had passed in the outside world. Is this possible? Suyu looked in the direction of the past. For human sovereign and the others, they were fighting in the direction of the future. For Suyu, if this was true, then human sovereign and the others existed in the past and were still advancing toward the future. Suyu stood up and looked toward the surging river, looking in the direction of the past. He even wondered if human sovereign and the others would suddenly appear in this river one day and still fight, a battle that lasted for countless years. In their understanding, perhaps only a few hundred years had passed, or even a few decades. If that's the case, then it's really interesting. Will it be the same for Kingwen? They're actually all in the river of time, fighting with others, but they've always existed in my past. Only by breaking through the boundaries and flowing with the current can they meet me? At this moment, Suyu was a little absent-minded. The river of time was really interesting, and at this moment, in Suyu's mind, a Shinwen was formed. The Shinwen that wasn't converted from talent skills. Instead, it was based on some of Suyu's understanding of time. At this moment, the word fast Shinwen appeared. This was considered one with the slow Shinwen that he comprehended previously. The 90-second Shinwen was formed, Suyu wasn't surprised. This was the Great Tao. At this moment, he was thinking about the Tao and the source of the Great Tao. With some insights, he could naturally guide some rule force to help him form the Shinwen. Fast, slow, they are all a kind of time flow. Little Zhou Wang's time acceleration is actually an illusion of speed. Fast and slow didn't represent time. This was just some of Suyu's personal insights. Soon, Suyu continued to look at the Great Tao of the 5 elements. He continued to observe and comprehend. In his mind, the book spirit was still reading to him. It was like a golden bell, constantly letting Suyu comprehend some things. 5 elements into 1: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. No, there are still some elements in this world, such as wind, thunder. No, that's not right. If it's the basic elements, there should be yin and yang. Life and death. Yin and yang, life and death. This Tao of the 5 elements into 1 gave Suyu a lot of insights and feelings. He had comprehended the death Shinwen, then this Shinwen should have an opposite: life, endless life, the recovery of all things. The integration of the 5 elements even gave Suyu some special ideas. This was just the integration of the 5 elements, the integration of all the elements in the world, returning to the time before the sky was opened. What was that? Was it also a Tao? The world hadn't been opened, it was all turbid. What Tao was that? The universe. The concept of the universe appeared a long time ago. The 4 corners of the world were the cosmos, and from ancient times until now, they were the cosmos. The chaotic void had no passage of time. That should be the cosmos. There were only the 4 corners of the world. Cosmos. Suyu was slightly stunned. Cosmos, this word was very interesting. The Starry Universe mansion was said to be related to the human sovereign. As for himself, he also called himself Emperor Yu. This name was very big. Cosmos was nothing normally, but when you truly comprehended the Great Tao, you would find that the cosmos contained too much. The 4 corners of the world were all within the cosmos. Cosmos was also very big, but it represented time. When the world was first opened, there was no concept of time. Cosmos was actually smaller than cosmos. With the concept of time, the cosmos was born. So, in fact, everything was already predestined. The 4 corners of the world should belong to me, Suyu? Suyu bared one's teeth. At this moment, he seemed to be comprehending something, comprehending some Shinwen. Suyu knew that it might be that cosmos word. However, there were still some things missing. Life and death, yin and yang, I haven't fully comprehended them yet. He already had some ideas. The vitality activation art he'd long since comprehended was now giving birth to life. Suyu's heart trembled. The immortals were strong because their Tao was related to life. The Tao of life was very strong. The immortals represented life, thus, they lived long and had rich life force. If the immortals opened up the Tao of life, then the dead spirit galaxy corresponds to the Tao of death. There's a gap between the 2 Taos, and even if the gap is large, the immortal emperor's strength can't be underestimated. But Kingwen suppressed him all those years ago and forced him to surrender. There were records of how Kingwen had subdued the world of immortals. He'd broken several great Taos and forced the immortal emperor to submit. In truth, he could see a few things. If Kingwen had broken several great Taos, then why hadn't he killed the immortal emperor? Perhaps, he'd been difficult to kill. Also, was this so-called broken great Tao the immortal emperor's? Or was it because King Wen had killed the immortal race's master of the laws? The immortals had more than one master of the laws at the beginning, but after several were killed, the immortal emperor chose to compromise? The ancient times are getting more and more interesting. With these thoughts in mind, another divine character was born. Life. At this moment, Suyu was brimming with vitality. The 93rd Shenwen was born. Not enough. Not enough to give birth to the Yu Shenwen. It wasn't perfect, the Shenwen was still lacking something. Suyu looked at the five elements' great Tao and was deeply moved. This time, he looked up at the sky and saw something new. It gave him new insights into some of his own Taos. He took out the record of civilization, which was his Tao-proving weapon. Civilization, life and death, yin and yang, the five elements, Suyu murmured to himself. Actually, it's to recreate the world. To create another heaven and earth. If I create another heaven and earth, will it give birth to a new great Tao of time? Perhaps the Time Master realized this, so she created the Book of Time. Yes, that must be it. She's splitting open the sky. But the Time Master still hasn't perfected it. As these thoughts appeared, Suyu continued to comprehend some yin-yang related combat techniques. He knew many combat techniques, and soon, he picked out a few. The most important thing now wasn't to make the Shenwen stronger, but to perfect the Shenwen to 99. He sat cross-legged in the river of time and soon, he began to practice his combat techniques. After images appeared in the river of time. After an unknown period of time, the Shenwen was born in Suyu's mind. Different from the Shenwen that he comprehended, these Shenwen combat techniques were quite powerful. Yin and Yang. At this moment, Suyu comprehended the two words yin and yang. He had already completed the outline of 95 Shenwen, life and death, yin and yang were all completed, but he still couldn't form the Yu Shenwen. Yes, there's still heaven and earth. Yu included the four directions of heaven and earth. A Yu without heaven and earth was definitely incomplete. There was heaven and earth, life and death, yin and yang, and the five elements. This was the premise of the Yu. Suyu had an idea and continued to comprehend. Heaven and earth, these two words were also very big. But thinking about it on a smaller scale, there was no need to be too big. It was just a small world. If there was earth, earth could be born. If there were clouds, water, and qi, heaven could be born, Suyu used his own understanding to comprehend these things. He split the big macro enlightenment into small ones. This way, he could use combat techniques to make up for it, to comprehend, and to cultivate. He began to practice his combat techniques again, using the earth word Shenwen to derive the earth word Shenwen. Suyu did it. At this moment, he was beside the five elements great Tao, so it was easier for him to comprehend. After a period of time, Suyu struck out. In the river of time, a piece of land appeared, but it was instantly destroyed by the river. This wasn't important. What was important was that a Shenwen appeared again. The 96th Shenwen, Earth. I feel that I might succeed. There's also heaven, and the foundation of heaven is qi. Qi, this thing really exists. Many combat techniques also made use of this qi. Suyu continued to separate these insights and comprehend them. He cultivated some combat techniques that were related to qi again. This was also the first time Suyu rigorously derived some Shenwen rules and then used different rules to combine them into new rules. He no longer sketched Shenwen in a muddled manner. Back then, he was very muddled when he sketched Shenwen. Now, he understood the essence. After a period of time, the 97th Shenwen was successfully sketched. Qi, Suyu revealed a smile, the 99th Shenwen was about to be completed. He had already thought of what the 98th and 99th Shenwen were. One was heaven, and the other was universe. And in the Wen tombstone, there was also a Shenwen. That was the guide of the brush Tao left behind by King Wen. Suyu still didn't know what Shenwen it was, but he already knew that once he succeeded in sketching the 99th Shenwen, this Shenwen would appear. As the core of the brush Tao, it would absorb and fuse 99 Shenwen to strengthen Shenwen. When it was strong to a certain extent, it would bring Suyu to find the brush Tao to fuse with. At this moment, Suyu was completely enlightened. Once the Qi Shenwen appeared, the Heaven Shenwen wasn't far away. Suyu continued to comprehend and practice various combat techniques. The pressure was also increasing. He had stayed in the river of time for too long and consumed too much energy. However, this place was the closest to the Great Tao, so Suyu still chose to continue practicing here. Unknowingly, the 98th Shenwen appeared, heaven. The moment this Shenwen appeared, Suyu's heaven gate trembled. The last universe seemed to want to be born naturally. However, it wasn't enough. Suyu already noticed that it wasn't enough. It wasn't that his comprehension wasn't enough, it was that his strength wasn't enough. He needed more strength, Suyu didn't say a word. He directly tore the river of time and left quickly. He needed rule power. There was a lot of rule power in the river of time, but Suyu couldn't extract it. He hadn't merged with the Tao yet, so he couldn't extract rule power from it. In the outside world, 8 days had passed. During these 8 days, the 5 elements realm was sealed. The 5 elements' old ancestors gathered at the 5 elements palace again. They were helpless. Suyu disappeared. They didn't know where Suyu was or if he had left. He just disappeared so suddenly, just like those people from the ancient times. He disappeared without a trace. The realm passage was sealed, and there was an invincible realm expert personally overseeing it. However, they didn't see Suyu. Fire element old ancestor was a little depressed. Didn't we agree to help us block the rule punishment? My divine aperture is full, and I'm just waiting to circulate the cultivation technique. Should I circulate it or not? If we block the rule punishment, he won't find fault with us when he returns, right? Not mentioning others, the 5 of them had already opened most of their divine apertures. Just a few more. In these few days, opening a few divine apertures was still possible. The key was, after opening the divine apertures, would the cultivation technique still circulate? Suyu disappeared. Old ancestor, calm down. The floating earth spirit comforted. He was also speechless. Suyu was really becoming more and more mysterious. He disappeared just like that. It was the same as when he came. After comforting fire element old ancestor, the floating earth spirit was thinking about something when suddenly, the void cracked. Suyu walked out. At this moment, when Suyu appeared, the few of them were slightly stunned when they saw him. Previously, Suyu was domineering, powerful, and mysterious. Everyone could feel it, but it was not so obvious. Now, Suyu's aura was turbulent. All of a sudden, they felt that this man in front of them was like a universe, with the intention to sweep and swallow the world. Circulate the cultivation technique. Suyu did not say much. He needed to devour the rule power to complete the outline of the last Shenwen aperture, Shenwen with the word you. That, just listen to the order. Suyu shouted softly, and the floating earth spirit hurriedly said, Old ancestor, circulate the cultivation technique first. Fire element old ancestor secretly cursed. Fine, you said it, this guy was really domineering. Forget it, then I'll circulate it. He was a level 9 eternal expert. Once the cultivation technique was completed, the punishment would definitely not be weak. Sure enough, as he circulated the apertures, the originally pure fire elemental power also derived some other powers at this moment. There were all 5 elements, but the other powers were too weak. This was also the reason why Suyu asked them to cultivate the 5 elements divine art. It was to lay the foundation for the other 4 members. If they all knew the 5 elements divine art, the degree of integration would be high, and there would not be too much rejection. At this moment, in the void, a blood-colored cloud suddenly appeared. Fire element old ancestor felt a strong pressure. Before he could think too much, Suyu disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already near the cloud. Suyu opened the heavenly gate and looked at the cloud. It was the rule power, but it was very tyrannical. Such rule power could not be absorbed. In the past, Suyu needed to neutralize it. However, at this moment, the valiant Suyu punched out with his fist. Boom, a loud noise came. The blood cloud was torn apart in an instant. The blood cloud turned into a blood man, with anger, as if angry that someone dared to go against the rule power. He instantly charged towards Suyu. As for Suyu, he tore some of the blood cloud with one hand. After hesitating for a moment, he no longer hesitated and directly swallowed it. At this moment, his 98 Shenwen points were integrated into his combat technique. He was only missing 1 Shenwen point. As for the last Shenwen point, it was vaguely about to appear, but it couldn't. The power was not enough. At this moment, the power of the blood cloud integrated. Suyu's 98 Shenwen points shook rapidly. Tear, devour, suppress, purify, a complete set of processes, 98 Shenwen points. There were too many different characteristics. In the blink of an eye, the tyrannical rule power was suppressed and purified. The next moment, a little brilliance appeared in the 99th Shenwen point, but it was not enough. It was still lacking a lot. It wasn't even enough for a stroke. Suyu continued to tear the blood cloud, fighting with it in the void. This blood cloud was very strong, and it seemed to be dissatisfied with Suyu's obstruction. It became stronger and stronger. Rumble. Suyu continued to tear these blood clouds and devour them. This was also the first time he directly devoured a punishing rule force. Under normal circumstances, Suyu would explode from the impact. But not this time. Yu represents the 4 directions of heaven and earth, including everything. What I see is mine. Within the 4 directions of heaven and earth, everything is mine. Suyu was even considering that after mastering the Tao of Brush, he shouldn't give up on this Shenwen point. You must be very strong. This Tao must be very powerful. It even included other Taos of Shenwen, whether it's civilization, life and death, yin and yang, they are all in it. The main core of civilization might be fused with the word Yu. The word civilization might seem big, but compared to the universe, it is still a little small. If I want to go further, the universe is better. Yu represents space. Yu represents time. Universe, that is the meaning of time and space. At this moment, Suyu even vaguely felt that he had touched some of the truth of the myriad worlds and the truth of the river of time. The river of time, could it be that after a world was opened, a strong Esper mastered the Tao of time and heaven and earth? Time Master. Once again, he thought of Time Master. This sister of Qingwen, did she comprehend these? If she did, then the other party taking this Tao was quite powerful. Time Master, no wonder she used this title. If it was me, I might use it too. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu continued to fight with the blood clouds. The battle continued, the blood clouds were getting smaller and smaller, the rule force was constantly being devoured by Suyu, but it wasn't enough. The word Yu had begun to outline. However, it was just a little bit, and this wave of disaster was about to end. Boom, with a loud bang, the rule force dissipated. Suyu didn't interfere randomly. He was the cause. This punishment was also targeted at him and Fire Element Ancestor. There was no possibility of outsiders interfering, and the rule force would get stronger and stronger. If that was the case, Suyu might not intervene. It was easy for him to have an endless supply of rule force, and in the end, he would pay the price of being buried. Continue. Suyu shouted. Below, floating Earth Spirit saw that Fire Element Ancestor had succeeded, and the other 4 elements appeared on his body. He hurriedly said, Earth Ancestor, continue. Earth Spirit Ancestor also quickly began to circulate his cultivation method. In the void, a blood man appeared again. As for Suyu, it was still the same, tearing and devouring. The few people below were shocked. Eating the tribulation of punishment as a meal, this Suyu guy was really terrifying. Earth Ancestor finished circulating, and there was no need for Suyu to say any more. Soon, Gold Spirit Ancestor continued. The 5 old ancestors had all completed the opening of their divine apertures. Gradually, in Suyu's Sea of Will, the word Yu became clearer and clearer. Shenwen had actually comprehended it. What it lacked was rule force. Next was Water Ancestor. Suyu continued to transcend the tribulation. In fact, he was fleecing. Finally, Ancestor Wood also began to circulate his cultivation method. The word Yu in Shenwen was still lacking, and it was gradually being perfected. 5 powerful eternal tribulations. Such power was only enough for Suyu to outline one Shenwen, which had never happened before. When Ancestor Wood's tribulation was about to end, Suyu had a feeling. It was about to be done, the last bit was being filled up completely. Just as Ancestor Wood's tribulation blood man was completely devoured by Suyu, in the Sea of Will, Shenwen trembled, a violent tremor. At this moment, a Shenwen erupted with boundless light, covering the world. The sky turned dark. Yes, the 5 elements world that was still bright just now suddenly turned dark. The word Yu in Shenwen's influence, devour the universe. This, below, 5 elements ancestor and floating earth spirit were shocked. Just as Suyu Shenwen was born, the sky turned dark. They had a vague feeling, an indescribable feeling, that heaven and earth seemed to have returned to the state when it was first created. Not exactly, but it felt like they had entered an endless void. Yes, it was that feeling. At this moment, the five elements world seemed to have turned into an endless void, and in the void, Suyu seemed to be the peerless powerhouse who opened up heaven and earth. A touch of light bloomed from Suyu's body, that powerful aura erupted from Suyu's body, boom. The powerful aura turned heaven and earth from darkness to light. Soon, it turned dark again. Suyu seemed to be splitting open the sky. The several ancestors were shocked and transmitted their voices. What is his strength? They really didn't know what Suyu's strength was. Eternal? Tao integration? No one knew, but they all knew one thing: Suyu was stronger than before. What a terrifying guy. He was growing stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. For others, the stronger they were, the slower they would improve, but Suyu was getting faster and faster, because it was time for him to reap the rewards. Deepening his understanding of the great Tao, completing the awakening of apertures, and completing the outline of Shenwen, these were all the results of Suyu's early preparations. How many people had opened 720 apertures since ancient times? Thus, Suyu created the heavenly gate. How many people had outlined 99 Shenwen? Thus, Suyu created a new record, continuously increasing the upper limit of the sun and moon. Yes, the sun and moon. Until now, Suyu still hadn't merged with the Tao, so he was still at the sun-moon tier. However, looking back at such a sun and moon, were the human emperor and king Wen really comparable to Suyu back then? Not necessarily. It was true that King Wen had inherited the path of the brush, but it was also perfected later. King Wen couldn't have been extremely powerful from the start. Suyu could be considered to have inherited the shadow of his predecessors, standing on their shoulders and continuing to increase the upper limit of the sun and moon. This was the normal path of cultivation. Those who came later should be stronger and stronger, not weaker and weaker. At this moment, Suyu felt that he was much stronger. As the 99th Shenwen was completed, for an instant, Suyu felt that this world was his. This was influenced by the Yu Shenwen, and in his mind, the tombstone of Wen was about to shatter. At this moment, the battle technique of Shenwen that had fused into the tombstone of Wen seemed to have a huge power that was guiding something. Was it about to shatter? Suyu couldn't bear to part with this powerful weapon. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to part with this powerful weapon, but he knew that the tombstone of Wen was infused with the blood and sweat of many people. King Wen only left behind the path of the brush to guide the Shenwen, and in the end, his students used their lives to forge this tombstone of Wen. They split the understanding of the Shenwen into countless battle techniques, waiting for those who came later to comprehend them all. This was the blood and sweat that they had left behind. Suyu still chose to preserve the tombstone of Wen. Of course, he had to guide away the Shenwen regarding the path of the brush. In the future, this tombstone of Wen would simply be the steel of Shenwen battle techniques. There would no longer be any secrets hidden within. Rumble. The sea of will continued to shake violently. In the depths of the tombstone of Wen, amidst the endless stars, a huge Shenwen flew out rapidly. Suyu had already seen it. That ball of light, mixed with a huge power, flew out of the tombstone of Wen and flew towards Suyu's Shenwen battle technique, the 100th Shenwen. It was also the most crucial one, the core of the path of the brush, Shenwen. It had been guided here by Suyu. At this moment, the people of the five elements realm seemed to see a brush traverse the void, traverse the heavens, and fly out from the endless river. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. What happened? They were somewhat terrified. The sky suddenly turned dark, then bright, then dark again. Now, it seemed like a brush or a blade had appeared from the void. It was not a real existence, but an illusory existence. The floating earth. Spirit was already inexplicably shocked. What was this? What was Suyu doing? At this moment, he could not see through Suyu at all. Not only him, but the five old ancestors who had just survived the calamity were also incomparably shocked. For a moment, they did not know whether to be happy or sad. Happy because they had sided with Suyu. Sad because Suyu was so young. Why did such a phenomenon appear? Did he comprehend something again? Compared to him, they had really lived in the stomach of a dog. They had lived in vain. At the same time, former residents of King Wen. The little white dog suddenly looked at the sky, at the space-time scene. It could not see very clearly, but it seemed to have seen something. It muttered, Suyu is going to inherit Master's Tao. the path of the brush was about to be completed, in the endless void. The heaven overseer suddenly looked up at the dark sky, his face filled with boundless terror. In that instant just now, he seemed to have seen a brush. He was panicking. What was that? It was somewhat familiar. That was King Wen's brush, a single stroke to settle the empire. King Wen's brush had killed more than one master of the laws. King Wen. Suyu, the fear in the heaven overseer's eyes intensified. Suyu, could it be? Impossible. There was no way Suyu could fuse with King Wen's Tao, at the same time. In the Star Sea. The gate of white jade trembled slightly. On the first floor of the starry mansion, the eyes that had been closed all this time suddenly opened. The martial monarch opened his eyes. He actually didn't want to open his eyes, but at this moment, he still opened his eyes. On his forehead, the previously vanished gate of heaven suddenly reappeared. The gate of heaven in the sky above the Star Sea instantly vanished. No one saw how it had vanished. The gate of heaven had appeared. The martial monarch opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. The river of time had appeared. He hadn't been able to see it before, but now he saw it. He saw that in the distant depths of the river of time, there was an incomparably large tributary that seemed to be opening and jumping with joy. It's him. The martial monarch's heart trembled. Suyu was going to inherit his Tao, the Tao of the brush. A scene suddenly appeared in the martial monarch's mind. A man in snow-white clothes appeared, a refined man. With a smile on his face, he walked towards him step by step. No, it wasn't him. It was a scene from his memory. King Wen's clothes were whiter than snow. He was all smiles as he walked towards a peerless powerhouse. A brush appeared in his hand. It wasn't a brush, but a Tao. King Wen had turned it into a weapon. A single stroke, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The Tao collapsed. King Wen was still all smiles as he shattered his opponent's Tao. Yu Guang glanced at the martial monarch who was hiding in the distance. He smiled, put away his brush, and stepped into the air. That was a master of the laws. Just like that, he was killed on the spot by King Wen. The martial monarch had always cursed Tai Shan, but he rarely cursed King Wen or the human emperor. Even when he cursed, he only cursed them in general and didn't mention them by name. That was because those two terrified him. You can see how strong King Wu is, you know how powerful he is. As for those two, he couldn't tell. There seemed to be no end to them. Suyu. The martial monarch murmured. The martial emperor murmured. He was about to step onto King Wen's path. This fellow had actually succeeded so quickly. The martial monarch hadn't expected this. It was too fast. How much longer would it take? If King Wen grasped this Tao and became the master of the laws, then, would he really be able to match Suyu? For a moment, the martial monarch was in a daze. Even if he escaped, if Suyu became the master of the laws, he might not be able to defeat Suyu, who had the Tao of the brush. Meanwhile, throughout the universe, some of the old people had serious expressions. They couldn't see anything, but an enormous pressure blotted out the heavens and earth, as if foreshadowing something. Tiangu and the others were panicking. Danger had arrived. Could it be that they couldn't wait 10 years? The group of powerhouses was incomparably solemn. It had only been a few days, only a little more than a month had passed since the Tao Unification War. Not even 2 months had passed. To them, this was no more than a nap. They had lived for 100,000 years. Could 2 months even be considered time? 2 months wasn't even enough time to heal from injuries. But today, the group was filled with fear. Had Suyu done something again? This was the only thing they could think of. Apart from Suyu, who else could make them feel uneasy and fearful? Tiangu and the others frowned. At this moment, they all had the same thought. They might not be able to wait until the upper realms opened. What was the 100th Shenwen? What was the core of the Tao of the brush? Suyu was looking forward to it. He watched the brush that spanned heaven and earth descend from the sky. In reality, it was only the Shenwen in the Wen tombstone that was drawn out, causing the phenomenon. At this moment, Suyu's Shenwen combat technique had transformed into a brush. All the points were filled up. He was waiting for the final fusion. What is this? The sea of will began to shake wildly and boil. A huge ball of light had already descended. Suyu saw it. Gradually, he saw it clearly. He looked at it carefully with excitement. In the next moment, Suyu's mouth opened, and with a crack, it seemed to be dislocated. What was this thing? Yes, this was what Suyu saw. This wasn't a word, it was a divine character that looked like a bird. It looked like a pen. You could call it a pen, or an arrowhead. You could call it anything else. But, was this considered a word? Suyu was dumbfounded. Qingwen, how did Qingwen fuse the Tao of the brush back then? Could it be that when Qingwen sketched Shenwen back then, he had sketched something like this, then this thing? No one could think of it, and no one could sketch it out. Were all geniuses like this? Suyu was somewhat absent-minded. He felt like his worldview was collapsing. He was thinking about life. If Qingwen had sketched such a Shenwen when he was weak, would the people around him laugh like crazy? Would his teachers and friends break down if they found out Shenwen was like this? The essence of the great Tao, the essence of the rules. Logically speaking, one can only comprehend it later. It's impossible to be born with it. Even if Qingwen was a genius, if he sketched this thing, it's reasonable to say that Shenwen was comprehended. What did he comprehend? If it was modified by himself later, then forget it. If not, then it represented the period when Qingwen was weak, and it was this Shenwen. What did he comprehend? What had he experienced that made him comprehend the word? I finally understood why when this Shenwen appeared, it was as if a brush had appeared in the world. It wasn't a brush, it was an arrowhead. At this critical moment, Suyu actually wanted to laugh. Yes, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Just as Suyu was about to laugh, the instantly fused with Shenwen's combat technique, 99 Shenwen combat skills combined with a large amount of rule force was extracted from Shenwen. He began to perfect this. Suyu's bare one's teeth grinned. Forget it, I won't call it arrow Shenwen. Since Emperor Wen said it was a pen, I'll treat it as a pen. For a scholar, the way of the pen is indeed better than the way of the arrow. Speaking of umbrellas, their heads weren't as big as umbrellas. You can't add a sharp point to a stick either. After thinking it over, Qingwen is still the most cultured. The way of writing, this was indeed suitable, it was in line with the temperament of a scholar. In the end, Qingwen is good at making up stories. Suyu sighed in his heart as he silently watched the fusion of Shenwen's combat skills. The brain of a scholar was indeed good. The way of the arrow was forcibly turned into the way of the pen, but everyone in the world thought that it should be the way of the pen. Then you shall call it the way of the pen. Suyu didn't change his mind. Knowing was one thing, but Qingwen had spent countless years to make the way of the pen famous. He couldn't let everyone call it arrow. Otherwise, in the future, history books would record that Emperor Yu merged with the way of the arrow, stabbing someone to death with one arrow. He couldn't bear to look at it. One stroke to determine the universe, only such a record would have some flavor. Boom, in the Sea of Will, 99 Shenwen rule force were being extracted. The way of the pen, Shenwen, extracted its own rule force, which belonged to the attribute-less rule force. It was visible to the naked eye that the rest of Shenwen was rapidly weakening. Including the Yu word drawn by Suyu, Shenwen was weakening. However, such power wasn't enough for Suyu to merge with the way of the pen. He needed more rule force to make the way of the pen, Shenwen stronger and lead him through the river of time. Your race continues to cultivate. Is there anyone else who wants to transcend the tribulation? Together. Suyu shouted in a low voice, his voice reverberating, I need more rule force, not enough, the current power isn't strong enough. Suyu was constantly driving the power of the sun and moon to rise. He was still the sun and moon, but as for how strong the sun and moon he was, even Suyu himself wasn't sure. This arrow might really be able to stab the king of Great Qin and the others to death. No, it should be one stroke. On the side of the five elements race, the sky gradually brightened. At this moment, Suyu didn't hide anything. Under the shock of the floating earth spirit, he didn't have much time to think and quickly shouted, Fifth Ancestor, order everyone who has opened their divine orifices to circulate their cultivation technique and transcend the tribulation. This fellow, Suyu, terrified him. He needed to devour more rule force. At this moment, the five elements race began to move. Some of the old antiques might not be too strong, but they had been stuck at this stage for too long, and had opened many divine orifices before. In the past few days, they had opened 180 divine orifices. It was just that their battle prowess wasn't strong. Now, circulating their cultivation technique and transcending the tribulation was still possible. In the void, blood clouds soon appeared. And Suyu's Shenwen battle technique appeared. This was the first time the complete Shenwen battle technique was revealed. A brush. Although the floating earth spirit glanced at it and thought it looked like an arrowhead in the sky, Suyu murmured, "With the brush of the great Tao, I will settle the relationship between heaven and earth." Alright, he had originally thought it was an arrowhead, but after hearing what Suyu said, the floating earth spirit felt that it was better to use it as a brush. Didn't you hear what he said? Suyu was a person who couldn't be bothered to explain if there was nothing important. Now that he suddenly said it, it was fine as long as everyone knew what he meant. If he said it was a brush, then it must be a brush. The Great Tao brush. Amazing. The floating earth spirit exclaimed below but didn't say much. As for the other 5 ancestors, they didn't think much about it. As if remembering something, someone sighed with emotion. It's indeed powerful. The brush of the Great Tao. I think I've seen it in some ancient book. It's recorded that this is the battle technique that made King Wen famous. Su. Emperor Yu has indeed inherited King Wen's legacy. This had long been rumored. Suyu inherited some things from King Wen, or rather, some things from Time Master. Many people thought that Time Master and King Wen were actually the same person, so it didn't matter who inherited it. At this moment, the brush swept across the void. When the blood clouds appeared, they were quickly shattered and absorbed by the brush. It was constantly strengthening itself. At the same time, a large amount of rule force poured into the 5 elements realm from all directions. Realm of life. The other realms didn't feel it clearly. After all, the power of punishment rarely appeared in other realms. In the realm of life, the Fate Emperor frowned slightly. He stepped through the void and appeared at the top of a mountain. The place of destiny. Originally, there was nothing in the void. But now, it seemed that a lot of power had been extracted. Gradually, a corridor door appeared. Yes, this was the passage to the upper realm. The Myriad realms had been closed before, leaving behind a door and a corridor. However, this corridor was full of punishing rule force. No one knew who had left this door behind. The upper realm was actually left behind after the heavens battlefield was opened. Ordinary people weren't allowed to enter and exit. Those who entered and left before the deadline would be punished. For example, the Soldier King and the Talisman King were seriously injured. If a few more came, the power of punishment in the passage would be stronger. And now, a part of the power of punishment was dissipating and dissipating. Phew. The Fate Emperor exhaled lightly. Who was extracting the power of punishment? Suyu, maybe it was him. He also sensed some changes in heaven and earth just now. If it was Suyu. Did this guy know that doing this would cause the power of punishment in the Gate of Destiny to decrease, and it would open earlier? Originally, it would take 10 years to open, but if Suyu continued to extract it like this, it might open in 8 to 8 years, or even shorter. Could it be that he doesn't understand? The Fate Emperor wasn't sure. In fact, he wasn't sure if it was Suyu's doing. If it was, then Suyu was simply looking for trouble for himself. At this moment, on the opposite side of the Gate of Heaven, someone seemed to have noticed the abnormality. A faint voice came, the power of the rule force has decreased. Is the lower realm about to open? It's already close. It seems to have decreased. It wasn't just one person. There seemed to be a few people there. They all felt the change, the power of the rule force had decreased. The Fate Emperor frowned. This was troublesome. If the power of the rule force weakened, the third person who came previously would have a slim chance of surviving, but now, it was weakened. Perhaps, in this situation, someone could still survive. If at the beginning, the fourth person would definitely die, then it might be the fifth or sixth person. Suyu. He dug his own grave. The Fate Emperor murmured in his heart. He was a little stupid. Unless he did this and gained a lot of benefits, there might be some changes in the upper realm soon. There would be 1 or 2 Dao integration cultivators coming down, and the overall opening time would also be shortened. On the opposite side of the passage, a faint voice sounded again, "Go and inform Ho Yi that the power of punishment in the passage has decreased. Maybe 1 or 2 more can go down." Okay. The Fate Emperor frowned. Sure enough, no one was stupid. The guys from the upper realm also knew that something was wrong. in the Myriad realms, there might be one or two more Dao integration cultivators. At this juncture, one more Dao integration cultivator would have a great impact. It might even decide the outcome of the entire war. A few Dao integration cultivators had died previously. Later on, the Talisman King descended to the lower realm to fill the gap. Now, one or two more. Thinking of this, the Fate Emperor frowned slightly. After a moment, he made a decision. It wasn't easy to decide now. He still wanted to wait a little longer, however, he could collude with the human clan a little. As a third party, he could tell the human clan Suyu that he had gotten himself into trouble. If he extracted the nomological power, it might lead to the arrival of people from the upper realm. A ray of light flashed and quickly flew toward the outer realm. It followed the extracted nomological power to search for Suyu. Let's play it safe first and make a small bet for now. The kind that wouldn't result in a huge loss. He secretly reminded Suyu that even if one knew, he could deny it. Moreover, the news that the upper realm was coming would soon spread. Realm of 5 elements. Suyu was still constantly defeating the blood clouds and devouring their power. He knew that extracting the nomological power would cause the upper realm to open earlier. He knew that, but, what was more important than merging with the Tao? If 10 years was shortened to 5 years, or even 3 years, Suyu would have to merge with the Tao first. As for after merging with the Tao, if he still needed to extract nomological power, he could not do it here. He was prepared to go to the Starry Mansion to extract it. On the 8th level, there was a lot of lawless nomological power. However, there was no need for it now. Right now, Suyu might not be able to devour it. On the other hand, the 5 elements race's punishment was not strong or weak. It was good. If it was not enough to merge with the Tao later, he would let the dead spirits appear and invade the realm. In any case, Suyu was going to extract the nomological power. He was strengthening his Tao of writing when he suddenly felt a weak force surging toward him along with the nomological power he extracted. Suyu was slightly startled. Who did it? It was quite powerful. He was about to defeat that force when it suddenly seemed to sense Suyu's presence. After a moment, it turned into a ray of light and flew toward Suyu. As it flew over, it dissipated. The power of the Gate of Destiny's punishment is weakened. 1 or 2 Tao integration cultivators may descend. If the nomological power continues to be consumed, more Tao integration cultivators may descend. The Gate of Destiny can still last for about 8 years. As soon as he finished speaking, that force disappeared completely. It left no traces. Suyu thought for a moment. He seemed to have heard this voice before. After a moment, he understood and sneered. Fate Emperor, he recognized it. How cautious. He did not leave behind any evidence, and the force instantly dissipated. This guy. Was he making a small investment? He did not dare to offend the Wan race, but he also did not want to offend the human race. As expected, these so-called neutral races are all a joke. They are just betting on both sides. Suyu knew about this. However, since the other party had reminded him, he had to remember this favor. 1 or 2 Tao integration cultivators, 2 years less. Not bad. Suyu's own plan was that after he merged with the Tao, his combat strength would increase, and he would be able to deal with Tao integration cultivators. He would first fight the infinite realms. This would take time, 1 or 2 years at most. In about 3 years, he would have enough manpower on his side, and he would fight the upper realm. There were still 8 years, so what was there to be afraid of? As for 1 or 2 more Tao integration cultivators, it was a good thing, but it would not change anything. Moreover, it could weaken the upper realm's strength. Otherwise, it would be difficult to fight the upper realm if there were too many Tao integration cultivators. Suyu even had some plans. Should he continue fishing, catch them one by one? If he caught them, the upper realm would not dare to send Tao integration cultivators down to their deaths. He did not have time to think too much. He continued to destroy the blood clouds. There were many people. The 5 elements realm had been pretending for so many years, and there were many old antiques in the realm, although most of them were not eternal. At this moment, the nomological power was constantly being absorbed by Suyu. After a while, there was a loud rumble. Suyu's pen Tao seemed to be about to break through the void and leave. Suyu's heart trembled. Is the guiding force enough? I can go find the pen Tao now. I am about to reach the Tao validation. Yes, he seemed to be about to reach the Tao validation, Suyu was overjoyed. In the next moment, his voice sounded. Floating Earth, send someone to inform the King of Great Zhou and the ancient primordial world that there might be 1 or 2 Tao integration cultivators coming down from the upper realm. Tell them to keep an eye on them. I have important matters to attend to and might be delayed for a while. Suyu did not know how long it would take to reach the Tao validation. For something like the river of time, after feeling it for a while, it might just flow with the current and chase after time. Time flew by very quickly. Of course, if one were to go against the current, time would pass much slower. If one felt that a long time had passed, only a short while might have passed outside. It was still unclear where the Pen Dao was. Understood. The floating earth spirit responded. It was just a message. It was not a big problem. He was more curious about what Suyu was going to do. Tao validation? He thought silently. Suyu was becoming stronger. Although he had inherited everything from the 5 Elements patriarch, he felt that even if he reached the Tao integration now, he might not be able to defeat Suyu. What a terrifying fellow. With a single stroke, Suyu pierced through the river of time and stepped into it once again. At this moment, the arrow was flowing upstream. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was going against the current and not going with it. In that case, the path of the brush, according to the definition, existed in the past. Of course, the past was just a saying. But going against the current is even more difficult. I hope I can reach that side. Suyu quickly followed the arrow and flew upstream. In the river of time, huge waves surged. It seemed to have sensed something that was preventing Suyu from reaching Tao validation. Rumble, the waves swept over. Suyu was hit by the waves and kept retreating, frowning slightly. What, are you not going to merge your Tao with me? He moved forward with all his might. At this moment, the arrow was also riding the wind and waves, going upstream. At this point, how could Suyu give up? He wanted to reach Tao validation. Now, it was already the end of year 352 of the Tranquility calendar. They were about to enter year 353 of the Tranquility calendar. From beginning to end, it had been 3 years since Suyu entered the academy. He hoped that from next year onwards, he could rewrite the era. The Tranquility calendar might have to change. Next year should be the first year. Suyu thought to himself. Changing the calendar, this was the beginning of a new era. This year was coming to an end, but he did not mention this. He hoped that he could change next year. Boom, the huge wave swept over once again, smashing towards Suyu. Suyu growled and punched the waves. The huge roll power could not be absorbed, and it was very powerful. The river water was all roll power, and Suyu was actually quite envious. Unfortunately, they were all one. It was very difficult to absorb, unless one was extremely powerful. They could absorb some, but Suyu had clearly not reached that level. Suyu grabbed the arrow in front of him. That was his Shenwen combat technique. At this moment, he waved the arrow, cutting through the thorns and moving forward. Tao validation, everything that blocked his way would be shattered by him. In the river of time, Suyu moved forward. In the myriad worlds. With the disappearance of that stroke, the uneasiness from before quickly dissipated. Not long after, an expert of the 5 Elements race secretly came to the ancient Hongming city to report that someone from the upper world was coming. In the ancient city, the great Qin King frowned. Someone? Why don't we gather our strength and take down the world of destiny first? This world controls the passage, so those who come from the upper world will have to go through this world. If we control the world of life, we will have first-hand information about the upper world. No. Old Turtle turned into a young man and shook his head. Great Qin King, you underestimated the world of life. You also underestimated the fated race. The world of life has controlled the gate of destiny for a long time. Humans have thought about taking it, and so has Wan, but the fated race is very powerful. Old Turtle explained, there are not many ancient marquises in the fated race. In ancient Wan, there were 720 marquises, but the fated race only had 3. They can't compare to the other powerful races. Powerful races like the gods, demons, and immortals have hundreds of ancient marquises. But the fated race's 3 marquises are extremely powerful, close to the level of the master of the laws. Two disappeared in the ancient times, but there is still one ancient marquis. Also, in the past 100,000 years, the fated race has produced some Dao integration cultivators. The fated race's strength is not weaker than a great king's palace in the dead soul's world. They are living beings, not dead spirits. Attacking the fated race will easily provoke powerful enemies. Everyone has considered this. Plus, the fated race is neutral, so no powerful cultivators have attacked them. Old Turtle said for a while, then said, if they come down, then so be it. Don't worry too much now. One or two Dao integration cultivators won't affect us too much. After all, in the eyes of the other races, we still have a lot less Dao integration cultivators. The 4 from Heavenly Destroyer, 2 from the Great Qin King, 9 moons, and the 5 elements race were not in Wan's calculations. That included the little white dog. In Wan's eyes, these people were either eternal or non-existent. Old Turtle said, if they have 1 or 2 more Dao integration cultivators, it might be a good thing. A good thing? Great Qin King frowned. How could it be a good thing? Old Turtle had lived for a long time. At this moment, he smiled and said, of course it's a good thing. We are too powerful, and Wan doesn't dare to come out. Are you really going to attack the realm? If that's the case, the loss will be too great. Luring Wan out is the best choice. The Old Turtle continued, the best outcome would be for all of the Dao integration stage cultivators of the Wan Nation to emerge and gather together. If there was an opportunity to capture all of them in one fell swoop, they wouldn't let a Dao integration stage super mighty figure escape. If a Dao integration stage super mighty figure were to escape and hide, firstly, it would be very difficult to find them. Secondly, if they were to launch a sneak attack on the human tribe's headquarters, it would be too easy for them to escape. At that time, the human race will no longer be barefooted. They can abandon this world, and it will be the other way around. I don't really care, the Old Turtle said gravely. However, do you think the Iron Eater tribe would dare to retaliate if a Dao integration stage super mighty figure launched a sneak attack on the Iron Eater realm? Unless Emperor Yu learns from the King of 100 Battles and doesn't care about these things. If he forcibly draws out the Dao, he will be walking down the same path as the King of 100 Battles did. The Great Qin King nodded. That was true. Old Tortoise smiled and said, therefore, the convergence of the One is actually a good thing. Let them feel that they still have a chance. It would be best if the gods, devils, immortals, and underworld races all gather together and even take the initiative to attack the human race. At that time, we will gather our strength and annihilate them all. What about the people from the upper realm? The Great Qin King thought about it and said, we can't ignore it, we still have to. Reality was illusory was reality. He even had to act angry. What a pity. Because the other side has a Dao integration stage super mighty figure and ruined our plans. Only then will the Wan be at ease. Now, it was the humans who were afraid of the one who would do something desperate. They had to be at ease. Old Tortoise smiled and nodded when he heard that. That's possible. It's not convenient for you and the Dasha of Goguryeo to act, so we can let the King of Great Zhou test the waters. That makes sense. The King of Great Zhou was more suitable for this. The King of Great Zhou was the only Dao integration stage cultivator in the human race. This was what the outside world knew. Of course, the King of Great Zhou would be the one to do it. Soon, the Great Qin King sent a message. Let the King of Great Zhou wait outside the life realm. If he could kill them, then kill them. If he couldn't, he had to let the Wan know that they were anxious and wouldn't let their people come down. Soon, the Great Qin King thought of Suyu and said hesitantly, where did Suyu go when he disappeared? Old Tortoise shook his head and said after a long time, my comprehension of the Great Dao is weak. However, there's a high chance that he's going to verify his Dao. Verify his Dao? The Great Qin King was dumbfounded. Had he just verified his Dao? That seemed to be the case. This terrifying brat had only verified his Dao now, just as they were discussing. Life realm. The rumbling continued, thunder rumbled everywhere. The Fate Emperor stood at the peak of the mountain and looked at the faintly discernible door. At that moment, he could vaguely see 2 shadows supporting each other as they charged down to the lower realm. One was a giant dragon, the other seemed to be the Marquis of the Heavenly Abyss race. The Dragon race and the Heavenly Abyss race, the powerhouses of these two races had chosen to descend to the lower realm. The rumbling continued, the roars continued, the Fate Emperor watched silently and did not stop them from causing trouble. If they caused trouble, the power of the rules would punish them. The fated kin's choice was actually very important. Although they could not cause trouble in the lower realm, if they came out and were injured in the realm, they would be suppressed to a certain extent. Even the ancient Marquis might only have the combat power of an eternal level 9 when he came out later. However, the Fate Emperor knew that when the upper realm officially opened, the fated kin would have powerhouses from various races stationed here. In fact, the Fate Emperor had rejected the idea when the other races wanted to station people here. The passage had not been opened yet, so why would they station people here? Did they really think that the life realm was their home? Many thoughts appeared in his mind. A moment later, there was a loud rumble of thunder. Boom, a giant dragon appeared. It was covered in wounds, but its aura was extremely powerful. I'm coming down. Congratulations, Marquis Tianlong. The Fate Emperor congratulated him and looked to the other side. A black-robed powerhouse appeared, also covered in wounds. The Fate Emperor smiled again. Congratulations, Marquis Abyss. The giant dragon turned into a human. It was a golden-haired muscular man with some injuries. He looked at the Fate Emperor with a fierce gaze, but it quickly returned to normal. Wuming, it's been a long time. The Fate Emperor smiled. It has indeed been a long time. Come to think of it, it's been almost 6,000 years. Marquis Tianlong exhaled. He was actually very unhappy. He had been threatened by this guy last time, and so had Marquis Tianyuan. Of course, this was not the time to be angry. Marquis Tianlong quickly asked, how is my race now? It's fine. The Fate Emperor said softly. The Dragon Realm has been sealed. A few eternal dragons used the wall sealing technique to seal the Dragon Realm. A hint of anger appeared in Marquis Tianlong's eyes. That came at the cost of his life. What happened last time? Why did the Soldier King and Talisman King still lose? The Fate Emperor continued softly. On the human race's side, King Great Zhou advanced to Dao integration stage. In addition, there were many Dao integration stage beings from the Tian tribe, Iron Eater tribe, Spatial Ancient Beast tribe, Primordial Giant tribe, and God Eater tribe. That was why they were defeated. A bunch of trash. Marquis Abyss said coldly. Ancient Heaven and the others have ruled over the lower realms for countless years, yet they allowed the human race to grow. What idiots. The Fate Emperor did not comment. Your race is no better. The Heavenly Abyss tribe was also the first tribe to be wiped out. Marquis Abyss also thought of this. How is the situation in our realm? It's been sealed. The Fate Emperor said, it's most likely wiped out. Marquis Abyss, I advise you not to return to the Heavenly Abyss realm. There are probably no Heavenly Abyss powerful beings there anymore. Once you return to the Heavenly Abyss realm, the human race will have nowhere to run. Marquis Abyss's expression was livid. Wiped out, damn it, even though he had expected this, he was still extremely furious. Marquis Tianlong calmed down and quickly said, Wuming, the upper bound is about to open. Marquis Abyss and I didn't descend to the lower realms to exterminate the human race. We just wanted to tell everyone that no matter how strong the human race is now, it's just the afterglow of the setting sun. He looked at Wuming, and his meaning was clear. Fated kin, don't learn from the other races and act foolishly. This time, the two of them did not descend to the mortal world to start a war immediately. They only came to defend the line of defense. Especially the dragon race, they had not been exterminated yet. There were still experts of the dragon race. If Marquis Tianlong did not descend to the lower realm, the dragon clan would probably not be interested in opening up a new realm to fight. The Fate Emperor said with a smile, I know this, I don't need the two of you to remind me. You don't have to worry about the fated kin's stance either. We have been neutral for 100,000 years, and we won't make any disadvantageous decision at this moment. That's great. Marquis Tianyuan coldly said. The dragon race was still afraid of him, but he wasn't afraid of Wuming. This was because he didn't have the ability to suppress him. Yes, in this place, he didn't have any suppression power. The Heavenly Abyss tribe was actually a branch of the fated kin. it was just that he betrayed and left in the later stages. However, there was also an advantage to this. Here, there was no great Tao to suppress him, and he still had the combat power of Tao integration. The Heavenly Abyss tribe was actually a means of the upper realm to restrain the life realm. Sure enough, Marquis Abyss quickly said, since the Heavenly Abyss tribe is gone, I will stay in the life realm for a while. The Fate Emperor looked at him coldly. Marquis Abyss also said in a cold voice, this is not just my opinion, it is also the opinion of all of the powerful beings of the higher realm. Wu Ming, no matter how unwilling you are, I hope you can consider it. The passage to the upper realm is about to open. Stationing in the realm of life is only a matter of time. His clan was already gone. This time, the lower realm was actually considered by some of the powerhouses in the upper realm, just in case. Let him be stationed in the realm of life. It would be troublesome if the realm of life were to make a move while the experts of the other races were suppressed here. The Fate Emperor was silent for a moment. After a long time, he said indifferently, all right. However, you cannot leave Destiny Mountain. Marquis of the Abyss, I hope you can do it. This was still a fated kin. This is also the fated kin's territory, I don't want to see you anywhere else. Of course. Marquis Abyss sneered. I will not trespass. The Fate Emperor did not say much and quickly said, then there is no need to ask anything else. When Marquis Tianlong returns, he will naturally know the situation. The Fate Emperor did not say anything. He seemed to have sensed a spatial fluctuation. The Marquis of the State of Great Zhou is here, outside the life realm. What does it have to do with me? He did not even bother to remind these two if they had a bad attitude. How dare they? Marquis Tianlong did not stay for long and quickly said, Abyss, stay here. I will return to the Dragon Realm first. He flew away without a care in the world. The Fate Emperor could not be bothered to say anything. Did he think it was the same as before? You dare to leave with your injuries so carelessly? Even if he did not die, he would still lose a layer of skin. He looked at Marquis Abyss, smiled, and quickly disappeared. His voice rang out. Don't run around. The infinite realms are not the same as before. Marquis Abyss glanced in the direction he left and ignored him. But soon, his expression changed. A loud boom came from the outside world. Outside the realm. The Marquis of the State of Great Zhou was also surprised. Wasn't there only one or two? Yes, one is also one or two. The key was that this person was really daring. He came down and did not even recover from his injuries. Instead, he flew out so casually. Did he think I did not exist? Boom. With the Tao of Tranquility and the Tao of Endurance, Marquis Tianlong did not sense King of Great Zhou's existence except for the Fate Emperor who sensed some spatial fluctuations. His sudden attack succeeded, the huge dragon body was sliced in half. Marquis Tianlong turned pale with fright. He roared and the back half of his dragon body exploded. With a loud boom, his great Tao fluctuated and he instantly left the spot, flying toward the Dragon Realm. Just as King of Great Zhou was about to give chase, Marquis Abyss appeared in the realm passageway. His aura erupted and intimidated King of Great Zhou. He shouted with a serious expression, Who are you? Zhou Tianqi? The only Tao integration cultivator of the human race, King of Great Zhou. He was actually ambushed, he could not be killed as soon as he came down. He was relieved to see that Marquis Tianlong had escaped. Just as he thought this, King of Great Zhou suddenly teleported in front of him and struck out with his palm. Countless Shenwen interweaved. Did you think I would not dare to attack you just because you were hiding at the entrance? Did you think I could suppress you? What were you thinking? Boom. The Marquis of the Abyss quickly met the palm strike, and a huge boom rang out. After all, he had just descended, and even though he was an ancient Marquis, he was injured in an instant. Just as King of Great Zhou was about to follow up with another attack, a powerful aura flew toward the human realm. King of Great Zhou's expression changed and he instantly left. The teleportation disappeared. Before long, Ancient Heaven's voice sounded in the sky above the celestial world. King of Great Zhou, you should return to the human realm. Why cause trouble everywhere? Yes, it was Ancient Heaven who threatened the human race and forced King of Great Zhou to retreat. King of Great Zhou quickly teleported to the East Rift Valley. He looked toward the celestial world and smiled. That's true. But Ancient Heaven, you keep causing trouble. Be careful, you die without a complete corpse. You've lived for so long. Don't die in this tide. Don't worry about me, King of Great Zhou. Tiangu ignored him and didn't say anything else, instantly disappearing. At this moment, experts from other worlds also appeared. Some of them were overjoyed. People from the celestial world had come, Marquis Tianlong and Marquis Abyss, although it was very unlucky that Marquis Tianlong was ambushed by King of Great Zhou and half of his body was cut off. He should recover quickly after returning to the Dragon Realm. East Rift Valley. King of Great Zhou watched silently and smiled. Good news, the injured Marquis Tianlong would open the barrier of the Dragon Realm. The Eternals of the Dragon race had died for nothing. If they didn't open the barrier, it would take more effort to attack the Dragon Realm next time. Now, the other party had opened it. As expected, giant dragons circled above the Dragon Realm. Marquis Tianlong quickly opened the sealed Dragon Realm. Not long after, in less than 2 months, the Eternals of the Dragon race who had been sealed had died for nothing. This was because Suyu didn't even bring people to attack the other worlds. Marquis Tianlong didn't care about this. If he didn't return to the Dragon Realm, he would be surrounded and killed. At this moment, the Dragon Realm was naturally safer. And the Dragon Realm couldn't care so much. Soon, cheers resounded throughout the Dragon Realm. The Elder Ancestor was back. Although he was injured, the Elder Ancestor was back, and the experts of the Dragon Realm felt much more at ease. There was finally a Dao integration stage being here, they cheered. The ancient tribes such as the Gui clan were a bit more worried. 2 more Dao integration stage beings. This was very troublesome. Moreover, the passageway to the upper realm had loosened. There might be Dao integration stage beings coming down soon. This was what everyone was more worried about. Where is Suyu? Emperor Yan and the Iron-Eating Beast Emperor were both wondering why they didn't stop him at all this time. Only King of Great Zhou went to attack. Otherwise, they might have been able to keep 1 Dao integration stage being. Where was Suyu? Naturally, he was still traversing the River of Time. At this moment, Suyu was very tired. Very tired, as he went upstream, he was constantly attacked by waves. He seemed to have gone a long way. Along the way, he saw many branches of the Great Dao, but he still hadn't reached the path of the brush. The further he went, the fewer Great Daos there were. Suyu finally realized that if he wanted to open a path, he had to keep going. Otherwise, the part of the River of Time that he could tear apart would be filled with branches. There would be no chance for him to open a path. He could only fuse with the Dao. Fusing with the Dao was a gamble of luck. If the master of the Dao died and no one controlled the Dao, he would never reach the master of the Law's realm. Only by opening the Dao would he have the greatest chance of becoming a master of the Laws. Suyu continued to go upstream. At this time, his 100 Shenwen battle skills had been greatly depleted, but he continued to carry Suyu forward. Boom, another wave attacked. Suyu roared, transforming his brush into a saber. He slashed down with the sky splitter. With a loud boom, the wave shattered, and as this saber slashed down, a nearby branch appeared. Saber energy soared to the heavens. Suyu glanced at it, a bit disdainful. Along the way, this kind of situation wasn't rare. It was always something he comprehended that attracted some of the Great Daos. The Great Daos would take the initiative to release some light to attract Suyu to fuse with the Dao. Suyu didn't like it. What appeared just now should also be a type of saber Dao. Suyu glanced at it. It was too narrow. In the River of Time, there were countless Great Daos. The length of the tributaries wasn't good to look at. One had to go deep, but the width of the tributaries could be seen. There was no need to mention the River of Time or the Great Dao of Necromancy. Currently, the strongest Dao that Suyu had seen should be the human race's fleshly body Dao. According to his senses, the waves were about 10,000 meters wide, and there were more than 10 waves. An incomparably powerful tributary. As for the Grand Dao below the fleshly body Dao, it should be the Grand Dao of the 5 elements. The Grand Dao of the 5 elements was at least 3,000 meters wide. Of course, in the River of Time, the width you saw was just an illusion. Below that should be the desolate heavenly beast's Dao. It was slightly narrower than the Great Dao of the 5 elements, but the difference wasn't too great. However, this was enough to prove that the 5-element old ancestor had grasped a Great Dao in the past, and was a bit more powerful than the desolate heavenly beasts. Unfortunately, he had still died. Below them were the other great Daos, and the gap between them wasn't too great. Oh, Old Tortoise's Dao was actually quite wide, but Suyu didn't take a deep look. It was the same for the West Duchess. Suyu didn't have a deep understanding of her. At this moment, Suyu thought of this and looked at the saber path that was tempting him. He despised it, too weak, it was at most 1,000 meters wide. One look was enough to tell that it didn't have much potential. Let's go, Suyu moved forward quickly. This great Dao was considered not bad among the ones he had encountered, but it was still too weak. He didn't want to fuse with the Dao. Once he fused with the Dao, all the power of the Shenwen would be exhausted, and it would be difficult for Suyu to find the Dao of the brush. He quickly crossed the great Dao, and along the way, he continued to cut through the thorns and thorns. Suyu also had a bad taste. Along the way, he constantly used all kinds of cultivation techniques and all kinds of Shenwen. Not to mention, there were really many great Daos that were open to him, as if they were shouting, "Master, come quickly." Fusing with the Dao was that simple, you had a deep understanding, and there were countless great Daos waiting for you to fuse with them. Anyway, it was not to open a path. To open a path, it required a stronger understanding and to be different from others. In addition, it also required greater strength to forcibly open a tributary. In fact, Suyu vaguely felt that he had hope of opening a path. His understanding of the great Dao should be deeper than the little white dogs, especially since he had a few unique Shenwen, which were actually unique great Daos. Tribulation, inheritance, fire, universe, these Shenwen all had hope of opening a path by themselves. Since ancient times, not many people had comprehended these things. Even if they did, they might not open a path. And even if they did, they might not be like Suyu. But at this moment, Suyu knew that he might succeed in opening a path, but he wouldn't be able to rapidly increase his strength. He would need a great deal of time to open a path and grasp it. It might take him countless years to become a master of the laws. The Dao of the brush was a ready-made great Dao, waiting for him to fuse with it. A Dao that no one had grasped might not be much different from one's own Dao. The Dao one opened might not be as strong as the Dao of the brush. King Wen had grasped it for many years. Suyu felt that even if his great Dao was weak at the beginning, it would be strengthened by King Wen later on. When it came to comprehending the great Dao, Suyu felt that it could definitely be broadened. He could even vaguely guess how the master of the laws would strengthen himself. He would continue to expand his Dao. Boom, Suyu gasped for breath as another wave struck him. It was impossible. Why wasn't he there yet? With his current strength, there was no way he was weaker than King Wen during his Dao confirming era. Since King Wen could open this path, why hadn't he reached it yet? Could it be that in this era, it's even more difficult to traverse the river of time? Suyu sank into deep thought. Was it more difficult for future generations to cultivate? He had some enlightenment. There were more tributaries and more waves. Simply put, as the number of great Daos increased, Suyu wanted to cross these great Daos. Every time he moved a certain distance, he would be attacked by the waves near the great Dao. In King Wen's era, perhaps there weren't many great Daos, so they were unimpeded. This was the only way to think about it, Suyu didn't believe that King Wen, at the peak of the Sun and Moon realms, was stronger than him. That was impossible. Suyu had already perfected everything and reached the limit. If there were still Sun and Moon realms stronger than him, then he'd be damned. He hacked his way through the thistles and thorns and continued, wave after wave crashed down. Every time, it was a test. Suyu was sweating profusely. Sweat dripped from his body into the river of time and flowed down. Perhaps many years later, someone would be able to pick up his sweat. The sweat was like crystals. If the river of time didn't wear it away, someone in the future might really pick it up. The tears of the Time Master. Could it be that I obtained it just like that? Some of the techniques that he thought were powerful in the past seemed to have an explanation now. Bang! At this moment, the brush blade in his hand trembled violently. Suyu's gaze changed slightly as he looked into the distance. After a few waves, he seemed to see something. He saw a brush. I'm here. Suyu was pleasantly surprised. He was finally here. If he still hadn't arrived, he would have suspected that he would have traveled back in time. Boom, the waves became stronger. The stronger the great Dao, the fiercer the waves. The human race's physical body Tao was an exception. The waves near that Tao had probably been calmed down by too many people who had reached Tao confirming. Suyu saw his target and was extremely excited. He didn't care about the waves at all. His physical body was incomparably strong. At this moment, he charged forward, a wave was directly smashed into pieces by him. Suyu attacked. With a slash of the blade, the second wave was smashed. With a kick, the third wave was torn apart. With a point of the brush, the fourth wave was broken. He became more and more courageous, because the faintly discernible Great Tao was already right in front of him. I'm here. Suyu's bare one's teeth crashed towards the last wave with a rumble. This collision shattered the last wave. Suyu didn't hold back. With a bang, he suddenly crashed into an invisible barrier. He immediately felt dizzy and took a few steps back. His expression changed. What was going on? He looked again, and his expression changed. At this moment, a barrier appeared on the previously unobstructed river of time. It was as if countless chains were piercing through it, locking the entire river of time. King Wen? Suyu's heart trembled. The defense that King Wen laid down prevented outsiders from entering the range of his great Tao. This, a grand array could actually be laid down in the river of time. It was too terrifying. Suyu vaguely knew that this grand array could be broken. He would use the Shenwen's combat techniques to break it. The Shenwen's combat techniques were the key. The brush Dao Shenwen in his hand was also trembling. Clearly, it wanted to remind Suyu that he could use it to undo this seal. Since King Wen had left behind his Dao to pass on to his descendants, he would naturally stop others from devouring his great Dao. However, to be able to lay down an array in the river of time, it really wasn't an ordinary ox. With Suyu's current strength, no matter what he left behind, it would instantly disappear when hit by the waves. How could he leave behind a defensive array? You're amazing. Suyu murmured. Forget it, he would use the key to open the array. The next moment, the brush Dao flew out. There seemed to be a hole in the middle of the defensive array. The brush Dao entered it and shook. Suddenly, the chains that formed the barrier retreated, opening up a path for Suyu. Suyu didn't say anything and quickly entered the passage. Once he entered, the feeling was different. Monstrous waves roared. He instantly saw a great Dao tributary that was incomparably wide. Suyu looked over and was immediately shocked. So wide, it even surpassed the five elements Great Dao. Compared to the physical Dao, it wasn't as strong as the physical Dao. However, Suyu's first impression was that even if this Dao was inferior to the physical Dao, it was comparable to the desolate heavenly beast Great Dao and the five elements Great Dao combined. His sensory impression was that it was at least 5,000 to 6,000 meters wide. It was comparable to half of the physical Dao, or even more than half. What a powerful Great Dao! This was the third strongest Dao that Suyu had seen so far. The first was the river of dead spirits, the second was the human physical Dao, and the third was the brush Dao. Suyu sucked in a breath. It was inferior to the physical Dao, but don't forget that this was only a Dao that King Wen had left behind, a Dao that he hadn't mastered yet. Clearly, King Wen had felt that this Dao wasn't powerful enough in the later stages. He had stripped it, and the Dao he had stripped was actually far superior to that of the desolate heavenly beast Great Dao and the five elements old ancestor. It was no wonder that King Wen had been able to defeat so many masters of the laws. Suyu rapidly approached the Great Dao. Like the other Great Daos, there was a gap between the tributary and the main Dao. And the gap was quite large. What method would he choose to use to prove his Dao, the art of war, or something else? Suyu had quite a few treasures in his possession, especially the record of civilization. In truth, it was the weapon he had prepared to prove his Dao. But now, it was only the brush Dao. Suyu wanted the record of civilization to carry the Dao he had opened. After all, this Dao wasn't something he had opened himself. Fleshly body crossing. In truth, Suyu had already made up his mind. He would directly use his body as a weapon to cross over. As for the record of civilization, Suyu still needed to modify it. It wasn't strong enough. After he fused the brush Dao, he still needed to make a selection of the remaining Shenwen. He needed to perfect Suyu's own Yu character, Shenwen. Then I'll use my fleshly body crossing. In truth, the giant gap was still somewhat connected to the main Dao. But Suyu didn't care about this. The deeper one's comprehension of the great Tao, the easier it would be to fuse with it. This time, he wanted to see how deep his comprehension was and how much of the brush Tao he could fuse with it. After a short rest and a simple recovery, Suyu stepped into the gap. A powerful suction force came from the gap between the main Tao and the tributary, as if it wanted to pull Suyu into a bottomless abyss. Open! Suyu roared, his blood energy soaring into the sky. He was already extremely strong to begin with. Now that the brush Tao had appeared, it was even more shocking. At this moment, he was only fusing with the Tao. Although this Tao was very powerful, it couldn't stop Suyu. Suyu transformed into a giant and stepped in. Rumble, the brush Tao opened the path for him. Suyu's male Lord Seal appeared, suppressing the monstrous waves. The record of civilization swept over, repelling the attacking power of the Tao. Today, I'm definitely fusing with this Tao. Suyu snorted. You still want to stop me? I'm going to cross with my fleshly body. Although Kingwen is strong, I'm not weak either. The great Tao he left behind, I'm just fusing with it. I didn't say that it would collapse. You still dare to stop me? Rumble, with his powerful body, Suyu forcefully advanced. Step by step, he stepped into the brush Tao. After an unknown period of time, another rumbling sound rang out. Suyu's feet had crossed the gap and officially stepped into the brush Tao. He had fused with the Tao, yes, at this moment, Suyu could be considered to have successfully fused with the Tao. Countless rule force, including the special rule force belonging to the brush Tao, instantly integrated into Suyu's body. Countless insights appeared in his mind. And in the Shenwen combat technique, the Shenwen was frantically extracting the power of all the other Shenwen, causing all the other Shenwen to turn dim. And the rule force belonging to the brush Tao poured into the Shenwen from this great Tao, strengthening the Shenwen. The Shenwen was getting stronger and stronger, it was incomparably sharp. Suyu grabbed this Shenwen and waved it out. If it was in the outside world, perhaps even the void would shatter. Amazing! Countless rule force poured into Suyu's body, strengthening him and also obstructing him. You can't continue forward, the powerful rule force is obstructing you. Even if you absorb it, there's a limit. Suyu didn't care about this. His body was strengthening, and so was his Heaven's Gate aperture. Everything he saw seemed to be clearer. His body became more crystalline and translucent. The Sea of Will was also undergoing earth-shattering changes. Tao fusion, he moved forward with difficulty. Tao fusion was just the beginning. I want to go further and grasp more rule force and brush Tao. At this moment, the insights in his mind were also deepening. The characteristics of the brush Tao: first, the lethality was without a doubt. Second, the brush Tao had the effect of breaking Tao. Kingwen liked to use the brush Tao to break the great Tao of others. In fact, it was still the arrow Tao. Kingwen insisted that it was the power of a cultured person, and Suyu didn't refute it. Third, the brush Tao had the effect of carving Tao. Suyu wasn't too clear about this point, but he could vaguely associate it with something. Kingwen had left some instructions and a Saint Seal last time. He told Suyu that if Suyu was strong enough, he could actually carve some imprisonment runes on the Martial Emperor Great Tao to control the Martial Emperor. Of course, the other party might suffer a backlash. A powerful Great Tao. Suyu was overjoyed. In fact, not to mention anything else, Suyu was very satisfied with this Great Tao. The wide Great Tao constantly devoured his power and also transmitted power, suppressing Suyu to move forward. I won't let you go far. Suyu held the arrowhead Shenwen and kept moving forward. With every step he took, his power covered an inch of the tributary and controlled a part of the tributary's power. This was the characteristic of the Eternal Realm. Suyu had officially stepped into the Eternal Realm, the Tao fusion realm of the past. Or the Eternal Realm of the past. He enjoyed this great Tao alone, which was no worse than opening the Tao. The moment Suyu stepped into the tributary, the entire battlefield seemed to see something. A brush. Yes, it was still a brush. It was clearer than before. Before, everyone could only sense it, but at this moment, some experts seemed to be able to see it. Over at the East Rift Valley, King Zhou also looked up, his eyes burst with divine light as he looked at the sky. He vaguely saw a brush in the sky. At the end of the brush, there was a person. This might just be his imagination, but he knew that it might be true. Suyu seemed to have reached Dao validation, and the truth also proved that Suyu might have really reached Dao validation. The entire All Heavens battlefield surged with the power of rules. No one knew if they were going to punish Suyu or reward Suyu. Geniuses were all rewarded. Those who didn't use the 3 movement techniques were punished. Suyu. If he succeeds this time, he might be able to fight Dao integration, right? King Zhou muttered to himself. Suyu could also fight Dao integration before, but he was borrowing power. After this battle, Suyu might really be able to fight Dao integration stage super mighty figures on his own. This was a massive transformation. King Zhou didn't know if he was happy or worried. Once Suyu reached Dao validation, one might really not be able to sit still. The battle was about to erupt, celestial world. The talisman monarch didn't see anything, just a bit depressed. But Tiangu saw something. His projection projected outside the immortal world and looked up at the sky, speechless for a long time. Too fast. How long had it been? Suyu inherited King Wen's Dao. That Dao integration seemed to be King Wen's. Dao integration, Tiangu murmured. Suyu should still be in the river of time, but once he came out, he would truly be eternal. Above Tiangu's head, an incomparably thick Dao appeared. That was the immortal Emperor Dao. Tiangu's expression was complicated as he murmured, Immortal Emperor, was he dead? No, he had a feeling that the immortal Emperor wasn't dead. If the immortal Emperor didn't die, he couldn't become the master of the laws unless he walked another Dao. Of course, he could still strengthen himself. How? The difficulty wasn't low. In the immortal race, some Dao integration cultivators had to die. In recent years, there weren't many who walked the immortal Emperor Dao. They were all rejected by Tiangu. Or they might as well just die, thoughts flashed through Tiangu's mind as he looked at the fiend god realm. He couldn't wait any longer. Was his current power enough? He, Jiwu, Mou, Mog, Phoenix Emperor, Hell Emperor, Ape Emperor, Heaven Dragon Marquis, Talisman Monarch, Deep Abyss Marquis, Heaven Supervisor Marquis, and many treasures. In total, there were 12 Dao integration cultivators, but the situation of many treasures and Heaven Supervisor Marquis was hard to say. The god race, is Jiwu? The 2 Dao integration cultivators born in the last tide are gone? Tiangu murmured. The Talisman Monarch had said he wasn't sure. The god race didn't have much contact with them. Did that mean they hadn't left? This couldn't continue. There are still Fate sovereigns who haven't acted yet. Tiangu calculated for a moment and thought of the ancient clans. They hadn't acted last time because they were still in slumber. The war would be over by the time they woke up. Some were hesitant. Once the Dao integration cultivators died, these fellows would choose to retreat. The old fogey of the 3-headed wolf clan shouldn't be dead. The old fogey of the Golden Crow clan isn't dead either. The old fogey of the Kuanpun clan is still alive. Tiangu calculated. From what he knew, there were still 4 Dao integration cultivators who hadn't acted yet. The Fated Kin, the 3-headed wolf clan, the Golden Crow, and the Kuanpun. These were all ancient clans, and they were all very powerful. The Fate Emperors were hard to say, but the other 3 were similar to the Gue clan and the Great Golden Winged Pun clan. There weren't many ancient clans, but they had always existed, which represented their strength. How should these 3 ancient clans choose? Should they support the human race, or should they work with them? Suyu is too domineering. These 3 ancient clans had a blood feud with the human race during the last tide. They should understand that if they side with Suyu, they might not have a good ending. Even if the Fated Kin didn't count the 3 Dao integration cultivators they had invited, and the god race might have another Dao integration cultivator hidden, there would be a total of 16 Dao integration cultivators. They could still fight against the human race. There weren't that many Dao integration cultivators in the human race right now. Tiangu's mind raced as he looked up at the sky. He didn't know where Suyu was proving his Dao, so he couldn't stop him. Things were different now. He could only look on helplessly. Tiangu's eyes turned cold as he looked at the other realms. With Suyu's strength and talent, after fusing with the Dao, he might have the power to fight Dao integration cultivators. If he didn't stop him, as Suyu continued to grow, they might not be able to wait until the upper realms opened. In the next instant, Tiangu's shadow flew toward the divine realm. There wasn't just one, but more than 10 shadows. He was going to personally contact the other realms. At this moment, the void split open, and the two balls looked at those shadows expectantly. They wanted to eat them. These were Tiangu's will incarnations, so they should taste good. As for Tiangu, his voice was cold. If you stop me, I will kill you sooner or later. TCH. Bean Bun didn't care and quickly flew out to capture those incarnations. I'm not afraid. With a crisp sound, several incarnations disappeared, swallowed by Bean Bun. In the next instant, Bean Bun's expression changed. Tui tui. Tiangu, you bad guy, you're dead. You dare lie to me. Bean Bun was furious, so disgusting, so smelly. Tiangu deliberately tricked him. And Tiangu didn't speak. This move was more useful to deal with Bean Bun and the others. It was hard to poison it to death, but it wasn't hard to disgust it. As expected, Bean Bun was incomparably angry, but he no longer captured those incarnations. It smelled too bad. Disgusting, Tiangu wanted to send a message, but he couldn't be stopped. Bean Bun just wanted to take the opportunity to get something to eat, but in the end, Tiangu's incarnations were like feces, disgusting him to death. Cub rejoiced at the side. Luckily I didn't eat it, Tiangu ignored them, and his incarnations quickly entered the realms. At the same time, the Dao integration experts of the realms also appeared. The group of people began to negotiate. It was too late to stop Suyu from confirming his Dao. Suyu's confirmation was different from the others. No one saw where he was. That guy directly drilled into the river of time to confirm his Dao, and it was difficult to stop him. Now, they could only think of a way to suppress the development of the human realm. Fighting against the human realm now was not the goal of Tiangu and the others. The upper realm hadn't opened yet, and fighting against the human realm was too much of a loss, and it could easily lead to the death of a large number of Dao integration experts. However, they had to think of a way to suppress or kill his allies. For example, Double Ball, June, or the Emperor. Kill some of Suyu's allies, weaken his power, let the balance be maintained until the upper realm opened. Wan was also eager to make a move. Meanwhile, Suyu was struggling in the Pen Dao, forcing a breakthrough and controlling more nomological power. He didn't know how long he had been walking. All he knew was that this tributary was very long. It was so long that there was no end. How long had King Wen opened up this road? In fact, he could vaguely feel it. When the Dao integration reached a certain level, it was an upgrade. This was also the division of Eternal 9 stages. At this moment, Suyu seemed to have crossed 3 heavenly chasms. That meant that Suyu was also a 4th stage Eternal Cultivator, because on this path, he was considered a stage Eternal Cultivator. 4th stage? About 30% of the Dao integration, Suyu thought to himself, gritted his teeth, and continued forward. I'm so powerful, but I can only fuse about 30% of the Dao integration. This Pen Dao is a bit too strong. Now, Suyu felt that his strength had definitely surpassed the average Dao integration stage, not top level, but at least mid-level, right? Just like that, he was only a 4th stage Eternal Cultivator. As he continued to walk, Suyu consumed too much power, and the Pen Dao Shunwen also gradually dimmed. The nomological power inside was exhausted, and the consumption could not keep up with the replenishment of the Great Dao. I'm afraid it's difficult to continue. Suyu sighed. This was probably the end of this Dao integration. If he continued, it would be very difficult for Suyu to walk out of the river of time, and after he left, there might be a tribulation waiting for him. He couldn't consume too much power. Just barely, but it's a pity that I didn't even see the arrowheads. Suyu had a hunch that if he walked to the intersection of the arrowheads, he would reach the Dao integration stage of the Pen Dao, at least 90% of the Dao integration. Suyu was now twice as far away from the Dao integration stage, so he couldn't continue. Forget it, I'll come later. I'll accumulate enough power before rushing out. Stage 4 Eternal Cultivator, that was not bad. Just mastering 30% of the nomological power of the Pen Dao, Suyu felt that it was far better than some Dao integration stage powerhouses. Let's go. Suyu quickly retreated. There was no more pressure because the paths behind were all under Suyu's control. Soon, Suyu walked out of the tributary. His physical body was stronger than before, he crossed it directly without any difficulty and stepped into the river of time. So you didn't return to the original path, but forcibly opened a rift here. He wanted to determine his position here, and he couldn't cross countless distances every time to come to this Tao integration. I might have walked out of the five elements realm. So you didn't know where it was outside, but who cared, it definitely wouldn't be in a place like the immortal world. His great Tao couldn't be in the territory of the immortal fiend celestials. It was either in the human realm or the All Heavens battlefield. All Heavens battlefield. A small rift was gradually torn in the river of time that no one could see. Dark clouds gathered. In the next moment, a powerful figure appeared. Rumble, in the void, dark clouds instantly gathered, and blood clouds gathered. On the side, a golden cloud also appeared. The reward and punishment were coming together. Suyu had proven his Tao, but he didn't walk the three movement techniques. This wasn't the first time Suyu had seen such a situation. At this moment, he seemed to vaguely see some of the power of the human emperor's Tao laws. At the same time, everyone cast their gazes over from all directions. They all looked at Suyu. The group of people was ready to make a move. Sky Ancient's avatar was discussing with others when he saw Suyu suddenly appear on the All Heavens battlefield. He quickly said to the various Tao integration experts, "Perhaps this is an opportunity. Based on his situation, if he's seriously injured by the blood tribulation, then we..." Before he could finish, above the All Heavens battlefield, Suyu suddenly roared. "Insolence! A puny representative dares to punish me?" Boom, a mortal Lord Seal appeared and smashed into the blood clouds. At the same time, a brush appeared in Suyu's hand, and he pointed at the blood clouds. Rumble, a huge explosion reverberated throughout the heavens. In the eyes of the All Heavens experts, Suyu suppressed the blood tribulation with one seal and broke through the blood clouds with one stroke. The punishing power of the laws of the universe overflowed and was swallowed by Suyu in one gulp, replenishing his previous consumption. As for the golden clouds, there were no words of congratulations this time. In the eyes of the ancient experts, Tao integration was only the beginning. Suyu's next major breakthrough should be the master of the laws. Suyu didn't care about this and swallowed a large number of golden clouds in one gulp. He didn't want to tangle with the power of the laws of the universe. This time, he didn't fleece them. This was because Suyu knew that he was now powerful. If he continued to fleece them, it could easily cause the gate to the upper realm to open earlier. Previously, they had said it would be 8 years. If Suyu really wanted to fleece them, he might be able to shorten the time by a lot. He wanted to end this battle quickly and not give one a chance to attack. He directly revealed his formidable strength. Tao validation was just a starting point. It was nothing. "You can't hurt me, don't even think about joining forces to do anything to me." Suyu swallowed the world. In the sky, be it the blood clouds or the golden clouds, they were all quickly swallowed by him. A powerful aura erupted from Suyu's body. Suyu overlooked the world and looked in all directions. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Suyu coldly said, "Tiangu, obediently go home and wait. What can a mere punishment of the laws do to me? It's just Tao validation. Are you planning to kill me like before?" The heavens were silent. It was just Tao validation, he said it so casually. And this wasn't just any ordinary Tao validation, but the punishment of the heavens' laws. This meant that Suyu didn't walk the path of 3 bodies. There had been such existences in the past. But after Tao validation, 8 or 9 out of 10 of them died. Those who survived would be heavily injured by the power of the laws, but this time, everyone was speechless. Suyu's punishment of the laws was too simple. He swallowed them all in one gulp. Tiangu had just wanted to say that if Suyu was heavily injured, everyone would join forces and go out to kill him. But now, forget it, it was meaningless. Suyu was completely fine. Corroborating one's Tao was indeed simple for Suyu because the preparatory work was already done. Dragon Realm, Life Realm. The 2 ancient marquises who had just descended had ugly expressions. Brush Tao, this generation's lord had indeed inherited King Wen's inheritance. They wanted to curse. King Wen's inheritance didn't even have 9 tides, but this tide actually appeared. The people of the lower realms were all idiots. Didn't they know how strong King Wen was? They actually allowed King Wen's inheritance to grow and become the lord of humanity. This time, he directly validated his Tao. A bunch of trash, the two ancient marquises cursed in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. Because at this moment, there were Dao integration figures appearing near Suyu. The king of Great Zhou was also approaching. Unless they started a war between the heavens now, in the distance, the king of Great Zhou felt even more helpless. This Dao validation wasn't so easy for the human race. It was so easy that it seemed like Suyu had only casually broken a few clouds. But the king of Great Zhou knew how much power was required to do that. At this moment, Suyu had a wide smile on his face. At this moment, he could feel the difference in his Dao integration. He seemed to have connected the river of time and the Dao of the brush. The next time he attacked, he would be able to use the power of the great Dao to attack his enemies. The difficulty is average, the rewards and punishments are also average. It seems like Dao integration is indeed just a process. However, I have merged with King Wen's Dao. Some top experts should be able to sense it, right? Not the lower realms, but the upper realms. Could they sense that he had merged with King Wen's Dao, especially the Hell King bloodline? The West Duchess had been suppressed by him, but there should still be people in this bloodline. They had been watching King Wen's inheritance. From Heavenly King Jin, to his father, to the West Duchess, they had all been watching. Unfortunately, King Wen's Dao of the brush was still passed down. Now that he had merged with the Dao, did the upper realms know about it? Suyu looked up at the sky and smiled. Maybe they knew. Were they afraid? Were they panicking? Upper realm. The heavenly essence energy was extremely dense, and so was the power of laws. In a desolate and uninhabited place. Suddenly, a palace appeared. In the palace, a person looked up at the sky. He seemed to see the brush, and his expression changed. Something has happened in the infinite realms. King Wen's inheritance has appeared. A murmur came from this person's mouth. The next moment, a voice came from the depths of the palace. What's going on in the infinite realms? What is Ziyan doing? Many years ago, she sent a message back saying that she was going to the world of dead souls. Maybe she doesn't know about this. Ziyan's strength is unparalleled. I thought that if she stayed in the outside world, there would be no chance for King Wen's inheritance to appear. Who would have thought that it would still appear? In the palace, two people were talking. One person was angry and helpless. Ziyan was extremely powerful. With such a powerful existence in the infinite realms, it was impossible for King Wen's inheritance to appear. Even if they didn't care before, now that she had merged with the Dao, they should care. Soon, the person in the depths of the palace said in a low voice, even if Ziyan didn't know before, she should know now. She will deal with it. Let's wait and see. If they had ignored it before, they definitely couldn't ignore it now. She had even revealed the Dao of the brush. If Ziyan didn't know this, she shouldn't be living anymore. Soon, the two people were relieved. The problem was not big. Ziyan was extremely powerful. They didn't care before, but now that they knew, they would most likely be able to deal with this guy soon. King Wen, don't even think about returning, and at this moment, Ziyan, who they had high hopes for, was the West Duchess. At this moment, she was being heavily suppressed. The West Duchess's Sea of Will was trapped in a small world. She was awake, but she couldn't feel anything in the outside world. She was completely suppressed by Suyu. Even her willpower could not be used in the slightest. Even the Great Path was sealed. This was incredible. The West Duchess was confused. What kind of power could seal her like this? What was going on outside? Damn Suyu, he didn't even contact me once. Is he in seclusion? The West Duchess cursed in her heart. If he didn't contact her or communicate with her, how could she find Suyu's weakness and take him down? Everything had to have a beginning. Now that Suyu didn't start, she couldn't do anything no matter how many tricks she had. Aren't you curious about me at all? The West Duchess thought to herself. Sooner or later, you will come to me. At this moment, Suyu also thought of the West Duchess. He was indeed curious, not about anything else, but about whether he could follow the West Duchess's Dao and directly lock on to all the people of the Hell King's bloodline and kill them all at once. The Great Path was eternal. Perhaps he could catch all of them. I wonder if I can cut her open and study her carefully. Can the Great Path be cut open? At this moment, Suyu also had many thoughts. He didn't care about the other Dao integration stage cultivators and flew to the human realm to replace the guards. he didn't have time to waste on them. He had been out for a while, and he didn't know if Heavenly Forging and the others had finished forging the weapons. Once the guards were replaced, Suyu would be able to launch a war that would sweep the heavens in a few days. He was mainly waiting for the 9 moons to fuse the Tao, for the great Qing King and the Daxia of Goguryeo to comprehend more, and for the great Bright Lord to fuse the Tao. Once this was done, he would launch an attack before the Myriad realms were completely prepared. Mortal realm. Suyu flew back instantly. After waiting for a while, the King of Great Zhou returned. His speed was even slower than Suyu's. Panting, the King of Great Zhou looked at Suyu. Suyu turned his head. 2 Dao integration cultivators came down? Yes, one is Marquis Abyss of the Heavenly Abyss race and the other is Marquis Tianlong of the Dragon race. They are both ancient marquises. Suyu nodded and looked at him with a frown. Why are you panting? King of Great Zhou, don't keep pretending in front of me. I don't like it. Simply put, he didn't like that he was better at pretending than he was. F*CKU, you can teleport to the Heavenly Abyss realm with dozens of invincible cultivators. Why are you panting when you teleport alone such a short distance? The King of Great Zhou froze and stopped panting. After a while, he coughed lightly. I'm used to it. He was speechless. He was used to it. According to the King of Great Zhou's thoughts, his normal reaction to teleporting back from so far away was to pant a few times. However, after thinking about it, it was inappropriate. He was Eternal Realm in the past and now, he was Dao Integration, and a top-notch Dao Integration cultivator. After pretending for so long, he had forgotten that he was at the peak of Dao Integration. Suyu was also speechless, now that he had a general understanding of the King of Great Zhou's background and that he had fused with his Dao. Suyu was not as wary and repulsed as before. He was just not used to this guy being more pretentious than him. After reminding him, Suyu quickly said, there seems to be one in the life realm? With Marquis Abyss there, he can't suppress him. There's no one in the Heavenly Abyss realm now, so he definitely won't go back. Let's see if we can rope in a Life Emperor, Suyu nodded. Life Emperor. That old guy was not weak, definitely not weak, Suyu vaguely felt that it was another peak combat power. Although he had not seen the other party's Dao, the Life Clan was rather mysterious. Life Emperor, Suyu mumbled and did not say anything else. Just as he was about to enter the passageway to the human realm, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and stretched out his hand to grab at the void. His hand extended and covered hundreds of miles. A moment later, he grabbed a person and brought him back. Very quickly, the King of Great Zhou saw who Suyu had captured. Zhou Hao. At this moment, Zhou Hao's entire body was in tatters, and he was also looking at Suyu. He was a little perplexed, and he quickly said in a muffled voice, "Why did Emperor you capture me?" Suyu looked at him for a while and laughed. "I forgot about you. It's only been 2 months, why didn't you look for me?" Previously, he had told Zhou Hao that he would look for him after opening all 360 orifices. Moreover, Suyu had intentionally left an acupoint untouched, the heavenly acupoint. How many times did this guy explode? Suyu was actually very curious. Of course, Zhou Hao had already opened 360 orifices. It was hard for Suyu to know how many times he had exploded, so he did not ask. Zhou Hao said in a low voice, "I haven't killed a powerful heaven hunting list genius. It's hard to find such geniuses in the All Heavens battlefield recently, and they haven't entered the Earth list yet." Suyu smiled. "Forget it, the various races have been hiding recently, and it's hard to find geniuses to kill. It's normal." He thought of this. Suyu wanted him to kill some geniuses so that he would not reap without sowing. In the end, this guy really waited here to kill geniuses, but it seemed that he did not meet any. He took a closer look at Zhou Hao. He was not bad. He had opened 360 orifices, and his physical body was about 30 casts. The last time he saw him, 2 months ago, Zhou Hao was about 25 casts. This guy had only been 2 months, and he had completed 5 casts. His speed was very fast. Of course, Suyu did not talk about himself. He forged his body quickly, but that was because he consumed a lot of resources. If Zhou Hao wanted to obtain resources now, it would not be as easy as Suyu. After all, it was difficult to kill a one expert now, and the other party was hiding in this world. King Wu's descendant, Suyu looked carefully. He did not know if King Wu's descendant had an innate connection to King Wu's great Tao. He looked at Zhou Hao carefully, and vaguely, there seemed to be an extremely thin line floating above his head. Of course, it was very thin. Before opening the heavenly gate, Suyu definitely could not see it. But now, he could see some shadow. Did Zhou Hao connect to King Wu's great Tao, or could it be that the descendants of the strong would more or less have this kind of situation? For example, Suyu did not look carefully at the great bright prince. Did he connect to King Wu's great Tao? Did Daxia of Goguryeo connect to King Wu's great Tao? No, there should be some requirements, such as rich bloodline or compatible with great Tao. Only then could one inherit a bit of the other party's great Tao's shadow. Did Zhou Hao return to his ancestry? Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly looked at the king of Great Zhou who was observing at the side, and said, King of Great Zhou, Zhou Hao has been living in your Dazhou prefecture. Do you know him? The king of Great Zhou nodded slightly, I do. This time it was Zhou Hao's turn to be surprised. He looked at the king of Great Zhou and bowed slightly, feeling a little strange. The king of Great Zhou knows me, the king of Great Zhou explained, his bloodline seems to have some background, but it's a long time ago. I met him once by accident. Zhou Hao's grandfather should be a Sun Moon tier, but he died in battle during the opening of the prefecture. His father and mother had always been training in the human realm wasteland, and I didn't pay attention to them anymore. After some time, his parents died in battle in the wilderness. I came back once and saw him. I originally wanted to take him away, but then I saw him fighting demonic beasts alone in the wilderness, so I changed my mind. He might be more suitable in the wilderness, so I only left some willpower behind to deter some powerful demonic beasts from approaching, and then left him alone. Even Suyu was surprised. You met him before, and left some willpower behind, and you left him alone. Did Zhou Hao miss out on a great opportunity? The king of Great Zhou saw Suyu look at him and coughed lightly, not hiding anything. Actually, I've seen a lot of good saplings. Some are actually not suitable for concentrated nurturing, and it's better to raise them scattered. I'm not in a hurry to do anything in the early stages. Under Zhou Hao's own training, if he can step into the Mountain Sea Sun Moon tier, then I'll naturally go see him again. The fire relayer won't bring all the good saplings with him. That's not good. The king of Great Zhou said again, good saplings have to be raised everywhere, and in the early stages, they must fight on their own. They have to fight for their own future. When Suyu heard this, he thought of something and suddenly said, you've been in the human realm for so many years, and you'll inspect every generation. Who have you inspected? The younger generation. The king of Great Zhou smiled and said, there are many. Zhou Hao is actually one of them, and there's also Wan Tianqing's grandnephew, Wan Mingzi. Xiao Longwu's son, Xia Huyu. Including Daxia provinces Luhong and Baifeng, they're actually on my inspection list. As for the Great Qin Manor, there are a few saplings, but I don't think much of them. On the Great Ming Manor's side, there aren't many outstanding youths, but there are a few from the previous generation. The king of Great Zhou did not hide anything. He had indeed inspected many geniuses, but he did not send them to Dazhou prefecture. There was no need for that. He just had to pay attention. Suyu understood and said, Wan Mingzi. I keep feeling that he has eternity behind him. Did you give him benefits? Not really. The king of Great Zhou explained, I just guided him a little and discovered some cultivation techniques. I won't take the initiative to give benefits to others. That's not good, and it's too obvious. Once he becomes stronger in the future, it'll be easy for him to find me. As a flame bearer, keeping your identity a secret is the most important. I'm just guiding some geniuses onto the path they should take. He was not in charge of giving benefits, and even if he did, it would be according to the circumstances. For example, if there were any benefits around them, he would guide them, but he would not take the initiative to give them good things. Stingy, Suyu thought to himself that he was stingy, and yet he said it in such a fresh and refined manner. When he was preparing to return, he met Zhou Hao. Suyu did not care about the king of Great Zhou. Zhou Hao. King Wu. Interesting. Did King Wu have any backup plans? Maybe, he really didn't. Anyway, Suyu knew that King Wen left something behind. The human emperor also had something, and the Hell King's descendants were extremely powerful. Only King Wu and King Ming, these two powerful existences, did not leave anything behind. King Wu and King Wen were equally famous. It's said that King Wu also disappeared earlier, and not later. Then King Wu might have really found King Wen and the rest and fought together. Suyu looked at Zhou Hao again and tapped his head with his finger. The 360 orifices technique appeared in his mind. Opening the heaven gate, Suyu felt that Zhou Hao did not have talent. However, Zhou Hao was still very talented in physical or combat techniques. At this moment, he had not completed the body forging, but it was nothing. If Zhou Hao could quickly complete the 72 body forging, Ling Yan's 9 transformations would be easy, and Suyu did not lack treasures. The mountains and seas becoming one aperture was also simple, and could be fused naturally. Perhaps, he would be able to create a powerful existence very soon. Heavenly Cycle Aperture Technique, I'll pass it to you. Suyu said. Zhou Hao quickly comprehended it, and after a while, he said dryly, why, only 358 orifices, last time, he gave 359 orifices. This time, there was one less, and he gave 358 orifices. Suyu said calmly, techniques cannot be passed down easily. I've already given it to the limit. If I give one more, it will be no different from perfection. You can try it twice, and at most, one orifice will explode. Is there anything wrong with that? The rules did not allow perfection, Suyu did not lie, and Zhou Hao would definitely explode once, because the rules would cause you to make a wrong choice. Choosing one out of the two seemed to have a 50% chance, but in fact, it was 100% failure on the first try. This was Suyu's experience. Zhou Hao nodded and did not say anything else. Instead, he quickly started to circulate the technique and continuously lit up his orifices. Suyu did not care about him, and he casually wrapped his essence qi and flew towards the human realm. King of Great Zhou quickly followed. After passing through the heavens passageway, Zhou Hao also lit up 358 orifices. Choosing one out of the remaining two, he quickly chose one, and with a bang, black smoke emitted from his butt. King of Great Zhou looked strangely at Suyu. Was he having a bad taste? Suyu said without turning his head, it was caused by the rules, why are you looking at me? King of Great Zhou could only nod. Nonsense, Suyu was extremely powerful now. If he said that it was caused by the rules, it was not a big problem for him to pass it down. Would the rules punish him for such a small matter? Even if it was punishment, Suyu would destroy it with a slap. This guy was doing it on purpose. As for Suyu, he threw some white lotus to Zhou Hao. Eat it, recover from your injuries, and quickly complete the cultivation technique circulation. You seem to be a descendant of King Wu, so I think 72 casting should not be a problem. Your ancestor is also a warrior with a strong physique, so you should be able to do it too. The moment he said that, before Zhou Hao had any thoughts, King of Great Zhou was slightly stunned. He is a descendant of King Wu? That's impossible, Suyu said without turning his head, is there a problem? So what if he is a descendant of King Wu? King Wu married a bunch of Dao companions, so it's strange how many descendants he has? No, King of Great Zhou hurriedly explained, what I mean is that after the first tide ended, most of King Wu's descendants died. I thought that King Wu's lineage was extinct, but I didn't expect that there was still a lineage that survived. I didn't notice it in the previous tides. Logically speaking, King Wu's lineage was very strong, so why was there no movement from the second to the ninth tide? There was some movement from King Ming's lineage, otherwise, who would know that King of Great Light was a descendant of King Ming? King of War's lineage, Xianxia had also been strong until now. King of Great Zhou really thought that King Wu's lineage was completely extinct. One had to know that King Gong's lineage still had the river diagram, which was quite famous. Suyu smiled. In the previous tides, there was no King Wu's lineage? None. Then they might have been wiped out before they grew. Suyu turned his head to look at Zhou Hao, who didn't really care. If I killed this fellow the first time we fought, then so be it. A slightly stronger Thousand June realm, would King of Great Zhou keep thinking about whether or not he was a descendant of King Wu? King of Great Zhou nodded. That was true, if he died when he was weak, no matter how monstrous he was, no one would care. As Suyu flew, he said, let's not talk about this. Be it King Wu's descendant or King Ming's descendant, it's just that their starting point is slightly higher. Later on, it still depends on themselves. Zhou Hao, complete the body forging as soon as possible. If you don't have resources, go find King of Great Zhou. King of Great Zhou was speechless. Why him? He wasn't in charge of these resources. Suyu continued, also, King of Great Zhou, there is no news of the 3 invincible human race experts. Where did they go? Forget about him, the human race lost 3 invincible human experts. More than 43, it should be 46. Of course, Zhu Tiandao and Xiahou Yi were about to prove their Dao. Suyu hadn't guided them yet. He had to wait until the weapon was forged. Then where did the remaining 3 go? The others didn't care. It wasn't a small matter to lose 3 invincible human experts. But in these years, there were rumors that invincible human experts died in other worlds. There were even signs of heavenly changes. Everyone might have thought that they were dead. Suyu felt that they might not be dead. As expected, hearing Suyu's question, King of Great Zhou thought for a moment and said, those 3 are all in the late stage. A few years ago, I made some arrangements to pretend that they died in battle. I also set up some maze formations to make everyone think that they are not dead. When something happens to the human race in the later stage, after careful investigation, they will feel that they are really dead. It was just a deterrent to the one. In short, it was to make people confused and not know if they were dead or not. Suyu was speechless and asked, where are they now? King of Great Zhou coughed lightly and said, in the small worlds, there are still some humans. They are not the many Shenwen that everyone secretly nurtured. That is just a cover. Which small world? Fire Pigeon World. King of Great Zhou explained, this world is the weakest and the stupidest. They are enemies with the human race. The large races don't care about them and humans are just pigs to be killed. When they pass by, they can't even be bothered to look at them. When the war breaks out, the large races won't call for this world to fight. The strongest are just some mountains and seas. It's hard to find even one sun or moon. They are dispensable in the 10,000 worlds. The key was that they weren't on the human race's side. If they were, then the human race would be punished if they lost. The main thing was that they weren't on the human race's side. Even if one won, they would probably not bother to look at them. At most, they would send a sun or moon to intimidate and manage them. The 3 of them are here? They are. King of Great Zhou explained, it's not good for them to be separated. If they are gathered together, the 3 of them will supervise each other, and it will be harder for them to rebel. If the human race is defeated, the 3 of them are weak, and none of them have reached the human realm. If the human realm is destroyed, it won't affect them much. There is still hope for them to survive. If the 10th tide is defeated, there might be an 11th tide. Suyu thought about it and nodded. That makes sense. Then let's keep them around. 3 weak eternal realms are useless even if they appear. Let's preserve some hope. If the human race is defeated, there might still be a chance. King of Great Zhou said softly, I think there is hope for this tide to win. Is there? Suyu sneered. There are at least 60 to 70 Dao integration stage 1 in the upper realm. If there are more over the years, there might be over 100. How many do we have? It's all because of the last tide, the human race did it. King of Great Zhou was speechless. Suyu continued, the 100 Battle King is most likely not dead. He's either sealed or betrayed us. What do you think is the probability of him betraying us? Not high. King Dazhou was still convinced that King 100 Battle King hadn't betrayed them. He's not that kind of person. If he really is, then the old-timers aren't idiots. If King 100 Battle King isn't dead, then he must have been suppressed. Suyu nodded. To be able to suppress him. Wan's waters are quite deep. Even if he was plotted against, he still has battle prowess close to that of a master of the laws. Or does such a powerful expert exist in the Hell King's bloodline? It was still possible. The West Duchess was so powerful. After chatting for a while, Suyu arrived at Emperor Yu's residence. The new Holy Land had been successfully constructed. At this moment, in the original Twin Saints' residence, an incomparably huge palace had been erected. There were many soldiers, and the security was tight. In reality, this was just for show and didn't have much effect. If a powerful expert really attacked, they would be killed with a single slap. As for the Heavenly Forging King, he also led countless human blacksmiths to forge weapons here. They were working in full swing. As soon as Suyu arrived, two figures instantly appeared. Zhu Tiandao said with a face full of smiles, with Emperor Yu's return, the Holy Land can be considered to have officially opened. You're too polite, Principal. Suyu smiled. We're all old acquaintances, so don't be so polite. If you're too polite, I feel a little uncomfortable. It's only right to be polite to unfamiliar people. King of Great Zhou, right? The King of Great Zhou didn't say anything. You're asking me, haven't I been polite enough to you, Suyu? This fellow, just had to beat him up all day long. Suyu ignored him and said, how's the forging going? Pretty smooth. Zhu Tiandao said happily, not bad. The weapons of the 14 substitute guards have all been forged. Suyu nodded. Tell the Heavenly Forging King to work overtime and still need some weapons that match the characteristics of the 5 elements. The 5 elements race will produce 8 Eternals. In addition, the Iron Eater race and the Gu race should also prepare some. Get them done as soon as possible. Yes. Zhu Tiandao quickly said. At the side, Xiahou Yi was not in a hurry either. Only after Zhu Tiandao finished speaking did he speak. Emperor Yu, Bai Feng said that you have a large amount of Milky Way sand on your side. Last time, my father gifted the Sea of Consciousness Secret Realm to Emperor Yu. What I meant was to open the Sea of Consciousness Secret Realm and let some civilization masters become stronger. Suyu laughed, I almost forgot about this. Alright, open it. I have a lot of Milky Way sand here, so I won't be able to use it. However, for ordinary civilization masters, the effect of increasing their strength should be pretty good. Xiahou Yi nodded with a smile and looked at Zhu Tiandao. Fight with me, this is called seeking benefits for civilization masters. Not only that, look, who I was talking about just now, Bai Feng, Suyu's teacher, they are all from my Dixia province. As for Suyu, he quickly said, the two of you, prepare early and prepare to prove your Dao. Suyu said, the sun and the moon are completely insufficient now. Take advantage of the fact that the rules of the heavens are still present and kill more experts in the heavens. You can also obtain some rewards from the rules and quickly improve yourself. Otherwise, once the war is over and you fight against the experts of the upper realm, it will be very difficult for you to have the opportunity to kill enemies again. Yes. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. That was true, strength was still very important. His current strength was indeed not enough. Without strength, how could they be the chief steward of Emperor Yu's residence? They wanted to become the next King Wen. King Wen was in existence with extremely strong combat strength, and combat strength was the foundation. As Suyu spoke, he followed the two of them towards the new sacred land. The huge palace stood in midair, and it had a bit of a glorious aura. Suyu did not look too long and directly entered the main hall. The huge main hall was extremely spacious, and in the center was a huge golden throne. Vulgar. Suyu cursed in his heart. Was gold that beautiful? It was not beautiful at all. Xiahou Yi and Zhu Tiandao probably liked it. In any case, Suyu did not care too much about this. He only felt that gold was a bit vulgar. Forget it, he would not be too harsh on them. He might not be able to come here many times. Sit. Suyu sat in his own seat, and the monarch of the state of Zhou and the others also sat down. Zhou Hao also ran out and sat cross-legged outside the main hall to cultivate. Suyu ignored Zhou Hao and looked at the three of them. He said, this time, I succeeded in Dao Fusion, and one also knows about it. He probably won't just watch me succeed. In Wan's eyes, they have many Dao Fusion experts, so they are not necessarily afraid of us. They just don't want to fight to the death with us. When the upper realm opens, their losses will be smaller, and they can even finish off the human race without any losses. However, they will not let us continue to grow. It is necessary to maintain balance. Suyu smiled. Monarch of the state of Zhou, if you were Tiangu and the others, what would you do next? Monarch of the state of Zhou thought for a moment. First, let the upper realm open in advance. That is the key. Second, contact the Dead Souls realm and find a way to deal with Hong Meng. Third, find an opportunity to kill one or two of our Dao fusion experts to weaken us. In addition, we can also deter the few Dao fusion experts who did not participate in the battle. Fourth, try to rope in those few. Suyu nodded. That's right. Juan definitely has this in mind. The changes in the Dead Souls realm were also related to them. They contacted the Eastern and Western Heavenly Kings, but they were all taken care of by us in advance. They probably do not know yet. Tiangu and the others want to weaken us, but I want to weaken them first. Those few powerful beings have deep foundations and many Eternal Realm experts. Even if they are no match for a Dao fusion expert, they can still resist a Dao fusion expert. Suyu said quickly, the Phoenix, Dragon, Ape, and Dark tribes are not as strong as the three major tribes, and their foundations are not as strong. Tiangu wants to find an opportunity to kill our people, and I want to find an opportunity to take care of these few tribes. And we have to be quiet. Suyu said with a smile, so, my main goal is to go to the Dead Souls realm after the Guardian replacements. I'll leave the human realm to the Monarch of Great Zhou. The Monarch of Great Zhou frowned. What do you mean, Emperor Yu? Find the corresponding location and open the Dead Souls passageway within their realm. Suyu said softly, so, I have a mission for you, Monarch of Great Zhou. I hope you can complete it. Emperor Yu, your orders. The 36 prefectures all have great prefecture seals. I need you to think of a way to bury these 36 great prefecture seals in a few major realms. I'll use the human master seal to determine the location. Suddenly open the passageway, charge out, and launch a surprise attack on the realms. The Monarch of Great Zhou took a deep breath. Is there a requirement for the location? Of course, it's best if it's under the Dao fusion experts' butts. The Monarch of Great Zhou gritted his teeth. Do you think Dao fusion experts are dead? Suyu looked at the three of them and said with a smile, in my opinion, the three of you are the smartest people in the human race. Think of a way. If you can succeed and open the Dead Souls passageway within their realm in one go, I'll lead a few experts who aren't suppressed and charge out. We'll get rid of them in the small realms. That way, there'll be much less trouble and losses. Suyu said directly, I don't want any Dao fusion experts to die. I don't want any of them to die. Because we still have to wage war against the higher realm. There are so many Dao fusion experts in the higher realm. If 7 or 8 Dao fusion experts die in order to kill them, yes, we'll win. But, do we still have the power to wage war against the higher realm? So, think of a way to reduce the losses. It's best to capture a few Dao fusion experts without a trace. When Tiangu and the others give the order, and no one in the realm responds. That'll be fun. As Suyu said this, even he himself laughed. As for Zhu Tiandao, he said with a faint smile, Emperor Yu is right. Not only that, it's best to find a few experts to impersonate. Impersonate them in the realm. Even if Tiangu smashed his head, he wouldn't dare to believe that our people would replace him and become the ruler of the small realms. Impersonate the Phoenix Monarch, impersonate the Netherworld Emperor. Once the war breaks out, everyone will gather. With a single order, they'll all be our people. As soon as he said this, Xiahou Yi and the others were all excited. How impressive, however, the King of Great Zhou nodded. Everyone, we're talking about how to locate the Dead Souls passageway next to the Dao fusion experts. This was the key, otherwise, if they didn't open it next to the Dao fusion experts, they might run away immediately. Once the commotion was too big, the surprise attack plan would fail, Suyu said with a smile, King of Great Zhou, you're in charge of this matter. Is there a problem? There's a problem, a very big problem, the King of Great Zhou wanted to curse. This is burying something next to the Dao fusion experts, and it's the seal of the human race's residence. Do you think it's a joke? Suyu said softly, King of Great Zhou, I trust you very much. The King of Great Zhou smiled bitterly. Emperor Yu, it's really difficult. However, I have an idea. Get Blue Sky back first. Suyu's eyes lit up instantly, he suddenly looked at the King of Great Zhou. The King of Great Zhou nodded. Yes, Blue Sky is the most suitable candidate. He has millions of incarnations. To be honest, even I don't know how many incarnations he has. Perhaps he has some arrangements in the various realms. Other than Blue Sky being a little perverted, I actually have high hopes for him. When he said perverted, the usually calm king of Great Zhou felt a toothache. Suyu looked at him strangely. Could it be that you've fallen for it before? When the king of Great Zhou saw this gaze, he seemed to understand something. He coughed lightly and said strangely, naturally, I won't fall for it. However, as far as I know, there are no less than 5 humans who have fallen for it. Suyu took a deep breath. 5, more than 5, in an instant, he wanted to gossip. After thinking about it, he decided not to gossip. There was no time for that. He quickly said, the king of Great Zhou is right. Blue Sky is indeed suitable. He might have a ready-made identity in the various realms. At this moment, Blue Sky was extremely important. If Suyu wanted to take down one at the lowest cost, then the best plan would be to kill his way out of the Dead Souls realm and annihilate them in this realm. If things went smoothly and he didn't kill them, he could suppress them like the West Duchess. That would be even better. He could continue to ambush them until they were discovered. Therefore, next, Suyu planned to go to the Dead Souls realm and quell the North Duchess's rebellion. Only then would he be able to kill his way out of the realm with the South Duchess and the others. Otherwise, there weren't many Dao integration stage cultivators in the human race. It would be very difficult for Suyu to quickly take down a Dao integration stage cultivator. The king of Great Zhou looked at Suyu, who was deep in thought, and felt even more emotional. Suyu was still very powerful. He actually didn't think that Suyu would have such an idea to kill his way out of the Dead Souls realm. This, no one had considered the 9th human lord. Of course, they weren't half dead and couldn't open a Dead Souls passageway. Suyu was, moreover, one thing was also very important. Suyu was the human lord. He could use the human lord seal to locate the location. Otherwise, who knew where he would open it? Under normal circumstances, even a heavenly king powerhouse wouldn't know where the sky above the Dead Souls realm corresponded to. He just couldn't open a passageway. Emperor Yu, do I need to go to the Dead Souls realm? No need. Suyu shook his head. You're in charge of the human race. It's fine if I disappear, but if you disappear, it will arouse suspicion. It's also good to see if anyone has entered the Dead Souls realm and communicated with the Dead Souls realm. It's best to kill them in passing. Previously, I received some news that the Talisman King actually went to the Dead Souls realm once. What a pity. It would be even better if the Talisman King was left behind. After saying this, Suyu quickly said, King of Great Zhou, go find Lan Tian and tell him that I want to see him. Palace Master Zhu, Xiahou Yi, the 2 of you urge the Heavenly Forging King to speed up at all costs. Forge the Guardian weapon first, I need it urgently. The few of them accepted the order. Just as the King of Great Zhou was about to leave, Suyu said again, King of Great Zhou, capable people do more work. You're very capable. Find an opportunity to set up a sealing formation outside the realms. The Great Light King will cooperate with you. Once I attack the realms, quickly activate the Heaven Shrouding formation. The King of Great Zhou's head exploded. F***ck, you should just let me die. Didn't I just hide some things? Is there a need for you to target me like this? You want me to bury the seal, and you want me to set up a sealing formation outside their realms. I'm going to die. I'm not the master of the laws, I'm only at the Dao integration stage. Aren't you overestimating me? The King of Great Zhou really wanted to vomit blood. However, Suyu smiled and said, there's no other way. The King of Great Qin and the Dasha of Goguryeo, it's not a problem if you let them kill people. But if you let them do these things, forget it, I don't hold any hope. You said to let others do it, King of Great Zhou, are you at ease? Do you dare to be at ease if I let the spatial ancient beast clan set up the formation? The human race, more or less, has to rely on some of its own strength. And in the entire human realm, apart from me, who else can complete such a mission? Suyu smiled and said, King of Great Zhou, don't think that I'm targeting you. If I was targeting you, would I tell you such an important plan? I trust you, King of Great Zhou, that's why I'm doing this. If I don't do it well, the human race's biggest plan will be ruined. At that time, even if we win, we'll suffer significant losses. The King of Great Zhou raised his brows slightly. But then again, he did trust him quite a bit. He was curious why Suyu told him the entire plan. Now, he wanted him to bury the seal and set up the formation. These were all extremely important missions. Suyu was right. If he was not careful, there would really be trouble. Ordinary people couldn't do this. In the current world, there weren't many who had the chance to do this. The king of Great Zhou thought for a moment and said, "It's very difficult. Even if the Great Light Monarch cooperates with me, it's still not enough. To set up a formation outside a great realm with a Dao integration realm, unless the Great Light Monarch advances to Dao integration. Not only that, I also need some people to cooperate with me." He continued, "It's best to cause a small-scale battle and let Dao integration realm cultivators leave this world." Suyu smiled. Simple. Find 7 to 8 Dao integration realm cultivators to surround and attack a great realm. Those guys will definitely come to rescue. Once they do, we'll fight for a while and give you guys time, the king of Great Zhou said in a deep voice. If I don't participate in the battle, it'll easily attract attention and suspicion. Suyu thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. Let's see your acting skills, king of Great Zhou. Create a fake body and face off against a powerful cultivator. It's fine as long as both parties don't fight. Think about this yourself, king of Great Zhou. If you need to start a small-scale battle, I can arrange it. At this point, the king of Great Zhou was helpless. He had to accept this mission whether he wanted to or not, so you only knew how to make things difficult for him. Come to think of it, he was indeed rather important. For such a difficult mission, so you could only trust him in the entire human realm. Was he supposed to look for the king of Great Qin or the Daxia of Goguryeo? What a joke, those two could use their knives, but if they used their brains, their plans would be exposed very soon. The king of Great Zhou left with some awkwardness and some smugness. When he walked out, he suddenly cursed in his heart, F***ck, that bastard Suyu used the influence of Shenwen for him and actually used the word Xing in Shenwen. No wonder he suddenly felt that Suyu's trust in him was inhumane. However, the king of Great Zhou was also shocked. Previously, when Suyu used the influence of Shenwen, he was not affected at all. Now that Suyu had successfully validated his Dao, his comprehension of the Dao of nomological laws had deepened greatly and he could even interfere with a Dao integration pinnacle stage cultivator like him. If this continued, it might not be long before Suyu could truly deceive Dao integration pinnacle stage cultivators into kneeling and calling him grandpa. In the distance, the king of Great Zhou turned back to look at the palace. He seemed to have sensed that Suyu was looking at him silently and his feelings became increasingly complicated. This person seemed to be much smarter than the king of 100 battles. A moment ago, he felt that Suyu was targeting him, but the next moment, he felt that Suyu trusted him. It was as though everything was a gift from the king. Perhaps that was how in king, was in king, could in king that could be seen through by him still be considered in king, could in king that was toyed with by him still be considered in king? That's true. After all, he's a lad who walked out of the streets step by step. Compared to the king of 100 battles who had a smooth sailing life, he has experienced much more trials and tribulations. If Suyu's plan succeeded, he would not have to pay a huge price to conquer the Myriad realms, thinking about the king of 100 battles. At this moment, even the king of Great Zhou, who had always thought that the king of 100 battles was not bad, suddenly felt a little disdainful. The king of 100 battles was indeed quite foolish. Speaking of which, everyone thought that there was no problem back then. Could it be that everyone was foolish? The king of Great Zhou was helpless. Perhaps the king of 100 battles was what they wanted. The old fellows liked this type of arrogance, some were still immersed in the glory of the ancient times. The Myriad realms reigned supreme, the human race was also very powerful. The ancient race that helped the human race was only a foil. The human race actually did not really care whether they existed or not. As such, it was normal for such a situation to occur. Suyu had started from scratch and did not have a single fortune. Naturally, he would not have any thoughts of being arrogant. The king of 100 battles buried the human race's fortune. Suyu's resurgence has broken free from some restrictions. The king of Great Zhou thought silently. This was actually a good thing, at least for now. Otherwise, if the human race had 8 to 10 Dao integration cultivators to protect Suyu from the start, Suyu would probably not be in this state now. In the main hall, Suyu watched the king of Great Zhou leave. Soon, he smiled. The old fellow's shrewdness had finally reached its limit. He had been suppressing him, and targeting him. Now that he had given him some benefits, he would quickly fall into the trap. However, the king of Great Zhou was indeed a little more reassuring. If he relied on others, he might not be able to do it. North King, Suyu murmured. The dead soul's realm had to be dealt with. Otherwise, with the North King around, it would be difficult for him to carry out his plan. I also want to meet the South King. After the deaths of the West King and East King, he might be even stronger than before. He might even be stronger than the West King's concubine. Strictly speaking, he might be the strongest combat force under my command. It was hard to say whether the little white dog could kill the current South King. This time, he had to make more preparations for his trip to the dead soul's realm, lest he was killed by others. However, he could not bring too many living beings with him, lest he agitated the dead soul's galaxy. So you could turn himself into a half-dead spirit. Mist Mountain is not strong enough. In the dead soul's realm, it's best to have a powerful being who can restrain the South King. As these thoughts appeared in his mind, Suyu closed his eyes to comprehend the great Tao. Next, he could only wait for all the guardian weapons to be forged successfully. As for the existence that could restrain the South King. Subdue the North King? It would be difficult, and Suyu did not want to. Lu Hong. Ink Dao. Suyu murmured in his heart. This grandson had gone to the dead soul's realm. He wondered if he had inherited the Ink Dao. If he had, his strength would definitely improve rapidly. Although Suyu had always been targeting that fellow and the king of Great Zhou, it was more reassuring to use these treacherous humans. I finally know why the previous emperors liked to use treacherous officials. Although they have many flaws, they are much more reliable than upright officials like Xia of Goguryeo. These words could only be thought in his heart. He could not say it out loud. End of chapter 669. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.